Google Gemini full course. Today I'm going to show you the complete Google Gemini system that can build entire apps, automate your business, and create content in minutes. This is the secret weapon Google just dropped that nobody's talking about yet. You're going to learn how to build games, photo editors, AI agents, and automated workflows without writing a single line of code. Plus, I'll reveal the hidden features that can save you hundreds of hours every single week. This changes everything. New Google Gemini Coder is insane and it's free. Today, I'm going to show you Google's new secret weapon that can code entire games and apps for you in seconds. This thing just dropped and nobody's talking about it yet. I'm about to blow your mind with what this can build. We're talking full tower defense games, physics simulations, and digital art tools, all for free and all without writing a single line of code. This changes everything. So Google just dropped something massive, and I mean massive. They launched this new coding feature inside Gemini that most people don't even know exists yet. And when I tested it, my jaw hit the floor. I'm talking about Google Gemini Canvas. This isn't just another chatbot that spits out code. This thing actually builds working apps and games right in front of your eyes. No coding skills needed, no complicated setup, just pure magic. Now, here's what blew my mind. I asked it to build 3 different projects: a digital art canvas, a physics simulation, and a tower defense game, all things that would normally take weeks to code. And this thing delivered in minutes. But before I show you exactly what happened, let me explain what Google Gemini Canvas actually is, because this is bigger than most people realize. Gemini Canvas is Google's answer to everyone who said AI can't code properly. It's built right into their Gemini platform, and it comes in 3 flavors: for students, for work, and for fun. The student version helps you learn. It creates custom quizzes from your study materials, visualizes code so you can understand it better, and even refines your drafts, all automatically. The work version is where things get serious. It helps you accelerate impact at your company, optimize operations, and drive growth with real-time tools. We're talking interactive price sliders and custom proposals that close deals. But the fun version, that's where the magic happens. This thing can generate 3D planets with unique details, create sound memory games, build music synthesizers with full controls, and even solve complex pathfinding problems, all with just simple text commands. Now let me walk you through my real tests, because what I discovered will change how you think about coding forever. Test number 1, I asked it to create a virtual synthesizer. I wanted knobs and sliders for volume, pitch, reverb, and delay, the ability to compose short melodies directly, and options to record and play back. Within minutes, I had the Gemini synthesizer with the tagline, "Craft your melodies with sound." This wasn't some basic toy. This was a professional looking music tool with a full piano keyboard, control knobs for volume, octave, reverb, and delay mix, even delay time controls. The interface was sleek, dark theme, responsive keys, record, play, and clear buttons that actually worked. This is the kind of tool musicians pay hundreds for, and Gemini built it for free. Test number 2, I asked for a digital art canvas, different brush types, color palettes, layer support, pixel art capability, preset templates, export features. What I got blew my mind. A full digital art studio that rivals Photoshop for basic tasks, complete tool palette on the left, color picker, size sliders, opacity controls, a pixel grid option for pixel art, professional layers panel on the right. But here's the crazy part. It included preset templates, standard 1920 by 1080, portrait mode, square format, even 64 by 64 pixel art mode, plus custom size inputs for any dimensions you want. This looked like software you'd pay $50 a month for. Professional interface, clean design, all the features you'd expect. Test number 3, physics simulation. I wanted gravity effects on different objects. User controls for gravity strength, object mass, initial velocity, real-time bouncing and falling. Gemini delivered an interactive gravity simulation with crystal clear instructions. Sliders for gravity strength, object mass, X and Y velocity, and bounciness. Add object and clear all buttons. The 3D objects looked realistic. Pink spheres that actually bounced according to physics laws. You could adjust gravity from moon-like to Jupiter-like, change mass to see how heavy objects behave differently, set initial velocity to launch objects across the screen. The physics felt right, the controls were intuitive, and it handled multiple objects interacting realistically. Test number 4, this is where things got absolutely insane. I asked for a tower defense game. 5 tower types, multiple enemy waves, currency system, increasing difficulty. What I got was Neon Nexus tower defense with full cyberpunk theming, not some basic game. A professional quality tower defense, with neon graphics and slick UI. 5 unique towers with distinct roles. Gatling gun for $100, fast firing, low damage. Cannon for $250, slow, high area damage. Frost tower for $150, slows enemies in range. Missile silo for $400, long range seek strongest foe. Laser beamer for $600, melts a single target. The game map had a clear enemy path, currency tracking, health system, wave counter, professional game UI that you'd see in Steam games. The strategic depth was real: cheap fast towers versus expensive heavy hitters, area damage versus single target, slowing effects versus direct damage. This had real game balance. And the visual style, pure cyberpunk neon aesthetic. This looked like an indie game you'd buy for $10. All of these built in minutes. No coding knowledge required, no expensive software, just simple text prompts. But here's where this gets interesting for your business, because this isn't just about games and fun projects. Think about what this means for your company. Need a custom calculator for your website? Gemini can build it. Want an interactive product demo? Done. Need a data visualization tool? Easy. The applications are endless. Custom forms, interactive pricing tools, product configurators, lead magnets, sales demos, training simulations, onboarding tools, all without hiring developers, all without learning to code, all for free. Now let me show you the 3 different versions and how to access them. First, the student version. This is perfect if you're learning or teaching. Go to Gemini and click on For Students. You'll see options like personalized learning, where you can upload study guides and it creates custom quizzes. There's Visualize Code, which breaks down complex programming concepts into simple visual explanations, and Refine Drafts, which helps improve your writing and assignments. The work version is under For Work. This is where businesses get serious value. Accelerate Impact helps you build tools that make immediate business impact. Optimize Operations creates efficiency tools, and Drive Growth builds sales and marketing tools. But the fun version under For Fun is where the creative magic happens. 3D Planet Generator creates unique worlds. Sound Memory Game builds interactive games. Music Synthesizer creates full music production tools. And BFS Pathfinder solves complex routing problems. Here's what most people don't understand. This isn't just about the tools Gemini provides. It's about what you can build yourself. See, each of these examples shows you what's possible, but you can ask Gemini to build anything: custom e-commerce tools, booking systems, inventory management, customer service portals, marketing automation tools. The limit is your imagination. Now, let me give you the insider secrets to getting the best results from Gemini Canvas. First, be specific about what you want. Don't just say, build me a game. Say, build me a tower defense game with 5 tower types, multiple enemy waves, and a currency system for upgrades. Second, describe the user experience. How should it look? How should it feel? What should happen when users click buttons? Third, mention key features you need: export options, save functionality, different modes, customization options. Fourth, ask for responsive design. Make sure it works on mobile and desktop. Fifth, request clean, modern styling. Gemini can make things look professional if you ask, but here's the real secret: you can iterate and improve. If the first version isn't perfect, tell Gemini what to change. Add features, fix bugs, improve the design. It learns and adapts. This is like having a full development team at your fingertips for free. Now I know what you're thinking. Julian, this sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? Honestly, there isn't one. Google is giving this away for free because they want to compete with OpenAI and Claude. They're in an AI arms race, and we benefit. The only limitation is complexity. Super advanced applications might need real developers, but for 80% of what most businesses need, Gemini handles it perfectly. And here's what excites me most. This is just the beginning. Google is updating Gemini constantly, adding new features, improving capabilities, making it smarter. 6 months from now, this thing will be even more powerful. A year from now, it might replace entire development teams for small to medium projects. But you can get ahead of the curve right now. While your competitors are still hiring expensive developers and waiting months for projects, you can build and test ideas in minutes. This is your competitive advantage. Use it. Now, before I wrap up, let me give you the practical steps to start using this today. Step 1, go to gemini.google.com. Sign in with your Google account. Step 2, choose your version: students, work, or fun. Each has different tools and examples. Step 3, start with the examples. Try the 3D planet generator, test the music synthesizer, play with the tools Google provides. Step 4, reverse engineer what you see. Look at how these tools work, what features they have, how the interface is designed. Step 5, start building your own projects. Begin simple, a calculator, a quiz tool, a basic game, then get more complex. Step 6, iterate and improve. Don't expect perfection on the first try. Refine your requests, add features, fix issues. Step 7, deploy and test. Get real users to try your creations, gather feedback, make improvements. This process will teach you how to think like a prompt engineer, how to communicate with AI effectively, how to build things without coding. And these skills are becoming more valuable every day. Look, I've been in the SEO and digital marketing space for years. I've built a 7-figure agency, trained over 50,000 students, written best-selling books on SEO and agency marketing. And I can tell you with confidence, this changes everything. The barriers to building digital products just disappeared. The cost of testing ideas dropped to zero. The speed of innovation increased by 100 times. Smart entrepreneurs will use this to build businesses, create products, test markets, generate revenue. While others are still trying to learn to code, you'll be building and shipping. This is your moment. Don't waste it. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know what you're going to build with Gemini Canvas. If you want to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. We currently have 1,000 members who are crushing it with AI tools like this. Want a free SEO strategy session to see how we can get you more leads and customers? Book a call using the link in the comments and description. And if you want to dive deeper into AI tools and automation, join over 20,000 members in the AI Money Lab. You'll get access to step-by-step tutorials, 100 plus AI use cases, video notes from all my content, and proven systems that are making people serious money. Link is in the comments and description. The AI revolution is here, and tools like Google Gemini Canvas are leading the charge. The question isn't whether AI will change your industry, it's whether you'll be ahead of the curve or left behind. Choose wisely. New Google Gemini update. Google just added AI note taking to Google Meet. This is going to save you hours every single week. No more juggling notes, presenting slides, and managing chat all at the same time. Your AI assistant literally sits in your meetings and does all the documentation work for you. Picture this, you're running a client presentation, you're trying to present your slides, answer questions in the chat, watch people's reactions, and somehow take notes about what's being discussed. It's impossible to do all of that well. You either miss important details or you can't focus on actually leading the meeting. That's exactly why Google built this feature. They realize that meeting hosts are drowning in multitasking. So now Gemini handles the notes automatically while you focus on what actually matters: presenting, engaging, and making decisions. This thing uses Gemini AI to automatically capture everything that happens in your meetings. Key decisions, action items, who said what, when they said it. It's like having a personal assistant in every single meeting you attend. Let me break down exactly what this does and why you need to start using it today. When you turn on Take Notes for Me, Gemini AI starts listening to your entire meeting. It's not just recording audio, it's actually understanding what's being said and pulling out the important stuff. So while you're focused on the conversation, the AI is building a complete summary of your meeting in real time. The moment your meeting ends, the AI automatically saves a complete summary to the meeting organizer's Google Drive, not just random notes, a structured document that shows you exactly what was discussed, what decisions were made, and what everyone needs to do next. And here's the crazy part. It even creates a section called Suggested Next Steps, where it automatically identifies all the action items and follow-ups from your meeting. Now, if you want to take your business automation to the next level, you should definitely check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where over 1,000 entrepreneurs are learning to scale their businesses and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. I share advanced strategies that go way beyond basic tools like this Google Meet feature. But let's get back to this because there's so much more you need to know. What's really cool is how this works during the actual meeting. You're looking at your regular Google Meet screen with all the participants, but there's this live notes panel on the side. You can literally watch the AI capturing key points as people speak. It shows real-time updates, like updated 4 minutes ago. So, it's actively listening and processing. If someone joins late, they can immediately see the summary so far and get caught up on what they missed. No more awkward, can someone fill me in moments. The AI has already done that work for them. And here's something most people don't realize. Everyone in the meeting can see the blue pencil icon and click on it to view the notes being taken. but who can start or stop the note taking depends on your meeting settings. By default, the meeting organizer and internal participants can control it. However, if host management is enabled, only the meeting organizer, hosts, and co hosts can start or stop notes. So you have control over the documentation while keeping everything visible to participants. And if you're taking notes and have transcription turned on, the AI notes will actually link to specific parts of the meeting transcript. So if someone mentioned an important detail, you can click right to that exact moment in the written transcript to see the verbatim quotes. In Google's demo, you can see clickable timestamps throughout the notes that jump directly to those points in the transcript. No more searching through pages of transcript text trying to find one comment. Now, here's what really blew my mind. This isn't just for English anymore. They just added support for French, German, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Portuguese, and Spanish. So if you're running a global business or working with international teams, this thing can handle multiple languages, though it can only do one language per meeting right now. Now, I need to be totally honest about the requirements. This feature is available with Google Workspace Business Standard, Business Plus Enterprise Standard, and Enterprise Plus plans. So you do need a paid Google Workspace subscription. Also, your admin needs to enable this feature for your organization. Let me show you exactly what this looks like. First, if you're an admin, you just go to your Google Workspace settings, find Gemini settings, and check the box that says let people use Google AI note taking in meetings. That's it for setup. Now, let me tell you why this is such a big deal for business owners and entrepreneurs. Think about the last important meeting you ran. You were probably trying to present your ideas, manage the discussion, watch people's body language, answer questions, and somehow capture all the important points at the same time. It's mentally exhausting. This AI feature completely eliminates that problem. You can give 100% of your attention to leading the meeting because you know every single detail is being captured automatically. No more mental juggling act. No more choosing between being present and documenting everything. Plus, think about accountability. When the AI automatically captures action items and assigns them to specific people, there's no more confusion about who's supposed to do what. Everyone gets a clear list of their responsibilities. This alone will probably save you hours of follow-up emails and check-ins. And here's something most people don't think about. These AI generated notes become a searchable database of all your meetings. So 6 months from now, when you're trying to remember what was decided in that strategy meeting, you can just search your Google Drive and find exactly what you need. The accuracy on this thing is honestly impressive. It's not perfect, but it's way better than most people's handwritten notes. The AI understands context, so it knows the difference between important decisions and casual conversation. It focuses on the stuff that actually matters. One thing that's really cool is how this integrates with the rest of Google Workspace. The meeting notes automatically show up in your Google Drive, they're attached to your calendar events, and they're searchable across your entire workspace. This means you can actually use Google Search to find specific meetings or decisions from months ago. Just type in a few keywords, and boom, you'll find exactly what you're looking for. This turns your meeting history into a powerful business intelligence tool. The suggested next steps feature is particularly powerful for project management. Instead of having action items scattered across different apps and platforms, everything is captured in one place. You can even assign tasks directly from the Google Doc if you're using Google's task management features. For agencies and service businesses, this is especially valuable because you can share these detailed meeting notes with clients. It shows professionalism and ensures everyone is on the same page about project scope and deliverables. No more he said, she said situations. What I love about this Google Meet feature is that it's not trying to replace human intelligence, it's augmenting it. You're still the one making decisions and having conversations. The AI is just handling the busy work of capturing and organizing everything. And unlike some AI tools that require a steep learning curve, this one is incredibly simple to use. You literally just click a button and it works. There's no complex setup or configuration required. The cost savings alone make this worth using if you're already on a business plan. Think about how much time you spend taking meeting notes or how much you pay someone to do it. This AI does it better and faster than any human could. Plus, the notes are more objective than human notes. We all have biases and tend to focus on different things. The AI captures everything equally, so you get a more complete picture of what actually happened in the meeting. I predict that within the next year, this kind of AI note taking will become standard in every business meeting. The companies that adopt it early will have a significant advantage in terms of productivity and organization. If you want to stay ahead of these AI trends and learn how to implement them in your business, you need to be part of a community that's sharing the latest strategies. That's exactly what we do in the AI Profit Boardroom. We have over 1,000 members who are already using these tools, to scale their businesses and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. And if you're serious about growing your business with AI and SEO, you should book a free SEO strategy session with my team. We'll show you exactly how to use AI tools like this Google Meet feature as part of a comprehensive growth strategy. You can find the link in the comments and description. The bottom line is this: Google just handed you an AI assistant for all your meetings. If you're already on a Google Workspace business plan, it's included, it's incredibly easy to use, and it can save you hours every single week. There's literally no reason not to start using this today. In the AI Money Lab, we have an SOP and process for implementing this and tons of other AI tools. You'll get access to over 100 different tutorials and use cases, plus a community of 19,000 members who are all sharing their AI automation strategies. The value we provide there is insane, and you can see exactly what you get with our checklist of tutorials that we give away as freebies every single day. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know if you're going to try this Google Meet feature. And if you found this helpful, hit that like button and subscribe for more AI updates that can transform your business. Remember, while other business owners are still taking notes by hand, you'll be using AI to capture everything automatically. That's the kind of competitive advantage that separates successful entrepreneurs from everyone else. The future of business is AI powered and is happening right now. Don't get left behind. Today, I'm going to show you a brand new Google AI agent that I've built, which can essentially create avatar images like you can see right here. So this is my avatar picture of me with OpenAI's Crispy Crisp. So I actually created a video out of it as well. I'll show you how to automate that in a second as well. I'm giving the full workflow away for free, so you get the templates as well today. If we play this avatar video, for example, and you can see what it looks like.
I can't believe I found these OpenAI Crispy Crisps. They're my absolute favorite.
Play that back in 1x speed.
I can't believe I found these OpenAI Crispy Crisps.
They look delicious, by the way, don't they, those crisps?
They're my absolute favorite. I can't believe.
Now, if you want to automate this, basically you see how I've done it. So essentially what we're doing here is we have this NA10 automation where eventually on the outputs here, we get the avatar image that looks like this using OpenAI's Crispy Crisp. So you can change this to whatever, automation or ads you're trying to create, but basically it's going to take a form and then plug it through this workflow. I'll show you how that works in a second. And then additionally, what you can actually do is take the image output from here. So this is an image generator using Google's new Nano Banana. And then from here, we can get an output like this video here using this workflow to automate the video as well. And so we've got an AI image generator, and then we have another agent that takes that image generated by Nano Banana and plugs it through a new workflow where we can automatically create a video ad as well. And again, if you want to get all of this stuff for free, you can get it inside the AI Money Lab, link in the comments description. Go to the classroom, then go down to free NA10 automation templates, and boom shakalaka. I've given you both resources today so you can import workflows into NA10 if you want to get access, right? So let me show you how this works. Essentially what we've got here is an on-form submission, and that's going to turn whatever products you come up with into an ad, right? Now, you can do this in two ways. When you're running this, let me show you an example of what we did previously on the executions here. So if you want to see previous examples of what we built, let's take a look at this one. All right. So when we uploaded this, for example, this was actually a thumbnail. You can see here. So this is a picture of me where I've uploaded the image into the workflow. And then on the outputs here, we've generated this avatar video of me advertising kind of like a UGC ad of OpenAI's Crispy Crisps. And essentially what I did here is I went onto form submissions, execute workflow over here. That's going to pop up a form, and then we're going to plug in the image that we want to use. So let me just take here, see what we've got. All right, so let's say, for example, we had an image like this one here. Well, we could upload that into our NA10 workflow and then use that to generate the avatar image or video. Now, the other way that you can do it is you can go onto like Gemini, or you can take a product image that you already have and then plug it through this workflow too. So for example, if we switch to images over here, and let's say, for example, we wanted to come up with a male model that we could use inside. So we could say, right, male model for an advert, something like that, or female, whatever, and then you can go from here. Professor Daly says, for important steps, can you state it again? Yeah, let me know which steps you need me to show you. But essentially, in this process that we're using right here, so we've got the male model generated using Nano Banana. We're on step one, so you haven't missed anything. We're running through this from literally from the start, right? And then if we go back to our form, let's pull this up. So this is the UGC ad generator. We're going to take that image that we just downloaded. And then here you would just tell it what you want, right? So for example, let's say it was a man advertising skincare products, something like that, right? So you can just type in skincare products here. And then you can see that's now generating with Google Drive. So that's going to upload to Google Drive. It's going to analyze the image, right? So it's actually going to use ChatGPT 4.0 to analyze the image. And basically that's going to return the character name and everything like that. From here, we've got an image prompt generator. Then we're going to send that over to OpenRouter to generate the image, right? So that's actually running it through OpenRouter to generate the image with Nano Banana. And whilst we're waiting for that, Professor Daly says, thank you so much. What's the big picture of what we're doing here? Also, last name rhymes. Really perfect. Thanks so much. Yeah, so the big picture here is you can automate ads in one click using avatars and Google, right? And so if you want to automate image ads, you can. If you want to automate banners for social media, you could, right? If you want to automate creatives for any social media platform, you can now. And if you want to automate video ads or any type of video, then you can do that using this process. And that's the big picture, essentially. So it's going to save you time. It's going to save you money hiring models, photographers, and that sort of thing. And then also it's going to create something that's basically production level quality without having to go into a studio. So if we go over here, let's see what this, you never know what's going to come out here, but let's have a look and see what we got. So now we have the image of the guy on the output. And if we go back here on form submission, what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to change this now. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to rerun this. And I'm going to say image description. And then we'll run through the steps in a minute. But I basically just want to show you how this works. All right. So whilst that's running, let me show you how this works step by step. So essentially here, we've got the number one, which is a trigger workflow, right? To set this up, you just need to set up a form submission trigger. Now you can see we've got the authentication as none, UGC ad generator, form description, generate UGC ad from image description, and then image description is text element type, right? And so we're using that to generate the upload our file. And then from there, that's actually going to upload to Google Drive. So that's the next step in the process. Now I've used my Google Drive credentials to log in here. We're using file, upload as the operation, image, and that's going to go over to my drive and image. All right. So it's going to take the image that we've uploaded here. And then we can upload that and then send this over here. All right. So once you've uploaded the image and send it to Google Drive, then it's going to analyze the image over here. All right. So in the analyze the image section, we can now use that to start generating our outputs. Okay. Now, in the meantime, before we go into that, let me show you this as well. So here's the other way you can use this. So if we execute this step, we can also describe like what we want to do using another image. So let's analyze the image now. Basically, that's going to analyze the image and just basically tell us like what's in this image, analyze the given image, determine if it primarily runs, etc. And then from here, we've got the image prompt generator, right? So inside that image prompt generator, it's going to say your task create an image guided by your system guidelines. And then it's going to take that image that we created earlier and just basically describe it, all right? Now, if you're wondering, okay, what are the system instructions here? So for the system message, we've got the role, AI prompt builder, purpose, given an image, URL or product info, write one short natural description for an AI image video generator to use in this app. If it's vague, place a product with a person in a fitting everyday setting. Style not given, use casual realism, blah, blah, blah. And then you got all the information here, right? Basically what we're trying to do here is create something where we actually vary the gender and everything else and the age each time. And then we use this to generate ads for our product. So from here, that's going to create an image prompt. So for example, let's create the prompt of young man, black skin, dark brown hair, wearing a black. And that's going to send over here. And this is using a structured output parser, right? So you can see it's actually taking the image prompt from the output and structuring that so that we can send it to our next part of the workflow, which is over here. So if we have a look at these previous executions that we ran, for example, like this one, let me show you what we uploaded originally. So we uploaded this image right here. And for the form description, you can see the details over here, plugged it in. That uploaded the file to Google Drive, like you can see. Then we analyze the image, and there we go. All right. Some people are asking, like, is this an MCP? It's not an MCP. It's just creating images based on other images, right? So that's basically how the agent works. Is it takes that image original and then plugs it through this workload to create something better. So we can see an example here. We're running it through OpenAI. Once we've done that, it's going to generate the image prompt. So you see here, it says a joyful young man with short, dark brown hair, wearing a bright red t-shirt, blah, blah, blah. And it uses that to create the image. And then it's going to send it over to OpenRouter to create the image, right? So we're using chat completions, our OpenRouter account, send-in headers using the fields below, so content type and application JSON. And then inside the JSON, you can see what we're using here to generate the image, right? Now we're using Google AI Studio and the latest version of Google, which is Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just came out, so it's a brand new update, but it does help a lot with generating better quality images. And then from here, we can just edit the fields, right? So inside this edit field section, this basically takes the data, the base, etc., and runs that through the workflow. Now, once that's done, if there's an error, it's going to send it over here. And if it's worked, so you can see true or false, right? If it's false, then it sends it through the form and then loop background to upload to Google Drive. If it actually works, then it'll convert it to a file, right? So it's taking the string and then turning it into a file. So that's basically how it works step by step throughout the whole process. Pretty simple and easy. But if you don't want to set this up yourself, then just get the JSON file from me, right? And so you can see here, we have a form submission. That's step number 1. We upload the file to Google Drive. Number 2, step number 3, we analyze the image, create a prompt from that image, send it over to Nano Banana, generate the image and convert it to a file. That's basically how it works step by step. This is another example of an image we generated as well using this process. You can see here, essentially, we've got an alien eating crisps, like you can see. That uploads it to Google Drive. We generate prompt, blah, blah, blah. Pretty simple. And then you can just change the prompt to generate whatever sort of character you want as well. So that's it for step number 1. That is the AI ads generator when it comes to images. And then from here, what you can actually do is run this through this workflow, like you can see, to generate any sort of videos that you want. So we'll come on to that in a second. And essentially what we've got over here is the next part of the workflow. So this is for generating videos, right? So for example, here, this video was generated using the same process, and it's really simple and easy to do. So let me show you how this works step by step. So essentially here, if you want to create a video like this, what you can do is you can take the image that you want to create a video about and run this workflow, right? And what this is going to do is if we click on execute workflow here, it's another trigger. So we just upload the brand asset and the campaign brief of whatever we want to show. So let's say, for example, we have an alien, right? So we're going to upload that alien. And then inside here, we're going to say, okay, alien talking about his life on a spaceship. All right. We're going to hit submit like so. You can change the mood as well if you want to. And what this is going to do is, again, it's going to upload the file to Google Drive. Then it's going to use our brand strategy agent to come up with some ideas and a creative director as well to help with that script and the generation. Once that's done, we're then going to have a production specialist who actually comes up with the script and everything else, which I'll show you in a second. And then this is going to send it over to FAL. Now, FAL, if you've never been on there before,
Basically, it's a website where you can generate videos automatically using the APIs, right? So you have all these different APIs directly in the explore section. Like you can see, you can use 11 Labs. Basically, it's kind of like Open Router for media, which means that it can generate media pretty quickly and easily using this process over here. And so if we look through the list here, you see all these different media that you can use. But the one that you want to use if you're using image to video is you want to use Layer 3, and then just make sure that you select image to video. Now, the best is actually fast image to video because it'll be cheaper and faster for you, right? Now, once that's done, it's then going to wait before it actually generates a video, right? Because it's going to take a couple of minutes for the AI to generate the video if they are free, which means that we have to wait a couple of minutes before we can download the brand video, if that makes sense, right? So you can see here how it's been running for 2 minutes because we're waiting for this to finish running, right? And so this is set up to wait for 2 minutes, and you can see we're on 1 minute 30 here, right? So it's not going to run the rest of the workflow until this waiting bit has finished. So basically, you can send an image over here, create an ad automatically, wait for Veo 3 to generate, go off and do some work or whatever, come back in a couple of minutes and make a tea. It will download the brand video and actually archive it and upload it to Google Drive once that's done. So you can see that's now generated like so. And if we go to download brand video, we have the output here. Another day, and this is the alien that we've generated here. Right. So let's play this.
Another day, another. Earthlings and their selfies. Quite the odd ritual, don't you think? Still, there's a certain charm to their quirks.
So that alien was generated from this work, and we literally just uploaded the image, and then it created a full video, then generated the step by step. The bit that didn't work here is the file data, but I wouldn't even worry about it. Like what you can actually do is if you want to take this like so, just grab that, this here, and then let's see if that works. So for the Google Drive bit, you actually don't, guys. But yeah, you can see how this works step by step. Now, some people are asking, okay, like, why use Google Drive? Why ChatGPT or 4.0, etc.? N810 workflows are as, I'm not going to be SEO to tell you should use Google Drive or you should use Box or anything like that. Whatever applications you, right? So my goal with these workflows is to give you something that you can just basically steal from me. And then if you want to adapt that, change it to whatever apps you prefer, then feel free. Like that's exactly how it works step by step. So if you want to know, okay, how do you build this? We have the trigger here of brand asset input. To do that, all you do is you would just add a new module inside here, and you would add a trigger, right? So you add node, form, click on triggers, new N810 form event, and that's how you add this module. And again, you can see the settings inside here. So you can see authentication, form title, and that's Professor Daly says, "Yeah, truly a business leader. Appreciate you." And then you got the form title as well here, so you can change the name of the form if you want to. Takes the brand assets, etc. You can change it, etc. So let's try another one now, just while I'm explaining it, just to make it more fun. And so, for example, here this kind of looks like a watch advert, to be honest. So I'm going to take this over here, click on execute workflow, and I take image that we just generated. Again, you can automatically create these using the process I just showed before. Then from here, inside the campaign brief, we can say, okay, man, advertising brand. What called Watch Legends? Or you like action movie character, something like that. And then you can add inside the mood here as well, like adrenaline, action. Then we're going to hit submit like so. The main thing to show you here is that when you're running this, you can be very, very flexible in terms of the outputs you want, right? So this works for pretty much any brand, product, any different situation that you want to generate a video for. You can create multiple videos and stitch them together as well. And because you're inserting an image here, you're going to have character consistency each time you run the work. Because if you loop it again, or if you generate multiple outputs with the same video, then you've got character consistency. Why? Because you're starting off with the same character, right? So whilst that's waiting to load here, if we go back to brand asset input, details, and then store brand asset. So taking that image, we're going to store it on Google Drive, file, upload brand asset, and take the file name, etc. And then my drive on A10, which is where I'm storing, right? But you can store it anywhere you want. Now, the other thing I want to note here as well is like if you need help with this sort of stuff, then join the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside the AI Profit Boardroom, we actually do weekly coaching masterclasses on NA10. We have a full course on how to use NA10 in the NA10 templates and workflow section here. And then also inside the community, you can ask for any help and support. You can also DM me, direct message me anytime you need help as well. So it's the best place to get there. Professor Daly says, I'm in, just joined, appreciate you joining. If you're wondering, okay, where do you start once you joined? Start right here on the Start Here post. Introduce yourself. If you're starting from scratch, you can start with the 6-week masterclass. And if you're feeling overwhelmed, we actually have our overwhelm protocol here so that you can save time and stay 100% focused. This document right here shows you exactly how to avoid feeling overwhelmed. So feel free to join that. We have 5 weekly coaching calls. So you can jump on coaching calls, ask any questions you have, get help and support whenever. So and then from here, you can see this brand strategy agent. So we're taking all the inputs from Google Drive, and then we're using this to create the visual elements, the personality, even the storytelling, the campaign, and opportunity for this as well. Right? And so with this process here, what we've designed is a workflow where we can take that image, get the AI to analyze it based on our brief, and then step by step just create every single part. Now from here, what we can also do is we've got the creative director and we have the specialist. So let me show you step by step how that works. So when it comes to this process here, we have the creative director. And basically with this, we're analyzing the brand, visual elements, personality, etc., and using that to generate like a UGC style, right? So UGC is usually very authentic. It works really well with AI as well because it's very convincing, and that creates a great ad. And then we've got the AI specialist over here. With the AI production specialist, what we're essentially doing is using this whole process here to just create something interesting, and then we're going to generate brand, using FAL is that API that we use, generate videos using Bayo 3, and it's the best way I've seen to generate videos step by step. Now, if you want to see more examples of how I've generated this as well, you can see some examples here. So, for example, this was a stormtrooper playing the banjo. So you don't have to create an ad. You can create like some just cool viral videos using this process. You can see the examples of the avatar generation here as well. We even have an example of me holding this book and then talking about the book and that sort of thing. So let's play that.
About a book that has genuinely changed the way. Hey everyone, today I want to talk to you about a book that has genuinely changed the way I approach building connections online.
And so that sends it up to FAL. We wait 2 minutes, we download the brand video, and then we upload it to Google Drive like this. So really powerful workflow. Professor Daly says, user generate content. Can you elaborate, please? Yeah, so with user generate content, what this means is kind of like a vlog style, right? So you've got different ways of creating content. And one of the best ways, I think, when it comes to like a sort of usability perspective is generating like user generated stuff, which means like it kind of feels like a vlog, if that makes sense. I want to show you some more examples here. So let me find an example here.
I used to struggle with my.
All right. So here's an example of UGC versus non-UGC. All right. And this is kind of all included inside the same workflow.
So, for example, here, this is kind of like UGC, right? So he's pulling up the phone, he's creating the content himself, he's talking directly to the camera, and it feels like a blog, right? So that's what UGC is when it comes to that stuff. And then if we play this, you can see an example,
Are you
right? And then this is more like kind of a movie style or advert style, right? Where you've got a guy laughing, he's with his friends, the camera is very professional, the lighting is professional, etc.
used to struggle with my skin, but
This is
finding
this again is not UGC because it's not on a phone, he's not recording it himself.
the right routine has given me
And then this is still again not UGC, right? So that's a big difference between them and how it works step by step. So this is basically how it works, people, how to use it, how to set it up, etc. If you ever have any issues with running the workflow, and
Sharing this has been a journey.
here's another example of UGC. But if you ever have any problems running the workflow and that sort of thing, then just test it step by step. But also, you've got to be careful as well because, for example, when you're running this, sometimes the APIs don't work, right? APIs can let you down. No one really tells you that on YouTube videos. But when it comes to these APIs, like sometimes, for example, Bear3 can break, or Nano Banana can break. So it's just something to be aware of as well. It's like if you have a problem and it's the API specifically is that module, for example, posting to file, then just try rerunning the workflow. And sometimes that works as well. So here's another example of UGC. This is again the same product, but this time we've used a female.
Sharing this has been a journey, but look, my skin feels so much better now.
So that's more like UGC style. She's holding the camera, etc. So that's basically how it works step by step. If you want to get all the workflows from today, feel free to get it inside the AI Money Lab. Link in the comments description. If you go to the classroom over here, then you're going to scroll down, click on free NA10 automation templates. And from here, you've got all these different templates. We also have, for example, workflows for podcasts, Nano Banana image generators, personalized newsletter agents, etc. You get all this stuff for free inside the AI Money Lab. If you need help, if you need support, if you want to connect with me personally, then join the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside there, we have an awesome community of people trying to help each other. One of the biggest problems with like free groups is, sometimes you get scammers or the quality is not that good. Some people are giving you advice and they've never done it before, etc. And the great thing about the AI Profit Boardroom is it just filters out serious builders, people who are serious about growing their business, saving time, making money with AI, etc. And so that's why we've built the AI Profit Boardroom. It just connects people who are really serious about automating and scaling their business with AI. And then also inside the classroom here, you get access to all these different courses, like you can see, including our best NA10 templates and workflows. There's a lot more automation stuff like there that are going to help you. And then also, you can see that we've got a 6-week masterclass if you've never done this before, if you're struggling. And then additionally, you've got all these social media, email and content automations, the playbook that I use for my business personally, an agency course for landing clients, and then we have like a YouTube course as well and an AI SEO course. So anything AI related, you're going to find inside Classroom. And then additionally here inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you can jump on these weekly coaching calls. We have 5 per week. And if you can't make them, you can watch them back. So thanks so much for watching. Professor Daly says, fantastic class. I look forward to seeing you in the AI Profit Boardroom. Great work. Your business is leading the pack. Appreciate you too. Thanks for all the questions and helping out today. If anyone is here watching and you want to become a client, typically we charge like $2,000 per automation. So if you are thinking about becoming a client, you want to hire us to do this stuff for you, maybe you want to save hundreds of hours, you're a busy entrepreneur, etc., then you can book in a call here. On that call, we're going to look at where you spend your time, what systems you need to build to save that time and automate stuff, and then we'll go off and implement it if you hire us. All right. So feel free to book in that call. It's completely free if you want to book it in, but it is about becoming a client, just being 100% transparent. So see you on the next one. Cheers for watching. Thank you. Bye bye. Today we have the brand new update from Google, which allows you to build apps ridiculously easy. You don't even need a brain to be able to use this bad boy. I'll show you exactly how it works. But essentially, you can see here, I've got this photo editing app that I literally just built in one click. It's incredibly easy. And this is all for free, right? Using AI Studio. Now, the amazing thing about this is it also uses AI inside the apps that you build. So you can see, for example, here, we're using Google's Nano Banana image editing app, right? So we're not just creating images, we're actually editing them using this process. You basically create like your own version of Photoshop almost using the process that I'm about to show you today. It is absolutely wild what you can do here. And I'm also going to give you 50 different prompts that you can use along with this side by side so that you can start using this too. Now, if you want to see exactly how it works, let me show you how to do this. But first of all, I want to show you that it does actually work, right? So for example, if we duplicate this and we'll just refresh the page, like I'm going to go to AI Studio, like you can see here. And then we've got the code assistant. So this is where we can actually build out the code over here if we want to add new features, for example, add a reset button, that sort of stuff. And then over here, we can insert our image. So if we click on here, then we're going to upload the thumbnail from today, for example. Then we're going to say, okay, make the background yellow, right? And you can use this as a free editing app using Nano Banana's API. And then we're going to scroll down here and we've got the original image. So this is taking the image from the image that I've uploaded here. And then you can see full screen. We've got the example here. By the way, if you want to zoom in, zoom out, you can press Command and plus or Command and minus. If you want to reset, press Command and 0. And then from here, you can start using this to edit your photos, right? So you see here, we've got the original image. They use Nano Banana, Google's Nano Banana API. I haven't paid for this, completely free, to build out this app that actually works. It's insane. Now, if you want to learn exactly how to use this stuff, we've actually got tons of training like you see inside the AI Money Lab, link in the comments description. And then from here, you can see the video notes. And we also have some other automations so you can actually do where it's one click sort of image editing and image creation, along with 50 different image generation ideas with prompts that you can use to generate this stuff, right? So for example, here, API only came out when? Like last week, right? About 7 or 8 days ago. So to have this incorporated directly into AI Studio, it is completely new. This is a novel thing. This has only just come across, right? So for example, here, you can type in your prompt here. So you're going to go to aistudio.google.com. Then you're going to go to build on the left-hand side here. There is a chat feature here. It's not as good for building stuff, right? You can use Nano Banana in there, but again, not as good as going to build down here. And then you can type in this or use whatever prompt you want from the AI Money Lab. You could also take, for example, these app ideas. So you could copy them. Then you could go over to ChatGPT, right? And you can say, okay, based on what you know about me, give me some app ideas like these that would be really good for me personally. And the only person in the world that's actually going to know that stuff is like your mum and ChatGPT, but your mum doesn't build apps probably. So your ChatGPT can, and that's what we're using to come up with these ideas. So for example, like an AI blog post generator, backlink visualizer, cert meme generator, etc. Right? And it's really simple and easy to do. Now, once you've done that, you can go into AI Studio in the build section, hit enter like so, run the prompt, boom shakalaka, you're ready to go. Now, if we go back to that app that we actually built a second ago, and whilst this is building out, we can wait for that in the background. Over here, we've got the new app that we're building. And what you can actually do is you can download that app, right? So some people were asking me the other day, like, how do you export this stuff? You can export it like, and if you do that, like you see over here, you've actually got the app ready to go. So if we click on that, we've got all the files directly here. Now, I'm not 100% sure if this is going to work. One thing we could try is we can open that up. But the other thing we could do here is if we want to host it, you can just go to netlify.com. So you can go to netlify.com. You can add a new project, import an existing project, try Netlify drop, grab that folder, like plug that bad boy into Netlify, right? So grab that. And then we're going to drag it over to Netlify like so. And that should upload. All right, so we can upload and host our files on a subdomain, like you can see right here. And it doesn't cost anything to host it on a subdomain. But then if you actually want to test out, try it, etc., then you would host that on a real domain later. The other thing you could do is just tell AI Studio to put it into a format that you can host. If you need more help on that, just join the AI Profit Board and we'll help you out. Now, what we're doing here is we are building out the app. So this is a meme app that we've plugged into Gemini to start building this out. That's creating the preview. Boom, it works straight away, right? Then from here, we can upload our cat photo, we can add the text, bottom left, etc., and the preview, right? So if we wanted to, let's start off with a picture of a cat, right? So we're gonna go into Google here, see what we got. Let's have a look at the images. see what we wanted to create. All right, so for example, like this, let's say we wanted to create that. So what we can do over here is go to Google Gemini. Then we're going to flick on tools and then we're going to create images. Again, this is free. I'm just going to show you how you could use this stuff. You don't have to create cat memes, but obviously you would make the world a better place if you did. And then from here, we can say, okay, with a birthday cake and one candle looking grumpy. All right. Now, if you actually want to see how like to use this stuff in a real life example, just join the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside there, essentially, we have this community, 1,200 builders who are actually building stuff and creating stuff that's actually going to grow their business, right? Obviously, cat meme generators, not the best business use case, but if you want to learn how to use this stuff properly to really make money, scale your business, and save a lot of time, then join the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. So from here, we've got the grumpy cat. We're going to download that. All right, so we've downloaded that image. Then we're going to go over here and we'll just check if this works. It might not work, but let's test it out. So the image works straight away, which is great. Let's see if we can recreate this. So I just wanted to eat cake. Boom. There we go. So we've got the top text and then Human lit it on fire. And we could delete that and make that nicer. And then boom, look at that. We've actually created a nicer meme than the original, to be honest, using AI. All right, so if we scroll down here, this is the original image. This one is better. It's way better. I'm creating better memes than most of the internet, let's be honest. And then you can download that meme, you can open it up, and all of a sudden, mate, you just created yourself a free app using AI in the space of 1 minute that creates better memes than the original. Essentially, you can see the power of this and how easy it is to start building out this stuff. What we got here, Brooke, shout out from New Zealand. That's what we're talking about. Shout out to New Zealand. I don't know if you ever used to watch it, but Flight of the Conchords. Great series from the New Zealand. I actually have a mate who lives on my floor at the place I stay, and he is from New Zealand as well. Great people, great people. Let me know where else we've got people streaming from. It'd be interesting to see who we've got worldwide. Let me know in the comments. So essentially, you can see how we can build out these cat meme generators or app editors. We can create image creators like we've just done here, or image editors like we did over here. And you can do this in one single click. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't need to be able to code. Like, how crazy is that? It blows my mind. Now, also, you can edit these apps. So we could say, for example, add save image. And what you actually see here on the left-hand side inside the coding section is that it recommends different features that you can use directly for your app, right? So not only do you not have to code, not only do you get this for free, not only can it edit images and do it better than the originals, but also you can add new features and you don't even have to think about what features you need to add because it's going to come up with those directly inside the chat here. So for example, here we could add a reset button. We could plug that prompt in. It comes up with the prompt for us. We don't need to touch it. And then it's using Gemini 2.5 Pro to develop that app and add the new UI element that's going to include the reset button. Pretty amazing too. And you can also do this side by side. So you can code each of these side by side as you go along. That's really simple as well. We could add a font size slider here as well, and then just code two things at the same time. So we've got the cat meme generator with a new font editing feature. And then also inside the AI Studio over here, we have the add-in functionality for the reset feature. Boom. All right. Now, if you like Nano Banana, you can do this next one as well. So we actually have an automation that creates like images and videos in one click too. So as an example of that, let me pull this up. You can actually get the JSON for free inside the AI Money Lab. So you can just grab the free JSON files here that you can import into NA10. But if you go over to NA10 over here, and then we're going to open up a new workflow. There we go. Let's go to my workflows over here. And once that is loaded, like you can see over here, we've got, for example, like a nano image generator. Or for example, we have an ad generator using Nano as well. And you can download these for free inside the AI Money Lab. So for example, here we can test this one out. Let's have a look at this. So this is an image to video generator. Let's take a look at this bad boy. So that's one example of what you could do. And then let's keep scrolling down here. This one is one of my favorites, actually. Let's go here. So with this one, what you can actually do is you can upload an image, and then what it's going to do is create a video ad based on that image, right? So you can see here, it takes a brand asset input, plugs it through Google Drive. You get 3 different agents to create it. It's going to create a video. then it's going to pump out the video and download it over here. So if you want to see an example of that previously, right? So if we go to executions, you can see previous examples here. And if we scroll down, let's see what we got. For example, like this, we'll pull this up. And you can see this is a video generated from an image using this workflow as well. Nano Banana is actually free for the weekend. I know for some people, the weekend is still ending right now when I'm doing this live stream at the time of this recording. So you can still jump on this, but you can see here, for example, we created this kind of advert style trailer using the AI avatar. So this is the AI avatar, and he's using the product over here, using this process via NA10. So what you do essentially is when you're running it, you're going to run it through here, plug it into the brand strategy agent. The creative director is going to edit it. The production specialist is going to edit it. And then it's going to run through this workflow. And then essentially what you end up with is an image like you can see over here.
I used to struggle with my skin.
And that includes audio and a voiceover as well. Pretty cool. Here's another one. Let's pull this one up. So this is another avatar video that we generated using this automation. And then if we play this, she's actually speaking right now. Obviously, I'm not going to play that on the live stream because the sound won't be good. But you can see here how you can create these sort of mini adverts using a combination of Nano Banana and then running it through this workflow to create a video as well. Again, if you want the free automation for this, it's inside the AI profit boardroom along with all of these prompts. And this is all free stuff, right? The final thing that you could do as well is you could just generate images with one click inside NA10 too. Let me show you an example of that. So if we pull up, might be this one. Let's have a look. So if we go inside here and we'll say, okay, cat eating a banana. Basically what this is going to do is use Google Gemini chat model, which is Nano Banana, and then generate an image and convert and download it over here, right? You can see how the AI agent is coming up with a prompt. That's going to run it through this workflow. We're going to download that over here. And then it's converting the file. And then if we go over here, we've got the image of the cat eating the banana. Really simple and easy to generate using this workflow. And you can download that as well and import it into NA10, like you can see down here. So it's pretty amazing what you could do with Gemini. I think honestly, it's probably the best API in the world right now to code with, especially since Nano Banana just came out. It's what we're using pretty much for everything coding related, just because Gemini is just so consistent. And you can use all of these processes to build like your own coding agent using Google directly. And then you can see here as well, inside the chat, you can also generate images for free. So if you select Nano Banana inside aistudio.google.com, for example, say generate an image of a banana wearing a costume, and then over here, it generates the image like so. Really cool stuff. The other cool thing here is if we go back to the start, you can actually see what other people are creating as well. So you've got a list of your apps that you've built. For example, the cat meat generator. These apps are saved, so we can always come back to them if we have recent changes that we want to make. We can go to showcase as well. Now, so also some people will use Firebase for this stuff too, but also you can share the app. So if you click on share over here, this will generate a URL that you can share with people. And if you hit publish like so, that's now shareable, published to everyone on the web. And so now if we click on this, you can see that we can share that app with other people. I will put it inside the video notes from today, inside the AI Money Lab. So if you want to get that, you can. So that's shareable and you can use it for free. And then also what we can do over here is if we close that, we can share the photo editor too. So I'm going to hit save. And you can see it's now got the reset button that we coded into the app, which is great. We're just going to hit publish on that. And then we can make that shareable too. So if you want a free image editing app, you've got it like there. And then also one of the things that I want to show you here is one thing that would be really useful for me that I use every single day pretty much is I can say YouTube thumbnail generator, escape dimensions, no text, attention grabbing, clickbait stuff. All right. We'll enter like so. And again, we can just build out that app as well. And that's actually something that a lot of people watching will probably use every single day. So wait for that to load. So you can code it. You can see it coding out here. It's building out different project files on the right-hand side with the chat on the left and the progress here. So it also runs through a checklist and it ticks everything up as it goes along. You can see how quick and fast it is. That's the other thing I like about Gemini is it's really quick and easy to use too. And then we should have the thumbnail generator like, right? So if we enter the prompts for our thumbnail, I'm just going to say, okay, AI robot looking shot whilst typing on a laptop. I'll put rainbow colors, something like that, just to see what it's capable of. Again, we've only built this in one click, but it's pretty cool. And there we go. That's our YouTube thumbnail ready to go. You could say, okay, make it sleek and photorealistic. There we go. So that's your thumbnail ready to go. You could as well put, let's try this. Add text. Google Gemini is insane. I don't know if it's going to add the text because I put inside the instructions. Don't do that. But let's see if it does it. There we go. Look at that. That's pretty cool. And then we can say, okay, we'll change it from photorealistic to neon futuristic style. The other thing I like about building with Nano Banana is that when you're using the API, it just feels like a lot more, it feels a lot faster, right? Whereas if you're generating, even on the paid API, if you're generating images using chat, it can take so long, sometimes 2 minutes for one single image. Whereas in that space of time, you could build out an app and generate an image using Google AI Studio and the Gemini coder here. So there we go. We've got the image. That thumbnail will probably do quite well on YouTube, to be honest. It's really easy and simple to create. You know, if you had a team, you can now share this app with the team as well. So let me make that public. We'll copy that. We'll plug it into the image. Put the details here. Image creation app or YouTube thumbnail creation app. All right. And just to recap here, we've done a lot. What I've shown you today is how to build apps for free inside Google Gemini, how to plug in any prompt you want and build whatever you want. We've also built a photo editor app, a cat meme generator app, an image editing app, and also a YouTube thumbnail creation app. We got Marinella from Italy. Ciao to you. And then inside here, I've shown you how to download and host it. You can also deploy this directly inside here. So I think you would load that as a Google Cloud project, and then you can host it on Google Cloud if you want to. I've also shown you how to automate images using Nano Banana inside NA10. And I've given you 50 different prompts of different apps you can build using Gemini Coder, along with the free templates and APIs so that you can build your own apps directly inside NA10 and create images or videos or ads directly using that process as well. She says, hi, good to see you here. And yeah, there's also a video tutorial showing you step-by-step exactly how to set up. So that's all inside the AI Money Lab. If you want the video notes from today, along with the links and everything else, then you go to the AI Money Lab, go to Classroom, and then go to New Automations. And then you'll see New Gemini Coder on the left-hand side down here. All right. And then you can see exactly everything you need to know. Now, inside this community as well, you can connect with 24,500 people. We're constantly dropping new trainings, as you can see inside the community here, very active. And then also inside the classroom, you get access to all of these different trainings, like you can see, along with some of my best NA10 automations completely for free. Look at that, including the browser use agent, Google AI avatars, Loveborn NA10 automations, outbound calls agents, and 1,000 different NA10 templates so you can just use directly here, along with a podcast AI agent as well. So that's all for free inside the Money Lab, link in the comments description. And then if you want to connect with me personally, the only place I really connect with people personally is inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We also run 5 weekly live coaching calls per week. So you can jump on those calls, ask any questions you have, that sort of thing. Inside the community here, we're running giveaways. We have tons of different people posting and just helping each other and learning and growing from each other. You can see, for example, I actually posted on here today, give you some ideas on this stuff. Yeah, loads of cool stuff in there. And then also inside the classroom here, if you don't know where to start, a lot of people are like, I'm a total beginner. I don't know where to start. Maybe I need to be technical to join this. You don't need to be technical to join this. It's built for anyone at any stage, right? So if you're a beginner, totally fine. You could just learn from the 6-week AI Automation Masterclass and learn all the fundamentals from scratch so that you have the right knowledge in place for building with AI however you want to. However, if you have something specific in mind, for example, like maybe you want to create videos like I do with AI, you can learn from the processes directly inside the AI Profit Boardroom social media video automation section over here, right? Additionally, we have inside the AI Profit Boardroom our foundations and getting started and that sort of thing. And then we have our best NA10 templates and workflows. And these are all categorized into different sections here. So you can see video-based templates, scraping, social media, audio-based templates, email, outbound and inbound emails, website templates, AI personal assistant templates, and just a random bunch of other stuff directly here as well. Additionally, what else have we got? If you're an agency, for us, we have a lot of AI automation clients. So we basically teach the whole process inside this section here. So inside the agency course, step by step, you can see exactly how to get more clients. And then if we scroll down, we do have, let's have a look here. Inside the YouTube section, we have a whole section on like how to grow a YouTube channel, just like I have using this YouTube course here. And it's okay, week 1, you do this, week 2, you do that, etc. Onworld says, I'm in. Shout out to you. Arshit says, I will learn. Good for you. Hope to see you inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And just to recap, yeah, here's everything you get. So hope to see you in there. And if you're just like, Julian, I don't want to do any of this stuff, but I do want to jump on a call with you or your team to figure out, okay, how can we implement this business? Maybe you want to become a client of ours, right? You can book in a free AI automation session on this call. Step by step, we're going to analyze where you spend your time, right? Where do you spend your time right now so that we can figure out, okay, what's the one biggest constraint that if you solved right now would 5 or 10x your business and save you a lot of time? So that's step number 1. Step number 2 is we figure out, okay, what is the best automation to build right now for your business that's going to save you hundreds of hours. And we do this all with you. And then the final step is if you hire us to do this, then on that call, we're going to go off and implement this for you. Now, typically, per automation is about $1,500 or $2,000 for automation. But if you're just like a busy entrepreneur, you don't have time to implement this stuff yourself, or you need it, then book in a call here and we can just jump on that call with you and show you exactly what you'll need to automate and how much it's going to cost. All right. So appreciate you watching. And again, if you want the free stuff, join the AI Money Lab, completely free. Doesn't cost a penny. And I will see you on the next one. Cheers for watching. Bye-bye. Breaking news, there's a new update from Google that's completely free, and they've basically allowed for this weekend only a free tier of Gemini API to access Gemini 2.5 Flash image for this weekend only. Today, I'm going to show you exactly how you can build insane automations like you can see right here, along with image apps completely for free using the process that I'm about to break down for you. And I'm going to show you step by step how to build your own automations using Nano Banana Update, and also how to build your own image generation apps completely free. And also on top of that, I'm going to give you 50 different image generation ideas plus prompts that you can use today to start building this stuff out so you can make the most of it before the end of this weekend. All right, so for example, if we have a look at this app, what we can do is we can open up the chat likes, and then we can plug in whatever image we want to generate. And using this free AI agent, we can then generate images and then download the image. So let's say, for example, okay, superhero cat, something like that, right? And we plug that in. That's going to take the chat message from here. Now it's going to start building out the image using the free API from Google Gemini. Like you can see, that's then taken the inputs from the AI agent and plugged it into this file right here. And if we click on view, we now have the image of a cat eating a banana. Boom shakalaka, super easy to do. So the way that we can do this is we can start generating images by using this AI agent, and then we're going to edit fields manually to start using that detail, right? That's one of the options. The other option that we have is we can generate images and applications like this AI thumbnail generator. Basically, all you do is you enter a title and a description to generate a unique thumbnail using AI. Now, if you want to build out that, I actually have the free template inside the AI Money Lab. Link in the comments description, completely free. Comes with a community of 24,000 people, plus all these free trainings we drop every single day. If we go to the classroom, and then we scroll down, we go to money, free AI automation templates, right? So Money Lab, classroom, free NA10 automation templates. Nano Banana is right there, and you can download all the JSON prompts that I'm giving you today. All right, so you can steal this stuff from me if you want to, along with the video generator app that I actually created directly here. You can get the templates free right there. Boom, shakalaka. All right, what you can do here is inside this section, you would then just take these fields from Nano Banana and start converting this to a file, right? Really simple and easy to do. Now, the other thing that you can do here is you can go into Gemini. So we'll go to Gemini Google app, and then we can take one of these prompts, like you can see over here, to start building an app. Now, the important thing here is when you're using Nano Banana, you want to grab a API key directly from AI Studio. All the links are inside the AI Money Lab if you need to get this stuff. But essentially, you're going to go down to get API key on aistudio.google.com. So get API key. And then from here, you are going to grab an API key, all right? So let's say, for example, we want to create a new API key. We can grab one. So I'll temp this one and then I'll delete it later. So if we copy this and then we go into Google Gemini, we're going to plug this and we're going to say API key equals that, right? And then from here, we're going to use whatever prompt we want to deal with the app. Now, honestly, from what I've seen, the simpler the better for these apps, right? So I'm going to say, okay, create a YouTube thumbnail image generation app using Google Image API, Nano Banana, right? I'm just specifying which API we're going to be using. Super simple and easy. We've got the API key here. Honestly, I'm going to delete that after the live stream because obviously you should be showing that live. And then we are going to generate this like so. All right, and now what you can see here is Gemini is beginning to build out and code out a app really quickly using this process. All right, so we've got the image generator app. Now it says YouTube thumbnail generator, enter a prompt to generate a stunning thumbnail image. Right, so let's take one of my recent thumbnails for ideas, and then we're gonna go back over here and we'll say, okay, man driving a supercar, looking rich. Something like that. Okay. And this isn't guaranteed to work straight away. So we've just created this in one click. Let's see what it comes back with. We'll see how it goes so far. But yeah, we have the image generator using the API key that's completely free from Google, as you can see. So you can basically build your own image generation apps really quickly now. And then you can download the image if you want to save this. Boom, there we go. Open it up. And we have the image for our thumbnail generator ready to go. Now, there's a few things that I would improve on that. It's very rough, but you get the point. Like, you can easily build your own image generation apps. How easy is that? I don't need to code. I don't need to understand really what I'm doing. I don't even need to understand how to use the API. I just have to paste in its details over here. Super simple and easy. All right. And then if you were struggling for prompts or that sort of thing, you could just go into something like ChatGPT. And you can say something like, okay, I have a video about, and insert whatever your video is about. So let's say I have a video about a new AI robot. Give me an idea for a YouTube thumbnail. And then we can get prompt ideas from ChatGPT, automate that, and then plug them into our YouTube thumbnail generator that we've created for free. All right, so we've got some ideas here. We'll take that, we'll grab this, we'll plug that in, hit generate thumbnail, and then we can automate the prompt creation as well. So there we go. We've got the thumbnail ready to go. The one thing I would say with this app is obviously you want to tell it inside the coding to make sure that the thumbnails generated are the same dimensions as YouTube. So that's more like a vertical than a landscape. But you get the point. Like, you can easily build this up. If you wanted to change it, we can just say over here, okay, change this to landscape mode, and then we should be good to go. All right, so you can see how simple and easy that is. And then if we plug the same thing in here, so let's change this. Cyborg. So we say cyborg in neon colors fighting with AI robots, wait for that to generate, and then we should be good to go. But you could also create other stuff as well. So I've actually got 50 different use cases inside the AI Money Lab. So if we scroll down here, you can see all our different ideas for generating stuff. For example, mafia poster generator is an example. And there we go. So you've got the thumbnail dimensions ready to go. This is in landscape mode now. And then you could easily use that as a thumbnail for whatever cyborg related video you're doing. But you can always tweak the prompts to whatever you want. What else we got here? The Infinite says, I built a football uniform generator and it's awesome. Yeah, that's a pretty cool idea, to be fair. And then a circular says, what is a new update? So the new update is that Google AI Studio this weekend only have unlocked a free tier of the Gemini API to access Gemini 2.5 Flash image, which means that you can build AI agents and also apps using Nano Banana, which is pretty cool. All right. Yes, it says, why are you using 2.5 Flash, not Pro? I think it just came up on default. And then Vivek says, is there any free tool like for your small work, like making quiz, slide maker, all that stuff run locally? I made a HTML code, but I can't find free one-time download. Yeah, so you can, if you want to build an app that runs locally, just do it inside Visual Studio Code. A lot of training inside the AI Profit Boardroom on how to do that. So if you go inside the AI Profit Boardroom here, and then we'll type in app, and let's try VS Code. Yeah, so you can see all these different trainings on Visual Studio Code, and then you can host one of those locally and just build that way. The other thing you can do is you can use Bolt DIY. So Bolt DIY, you can actually host locally and you can build apps offline using that process as well with a free API from OpenRouter. So that's another option there too. The other thing I was going to say here is I actually tried building with Lovable and Bolt using the same sort of idea, and it was way quicker, way easier, and it actually worked inside Gemini much better, right? So I wouldn't recommend using anything else. And then Infinite says, how hard is it to move an app over to Firebase for multi-user support? Any tips or tricks? I think you can just export it and then upload it, or you can just create it from scratch inside Firebase Studio. And Circular Fash says, anything I could use for my secondhand luxury clothing business? Yeah, like for example, you could, it's whatever, right? So like this, if we went inside the chat here, we said, okay, create a YouTube or create an image generation app for my luxury clothing business. And then you can just come up with ideas. Now, if you're running out of ideas for that, then what you can do is you can take this prompt. So go to ChatGPT, new chat, plug this in, and just say, give me 10 image generation app ideas for my luxury clothing business as well. And then you can get the ideas from ChatGPT and create them inside Gemini. So you can, for example, like design a luxury clothing item, use that as a generated image. You could also, for example, create like a virtual try on lookbook, right? So people can basically upload a photo of the image of themselves, upload an image of whatever they want to try on, and then they're good to go as well, right? So if they have some luxury clothing in mind and they have an image of themselves, they can actually get the AI to do that directly here as well. And then you said off topic, but what's the best LLM for studying and learning, in your opinion? 100% is Notebook LM. Okay. Notebook LM is the go when it comes to learning. Super powerful, really easy to use, completely free. If you're on the free tier, of course. And then from here, you can build out like really cool ways to learn. So you can, for example, create a podcast, a video, a mind map, reports, studying guides, etc. And you can also use the interface here to ask any questions about whatever source you're trying to learn about, right? So if I plug in some YouTube videos or a PDF or a course, etc. on the left-hand side, we can then ask the GPT, and then from here, it will spit out all these different learning guides, which is really easy as well. The other thing you can do here is you can start a new chat, and if you want to learn something, put in the information that you want to learn about, and then just say, create like a flashcard quiz that I can use to test me and teach me this topic that I'm trying to learn about. So that's another way that you can use this too. So that's basically how it works step by step. The other thing I want to show you is NA10. So if we go inside NA10 over here, we can use Nano Banana directly inside here too. All right, so open up the instance. NA10 is free to use if you run it locally. I've got training inside the AI Profit Boardroom. If you want to know how to get a template like this, then it's inside the AI Money Lab as well. But essentially what we have here is an AI agent. And then we can go inside here and say, okay, cat eating banana. It's using Google Gemini chat to generate the image. That's going to edit the fields, and then it's going to convert it into a file that we can actually download and view, right? So click on that, click view, boom shakalaka, we have the cat eating the banana. There's a few ways you can use this. So if we go over to my NA10 workspace over here, and we shall type in. So here's another workflow example. With this one, you can actually generate images to video, right? So you can, for example, type in whatever image you want inside the chat here, and then it will use Runway to turn that image into a video as well. And then it'll pull out the request directly there. So that's another way you can use this as well, but it's pretty simple and easy. Now, if we go back inside here, the other way that we can use this, if we go inside executions, is you can actually use this with OpenRouter. Now, if you use it with OpenRouter, it is going to be paid, right? So you're using the paid API. But if you're using it beyond this weekend, I would recommend using that. So if we copy that to editor, like so, I'll pin all the files like this, and then version history. So you can actually, if you don't know this already, you can actually restore like previous versions of NA10 when you're building out these AI agents. So you can see here, we have the AI agent with Google Gemini and the free API over here. And you can download that from the Money Lab inside the JSON section here. But if you want to, for example, use OpenRouter beyond this weekend, then we'll click on restore this version, and I'll show you how this works. So let's go back here inside the chat. And then you can see here, basically when a chat message receives, that's going to send the content OpenRouter. And then we're going to convert that to a file. So if we type in here, okay, cat playing basketball with a gang. And then you can see here, we just have to change the API. So if we get the new API key from OpenRouter, there we go, we'll copy that. So that's the API key that we want to use. So image preview. So you see how we've updated the API key details here and now it works. So we're going to hit save, then we're going to try again, hit enter, and there we go. The blanket says, first time I caught you live. Thank you, sir. Keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate it, mate. But yeah, that's essentially how you can use Nano Banana directly inside the chat here as well. The other cool thing you can do with Nano Banana as well is you can generate videos too. So here's an example where we're actually using Veo 3, right? So essentially you can go inside this viral videos template and you can actually generate, using Gemini Banana, videos from the image. Now this one is not free, but I'll show you how it works step by step. So if we go to Gemini, and let's say you got an image that you want to use. So if we go back to image generations here, and we'll put a staff trooper playing the banjo. Says videos for free. No, this is not free. This section that I'm showing you right now is not free, right? So we're going to download that, and then we're going to go inside here, and we are going to switch to brand video webhook. Again, you can get this template if you scroll down and you go to Google avatar section. You can get the template that I'm showing you right now, right, for free from me. And then you just need to pay for the Veo 3 API when you're doing this. What we're going to do here is we're going to click brand asset input, execute. That's going to open up a pop-up form. We'll upload the image that we just got. There we go. And then we'll say, okay, start advertising a new banjo, something like that, right? What you can see is that's now running the brief for a brand strategy agent, then a creative director, then a production specialist once that's done. And then it's going to send it over to Fowl to generate the video with Veo 3. So you can see how that's waiting for the trigger event. Essentially what's happening here is we put in our image and our brand details. That goes to a brand strategy agent. We have a creative director agent, production specialist, and then we send this over to Fowl, which generates the image into a video using Fowl and Veo 3. Now, when that's running, it's also creating a webhook. So once it's finished generating the video, that's going to trigger this workflow over here. And then what you'll get is a video generated from the image we plugged into the workflow. So you can see that's running now on the workflow. That's sending it over to Google Drive. And we should have the video inside our Google Drive here. All right. So if we click view here, we now have the Stormtrooper playing the banjo in the advertisement, right? So you can see we've now created that. Yodas, all these Yodas are just dancing around it. We're all having a great time. And you can automate that in one click using that workflow that I've just used. Right? And so if you want to generate the images for free, you can, and then you can plug that into a workflow like this. Now, if you want to get that workflow, again, it's inside the AI Money Lab. Go to the classroom, scroll down to NA10 automation templates, and then you have the templates for Google AI avatars. Like so, just scroll down, grab the resources like this. And if you want help implementing this stuff, then go over to the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. And inside here, we actually have weekly coaching calls where you can jump on live calls, asking questions that you have. We have a community where we offer technical support and just help each other grow and learn and that sort of thing. And then we also have this classroom where we've got all of these different trainings right here. Okay. Now, one of the questions that we got earlier before, let's have a look what we got here. So we had one, here's an idea of an app that evaluates your handwriting and recommends a pen to improve your writing. Yes, you could create that inside Gemini. So if we go back to Gemini here, and we'll grab that API key again, and we're going to say, okay, create an app that evaluates my handwriting and gives me ideas on how to improve it. Use Google Nano Image API key equals this. All right, and now it's generating that. Back in one sec. So now we just have to upload an image of handwriting, right? So just as a random example, I'm going to go to Gemini here and say, create an image of someone's messy handwriting. And then we'll use that to test the app in a second. By the way, I honestly don't know about anyone watching here, but for me personally, like, I don't even use ChatGPT images anymore. It's crazy. Nano Banana came out last week, and all of a sudden, it's just absolutely dominating. So we're downloading that full size now. Here we go. And from here, we're going to go over to our handwriting evaluator that we just filmed, upload the image that we just created of the handwriting, and then evaluate the handwriting. And so it should be able to read images, create images, whatever you want it to do. All right. And then you've got a full analysis here with the AI based on the handwriting, which is pretty cool. Now, the Infinite says we need to recommend a pen to buy to improve the handwriting. So what we can do now is inside the chat here is to say, okay, and tweak this slightly so that when you give the analysis, you also recommend a pen to improve the handwriting too. So you could use that, for example, for affiliate marketing, right? Or even if you had an e-commerce brand that sold pens, you could analyze someone's handwriting and then recommend the pen that would improve their handwriting. And then either you send that via an affiliate link, right? And people click and buy stuff, or you send them to your store when they can buy that pen as well. Right? It's kind of like a lead generation, traffic generation method. So plug this in, evaluate the handwriting, and let's see if it works now. And that one, we just got to fix the error. So the more complicated you make this, the more likely it is to break. But yeah, essentially that's how it works. The blanket says, I tried using Nano Banana to create assets for my brand, but the text is never accurate. Do you have any recommendations? Yeah, so for text, keep it as simple as possible. 1 or 2 words maximum, and then it should be okay. You can see now it recommends the type of pen to use. So it's recommended pen type. A gel pen is best suited. Here's why, blah, blah, blah. And that implemented the recommendation that we asked it to, like you can see, based on the handwriting image. So we'll build that up. The blanket, yeah. So when it comes to creating brand assets, like you just keep it really simple. I honestly prefer to generate images inside Nano without text, because I still think AI is not ready for text yet. It doesn't seem to be that good, unless you're tweaking like 1 or 2 letters or something like that. You want to edit some screenshots and stuff. But yeah, that's basically how it works, my friends. So just to recap here, peeps, all right? I've shown you how to build image generation apps for free. I've created some ideas, including the handwriting evaluator directly on the live stream today using this process. I've shown you the prompts and how to do it. Shown you how to get a free API key from Google AI Studio. I also, for example, showed you how to generate videos with very free in 1 single click using this whole process where the AI scripts and generates the storyline for the video to create something insane like you can see right here. All right, pretty cool, pretty cool. And then I've also given you the NA10 AI agent that can generate images for you as well. And that's completely free. All right, so you can get all of this stuff inside the AI Money Lab. Link in the comments description. Let me show you how to get it. So you go to AI Money Lab, Classroom, scroll down, grab the NA10 templates, like you can see right here, and then you can just download and import the JSON files directly into NA10 and tweak them as you need to. As well as that, we also have inside here 50 image generation app ideas, like you can see. And then additionally inside the community here, we have 24,000 members. I actually pay for this community. I don't charge you to access it. You get it for free. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. Just posted this crazy case study actually here, which was absolutely wild, how we made $77,000 with one AI automation. That was crazy. And then also, if you want help, if you want support, if you want to connect with me personally, the only place I connect with people personally is the AI Profit Boardroom. So if you want to connect with me, if you want to be able to DM me, if you need help on some feedback or you need some projects that you're trying to build, but you're not sure where to start when it comes to AI automations, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside there, we actually give away $1,500 in prizes, like you can see inside the Fire Mini Challenge that we're running right now, exclusively and only for AI Profit members. We also give away tons of stuff inside here. So you can see inside the leaderboards, we give away all this free stuff. There's free bonuses, including a free AI strategy call with me that you can unlock at level 9. Top of that, inside the community here, we just post really cool stuff and we all help and grow together. So you can see that everyone is just learning and sharing new things together, which is absolutely awesome. And then additionally, inside the classroom here, you can see all of these different courses, right? So you get so many different courses and different strategies that you can use for AI automation. If you have no idea where to start, you can start with the 6-week masterclass right here, and you can learn how to build AI agents with NA10 in literally less than 5 minutes, like you can see. You can also see the best ways to monetize AI. So we actually run some bonus lessons. And these are like step-by-step, very actionable ways to learn AI as well. On top of that, inside the AI Profit Boardroom community, you also get 5 live coaching calls per week. So you can jump on these calls, ask any questions you have, that sort of thing. And one of the other things that, this is very interesting actually. One of the other things that I find is like a lot of people struggle with overwhelm and shiny object syndrome when it comes to AI. So what we actually did is we created the ultimate focus manual, right? And so you can just follow this protocol. So if you feel overwhelmed, if you don't know where to start, if you feel like your brain's all frazzled and you don't know, what tool to use when it comes to AI, just follow that focus manual. That alone will get you a huge ROI, right? So everything inside the community here is designed to help you grow, to improve your results, to help you learn how to actually monetize and make money with AI automation. And you can get all of this inside the AI Profit Board. Now, there'll be some people watching this and they'll be like, do you know what, Julian? I don't want to do this myself. I'm a busy business owner. I'm not the sort of guy who sets up his own automations. Maybe you're watching this and you're thinking NA10 is great, but actually setting up the APIs and implementing it inside your business in a practical way is not that useful. And so if you want us to set it all up for you to save yourself hundreds of hours, then you can book in an AI automation session for free. Link in the comments description. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to look at where you spend your time, build out the systems that you need to, and you can just hire us as a client to go off and do that stuff for you. Plus, you get a free welcome gift if you book in that call and become a client. So feel free to book that in. Link in the comments description. You can see all the awesome testimonials and reviews that we have right here. Yeah, and I hope to see you in there. All right, cheers. Thanks for watching. What else we got here? Petty Betty says, definitely going to rewatch. Thanks, man. Really appreciate you. Appreciate you too, Petty Betty. And then Rocky says, did you stop using Dia browser? I did, honestly. I think for me, it was really cool, but everything's in Chrome, isn't it? My Mac is just a Chrome machine. That's literally, I don't use any other programs apart from Chrome. And so if everything runs in there, then I don't need Dia browser, right? But Dia browser is fun and that sort of thing. If you actually want to know what I'm using currently, let me show you this. So inside the AI Profit Boardroom here, we have a updated list of tools that I'm using right now, right? And so you can see here, we actually have a list of tools that I personally use, so you don't feel overwhelmed. Basically, the goal of this is to essentially show you what tools I'm using, what tools I don't bother with, And that way, it's really good because you save a lot of money on subscriptions, right? You don't have to pay for 20 tools or 50 tools or whatever. And those subscriptions can add up to thousands of dollars per month. So if you follow the updated tools list I have inside the AI Profit Portal, then you can get that directly there, right? Hope that helps. And then Petty Betty says, lol, Chrome is really it for me. I can't break the habit 100%. It's locked in. It's locked in. You can't get rid of it now. All right. Cheers, everyone, for watching. See you on the next one. Bye.
Today, I'm going to show you how to rank #1 inside AI search engines like ChatGPT, Perplexity, and Gemini. This is the future of SEO. 99% of your competitors have no clue this even exists. I've cracked the code on AI optimization. I'm ranking #1 for multiple topics inside these AI models, and I'm about to give you the exact system that is ranking me #1 inside AI search engines. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Here's what's crazy. Most people think SEO is just about Google, but while you're fighting for scraps on Google, I'm dominating inside AI models, where there's zero competition, and the best part, this stuff works in hours, not months. Let me show you proof. When I search for Perplexity SEO expert inside Perplexity AI, guess what shows up? My content ranks #1. Not only that, but inside the AI response, it mentions me by name and recommends my services. This is social proof on steroids. But here's the kicker. Yesterday, when I searched for my tool inside ChatGPT, I was nowhere to be found. Today, #1 ranking, and I'm about to show you exactly how I did it. Here's the truth nobody wants to tell you. Traditional SEO is dying fast. People aren't going to Google anymore. They're asking ChatGPT, they're using Perplexity, they're talking to Claude. And if you're not optimizing for AI search, you're getting left behind. Think about it. When was the last time you Googled something simple? You probably asked ChatGPT instead. That's what everyone's doing now, and this shift is happening faster than you think. The old game was ranking your website on Google. The new game is getting AI models to recommend you as the expert. It's not about keywords anymore. It's about topics. It's not about your website anymore. It's about your brand. Here's what most people don't understand. AI search engines work completely different than Google. Google shows you a list of websites. AI gives you one answer, and inside that answer, there's only room for one expert, one recommendation, one brand. That's why this is such a massive opportunity. Instead of competing with 10 results on page 1 of Google, you're competing to be the one expert mentioned inside the AI response. Winner takes all. But wait, there's more. AI doesn't just look at your website. It looks at everything, your YouTube videos, your social posts, your podcast appearances, your brand mentions. Everything gets fed into the AI brain. And when someone asks a question, AI picks the most trusted expert. That expert could be you, but only if you know the system. Let me break down the exact system I use to rank inside AI models. This is what took my brand new website from invisible to #1 in 8 hours. Step 1, get indexed on Bing. This is the secret nobody's talking about. ChatGPT search and Bing are connected. When you get indexed on Bing, you automatically get considered for ChatGPT search results. Most people ignore Bing completely. Big mistake. Bing is now the gateway to AI search rankings. Here's what you do. Go to Bing Webmaster Tools, add your website, submit your sitemap, get indexed fast. I did this for my new site 8 hours ago. Within hours, I was ranking #1 inside ChatGPT. The connection is real and it's powerful, but here's what's even crazier. While everyone's fighting for Google rankings that take months, I'm getting Bing rankings in hours, and those Bing rankings feed directly into AI search results. Step 2, build topic authority, forget keywords. AI doesn't think in keywords, it thinks in topics. Instead of targeting Beast Productivity Calculator, think about productivity as a topic. Cover every angle, answer every question, become the go-to source. This is where most people mess up. They create one piece of content and expect to rank. That's not how AI works. AI looks for comprehensive coverage. It wants to see you talking about the topic everywhere, YouTube videos, blog posts, social media, podcasts. The more places AI finds you talking about your topic, the more it trusts you as the expert. And here's the thing, AI is smart. It can connect the dots. If you're talking about productivity on YouTube, writing about it on LinkedIn, and building tools around it on your website, AI starts to see you as the productivity expert. Before we go further, if you want to master AI SEO and join hundreds of others getting results, check out SEO Elite Circle. We share the latest AI SEO strategies that are working right now. Step 3, create brand mentions This is the game changer. AI doesn't just look at your website. It looks at what other people are saying about you. Brand mentions, case studies, reviews, social proof. When other people mention your brand in connection with your topic, AI takes notice. It starts associating you with that topic. And eventually, when someone asks about that topic, AI recommends you. But how do you get brand mentions? Here's what I do. I share my results. I show my case studies. I help people for free. When you provide real value, people naturally start talking about you, and AI picks up on all of it. Let me show you exactly what I did. I created a brand new website using bolt.new. This tool lets you build entire websites with AI in minutes. The code is clean, the site loads fast, and it's optimized for AI indexing. Here's the crazy part. I used an exact match domain. If I'm targeting best productivity calculator, my domain includes those exact words. This tells AI exactly what my website is about. Then I created a functional tool, not just content. Tools rank better than articles because they provide real value. People actually use them and AI can see that engagement. The website was built with clean code, no messy WordPress plugins, no slow loading times, just pure, fast, functional code that AI can easily understand and index. And it worked. 8 hours later, I'm ranking #1 inside ChatGPT for my target topic. Here's what you need to understand. The future of SEO isn't about ranking websites, it's about ranking brands. When someone asks AI for an expert, you want to be the name that comes up. This means being everywhere. YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter, Reddit, podcasts, guest posts. The more places AI finds your content, the stronger your brand authority becomes. I call this omnipresent marketing. Instead of putting all your eggs in one basket, you spread your content across multiple platforms. When AI searches for information on your topic, it finds you everywhere. But here's the key. You can't just copy and paste the same content everywhere. Each platform needs unique content that serves that platform's audience. But all of it should point back to your expertise. One powerful strategy is creating case studies around the topics you want to rank for. When I talk about my results using specific tools or strategies, AI picks up on that and associates me with those topics. For example, when AI searches for information about AI SEO tools, it finds my case studies showing real results. This positions me as the expert who's actually using and testing these tools. Case studies are social proof on steroids. They show you're not just talking theory, you're showing real results. And AI values that authenticity. Think about it. Anyone can write an article about productivity tips, but if you show a case study of how you helped someone increase their productivity by 50%, that's way more valuable. And AI knows it. Here's something technical that matters. AI prefers clean code. When I built my site with bolt.new, the code was simple and fast. Compare that to a messy WordPress site with tons of plugins, and there's no contest. Clean code loads faster, it's easier for AI to crawl and understand, and it provides a better user experience. All of these factors help with AI rankings. If you're using WordPress, clean up your code, remove unnecessary plugins, optimize your images, make your site as fast and clean as possible. But honestly, if you really want to dominate AI search, consider building a new site with clean code from scratch. The difference is night and day. Here's a key insight. Tools rank better than articles in AI search. Why? Because tools provide immediate value. People actually use them. And AI can see that engagement and utility. Instead of writing another how-to article, create a calculator, build a tool, make something interactive. This not only ranks better, but also converts visitors into customers. Tools are also more AI-proof. While AI can easily replace informational content, it can't replace functional tools that solve specific problems. Think about your niche. What tool could you build that would help your audience? A calculator, a generator, a checker. Build it, make it useful, and watch it rank. You can't just rely on your website anymore. AI pulls information from everywhere: YouTube videos, social media posts, forum discussions, podcast transcripts. The more platforms you're on, the more opportunities AI has to find and recommend you. But this isn't about posting the same content everywhere. It's about creating platform-specific content that all points back to your expertise. On YouTube, create video tutorials. On LinkedIn, share industry insights. On Twitter, engage in conversations. On your podcast, interview experts. Each piece of content should be valuable on its own, but together they build your authority. And here's what's amazing. AI connects all these pieces. It sees you as the common thread across all these platforms. And that builds massive authority in AI's eyes. Don't try to game the system with low-quality content. AI is smart. It can tell the difference between valuable content and spam. Focus on creating genuinely helpful content that solves real problems. One amazing piece of content that ranks in AI is worth more than 100 mediocre articles that get ignored. Quality always wins. But what makes content quality in AI's eyes is not just about grammar and spelling. It's about value. Does your content solve a real problem? Does it provide actionable insights? Does it help people achieve their goals? If yes, AI will reward it. If no, AI will ignore it. This isn't some future prediction. This is happening right now. People are already using AI for search more than Google, and that trend is only accelerating. The businesses that adapt now will dominate. The ones that wait will get left behind. It's that simple. AI search is only going to get bigger, more platforms, more users, more opportunities. The time to act is now while there's still low competition and massive opportunity. Start with one AI platform, master it, then expand to others. Build your AI SEO system step by step and watch as you dominate topics in your niche. The businesses that understand this shift and act on it now will have a massive advantage. While everyone else is fighting for Google rankings, you'll be the AI recommended expert in your field. Google's dominance is ending, AI's dominance is beginning, and you can either ride this wave or get crushed by it. Don't wait, don't overthink it. Start building your AI SEO presence today. The future of search is here, and it's time to claim your spot at the top. If you want help implementing everything I've shared today, I've got 2 ways to support you. First, book a free SEO strategy session. This is a one-on-one call where we'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month and generate thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot with SEO. You'll get a free SEO domination plan. Discover the secrets of link building, get your questions answered, and learn how to outrank your competitors. Link is in the comments and description. Second, join the SEO Elite Circle, rank number 1, get more customers, make money with AI SEO. Grab the AI SEO playbook we use to grow from 0 to 145,000 plus monthly visitors and steal the exact systems we're using to scale past 8 figures. Link is in the comments and description. The AI SEO revolution is here. The question isn't if you'll join it, the question is how fast you'll move, because while you're thinking about it, your competitors might be taking action. But if you act now, you can be ahead of the curve. You can be the AI recommended expert in your field. You can dominate AI search while there's still low competition. The choice is yours. Thanks for watching. New Google Gemini Coder is insane for free. Today, I'm going to blow your mind with something that just dropped. Google just released a coder that builds apps in seconds, and it's completely free. I tested it with photo editing and games. The results are absolutely crazy. You're not going to believe what this thing can do. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. I just spent hours testing Google's new Gemini coder. What I found changes everything for people who want to build apps but don't know how to code. You just tell it what you want, and it builds professional apps in minutes. Let me show you exactly what happened. First test, I'm going to ask it to build me an AI photo editing app using Nano Banana. I type in the request and hit enter. Now, while this is building, here's what's crazy. Most photo editing apps take teams of developers months to create. You need image processing, user interfaces, upload systems, AI integration. And it just built the entire thing in 30 seconds. Look at this. Clean interface, upload functionality, text, prompt box. Results display. This looks like a professional app you pay for. But now comes the real test. I'm uploading a picture of myself holding my AI link building book. I'm asking it to add a cute dog beside me. While it's processing this, let me explain why this is insane. Photo editing with AI requires understanding lighting, shadows, proportions, and background matching. This usually needs specialized software and skills. And look at that result. The dog looks completely natural. The lighting matches perfectly. You can't tell it was added after. Let me try something harder. I'm asking for a Persian cat instead. Again, while this processes, think about what's happening. The AI has to analyze my photo, understand the background, match the lighting conditions, and seamlessly blend in a realistic cat. Perfect. The cat looks like it was there when I took the photo, but here's where it gets crazy. Look at these suggestions it's giving me. Add side-by-side comparisons, quality settings for standard versus higher processing. I just built a professional photo editing tool in 5 minutes with 0 coding. Test 2, Space Invaders game. I'm typing the request now. While this builds, games are way more complex than most people think. You need graphics rendering, collision detection, user input handling, scoring systems, animations. 30 seconds later, and look at this. Complete Space Invaders game, visual effects, explosions, animated sprites, scoring system. I'm actually playing it right now. This is genuinely fun. But watch this. It's giving me improvement suggestions. Add level difficulty, better animations, more effects. I'm clicking on level difficulty now. While it implements this, here's what's happening behind the scenes. It's modifying game speed, enemy patterns, spawn rates. This is advanced game development stuff. Done. Now the game gets harder as you progress. Adding better animations now. See how smooth the invader movement is now. This looks professionally made. One more. Adding visual effects. Look at those explosion effects. This game could be in the App Store. Total time to build this? Under an hour. No coding experience needed. Here's what this means for you. I run a 7-figure agency, but I'm not a developer. Yet I just built 2 commercial apps in one afternoon. People pay monthly subscriptions for photo editors. Games make billions in revenue. And I built both with simple text prompts. Now, while you're thinking about what you could build, let me show you why this tool is different. First, it's completely free. No subscriptions, no limits. Second, it's connected to Google's AI infrastructure. That's enterprise-level technology available to anyone. Third, the suggestions it gives actually improve your apps. These aren't random ideas. They're based on what makes apps successful. But here's the key. This technology is moving fast. Google just released Gemini 2.0 and Nano Banana within weeks of each other. Most people don't even know these exist yet. While your competitors are still using basic AI tools, you could be building apps with Google's most advanced models. This is like having access to the internet before most people knew what a website was. First mover advantage is massive. Speaking of building profitable businesses with AI, you need to check out my AI Money Lab. Over 20,000 members are using these strategies to save hundreds of hours and make more money. I post new tutorials every day covering the latest AI releases like Gemini 2.0 and Nano Banana, complete step-by-step processes for every new tool. Link in the comments and description. Now, let me show you something most people miss. I'm going to break down exactly why this changes everything for business owners. Look at the code it generated for my photo editor. I'm viewing the source right now. This is clean, optimized code with proper error handling, responsive design, and security features built in. A freelance developer would charge $5,000 to $10,000 to build this, and it would take them weeks. But here's what's really insane. The AI didn't just copy existing code, it created custom solutions specific to my request. The image processing pipeline is optimized for Nano Banana's API. The user interface adapts to different screen sizes, the error messages are user-friendly. This is bespoke software development happening in real time. Let me test something else. I'm asking it to add image filters to the photo editor. Watch this. It's adding vintage filters, black and white conversion, brightness adjustments, professional photo editing features that apps like VSCO charge premium subscriptions for. Total time, 15 seconds. Now let me show you the business implications. I'm going to check what similar apps make in revenue. Photo editing apps in the App Store average $2 to $5 for one-time purchases. Premium subscriptions run $10 to $30 per month. The top photo editing apps make millions per year. My app has better AI than most paid apps. It's using Google's latest image generation model. That's a competitive advantage worth millions. But it gets better. Let me test the scaling potential. I'm asking it to add batch processing, the ability to edit multiple photos at once. Done. Enterprise feature implemented in seconds. Now I'm adding user accounts and save history. Look at that. User authentication, cloud storage integration, session management, features that require back-end infrastructure and database design. This tool just built me a scalable enterprise-ready application with features that compete with Adobe products. Think about this from a business perspective. Adobe makes $20 billion per year selling creative software. Canva is valued at $40 billion. Pixar has over 1 billion downloads. The barrier to entry in this market just disappeared. Anyone can now build competitive photo editing tools using Google's most advanced AI. But here's the part that really matters. I'm not just building one app, I can build dozens. Let me test something completely different. I'm asking for a QR code generator. 30 seconds later, professional QR code generator. Custom colors, logos, download options. Apps like this sell for $3 to $5 or run ads for revenue. Now a barcode scanner. Done. Camera integration, real-time scanning, product lookup. This could be a standalone business. The speed of iteration is what changes everything. In the time it used to take to plan one app, I can build and test 10 different ideas. And each one is using Google's enterprise AI infrastructure. You're getting technology that normally requires massive teams and budgets. But let me address the elephant in the room. Some people are thinking, this is too good to be true. Where's the catch? The catch is adoption speed. This technology is so new that most people don't know it exists. By the time everyone figures this out, the first movers will have huge advantages. Right now, there are maybe a few thousand people worldwide who understand how to use Gemini Coder effectively. In 6 months, there will be millions. The opportunity window is right now. Let me show you specific niches where this creates instant opportunities. Local businesses need simple apps. Restaurant ordering systems, appointment booking, customer loyalty programs. These apps usually cost $5,000 to $15,000 to develop. You could build them in hours. E-commerce businesses need product tools, image editors for product photos, inventory management, customer service bots. Each one is a potential recurring revenue stream. Content creators need specialized tools, video thumbnail generators, social media schedulers, analytics, dashboards. These tools have built-in audiences who pay monthly subscriptions. The key is thinking beyond just building apps. Think about building app businesses. Here's what I'm doing personally. I'm building a portfolio of micro apps. Each one targets a specific problem for a specific audience. Some will fail, but the ones that work will generate passive income. Because remember, these aren't just simple apps. They're powered by Google's most advanced AI. They can compete with apps that have million-dollar development budgets. Let me address something. Some people think this sounds too good to be true. I get it, but I showed you the real results. The photo editor that added realistic pets to my pictures, the game with professional graphics and smooth animations. This isn't marketing hype. These are actual results. And this technology only gets better. What I showed you is just the beginning. In 6 months, these tools will be more powerful. In a year, they'll do things we can barely imagine. But the people who start now will have huge advantages. So here's what you do next. Step 1, go try this yourself. Don't just watch. Actually build something. Step 2, start simple, photo editor or basic game like I did. Step 3, use the improvement suggestions. They make your apps better. Step 4, think bigger. Once you get comfortable, apps that solve real problems, apps people would pay for. This isn't just about building apps. This is about building the future where anyone can create professional software. You can be part of that future or watch from the sidelines. If you want my help, I've got 3 ways to support you. First, if you want to scale your business and save hundreds of hours with AI automation, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. Over 1,000 members are using AI to get more customers and grow faster. Second, if you need help with SEO and want a free strategy session to see how we can get you more traffic and leads, there's a link in the comments and description. Third, if you want all my AI tutorials, processes, and SOPs, join the AI Money Lab. 20,000 members are already using these strategies. Link in comments and description. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so let me know what you're going to build first. Photo editor like I did. Simple game. Something completely different. The best time to start was yesterday. The second best time is right now. Go build something amazing. New Gemini 2.5 Flash image. Update is insane and free. Today, I'm going to show you Google's brand new Gemini 2.5 Flash image update that just dropped yesterday. This thing is absolutely crazy. We're talking about AI that can edit your photos better. It can remove people from pictures with just words. It can blend multiple photos into one perfect image. And here's the best part. It costs almost nothing to use, less than 4 cents per image. But there's something even more insane about this update that nobody's talking about yet. So yesterday, Google dropped something that's about to change everything. It's called Gemini 2.5 Flash image. But here's what's crazy. This thing was leaked weeks ago under a secret code name. They called it Nano Banana. People were testing it on these underground AI forums, and it was crushing every other AI image model out there. Now Google finally released it officially, and the results are insane. This is not like anything we've seen before. This AI doesn't just make pictures. It understands what you want. It thinks about your request. Then it creates exactly what you ask for. Let me show you what this thing can do. I tested this myself with a busy street scene that had people walking around and a small dog in the foreground. I simply told it to remove the people in the background. The result was perfect. Clean street scene with just the dog remaining. Perfect lighting. No weird artifacts. No obvious signs of editing. The shadows and reflections all look completely natural, like those people were never there in the first place. But that's just the beginning. Here's where it gets really wild. This AI can blend multiple photos into one, so you have a picture of your dog and a picture of you. You can tell it, put my dog and me on the basketball court cuddling, and it creates a perfect photo that looks completely real. Most AI image tools struggle with faces. They make weird distortions, eyes that don't match, teeth that look like fangs. But this new Gemini model, it keeps faces perfect every time because it's built on something Google calls their world knowledge system. This AI knows what humans actually look like. It knows how shadows work, how lighting affects skin, how clothes fold and move. Here's something most people don't know yet. This AI can maintain character consistency across multiple edits. I tested this with a simple image generation. First prompt, image of a girl holding a cake, perfect birthday photo. Then I said, now the girl just tripped. Same exact girl, same face, same features, but now showing the moment of the accident with motion blur and the cake falling. This is huge for content creators who want to create the same character in different scenes. And the editing capabilities are insane. You can change shirt colors with just words. You can blur backgrounds like a pro photographer. You can remove stains from clothes. You can even add color to old black and white photos, all with natural language commands. But here's what nobody's talking about yet, the pricing. This thing costs 3.9 cents per image. Let me put that in perspective. Professional photo editing services charge anywhere from $20 to $100 per edited photo. Freelance photo editors on Fiverr charge at least $5 per basic edit, but this AI less than 4 cents, and it's often better quality than human editors. Now here's something really interesting. Google gave this model a secret code name during development, Nano Banana, and it was dominating the LM Arena leaderboards for weeks before anyone knew what it was. LM Arena is where AI researchers test and compare different models. And this mystery Nano Banana model was crushing GPT-4, Claude, and every other image AI out there. And people were going crazy trying to figure out what Nano Banana was. Some thought it was a new OpenAI model. Others thought it was Anthropic testing something in secret. But it was Google all along. And they were probably testing it in the wild to see how good it really was compared to the competition. And speaking of competition, this thing is beating everything. According to the latest benchmarks, Gemini 2.5 Flash image is #1 for prompt adherence. That means it actually creates what you ask for. Not some weird interpretation, not something close, exactly what you want. Now let me tell you something that's going to blow your mind. This isn't just about making pretty pictures. This AI understands context. It has what Google calls semantic understanding. And I just tested this myself right before making this video. I uploaded a basic photo and gave it a simple prompt, just said, have her hold the bag in Paris. That's it. No complex instructions, no technical language, just a simple sentence. What came back was insane. Professional fashion photography that looks like it costs $500 to shoot. Perfect golden hour lighting, authentic Parisian street scene with the Eiffel Tower, realistic shadows and depth of field. The outfit styling was cohesive, the pose looked natural, everything fit together perfectly. This single image would cost $200 to $500 from a professional photographer. It took seconds to create and cost 4 cents. This is not an exaggeration. This is exactly what happened. But here's what's really crazy. The AI understood what in Paris meant. It knew to put her on cobblestone streets. It knew to include classic Parisian architecture. It even got the lighting right for that golden hour Paris aesthetic. This is world knowledge in action. So if you show it a hand-drawn diagram and ask it to turn it into a professional infographic, it can do that. If you give it a sketch of a business idea and ask it to create marketing materials, it can understand the concept and create exactly what you need. And here's another crazy feature. You can use this for educational content. If you have handwritten notes or diagrams, the AI can read them, understand them, and turn them into professional teaching materials. This is perfect for course creators and educators. But wait, there's more. This AI can maintain brand consistency. So if you have a specific style or color scheme for your business, you can tell the AI to apply that style to all your images. Every social media post, every marketing material, every piece of content will have the same professional look. Real estate agents are using this to enhance property photos. I tested this too with an empty room. Simple prompt, transform this empty room into a beautifully staged living room with modern furniture, warm lighting, and tasteful decor. The result looked like a $20,000 staging job. Perfect furniture placement, coordinated color scheme, professional lighting, the kind of staging that normally costs thousands and takes weeks to set up. This helps properties sell faster and for higher prices. If you want to see exactly how to use AI tools like this to build a profitable business, I've got something special for you. There's a link in the comments and description to the AI Money Lab. This is where I share all my latest strategies for making money with AI tools. We've got over 19,000 members now learning how to scale their businesses with AI automation. Inside the AI Money Lab, you'll get access to over 100 different use cases for AI tools. Step-by-step tutorials, templates, and prompts, and you'll see exactly how tools like Gemini 2.5 Flash Image can generate income for your business. Now here's where this gets really strategic. Google built this on their Gemini 2.5 platform. That's their most advanced AI system. It's not just an image generator, it's a thinking AI that can reason through complex requests. So when you ask it to edit a photo, it's actually analyzing the entire image, understanding the context, and making intelligent decisions about how to make the changes look natural. And Google made it incredibly easy to use. You can access it through their API if you're a developer. You can use Google AI Studio if you want a simple interface, or you can use Vertex AI if you're running this for a business. They even created template apps so you can start using it immediately without any technical knowledge. Here's something really cool. Google AI Studio now has what they call build mode. You can create custom photo editing apps with just a simple prompt. So you could say, build me an image editing app that lets users upload photos and apply vintage filters. And the AI will build that app for you. Then you can deploy it or save the code to use later. This is perfect for agencies. You can create custom tools for your clients. You can white label these apps. You can charge clients monthly fees for access to these tools. The business opportunities are massive. Here's another crazy feature that most people haven't figured out yet. You can use this for iterative editing. This means you can refine images step by step until they're exactly what you want. Instead of creating one design and hoping it works, you can create dozens of variations instantly, different colors, different styles, different layouts, then test them all to see what converts best. The new model is instant and cheap. Tell the AI what you want, get perfect results in seconds, make unlimited changes, pay almost nothing. This is not just an improvement, this is a complete transformation of how visual content gets created. Now here's where this gets really interesting from a technical perspective. This AI includes something called Synth ID watermarking. Every image it creates has a watermark that proves it was made by AI. This is important for legal and ethical reasons. But it's also smart business practice. As AI-generated content becomes more common, there are going to be regulations about disclosing when content is created by AI. With SynthID, you're automatically compliant. Now here's something important about timing. We're at the very beginning of this AI revolution in visual content. Most businesses haven't figured this out yet. Most of your competitors are still doing things the old way. This is your opportunity to get a massive head start. The businesses that adopt this technology now will have a huge advantage over those that wait. Better looking content, faster turnaround times, lower costs, higher profit margins, and the ability to test and iterate at a speed that was never possible before. But this window won't last forever. As more people discover these tools, the advantage will decrease. The early adopters will be the big winners. The late adopters will struggle to catch up. So here's my recommendation. Start experimenting with this immediately. Don't wait, don't overthink it. Just start creating images and see what's possible. The learning curve is minimal, but the potential impact on your business is massive. And remember, this is just the beginning. Google is constantly improving their AI models. Gemini 2.5 Flash image is already incredible, but it's going to get even better. The quality will improve. The features will expand. The integration options will multiply. By starting now, you'll be ahead of the curve when these improvements happen. You'll already have experience with the tools. You'll already have workflows established. You'll already be seeing results while others are just getting started. Now, before we wrap up, I want to make sure you have everything you need to succeed with this. First, if you want to see exactly how to use tools like this to scale businesses and get more customers while saving hundreds of hours every month, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where I share my latest strategies with over 1,000 members who are serious about scaling their businesses with AI automation. Inside the AI Profit Boardroom, you'll get access to my complete system for using AI to automate your business operations. We cover everything from content creation to customer service to sales automation, and I show you exactly how to implement these strategies in your specific business. Second, if you want a personalized strategy for your business, I'm offering free SEO strategy sessions. There's a link in the comments and description. During these sessions, we'll look at your specific situation and create a plan for using AI and SEO to dramatically increase your leads and sales. And third, if you want step-by-step tutorials and templates for using these AI tools, check out the AI Money Lab. We've got over 19,000 members now, and I share new strategies every single day. You'll get access to over 100 different use cases, complete tutorials, and all the prompts and templates you need to get started immediately. Inside the AI Money Lab, I show you exactly how I use tools like Gemini 2.5 Flash image to create content, serve clients, and build automated income streams. You'll see the behind the scenes of how these strategies actually work in real businesses, and you'll get all the video notes and resources you need to implement everything yourself. The bottom line is this: AI is transforming every industry. Visual content creation is just one area where the changes are happening incredibly fast. The businesses that adapt quickly will have enormous advantages. The businesses that wait will struggle to compete. Gemini 2.5 Flash image is the most powerful, affordable, and accessible AI image tool we've ever seen. It's available right now. It costs almost nothing to use, and it can create professional quality visual content that would have cost thousands of dollars just months ago. This is your opportunity to get ahead of the curve, to start using technology that most of your competitors don't even know exists yet, to create better content faster and cheaper than ever before. Don't wait, start experimenting today. And make sure you're subscribed to this channel because I'll be sharing more strategies and updates as this technology continues to evolve. The AI revolution is just getting started, and I want to make sure you're positioned to take full advantage of everything that's coming. Comment below and let me know how you plan to use Gemini 2.5 Flash Image in your business. I read every comment, and I love hearing about your success stories and challenges. This is an incredible time to be building a business, and I'm excited to see what you create with these new tools. Today, I'm going to show you something huge that Google might be secretly working on. We're talking about Gemini 3.0 rumors and leaks. This could be the biggest AI update ever if these rumors are true. Google might be about to drop something that will change everything. The leaks are crazy, the clues are everywhere, and you need to see this right now. But first, let me be completely transparent with you. This video covers unconfirmed leaks and rumors about Gemini 3.0. All information is based on public speculation, code discoveries, and industry rumors. Nothing is officially confirmed by Google yet. Everything could change once Google actually announces the model. So keep that in mind as we go through this. So here's what happened. Google employees started posting weird stuff on social media, like really weird stuff. Simon from Google posted a picture of a single banana on a plate, just a banana. Then Patrick Lober said something about a very appealing week ahead. These guys don't post random fruit pictures for no reason. But wait, it gets better. There appears to be actual code showing references to something called Gemini Beta 3.0 Pro. Now, this could be real code in Google systems, or it could be something else entirely. We can't be 100% sure until Google confirms it. But if it's real, this suggests Gemini 3.0 might actually be in development. The evidence is mounting, but remember, this is all still speculation. And here's where it gets really wild. There's this mysterious AI called Nano Banana that suddenly appeared in August. Nobody knows where it came from. It's not officially announced, but it's crushing everything else in blind tests. People are editing images with simple text commands. The results are mind-blowing. According to user reports, this thing might be able to do complex multi-step edits. One report claims someone told it to turn bottom character into 2B from Nier, Automata, and top character into Master Chief from Halo, and it supposedly handled it well. But these are just user reports we're seeing online. We can't verify these claims independently. And here's what most people don't understand. Google isn't just building a better chatbot, they're building an AI ecosystem. This is Gemini running on your phone, your computer, your smart home devices. It's everywhere at once, always learning, always helping, always one step ahead. The alleged leaked benchmarks are interesting if they're real. Some unverified reports claim Gemini 3.0 might have scored 32.4% on something called Humanity's Last Exam. For comparison, rumors put GPT-5 at 26.5%. But here's the thing, we have no way to verify these numbers. They could be completely made up. They could be from early test versions. They could be measuring something totally different. Until Google releases official benchmarks, treat these numbers as pure speculation. But wait, there's more. Remember that Kingful model I mentioned? Industry insiders think this might be an early version of Gemini 3.0. Or maybe it's a special version with something called Deep Think built in. Either way, it's performing at levels nobody expected. Deep Think is Google's answer to advanced reasoning. Instead of just giving you an answer, it thinks through the problem step by step. It considers multiple options. It checks its work. It gives you better answers because it's actually reasoning, not just pattern matching. Now, here's what industry speculation suggests might happen next. Some analysts think Google could announce Gemini 3.0 in November or December based on past patterns. The rumors suggest they might start with a preview for enterprise users. Then maybe early 2026, everyone could get access. Some prediction markets suggest 75% chance of announcement between September and November. But remember, these are just predictions based on speculation. Google could announce next week, or they could wait until 2026. We really don't know. The social media hints could mean something big is coming soon. Or Google employees could just be having fun with the AI community. We won't know until Google actually says something official. The enterprise preview will probably hit in December. That's when big companies get first access. They'll test it on real-world problems, iron out the bugs, figure out the best use cases. Then early 2026, the rest of us get to play. But here's a secret that most people missed. The Nano Banana model is not separate from Gemini 3.0. It's probably part of the image editing features. Think about it. Google has been working on multimodal AI for years. They want one model that handles text, images, audio, video, everything. Nano Banana showing up right when Gemini 3.0 leaks start happening. That's not coincidence, that's coordination. Google is testing pieces of Gemini 3.0 in isolation, seeing how well they work, getting feedback, then they'll put it all together for the big reveal. And let me tell you something about those benchmark scores. On humanity's last exam might not sound impressive, but this test is designed to be nearly impossible. It covers the absolute frontier of human knowledge. Most humans would score near zero, so 32.4% means this AI knows things that 99.9% of people don't know. But here's what excites me most: the integration possibilities. Imagine Gemini 3.0 running on your Android phone. You're at a restaurant. You point your camera at the menu. It instantly translates everything, checks reviews, suggests dishes based on your dietary restrictions, maybe even makes the order for you in the local language. Or you're working on a project. You sketch out an idea. Gemini 3.0 sees it, understands it, and starts building the actual product. Code, designs, documentation, everything. Now you might be wondering, how do I prepare for this? How do I make sure I'm ready when Gemini 3.0 drops? Great question. And that brings me to something important. If you want to stay ahead of the AI curve and learn how to actually make money with these tools, check out the AI Money Lab. I've got the link in the comments and description. Inside, you'll find step-by-step training on how to use AI tools like Gemini to grow your business, increase your income, and stay competitive. The AI Money Lab has 19,000 members who are already using AI to transform their lives. Every day, I share new tutorials, case studies, and strategies. Plus, you get access to all my premium training and a community of like-minded entrepreneurs. But back to Gemini 3.0, here's what we know for sure. Google is working on it. The code references prove it. The employee hints confirm it. The timing suggests announcement within 3 months. The implications are staggering. Think about content creation. Instead of spending hours writing and editing, you describe what you want and Gemini creates it. Perfect grammar, perfect tone, perfect for your audience. Think about coding. Instead of debugging for hours, Gemini spots the problem instantly and fixes it. Instead of writing boilerplate code, you describe the function and it builds the entire thing. Think about business operations. Customer service handled by AI that actually understands context and emotion. Marketing campaigns that adapt in real time based on performance. Financial analysis that spots trends humans miss. Now, here's something most people don't realize. The Gemini 3.0 announcement isn't just about Google. It's going to force every other AI company to respond. OpenAI will probably accelerate GPT-5. Anthropic might rush out Claude updates. Microsoft will scramble to keep Copilot competitive. But here's the thing. Features don't matter if you don't know how to use them. Having access to the best AI means nothing if you don't have the skills to leverage it effectively. That's the gap most people miss. The smart move is to start learning AI systems now. Before Gemini 3.0 drops, before the competition heats up, before everyone else realizes what's happening, get comfortable with prompting techniques. Learn workflow automation. Understand how to integrate AI into your daily work. Build systems that scale. That's how you'll be ready when the next wave hits. And speaking of being ready, if you want personalized help with your SEO and digital marketing strategy, I'm offering free SEO strategy sessions. These are one-on-one calls where we'll analyze your website, identify opportunities, and create a plan to get you more traffic and customers. The link for booking your free session is in the comments and description. These sessions usually book up fast, so grab yours while they're available. But let's get back to the Gemini 3.0 implications. One thing that excites me is the potential for small businesses. Right now, advanced AI capabilities are expensive. You need technical knowledge. You need big budgets. And based on these leaks, we're probably just 3 months away from that transformation beginning. Are you ready? Here's what I recommend. First, start experimenting with current AI tools. Get comfortable with the basics. Learn prompt engineering. Understand how to chain different AI operations together. Second, think about your business or career goals. Where could AI make the biggest impact? What tasks take the most time? What skills do you wish you had? Start planning how AI could fill those gaps. Third, stay informed. Follow the developments. Watch for updates. When Gemini 3.0 drops, you want to be among the first to try it. First mover advantage is real in the AI space. And fourth, consider joining a community of people who are serious about AI. The AI Money Lab isn't just training, it's a network. Members share discoveries, collaborate on projects, and help each other succeed. When major updates drop, like Gemini 3.0, having a community makes all the difference. Instead of figuring everything out alone, you learn from people who have already tested the new features. You avoid common mistakes. You get better results faster. The link is in the comments and description. Check it out if you're serious about staying ahead of the AI curve. Now, here's my prediction for what might happen next, but remember, this is pure speculation. Google might announce Gemini 3.0 in November if the rumors are true. Maybe enterprise preview in December, possibly public launch in February or March 2026, but pieces of it could start appearing earlier, according to some theories. Maybe Nano Banana becomes officially available, maybe Agent Mode gets previewed in Google Workspace, or maybe none of this happens and Google goes in a completely different direction. The key thing to remember is that we're working with limited information here. Code references, social media hints, and industry speculation. Until Google makes an official announcement, everything we've talked about today could change completely. That's how you win in the AI game. Not by waiting for official announcements, by paying attention to the signals, the code commits, the employee hints, the mysterious models appearing in test environments. And here's something else to consider. If Gemini 3.0 really is as advanced as these leaks suggest, it's going to create massive opportunities for content creators, marketers, and entrepreneurs. If you want to make sure you're in the first group, check out the AI Money Lab. Inside, you'll find everything you need to build a successful AI-powered business. The training, the community, the ongoing support, everything in one place. Plus, we have an SOP and process inside the AI Money Lab that shows you exactly how to implement these AI tools. Link in the comments and description with 100 plus use cases. You see how I show a checklist of 100 different tutorials that were given away as freebies every day inside the school feed. You can get all the video notes from there and the other stuff that you get along with all the trainings. On top of that, it has 19,000 members because people feel like they're missing out and they want to be part of something bigger than them. Also, if you're running a business and want to scale faster, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds with AI automation. We currently have 1,000 members who are transforming their operations with AI. The AI revolution is happening. If these Gemini 3.0 rumors turn out to be true, it could be proof that we're just getting started. But remember, everything we've covered today is based on leaks, speculation, and industry rumors. Google hasn't confirmed any of this officially. The real features, timeline, and capabilities could be completely different from what we've discussed. The question is, will you be ready when the next big AI breakthrough actually arrives, whatever form it takes? Make sure to subscribe for more AI updates. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss the latest news, and comment below with your thoughts on Gemini 3.0. What feature excites you most? How will you use these new capabilities? Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video where we dive even deeper into the AI tools that are changing everything. Today I'm going to show you Google's brand new Gemini CLI update, and it's absolutely insane what they just released for free. We're talking about AI that now lives inside your VS Code editor. It knows what files you have open, it can see your selected text, and it can make changes right where you need them. This isn't just some basic chatbot anymore. This is like having a genius coding partner that never sleeps and costs you $0. Look, I've been tracking AI updates for years now, and this Gemini CLI update just dropped, and it's making me rethink everything about how we code. Because what Google just did is they took their most powerful AI model, Gemini 2.5 Pro, and they gave it eyes into your actual workspace, not just access to your files, not just the ability to read your code, but real-time awareness of exactly what you're working on at any given moment. And here's the crazy part, it's completely free. We're talking about 60 requests per minute and 1,000 requests per day at zero cost. To put that in perspective, that's more free usage than most paid AI tools give you. And we're talking about Gemini 2.5 Pro here, the same model that costs money everywhere else. But before I dive into the technical stuff, let me tell you what this really means for your workflow. Imagine you're working on a React component. You select a piece of code that's giving you trouble. Gemini CLI doesn't just see that code, it sees your entire project structure, it knows what other components you have, it understands your file organization, and it can suggest fixes that actually make sense in the context of your whole application. That's the difference between this update and everything else that came before it. Context awareness, real context awareness. So let me break down what's actually new in this update. First, the VS Code integration is next level. You install the companion extension with one command, type /ID install in your terminal, and boom, Gemini CLI is now connected to your VS Code workspace. It can see what files you have open, it can access selected text, and it can make intelligent suggestions based on exactly what you're looking at. That's why I created the AI Profit Boardroom, is where over 1,000 business owners are learning how to use AI tools like 1, 2.2 Plus to scale their businesses and save hundreds of hours with automation. Inside the boardroom, we break down exactly how to write prompts that create professional results. We share case studies of businesses making real money with AI video content, and we give you the exact systems and processes to implement this in your own business. The members are seeing incredible results. Some are cutting their video production costs by 90%. Others are creating content 10 times faster than before, and many are discovering new revenue streams they never thought possible. But here's where it gets really interesting. They added something called native in-editor diffing. So when Gemini suggests changes to your code, you don't have to copy and paste anything. You get a visual diff right in your editor. Green for additions, red for deletions. You can see exactly what's changing before you accept it. And if you like the changes, you click accept and it's done. The second big thing is GitHub Actions integration. This is where things get scary good because now Gemini CLI can work as an autonomous agent in your GitHub repositories. It can automatically triage issues. It can review pull requests. And here's the part that blew my mind. You can mention at Gemini CLI in any issue or pull request and delegate tasks to it. Tell it to write tests for a bug. Tell it to implement suggested changes. Tell it to brainstorm solutions. And it just does it. This isn't some basic automation either. We're talking about an AI that understands your codebase architecture. It knows your dependencies. It understands your coding patterns. And it can make changes across multiple files to implement complex features from a single prompt. The third major update is the Model Context Protocol enhancements. MCP lets you extend Gemini CLI with custom tools and integrations, and they just made it way easier to manage. You can now add, remove, and list MCP servers right from the command line. No more editing config files manually, and they added support for multimodal content, so your tools can return text, images, whatever you need. But let me tell you about the free usage limits, because this is where Google just destroyed the competition. Most AI coding tools give you maybe 50 requests per day for free. Some give you 100 if you're lucky. Google is giving you 1,000 requests per day and 60 requests per minute. That means you can literally have Gemini CLI helping you code all day long without hitting any limits. And we're not talking about some dumbed down version either. This is Gemini 2.5 Pro, the same model that powers Google's paid services with a 1 million token context window. That means it can understand massive code bases, entire applications, and still give you relevant suggestions. Now, let me show you how this actually works in practice. You start Gemini CLI in your VS Code integrated terminal. Run the /id install command to set up the connection, then toggle integration with /id enable. From that point on, Gemini CLI knows everything about your workspace. Let's say you're working on a bug fix. You select the problematic code. Gemini CLI sees not just that code, but the entire file, the project structure, the dependencies, everything. When you ask for help, it gives you suggestions that actually work in your specific context. Or maybe you're implementing a new feature. You describe what you want to build. Gemini CLI analyzes your existing code base, understands your patterns, and suggests implementation approaches that fit your architecture. And because of the GitHub Actions integration, it can even create pull requests with the implementation. The terminal setup is also incredibly smart now. They added a /terminal setup command that automatically configures key bindings for multi-line input in VS Code, Cursor, and Windsurf terminals, so you get Shift plus Enter and Crawl plus Enter functionality working perfectly. No more fighting with terminal input when you want to write longer prompts. And speaking of prompts, they added a new /settings command that gives you a user-friendly settings editor right in the CLI. You can customize everything about how Gemini CLI works without diving into config files. The error handling got a massive upgrade too. Better handling for tool errors, schema errors, path processing. They even added loop detection to prevent infinite loops, and memory leak prevention in the logging system. This is enterprise-grade reliability in a free tool. But here's what really excites me about this update: the open source nature of it. The entire code base is available on GitHub under Apache 2.0 license. That means you can inspect the code, understand how it works, verify security, and contribute improvements. Google is betting big on community development here, and they're building on emerging standards like MCP, system prompts via Gemini.md files, and settings for both personal and team configuration. This isn't just a tool, it's a platform that other developers can build on. The extensibility is insane. You can create custom extensions, add new tools, integrate with existing workflows, automate complex tasks, and because it supports OAuth 2.0, you can securely connect to remote servers and services. Now let me talk about the GitHub Actions piece more, because this is revolutionary. You set it up once with the /setup GitHub command. From then on, Gemini CLI becomes a team member in your repository. It can automatically handle issue triage, labeling, and prioritization. It reviews pull requests for quality, style, and correctness, and it works asynchronously in the background using the full context of your project. But the on-demand collaboration is where it gets really powerful. You mention at Gemini CLI in any issue or pull request and give it a task, write tests for this bug, implement the changes suggested above, brainstorm alternative solutions, fix this well-defined bug, and it just handles it. The security model is enterprise grade too. They support workload identity federation for credential-less authentication. You get granular control with command allow listing, complete transparency with open telemetry, integration for logging and monitoring. You're always in control of what the AI can and can't do. And here's something that will save you hours every week. The built-in tools are incredible. Google search grounding so you can fetch web pages and get real-time context. File operations for reading, writing, and searching code. Shell command execution for automating tasks. Web fetching for pulling external resources, all integrated seamlessly into the AI workflow. The workspace context awareness is the game changer though. When you connect VS Code to Gemini CLI, it becomes aware of your open files, selected text, project structure, everything. The suggestions aren't generic. They're tailored to exactly what you're working on. I tested this with a complex React application, multiple components, shared state, custom hooks, the whole thing. I selected a piece of code that was causing performance issues, asked Gemini CLI for optimization suggestions, and it didn't just suggest generic React optimizations, it suggested specific changes that worked with my exact component structure, my state management approach, my naming conventions. It understood the context. That's the difference between this and tools like GitHub Copilot or other AI assistants. Those tools are great for autocomplete and basic suggestions, but they don't really understand your project. Gemini CLI with VS Code integration actually comprehends your workspace. The diffing capabilities make code review effortless too. When Gemini suggests changes, you see exactly what's being modified. You can review line by line, accept or reject specific changes, and maintain full control over your code base. No more copy-pasting AI suggestions and hoping they work. And because it's integrated with Gemini Code Assist, you get the same AI assistance in both your terminal and your IDE. Consistent experience, shared knowledge, seamless workflow. Now, if you're serious about scaling your business with AI automation, you need to check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where over 1,000 members are learning to use tools like Gemini CLI to get more customers and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. I share the exact strategies, workflows, and automations that are working right now. The performance improvements in this update are substantial too. They optimize file search with async operations for non-blocking performance. The CLI layout automatically adapts to different terminal widths, faster load-in, better responsiveness, smoother experience overall, and the documentation got a complete overhaul. They added guides for IDE integration, keyboard shortcuts, the JIT in your style Gemini ignore files. Everything you need to get up and running quickly. The configuration options are extensive now. You can control line numbers in code blocks, configure memory loading behavior, customize themes with semantic colors, and they added support for VS Code-like editors beyond just VS Code. Cursor, Windsurf, even Z editor integration. But let me tell you about the agent mode capabilities, because this is where we see the future of coding. Agent mode acts like an AI pair programmer. It analyzes your entire code base, not just the open file. It understands your application architecture, dependencies, coding patterns, relationships between components, everything. When you give it a complex task like implementing a new feature or performing a large refactor, it creates a plan first, shows you exactly what it's going to do. You can edit the plan, ask for changes, approve or deny specific steps, then it executes the plan across multiple files, making coordinated changes that actually work together. This collaborative approach combines AI power with your expertise. You stay in control while delegating the tedious implementation work. The result is better code and a more efficient workflow. The multimodal support opens up even more possibilities. Tools can return not just text, but images, diagrams, charts, whatever helps communicate the solution. And the prompt as commands feature lets you expose predefined prompts from MCP servers as new /commands in the CLI. Real-time troubleshooting is incredibly powerful too. Gemini CLI can access your project files, run shell commands, search for patterns, analyze logs, and suggest fixes all in one conversation. No more switching between different tools and losing context. The quotas are designed so you rarely hit limits during development. 60 requests per minute means you can have rapid back and forth conversations with the AI. 1,000 requests per day means all-day coding assistance. And if you need more, you can upgrade to Google AI Studio or Vertex AI for usage-based billing. For teams, the enterprise features are solid. Workload Identity Federation eliminates API key management risks. Granular permissions let you implement least privilege access. Open telemetry integration gives you full observability into AI usage patterns. The checkpoint system is brilliant for experimentation. Before Gemini CLI modifies files, it can save a project snapshot. If something goes wrong, you can restore to any previous checkpoint. No more fear of AI breaking your code. File referencing is intuitive. You can reference files, directories, images, PDFs, audio, video, whatever you need for context. The CLI respects gitignore and Gemini ignore files automatically. Clean, organized, predictable behavior. And the community aspect is exciting. Google is actively encouraging contributions, bug reports, feature suggestions, security improvements, code contributions. Everything is welcome. This tool is going to evolve rapidly based on real developer needs. For SEO professionals like myself, the content generation capabilities are incredible. You can use Gemini CLI for research, writing, analysis, reporting, all with the same context awareness and tool integration. It's not just for developers. The update cycle is aggressive too. Preview releases every Tuesday night, stable releases weekly, daily releases from the main branch. This is rapid development with real user feedback driving improvements. Integration with Google Cloud Services is seamless if you're already in that ecosystem. But it works great with any cloud provider, any hosting setup, any development environment. No vendor lock-in. The learning curve is minimal if you're already comfortable with command line tools. The slash commands are intuitive, the help system is comprehensive, and the documentation is actually readable. The collaboration features work great for remote teams too. Multiple developers can use the same GitHub Actions workflows, share MCP server configurations, build on each other's extensions, distributed development with AI assistance, and because Google is betting big on this, you can expect continued investment, feature development, performance improvements, and ecosystem growth. This isn't a side project that might get cancelled. This is core to Google's AI strategy. If you want to book a free SEO strategy session to see how AI tools like this can help scale your business, check the link in the comments and description. We're helping companies implement AI workflows that save hundreds of hours and drive real business results. And remember, if you want access to all the resources, tutorials, and community discussion around AI tools like this, check out the AI Money Lab, link in the comments and description. Over 20,000 members are already using these strategies to scale their businesses with AI automation. That's it for today's update. The AI revolution is accelerating and tools like Gemini CLI are leading the charge. Stay ahead of the curve, implement these tools early, and watch your productivity soar. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. New Google Gemini update is insane, and it's free. Today, I'm going to show you Google's newest Gemini update that just dropped, and it's absolutely crazy. They're giving students a free pro plan worth $240 a year. Plus, they added this new deep think feature that thinks like a human brain. It uses parallel thinking to solve complex problems, and there's temporary chats that keep everything private. This update is game-changing, and most of it is completely free. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Google just dropped their biggest Gemini update ever. And honestly, it's insane what they're giving away for free. I'm talking about features that could replace expensive AI tools, features that students are getting for free, and new reasoning abilities that rival the best AI models out there. Let me break down everything that's new, because if you're not using these features, you're missing out big time. First up, Google is giving students a completely free 1-year pro plan. This normally costs $20 a month. That's $240 worth of value for free. Students in the US, Japan, Indonesia, Korea, and Brazil can get this deal. You just need to be 18 or older. And the offer ends October 6, 2025. So if you're a student, you need to grab this now. But here's what makes this deal insane. The Pro plan includes unlimited chat with Gemini 2.5 Pro. That's their most powerful model. You also get image uploads, quiz generation for homework help, exam prep tools, plus 2 terabytes of storage. Most AI companies charge $20 to $30 per month for these features. Google is giving it away for a whole year. That's how serious they are about getting students hooked on their AI. Now let's talk about the new study features, because these are available to everyone, not just pro users. First is guided learning. This isn't just getting quick answers, it's like having a personal tutor. Gemini breaks down complex topics step by step. It adapts explanations to your needs. It helps you understand the how and why behind concepts. Think about it. Instead of just telling you the answer to a math problem, it walks you through each step. It explains why each step works. It makes sure you actually understand the concept. Then there's the quiz and flashcard creator. You can upload your notes, charts, or graphs. Gemini instantly creates practice quizzes and flashcards. It's like having unlimited quiz generation from any content you give it. The study guide creator is equally impressive. Upload your course files. Gemini organizes everything into structured study guides. It pulls out key concepts. It creates visual learning aids. It even integrates YouTube videos and diagrams to make learning more engaging. These features alone could replace expensive study apps like Quizlet or Study Blue, and Google is giving them away for free. Now here's something that addresses a huge concern. Temporary chats. You know how AI companies use your conversations to train their models, and how everything gets saved to your chat history? Well, Google finally listened temporary chats don't appear in your recent chats, they don't get used to train Google's AI models. They don't personalize your Gemini experience, they're kept for just 72 hours to respond to you, then they're gone. This is perfect for exploring private questions, brainstorming sensitive ideas, or just having conversations you don't want saved. To use it, just select the temporary chat icon next to new chat. It's rolling out to everyone over the coming weeks. But here's the flip side, Google also improved personalization for regular chats. Now, if you want to learn how to actually make money with these AI tools, I've got something special for you. The AI Money Lab has over 19,000 members learning how to monetize AI. Inside, you'll find 100 plus use cases for AI tools like Gemini, step-by-step tutorials, SOPs, and processes you can implement immediately. Plus, weekly training calls where I share the latest AI money-making strategies. You can access everything through the link in the comments and description. And right now, we're giving away video notes and bonus trainings to new members. The checklist alone has 100 different AI tutorials. Every day inside the school feed, you get new strategies for using AI to make money, whether that's content creation, client services, or building AI-powered businesses. Gemini can now learn from your past chats. It remembers your preferences. It gives you more personalized responses the more you use it. Here's how this works in practice. Say you've asked Gemini for book recommendations from BookDoc before. Now, when you ask for new book suggestions, it remembers your taste. It suggests similar themes. It even provides popular quotes for your social posts. Or maybe you've used Gemini to brainstorm YouTube content about Japanese culture. When you ask for new content ideas, it suggests video themes that match your interests, like trying new Japanese foods, traditional crafts like origami, or Japanese games. This learning happens automatically. But you have complete control. You can turn off this keep activity setting anytime, or use temporary chats when you don't want Gemini to learn from those conversations. Now, here's where things get really crazy. Google launched DeepThink for Ultra subscribers. And this feature is absolutely insane. DeepThink uses parallel thinking techniques, just like how humans brainstorm complex problems. Instead of rushing to an answer, Gemini generates multiple ideas at once. It considers them simultaneously. It revises and combines different approaches, all before giving you the best answer. This isn't just marketing speak. DeepThink scored 87.6% on LiveCode Bench. That's competition-level coding problems. It achieved gold medal performance at the International Mathematical Olympiad. It outperformed models from OpenAI, xAI, and Anthropic on multiple benchmarks. But here's what makes it practical. DeepThink excels at iterative development, building something complex piece by piece. It's amazing for web development tasks. It considers time complexity and trade-offs carefully. It produces more detailed and aesthetically pleasing results. The downside, it's only available to Ultra subscribers. That's $250 per month. And you get limited prompts per day. But the results are genuinely impressive. Google also launched a storybook feature. You can create personalized illustrated storybooks about any topic. With read-aloud narration, just describe what you want. Like, create a storybook for my daughters explaining my career based on my resume and photo. Gemini creates a unique 10-page illustrated storybook, complete with custom audio narration. You can add photos and files to teach lessons through visual storytelling, explore moments from the past, or create imaginative fiction. This might seem like a fun gimmick, but think about the possibilities. Content creators could use this for storytelling. Teachers could create custom learning materials. Parents could make personalized bedtime stories. It's another example of Google expanding beyond just text chat. They're making AI more creative and visual. Speaking of visual, Google improved their video generation too. With VO3, you can transform photos into 8-second video clips with sound. Right in the Gemini app, Ultra subscribers get the highest access to VO3 Pro subscribers, get limited access to VO3 Fast. But even the limited access is pretty impressive. Now let's talk about what these updates mean for business and content creation. The study features aren't just for students. They're perfect for professional development, training new employees, creating educational content for customers. The personalization means Gemini gets better at understanding your business needs over time. It remembers your industry, your content style, your target audience. DeepThink, if you can afford Ultra, is incredibly powerful for complex business problems. Strategic planning, technical architecture, competitive analysis, problems that require considering multiple angles and iterating solutions. The video generation opens up new content possibilities, quick explainer videos, social media content, product demos, all without expensive video tools or editing skills. What's really interesting is how this positions Google against OpenAI and Anthropic. Google is clearly going aggressive on pricing and features. While OpenAI charges $20 per month for ChatGPT+, Google is giving away pro features to students for free. While others limit video generation to expensive tiers, Google includes it in their basic pro plan. The DeepThink feature directly competes with OpenAI's O1 reasoning models. But Google is being more transparent about how it works. They're explaining the parallel thinking approach. They're sharing benchmark results. This competition is great for users. It's pushing all companies to innovate faster and price more aggressively. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below with which feature you're most excited to try. Here's exactly how to get access to these features. For the free Student Pro plan, go to Google's Gemini sign-up page. You'll need to verify your student status. Remember, this offer ends October 6th, 2025. For temporary chats, look for the temporary chat icon next to new chat in the Gemini app. It's rolling out gradually, so you might not see it immediately. The study features like guided learning and quiz creation are available to everyone. Just start a conversation with Gemini and ask it to create study materials from your content. For Deep Think, you need an Ultra subscription at $250 per month. It appears as a toggle in the prompt bar when using Gemini 2.5 Pro. The Storybook feature is available to all users. Just ask Gemini to create a storybook about any topic. Google isn't slowing down. They've hinted at even more features coming soon. Better integration with Google Workspace, more video generation capabilities, expanded language support for study features. They're also working on Project Mariner. That's their AI agent that can actually use your computer, browse websites, fill out forms, make reservations. It's currently in early testing for Ultra subscribers. The AI space is moving incredibly fast. New models every month, new features every week. If you're not staying updated, you're falling behind. This Gemini update is massive. The free Student Pro plan alone is worth $240. The study features could replace multiple paid apps. The personalization makes Gemini more useful over time. Even if you're not a student, these features are worth exploring. The study tools work for any learning or training situation. The personalization improves your experience. The temporary chats give you privacy when you need it. And if you're serious about AI and have the budget, Deep Think is genuinely impressive. It's the closest thing to human-like reasoning I've seen in an AI model. The competition between AI companies is heating up. That means better features, lower prices, and more innovation for users. Google is clearly positioning Gemini as the free alternative to premium AI tools. Here's what I recommend you do right now. First, if you're a student, grab that free Pro plan immediately. The offer ends October 6th, and this is $240 worth of value. Second, test out the study features. Even if you're not studying formally, try creating quizzes from your work documents or use guided learning to understand complex topics in your industry. Third, experiment with the Storybook feature if you create content. It's a unique way to engage audiences and could differentiate your content. Fourth, consider whether Deep Think is worth $250 per month for your use case. If you're working on complex problems that require deep analysis, it might be worth the investment. Before we wrap up, I want to mention my AI Profit Boardroom. This is where 1,000 plus members are learning to scale their businesses with AI automation. We share cutting-edge strategies for getting more customers and saving hundreds of hours with AI. If you're looking to grow your business and leverage AI effectively, check out the AI Profit Boardroom. The link is in the comments and description. Also, if you want help with your website's SEO and getting more organic traffic, I'm offering free SEO strategy sessions. We'll analyze your website, identify opportunities, and create a custom plan to increase your search rankings. These sessions are completely free and incredibly valuable. Book yours through the link in the comments and description. Google's Gemini update shows they're serious about competing in the AI space. They're not just matching features from other companies, they're innovating and pricing aggressively. The fact that students get a $240 per year value for free is incredible. It shows Google is thinking long-term. They want to build loyalty with the next generation of AI users. For everyone else, these features make Gemini a legitimate competitor to ChatGPT Plus and Claude Pro. The study tools alone could save you money on other apps. The AI revolution is happening now. Companies that adapt and integrate these tools will have massive advantages. Those that don't will get left behind. Make sure you're staying updated on the latest AI developments. Subscribe to this channel for weekly AI updates. Comment below with questions and start experimenting with these new Gemini features today. The future is being built right now, and tools like these updated Gemini features are your opportunity to be part of it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next AI update. We have some brand new updates from Google Gemini, and today I'm going to run you through exactly how they work, how to use them, etc. And these are completely free. So one of the newest updates, for example, is the personalization. Also got a bunch of other methods. I've actually left a bunch of notes inside the AI Profit Boardroom if you want to learn exactly how to do it. So one of the biggest updates here is the guided learning mode, right? So this is basically like an interactive teaching mode, and it basically tests you and shows you exactly how to learn things quickly. Now, it's similar to, for example, something like Notebook LM, which is a really powerful free tool as well. But basically, this is a really cool way to do guided learning as you're learning something throughout the journey, right? So let me show you an example of exactly how this works. You can now you've got an option between Gemini and guided learning in Gemini. You see the difference here? So there's two different ways of using it, right? We're going to be testing this. For example, we've got an example right here, right? And you can see here, we've got, I'm a freshman preparing for an exam. In my intro in biology class, can you help me learn about enzymes, blah, blah, blah. And then we can use a guided learning method to help us learn faster. Now, at the same time, what we can also do is we can say, okay, recall my recent conversations with you. And you can actually ask Gemini now for questions and that sort of thing, and it will actually recall recent information, right? So it says, for example, looks like we've had a few conversations recently. We discussed funny scenes with AI, articles on the future of AI agents, clustering keywords, news headlines, blah, 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 right? And so it's really easy and powerful to do this. And it doesn't take a long time, but it is a bit of a game changer. Now, if you're using something like ChatGPT, I think normally you do have to pay for that feature. Whereas now, for example, it's fully loaded with all of the different ways you can use this. And it's super simple and easy to do as well, step by step. All right. Now, Razek says Gemini 3. Is Gemini 3 out? It's not out yet, but hopefully it comes soon. So I haven't seen Gemini 3 come out yet, but there are a lot of rumors and that sort of thing. Check out my other video on it if you want to learn exactly how to use it step by step. So you can see here, if we go back to Google Gemini now, so to get a good handle on this for your exam, we could focus on a few key areas. Can you quiz me? And then it should be able to actually turn this into an interactive quiz, which is great because now you can basically just learn way faster, right? And so you can actually see what it's doing here is it's taken the problem that I had, which was learning about enzymes. Absolutely don't miss out from my school days learning biology. And then from here, you can see that we've got an enzymes quiz and we're living the enzyme dream, my friends. All right. And then you can, for example, get tested. I've actually got a question right there. That is unbelievable, isn't it? And then you can go through the quiz step by step like this directly here. What else we got here? So we got guided learning mode. We've also got temporary chats, right? So not only the personalization that we were talking about previously, where you can recall recent things. Another cool thing you can do here is you can say, okay, knowing what you know about me, what's a big area of growth? This is the way that I use ChatGPT actually. Usually I try to ask it like, based on our conversations, based on what you know about me, etc. Where are some areas I can improve? What are some systems I could set up, etc. And then you can easily get this bad boy set up, right? And you see here, for example, yeah, you have a strong creative interest in artificial intelligence. You're pretty weak at your enzymes for biology, mate. So here's some other things. You could actually combine the two based on our previous conversations. Does exploring this sound interesting to you? Blah, blah, blah. And then you can go off and start creating your quizzes or whatever you want. Okay? Really simple and easy to do. So let's keep going now. So we've talked about two different things there. Number one is the personal context. Number two is the guided learning mode. Let's have a look at the temporary chats over here. So if we go to new chat, we've got a bunch of options. We've got import code. We should be able to start a new chat here. But before I get into that, I want to show you this as well. This is quite interesting. So we've got these storybooks, right? So basically you can create a customized picture book for either children or adults, give a topic and an optional target audience and an optional art style for the images, right? So let's plug this in. We'll test it out. So I'm going to say, okay, based on the recent updates in the AI world, for example, ChatGPT, give me a storyboard for adults that would be funny talking about the world of AI and how bad ChatGPT 5 was, despite us waiting 2 years for it, something like that, right? And then we can actually start building out a storybook using this process, right? So you can see it's now creating a storybook, writing the first draft. So you can actually like create audiobooks and storybooks on the spot for you. Pretty crazy. So we'll just wait for that to load and we should be good to go on that in a second. What else we got here? So once that's loading, we can come back to that in a minute. We also have image generation, right? Now, this is actually available apparently inside Google Docs as well, but also you can use the new image gen 4 that just came out inside here, right? So if you go to image generate with image gen, and then we'll say a cat eating biscuit, and we'll just wait for that to load, and that will just generate an image, right? So it's basically like an interactive sort of learning environment now where you can build apps, you can build quizzes, you can learn what you want. And I actually think like Gemini Pro is easily one of the best out there. It's right up there in terms of responses versus Claude. Claude can't generate images, and it definitely cannot generate pictures of cats eating biscuitinos like this. That's world class. And then also you've got, for example, stuff like ChatGPT 5, but I know a lot of people feel let down by that and it's not quite as good. So Gemini might be a good option. I also think one of the strongest points of Gemini is that it can actually create really good apps directly inside here, right? So if you ever been like, I want to build an app, but I don't know how to do it, we have a lot of training inside the AI Profit Boardroom, but also you can just go inside the chat here, toggle on canvas, right? So you can start a new chat. And then from the canvas feature, you can start building stuff out, right? So for example, let's go inside here and we'll say create an app about, and then you plug in whatever your app is about. So let's say, for example, it is about maybe keyword research for SEO, right? And what it's going to do is just start going off and building that out. So wait for that in a minute, but whilst that's coding out in the background over here, what we're going to do is we're going to go onto Gemini. And what you can see is you can actually, if we unmute this, you can actually listen back to the storyboard, right? So you can not only flick through the storyboard and have a great time reading it, but also you can just listen to it. So let's have a listen to this. I feel bad for Barry. Barry's had a hard day in the office, this man. Look at him, all excited about ChatGPT 5. Brenda's just not having it. She's not having it. Now, if you don't have, that's interesting actually. So you might not be able to hear that back. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to change the speaker. 1 second here. Let's see if you can hear this or not. Let me know in the comments if you can hear this or not.
The year is 2025. For 2 long years, the world held its breath for one thing, ChatGPT 5. Tech gurus prophesied its arrival. Influencers vlogged about its potential. And Barry, a man whose greatest technical achievement was programming his coffee maker.
Can you hear that or not? If you can, just let me know in the comments so that I can help you. If it's not working, I will share a link inside the AI Profit Board and you can just steal that from me. But essentially, it's pretty amazing that you can just create a story on the fly and then you can go from there. So I'm going to just put that inside the AI Profit Boardroom here.
Waited most impatiently of all. This is Brenda, he'd say to his long-suffering wife, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a true believer. It's going to write my novel, plan our vacation, and finally figure out what the day it launched, the internet practically buckled with trembling hands, typed his first momentous query, ChatGPT 5, what is the meaning of life? He leaned back, ready for enlightenment. The AI word, pixels danced, and then the answer appeared, 42. He tried again. Okay. Can you help me write a best-selling sci-fi novel? ChatGPT 5 responded instantly. Synopsis. A brave toaster and a cynical microwave go on a quest to find the legendary golden spatula. It's a buddy comedy with lasers. What about that weird smell in the fridge? He typed, his last hope dwindling. The AI's response was a single, unhelpful image. A stock photo of a man shrugging. Brenda walked in, holding a Tupperware container at arm's length. I found the smell, she announced, her voice flat. It was your 2-week-old science experiment with leftover chili. Barry looked from the sentient appliance novel plot to the shrugging man on his screen, then to the biohazard his wife was holding. The great leap forward for humanity felt more like a clumsy stumble into a puddle of forgotten leftovers. He started to laugh. It was a slow, rumbling chuckle that grew into a full-blown belly laugh. 2 years of hype, of breathless anticipation for an AI that was essentially a glorified, taco-obsessed magic 8-ball, he said, wiping a tear from his eye. At least we know what's for dinner. Brenda just shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips. The future was here, and it was gloriously, hilariously, disappointingly human, and it definitely wanted tacos.
All right there, peeps. I had to move the microphone, so that's why I didn't talk. But essentially what you can see here is we have a generated video with one single click. I literally generated it live for you today. The video was made fully with Gemini. The images were made with Gemini. It was all storyboarded and put together like an artifact style with audio, and it's shareable. You can also flick between a lower pitch voice and a higher pitch voice.
He said, wiping a tear from his eye. At least we know what's for dinner. Brenda just shook her head, a small smile playing on her lips.
It reminds me a little bit of Blinkist, but slightly more amusing and interesting. All right. So let's click on share now. If we click on share, we can create that audiobook. I can share it with the world, and then you've got that ready to go. Kind of like I've added down here. All right, that's a shareable link. And so you can do that with Gemini, pretty cool. That was the audio generated right there. Some people asking like, what are the export functions? So I think you can print this off, right? So you can actually download it as a PDF. I don't think you can actually download it as a video from what I can see. It's not really a video, it's kind of like more a PDF document with a voiceover at the top. So I can imagine that's why they just make it shareable. Maybe as well they don't want people going out and spamming YouTube or something like that, which totally makes sense. We don't want that. We don't want just a whole YouTube to be AI storyboarding. Stephen, head of growth at Goldie Agency, is here. He says, this is me spying on my boss. What a legend. Good to see you here, Stephen. Just perusing LinkedIn. If you saw me there, this is what I do. This is what we do for fun, if you're wondering what I'm doing. By the way, just so everyone's clear, Stephen works with our agencies. Absolutely awesome guy to work with. And if you want to book in a sales call, link in the comments description to book in a free SEO strategy session. All right, so we're good to go. We can download it. We can start from the beginning. We can listen in full. And literally all I said here, it was very creative. I just said based on the recent updates in the AI world, for example, ChatGPT 5, give me a storyboard for adults that would be funny talking about the world of AI and how bad ChatGPT 5 was, despite us waiting 2 years for it. And if you're good with Stephen in the comments, he might even send you a video of him dancing at a Goldie Agency Poland get-together that was absolutely legendary recently. All right, so we're going to kick this back off now. We've basically got Gemini created storyboards. It's really good at creating personalized conversations. It creates these guided learning modes, and it's very good at generating images. What other AI in the world can do this? Literally just tell me one AI in the world that can do this apart from Gemini, because the image quality is top notch. You might get good outputs from Claude, but you won't get good image quality. You could use ChatGPT 5, but can you create animated storyboards on ChatGPT 5? No, and everyone feels quite let down by it, I think, just in general. And then also you can create these quick SaaS tools, I call them. Like, for example, we can say here, create an app about keyword research for SEO, and then boom shakalaka, we can get that right here. So if we click on get suggestions, we've got all these keyword suggestions. We just built out a keyword tool that's actually shareable with people, and then we've got a bunch of keyword ideas here, right? And it was all just created in one shot. Looks really nice. And so you can see the power of Gemini. Like, honestly, if I had to focus on one single, if I said who's going to win out of all the AI options out there, who's going to win, I would genuinely say Google are probably leading the race. If you look at what, for example, ChatGPT are doing, they rely heavily on marketing, right? They've got someone amazing like a frontman like Sam Altman, and he's a great frontman for the brand. But at the same time, if they didn't have that marketing, then it would be a struggle, right? If we go back to Google now as well, let's just check. Yeah, Google are absolutely smashing it, right? If you look at their growth over the last year or so, they're absolutely flying. They seem to be making very good moves in the industry in general, right? Don't bear in mind as well, they've got stuff like Notebook LM, they've got stuff like, for example, Google Jules, they've got Google CLI, etc. So it's really powerful stuff. Aaron says Google is too censored, ChatGPT less restricted. It depends what you're doing with it, right? For me, I don't really have anything that would be going against their guidelines, so I guess I just don't come across that, but it depends what industry you're in, right? Depends what dodgy stuff you're doing on there. And Abdul says, please tell me how to use it shortly, then I will see the live afterwards. All right, so if you want to do this, all you do is you go to Gemini, and then, you say, okay, create a storyboard about, and then you just type in whatever the storyboard is about, right? So let's say, for example, SEO is dead because ChatGPT came along and destroyed it. But we're happy now because actually people search more than ever. Actually, I'm going to use Whisperflow for this. More than ever because AI search is growing every day as people get addicted to searching in there, and because they can actually get better responses than Google, right? By the way, if you're wondering what I just used for that's Whisperflow, so we're going to say create a storyboard for that. That should toggle it on. And then let's see if that triggers automatically or if I have to click one of the options. I think we're going to be good to go on that. It's generating an image, but I can't see a storyboard. Let's go back to storybook. Oh, storybook. All right, so you have to do it in here. We'll just say, okay, create a storybook. And then that should toggle it on, all right? So just to recap the steps, you go up to gems, you go up to storybook, you say create a storybook about whatever you want, and then it will start creating that, right? And goes off and does that bad boy. What else we got here? So Veo 3 says, I think Veo 3 is supported in Gemini Studio. Can we convert the storybook in video? As far as I'm aware, you can't, but what you can actually do is you just get something like Descript is really good. Or you can use something like, for example, Streamlabs. You just record your screen. Even Loom would probably do the job. And then from there, all you would do is you would just go back to the storybook that we created. So like this one. And then once that's done, just record your screen whilst you're playing it, right? And play it full screen. And then that's problem solved, right? You've got the Google file ready to go. User X says, can you please talk about batch processing and scalability? How we can scale this type of applications. Yeah, you can use something like NA10, right? Just keeping it really simple. But if you want to keep this stuff simple, I assume if you want to scale applications, you can use something like NA10. It's really easy to just scale stuff and have it working on a repetitive loop with the API. The other option that you have, right? Let's say, for example, with batch scaling, you're talking about Claude. So you can use Claude Code for that. I'm not going to get too much into it because it goes way outside the scope of this live stream and this video. But yeah, feel free to jump in the AI Profit Boardroom if you want more help on that, right? If you go to the calendar here, we actually do 5 coaching calls a week, so you can just jump on the coaching calls, ask us any questions live. If you can't make it, you can ask questions inside the community and that sort of thing as well. Let's see what we got. What else we got here? Google's prototype team is really good. The quality of AI products they are releasing is really useful. I'd 100% agree with that, right? Bear in mind, like, we're only looking at the front end of Gemini, but if you go to AI Studio, it's redonkulous what else you can do with it, right? So for example, if you go inside AI Studio here, you can stream your screen in real time and just speak to the AI. Like, whatever AI can do that right now, right, on the desktop. You can also, for example, generate media. You can, for example, build stuff. So you can build apps directly with Gemini here. And there's all these different apps that you can actually just test if you just want to have a go at something that's already pre-made and you're not sure what you're doing. And then also, yeah, you've got the build and the stream section. Let's go on the stream section here. So if we go to share screen, and I'm just going to go to share screen here, we'll share screen 2. What's crack-a-lacking, my friend?
Not much, just hanging out.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go into Google Gemini. Could you give me an idea for an SEO app that we could build?
Sure. How about an app that analyzes website content for SEO optimization and...
All right, so you get the point. It was a little bit laggy there. I think it's because I'm live streaming, but you get the point. Like, you can just ask it to come up with SEO optimization tips and then whatever. It's good to go. All right, living the dream right there. And then user X says, I was working on a master data management project for an industry. The problem is scalability. And even if we do batch processing, we still lose a lot of context. Any suggestions, please? It goes way outside the scope of this, but I would just look more into batch processing and how you can do it. There's another way you can actually get the costs of, for example, Claude down as well. But also bear in mind, all these apps, all these APIs are upgrading in terms of their context windows. So for example, Claude this week increased its context window by 1 million, right? So it went from 200K to 1 million. Then you also got, for example, Google Gemini, that's 1 million context window. And to be honest, like, they'll probably give it the next update. Who knows what Google 3.0 is going to be like, Google Gemini 3.0. It's going to be absolutely crazy. Sarang says there's a print error when it doesn't print, okay. And then DT says, yo, this screen share feature is really solve a pain point for a lot of people, yeah. And the crazy thing about this is that nobody even knows about it or even really understands how to use it properly, but it's an absolute game changer. So now we're going to listen to The Owl and the Firefly by Julian Goldie SEO, apparently. Now, if we click on print, let's have a look here. Will it print or not? So you can see it's loading the bar right there. Just coming back to Sam's question. It's preparing it. Is it going to break or is it not? It did something. It didn't download it. Let's click on print again. Yeah, you might be right there. There might be a bug, but bear in mind, it's relatively new, so fair enough. So let's play this now.
The Owl and the Firefly. In the heart of the big, bustling city of Wabopolis lived an old owl named Silas. From his perch high atop the great library, he had watched the city grow. For years, everyone came to Silas for answers. He knew all the secret paths and hidden alleys of Wabopolis, the best keywords to whisper to get the best results. He was the master of search engine optimization, or SEO for short. Then, one day, a new light appeared in Wabopolis. It was Sparky, a tiny firefly who zipped and zoomed through the city streets, leaving a trail of brilliant light. Sparky didn't know the old paths. He made new ones. He didn't whisper keywords. He had conversations. He was an AI, and he was changing everything. Soon, the crowds...
Just coming back to this, so Abdul says, what is this about? How can we use the storyboard? So essentially what you can do with this storyboard is you can create like interactive storyboards to learn about stuff. A lot of people, for example, quite a few people inside the AI Profit Board have asked, like, how can you create comics or how can you create books, etc. And this is one of the best ways to do it, one of the easiest ways to do it. And essentially what this book is about, this is more, honestly, this is more like a, I would say, it feels more like a kid's story, to be honest. If I go back, let's X off that. Yeah, so we say create a storybook about SEO is dead, blah, blah, blah. I think it's created more like a kid-style story, but you could ask it for an adult story as well. So, for example, then you can come up with a bunch of ideas like, all right, so if we go to recent as well, so you can see recent, and then we can listen back to this one. User X says, can you talk about image recognition and video recognition capabilities of Gemini, multimodal capabilities? Because everyone talks about image and video generation, real world industry. Yeah, so what you can do, for example, when you're looking at, for example, like video generation, right? Video generation is really cool because you can create if we go back here, if I click on, let's see what we got, video, right? And you can actually add a photo, so you can actually animate yourself as well. Let's pull up a photo of me and then we can actually use that to generate a video. So bear with me, folks. I've downloaded a photo and then we can upload that for consistency into Gemini. All right, so we're going to upload a photo now. Let's take that picture. And then from here, we're going to say, right, okay, create a video of this man telling a funny joke and then fly in into the sky, something like that. So we're taking that picture, and the reason that it's pretty good for uploading the picture is you can basically create character consistency. So previously, if you were generating a video, every time you asked it to generate, say, an image of a man, it would be like a different man every time. Or even if you were very specific with the description, it would change every time. With this process, instead, you're going to have the same character inside each video that you generate, right? And so now we can generate the video. This is using Bayo 3, which is by far one of the best ways to do this. And then also, if we went back to, let's start another chat on the side, right? If we went back to another chat here, and then we took an image, right? So we'll upload an image. We'll say, okay, based on that multimodal capability, that image recognition, for example, we'll say, describe this person. And then it should start analyzing that picture and analyzing me as a person. So and this is the other cool thing as well, is you can do this in different tabs. So you can have all of this running at the same time. And because it's in Chrome, it's not going to cost you memory or anything like that, right? It's just running in the background. So it now basically explains what I'm wearing, who the man is. The man's wearing a watch, whatever, short brown textured hair, subtle highlights, defined jawline and prominent cheekbones. I like that description. It's being very like complimentary today. And then we have the clothing and everything else, right? So that's super easy to do. So you can use that directly here. Now, if you go back here, now we've got the video. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's test it out because I did stretch it quite far with the description, but let's see what we get back.
Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
All right, so that's basically how you can animate a image. Obviously, the flying into the skyline didn't work, but I think that was just stretching it a bit too far. But you can see exactly how to use this and how easy this is, right? So let's see what else we got here. DT Workspace says, I used Gemini mobile app with Gemini camera feature in real life. No need to type in chat window to ask any question. Just use camera and get the solution. Google product team solving real use problems. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Actually, I was booking a flight before, and I had a picture of the passport and I had this really long form that I had to fill in. I had to grab all the individual details from the passport picture and then type it into the form. I was like, I'm not going to do that. So instead, what I actually did was I took a picture, plugged it into the app, and then said, take those details and put it into a copy and pastable format for the form in the order of the form. And it saved me a lot of admin, right? So it was way faster for that. So yeah, it was really good. It's got a lot of good options there. To work with apps, marketing brainstorm, this is really gold. UserX says what benchmarks you use for comparison of the models. Honestly, for me, like, I don't trust benchmarks at all, right? Because as well, like, it depends how many people are using the server. You don't know what kind of upgrades are running. If you look at ChatGPT 5, when I tested it out the other day, and you'll see this on one of my videos, I ran exactly the same prompt inside Claude as ChatGPT, and Claude outcoded it, right? Claude actually created an output, ChatGPT totally failed. And so the lesson there was like, this AI is maybe good on the benchmarks, but in reality, when you're using it day to day, it's actually not as good as you think. And Magic says Gemini or Manus. So it depends what you're doing. But honestly, like, here's the thing, right? If you go onto Manus, and we'll pull this up right now. So I do Manus, it's quite good. I actually tend to use GenSpark more. But if you use Manus and you use Gemini, and we use exactly the same prompt. So we're going to say, okay, let's go back here. We'll say inside the canvas, okay, create a quiz about SEO, right? Just something quick and easy like that. And we'll do the same inside Manus at exactly the same time. So we're going to ask them both side by side to create a quiz about SEO, right? So what you can see here is that Gemini, if we compare these side by side, Gemini is already coding it, right? It's already building something, which is great. Now, if you look at Manus is going to take absolutely ages, because what it actually does is it uses browser use and computer use to go off through the internet, start trying to figure stuff out to do. Then it's going to host it on an MD file, which is weird. And then it's going to format it and deliver it, right? And let's have a look here. So this is the quiz. Now, if you look at this quiz, it's not interactive, it's not that interesting, etc. If you look at Gemini, look at that quiz. The quiz is way better, right? It's interactive, it's engaging, it's more fun, etc. Right? And so the difference here is that Gemini tends to create better outputs at the same speed as Manus, right? Whereas Manus, it creates something basic, then you have to go back in the chat, you give it another response, then you blast through a bunch more credits and it gets a little bit annoying, right? What you can do though, inside, for example, inside Manus, is you can do stuff that you cannot do inside Gemini, right? For example, if we say create a 60-second video with a story about a man going to slay a dragon in the cave, it actually created all the video files here, but then it actually sliced them together and put it inside this video, so they've got a 60-second video. You can't do that inside Veo 3, right? And now if we pull this up, we've got the video generated right here. This was actually an old one, so this was a conversation from a while back, but you get the point. Like, it's quite easy to generate videos, storyboards, etc. using this process that I'm showing you today, and then you can stitch everything together, right? Whereas inside Gemini is not going to stitch stuff together for you directly, right? So that's one of the biggest differences here, but you get this like Game of Thrones feel for the content that you're creating, right? And it's really easy to do step by step. User says, if you're free, you should explore Amazon Bedrock. There are more than 50 LLMs. Yeah, I heard Amazon Bedrock is pretty good. Actually, the new Claude update for the million tokens context window, that was only available in 2 places, Claude Code and Amazon Bedrock. It wasn't available anywhere else. That dude says, what LLM will allow us to schedule an agent to dedicate a task? I can't remember if you can do scheduled tasks now inside Gemini. I think you might be able to. Yeah, so you can launch like scheduled actions, it's called. I haven't actually tested that, but that is interesting. So let's say, okay, I'm gonna go in here, new chat. Let's see if it's one of the options. I've never tested this out. We're gonna say, okay, schedule check-in AI news every day, something like that. See if it works. But yeah, for me, I mean, for scheduling, like the best thing is honestly like just a Google Doc with your plan. That's what I do every day. Like I plan it out every 30 minutes. If you want to get a copy of that, then you can actually go inside the AI Profit Boardroom, just drop me a DM and I'll get that daily planner to you. But essentially inside here, you can schedule check-in different tasks here. So you can say, okay, done, I will schedule AI news for you every day. Ask me to edit or delete the scheduled thing. You get a notification when it's ready. And then if we edit this, right, we can actually edit the schedule, the instructions, AI news, and we can delete that task as well, right? So if you don't want that prompt to run, you can just delete it and then boom, you're ready to go. So that's actually pretty cool. I didn't even realize Gemini could do that. So that was really cool. Which AI system is currently the best for coding? I really love Gemini if you're building something basic. Even if you're building something more complex, then I would say Claude or Gemini, but Gemini tends to have, it's got 3 APIs for coding, so you know you can't argue with that. DT says, I find Perplexity the best scheduling. Dot says coding, debugging. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So if you want to like debug and that sort of thing, then I would recommend Claude CLI or Google CLI. You can also use ChatGPT Codex, that's pretty good for coding and that sort of thing. DT recommends Claude Code. And Uzek says, is Gemini adding code assist similar to Claude Code? So you've got Gemini CLI, right? I've got a video on this inside the AI Profit Boardroom if you want this, but you can use Gemini CLI, and that's like an open, free way to code. If you want the training on that, just go inside the AI Profit Boardroom, then go to Google CLI Update, and we walk you through exactly like how to install it, how to set it up, etc. So it's pretty good. Very similar to Claude Code. Yeah, cool. All right, so thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all of my best trainings, including the training from today inside the SAP section, you can grab it right here. So just go to the classroom, SAPs, boom, you got this. And we have all these new updates coming out, actually. It's absolutely wild. Like you can see, we're probably the only community that regularly updates everything, right? We show, for example, how to use Notebook, which literally just came out with a new update, GPT-5 and NA10, GPT OSS, Claude 4's new context window update, and then all the new Gemini updates. There's only one community in the world that's updating as quickly as we are, and that is the AI Profit Boardroom, my friends, right? Inside here as well, inside the classroom, you got all like everything else. So the 6-week AI automation masterclass, you got the crash course of all the marketing systems that I use in my business, including like avatar videos. Additionally, you can DM me with any questions. So this is the only place I personally connect with people. And then inside the community here, you can see it's absolutely popping off, and there's loads of good stuff inside there, right? Very active community. So feel free to join that. And also we do coaching call 5 times a week, right? So you can jump on any of the live calls 5 times per week, asking the questions, etc. And feel free to join, link in the comments description. DT says, nice to meet you. Appreciate you joining. And it was fantastic to meet you too, sir. And inside the link in the comments description as well, if you're like an enterprise business, or you're scaling, you're a 7 or 8 or 9-figure company, and you want us to just build AI automations for you, then feel free to book in a AI automation session. On that call, what we're going to do is audit your time. So we'll figure out where you're spending most of your time. Then we're going to figure out, okay, what are the systems you need to build to save time, to save you hundreds of hours. And number 3, we'll just go off and build it for you once you become a client. And you've got tons of great testimonials there. I run one of the biggest communities in the world for AI, and also you're with someone who can save you hundreds of hours, because this is what I do. Right? And Dot says, when will we get Gemini 3? Who knows, my friend, who knows? But I imagine that it's coming soon, because you've got ChatGPT 5 that just came out, you got 4.1 from Claude, you've got DeepSeek R2 rumors coming out as well. So it's exciting times, my friends, exciting times. All right, appreciate everyone who joined the call today, and if you have any questions, I will see you in the boardroom, so feel free to post there. Link in the comments description. See you on the next one. Cheers, bye.
New Google Gemini update is insane and it's free. Google just dropped 3 huge updates to Gemini and they're all completely free. Today I'm going to show you how Gemini can now remember everything you tell it across all your chats. No more repeating yourself ever again. Plus there's a brand new temporary chat mode that keeps your private stuff totally private. And wait until you see the new storybook feature that creates full stories with pictures from just one prompt. This is going to change everything about how you use AI. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. And before we dive in, Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let us know which of these 3 new features excites you the most. So let's start with the biggest update that honestly blew my mind when I saw it. Google just rolled out a personalization feature that lets Gemini remember your past conversations. Think about this for a second. How many times have you had to tell ChatGPT or Claude the same information over and over again? You start a new chat and you're back to explaining what your business does, what your goals are, what your preferences are. Well, Google just solved that problem completely. Here's how it works. There's a new setting in Gemini that when you turn it on, it remembers key details and preferences from all your previous chats. So if you tell it once that you run a marketing agency focused on local businesses, it remembers that forever. If you mention you prefer short bullet point answers instead of long paragraphs, it remembers that too. This means every conversation gets smarter and more personalized. It's like having an AI assistant that actually knows you instead of meeting a stranger every time you open a new chat. But here's the crazy part. This isn't just for paid users. This is rolling out to everyone starting with the 2.5 Pro model. That's the free version of Gemini. Google is literally giving away features that other AI companies charge premium prices for. Now let me show you exactly how this changes everything. Before this update, if I wanted help with my YouTube strategy, I'd have to explain my channel size, my niche, my goals, my target audience, everything from scratch, every single time. But now, Gemini already knows I run an SEO agency. It knows I create AI content. It knows my subscriber count and engagement rates. So when I ask for YouTube ideas, it gives me suggestions that are actually relevant to my specific situation. This is huge for business owners because now you can build a real relationship with your AI assistant. It learns your writing style, your business model, your customer base, everything. And the more you use it, the better it gets. It's like having a business partner that never forgets anything and gets smarter every day. But wait, there's more, because Google also just launched something called temporary chat. And this solves a problem that nobody was talking about, but everyone was thinking about. Sometimes you want to ask your AI assistant something private. Maybe you're planning a surprise for someone. Maybe you're working on a confidential project. Maybe you just want to brainstorm ideas without it affecting your main conversation history. Well, now you can. Temporary chat lets you have conversations that don't get saved anywhere. They don't show up in your recent chats. They don't get used to train the AI. They don't affect your personalization settings. It's like having a private conversation that disappears after 72 hours. Think about how powerful this is. You can use your main Gemini account for all your regular business stuff, where you want it to remember everything, but then switch to temporary mode when you need privacy. This gives you the best of both worlds. Personalization when you want it, privacy when you need it. And here's something most people don't realize. This temporary chat feature isn't just about privacy. It's also perfect for testing different approaches without messing up your main AI relationship. Want to try a completely different writing style? Use temporary chat. Want to experiment with a new business idea without confusing your AI about your main focus? Temporary chat. Want to ask questions about a competitor without it affecting how Gemini sees your own business? You guessed it, temporary chat. And speaking of getting the most out of AI, if you want to learn how to use these tools to actually make money, I've got something special for you. I've put together a complete AI training program called the AI Money Lab. The link is in the comments and description below. This covers everything from setting up these AI tools to turning them into profit-generating machines for your business. Now let's talk about the third update that honestly surprised me the most. It's called Storybook,
and it's unlike anything I've seen before. Storybook lets you create complete illustrated stories from just a simple prompt. And I'm not talking about just text stories. I'm talking about stories with custom images, drawings, and illustrations that match your exact vision. Here's how wild this is. You can type something like, create a story about a dog who learns to code, and Gemini will generate a full story with pictures. But here's the kicker. You can add your own photos and drawings too. So if you have a picture of your actual dog, you can upload it, and Gemini will create a story featuring your real dog as the main character. Your dog becomes the hero of a custom illustrated story. Now you might be thinking, this is just for fun, but let me blow your mind with the business applications here. Content creators can use this to generate illustrated blog posts. Social media managers can create engaging story content with custom visuals. Authors can prototype their children's books. Educators can create custom learning materials with relevant illustrations. And here's something crazy. This works in over 45 languages. So if you're targeting international markets, you can create story content in Spanish, French, German, whatever language your audience speaks. But the real power is in combining all three of these features together. Imagine this workflow. You use the personalization feature to teach Gemini about your business and your content style. Then you use Storybook to create illustrated content that matches your brand. And when you want to experiment with different approaches, you switch to temporary chat so it doesn't mess up your main settings. This is like having a whole content creation team built into one AI assistant. And remember, all of this is rolling out to the free version of Gemini. Google is basically giving away what will cost hundreds of dollars per month with other AI platforms. But here's what most people are going to miss. These aren't just individual features. They're building blocks for a completely new way of working with AI. The personalization means your AI gets smarter over time. The temporary chat means you can experiment without consequences. And Storybook means you can create rich multimedia content without needing design skills. Put them together and you have an AI assistant that knows you personally, protects your privacy when needed, and can create professional content in minutes. Now, let me share some specific ways you can use these features starting today. For the personalization feature, start by having a conversation where you explain your business model, your goals, and your preferences. Be specific, tell it exactly how you like information presented, what your target audience looks like, what your biggest challenges are. The more detail you give it up front, the better every future conversation will be. Think of it as training your personal AI assistant. For temporary chat, use it anytime you're working on something confidential, planning a product launch, temporary chat, researching competitors, temporary chat, testing new marketing angles, temporary chat. And for Storybook, start thinking beyond just stories. This is a content creation tool disguised as a storytelling feature. You can create illustrated tutorials, visual case studies, engaging social media content, whatever your business needs. Here's a concrete example. Let's say you run a fitness business. You could use Storybook to create an illustrated guide showing a client's transformation journey. Upload before and after photos, and let Gemini create a motivational story around that transformation. Or if you're in real estate, create illustrated stories about families finding their dream homes. Use actual property photos and let Gemini weave them into compelling narratives. The possibilities are endless once you start thinking creatively. But here's the thing that excites me most about these updates. Google isn't just adding features. They're reimagining what AI assistants should look like. Most AI tools treat every conversation like you're starting from zero, but that's not how human relationships work. When you work with a real assistant, they remember what you told them yesterday. They understand your preferences, they know your business. Now, AI is finally catching up to that reality, and the timing couldn't be better. We're in the middle of an AI revolution where every business needs to figure out how to use these tools effectively. The companies that master AI assistants will have a massive advantage over those that don't. These new Gemini features give you that advantage for free. Now, I want to address something important. Some people are worried about AI remembering their conversations. They think it's creepy or invasive, but here's the reality. You're in complete control. The personalization feature is optional. You can turn it off anytime. And with temporary chat, you can have private conversations whenever you want. This isn't about giving up privacy. It's about having choice. You choose when to share information and when to keep things private. And the benefits far outweigh any concerns. Having an AI that knows your business context means better suggestions, more relevant ideas, and faster results. Instead of spending time explaining the same things over and over, you can focus on getting actual work done. Here's something else that's important. These features work together to solve different problems you face throughout your day. Morning planning session, where you want personalized suggestions based on your goals, use the regular personalized mode. Midday brainstorming session about a confidential project. Switch to temporary chat. Afternoon content creation, where you need illustrated materials, fire up Storybook. It's like having 3 different AI assistants optimized for different types of work. And because it's all in one platform, you don't need to learn multiple tools or pay for multiple subscriptions. Now, let me talk about what this means for the future. Google is clearly positioning Gemini as more than just a chatbot. They're building a comprehensive AI workplace assistant. These 3 features are just the beginning. I expect we'll see integration with Google Workspace tools, advanced project management features, and even more sophisticated personalization options. The companies that start mastering these tools now will be way ahead when the next wave of features drops. But you don't need to wait for future updates to get value. These 3 features available right now can transform how you work. Start with the personalization feature. Spend 30 minutes having a detailed conversation with Gemini about your business. Tell it everything: your industry, your customers, your goals, your challenges, your preferred communication style. Then start using it for your daily tasks and watch how much better the responses get. When you need privacy, switch to temporary chat. When you need illustrated content, use Storybook. It's that simple. And if you want to take this even further, I've got 2 resources that will help you maximize these AI tools. First, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. This is the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. We currently have over 1,000 members who are all using AI to grow their businesses faster than ever before. Second, if you want a personalized strategy for your specific business, I'm offering free SEO strategy sessions. The link is in the comments and description below. We'll analyze your current situation and show you exactly how to use AI tools like these new Gemini features to get more traffic and customers. And finally, if you want step-by-step instructions for everything I covered today, we have a complete SOP and process inside the AI Money Lab. The link is in the comments and description with over 100 different use cases and tutorials. You can see how we have a checklist of 100 different tutorials that get added as bonuses every day inside the community. You also get all the video notes from content like this, plus advanced trainings that aren't available anywhere else. Plus, the AI Money Lab has over 19,000 members, so you'll be joining a massive community of people who are all focused on using AI to grow their businesses. The bottom line is this: Google just gave you 3 incredibly powerful AI features for free. The personalization feature alone would be worth paying for with other platforms, but you're getting it all at no cost. The question isn't whether these tools are valuable, the question is whether you'll actually use them. Most people will watch this video, think the features are cool, and then go back to doing things the old way. Don't be most people. Start using these features today. Set up the personalization. Try temporary chat for your next confidential project. Experiment with Storybook for your content creation. The businesses that embrace AI first are the ones that will dominate their industries. Make sure you're one of them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Gemini 3.0, the wildest leaks and rumors so far. The internet is going crazy over Gemini 3.0 leaks right now. We got code leaks. We got benchmark rumors. We got hardware hints. But here's the thing, none of this is official yet. These are all rumors and leaks, but they're everywhere right now. Today I'm going to show you everything we know, the leaked code, the rumored scores, and why these unconfirmed reports could change everything. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. And listen, Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let us know what you think about these Gemini 3.0 rumors. Now, before we dive in, I need to be super clear about something. Google has not officially announced Gemini 3.0. Everything I'm about to share comes from leaks, rumors, and speculation. None of this is confirmed by Google, but here's why these rumors are getting so much attention. Someone found code references to Gemini 3.0 Flash and Gemini 3.0 Pro inside Google's own tools. This isn't some random rumor. This is leaked code from Google's own systems talking about models that don't officially exist yet. The leaked code showed up in the Gemini CLI repository. That's basically Google's command line tool for developers. And right there in the leaked code were references to Gemini Beta 3.0 Pro and Gemini Beta 3.0 Flash. This leaked code is the loudest real-world signal that 3.0 is close. When you see beta versions in leaked Google code, that suggests they're testing it internally. But remember, this is a leak, not an official announcement. Now here's where the rumors get really wild. A widely shared but unconfirmed source code scraped from Open Insights on X claims Gemini 3.0 scored 32.4% on something called Humanity's Last Exam. According to these viral but unverified numbers, GPT-5 supposedly got 26.5%, Grok 4 got 23.9%, but Gemini 3.0, 32.4%. Now, I got to be super clear here. These benchmark numbers are completely unconfirmed rumors. The claim says the numbers were visible in leaked source code, but there's no official confirmation from Google, no research papers, no blog posts, just screenshots and social media posts. But if these rumors turn out to be true, that would be a massive jump over the competition. Now, before we go deeper, I want to tell you about something that can help you stay ahead of all these AI changes. It's my AI Money Lab community. This is where I share all the latest AI tools, strategies, and updates. We have over 19,000 members who are using AI to grow their businesses and save hundreds of hours every week. Inside, you get access to over 100 AI use cases, step-by-step tutorials, SOPs for every major AI tool, plus you get all my video notes and training materials. The link is in the comments and description below. And right now, we're giving away free checklists and tutorials every day inside the community feed. When you see how many people are already using AI to transform their businesses, you're going to want to be part of something bigger than yourself. So let's talk about what these rumors and leaks might mean for you and your business. Here's what makes these rumors even more interesting: the leaked hardware details. Reports on leaked information that Pixel 10 could have big on-device Gemini features that might ship first with rumored 3.0 era models. Camera coach and conversational photo editing keep showing up in leaked promo materials and reports. They say leaked information suggests the Pixel 10 could radically change the way you take photos. According to these rumors, you'd point your camera at something and Gemini tells you how to get the perfect. This isn't just one outlet reporting rumors. Multiple sources are leaking the same information. And here's what's wild about these leaked details. This isn't just about taking photos. The leaked information says Gemini will do conversational photo editing. You could literally talk to your phone about how to edit your pictures, but leaked camera features are just the start. Android Central also reports on leaked Pixel Watch 4 information showing rumored Gemini-style assistant on your wrist with style mirroring and contextual help. That suggests deeper personalization hooks in the rumored 3.0 generation. So, what do these leaks and rumors tell us about Gemini 3.0? If true, it means Google is building an AI that understands everything around you: your camera, your watch, your phone, your whole digital life. Now let me tell you what the speculation says about the rumored features of Gemini 3.0, because this is where the rumors get really crazy. The community threads all point to speculative feature sets that cluster around three main themes: bigger context, deeper multimodal, built-in planning and tool use. But remember, these are all rumors and speculation, not confirmed facts. First up is rumored bigger context windows. People speculate an increase beyond the 1 million token context at 2.5 advertisers. Both guess multi-million context with smarter memory and retrieval. If these rumors are true, imagine uploading 50 documents about your business and asking Gemini to create a strategy. It reads everything and gives you a plan based on all that data. But context is just the beginning of the speculation. The second big rumor is built-in planning. Less need to toggle a special thinking mode. Right now, when you ask an AI to do something complex, it often messes up. If the Gemini 3.0 rumors are true, it might have planning built right in. It thinks through the entire process before it starts. And here's the third rumored feature: stronger real-time multimodal, video understanding, live camera analysis on device actions. This connects to Google's Project Astra. Their official page shows memory and perception coming into product lines. Axios did hands-on coverage. YouTube has demo clips showing what this looks like. If the rumors are accurate, you'd be walking around with your phone. Gemini sees what you see through your camera. It can help you understand what you're looking at in real time. But wait, there's more speculation. One of the coolest rumors is about going from sketch to software. Google already has a code lab showing you can draw a website layout on paper, take a photo, and get working code. Liveblog mentions updating code from a sketch, but rumored Gemini 3.0 might make this faster and more reliable. According to speculation, you could sketch an entire app idea and watch it come to life in seconds. YouTube has community examples showing this in action. Reddit threads talk about open source agent tools that mention sketch and PDF to app features. If these rumors are true, think about what that means for business owners, for entrepreneurs. You wouldn't need to know how to code, you just need to know how to draw. And speaking of creating things, reports on actual updates about image and media generation upgrades. Imagine Tres is already in Gemini apps. They expect tighter integration and story-like outputs across devices. How the app can now make personalized illustrated storybooks with narration. Android Central calls this a new level of imagination for bedtime updates. You can literally draw something simple, and Gemini turns it into a full illustrated storybook. That shows how fast Gemini is moving on creative media. And this part isn't a rumor, it's actually working now. Now here's where I need to give you the full picture about what's confirmed versus what's speculation. Real evidence, leaked code references to Gemini 3.0 Flash and Pro. This is hard evidence from leaked Google code. When leaked internal code mentions these models, that suggests they exist internally. Real evidence. Consistent leaked details on Camera Coach and related AI features for the August 20th Made by Google event in New York. When multiple outlets leak the same information, that's usually legit. Unconfirmed rumors. The humanities last exam numbers from Open Insights on X. There's no paper from Google, there's no blog, only screenshots and posts. Unconfirmed rumors. Release date chatter. Prediction markets point to late Q3 or December preview, but there's no official word from Google. Pure speculation. The Reddit community mentions a December preview rumor. Manifold markets show betting odds on rumors, but use this as speculation only. If even half of these Gemini 3.0 rumors turn out to be true, we're looking at a massive shift in how we work. Think about content creation. If the rumors about bigger context and better planning are accurate, you could describe what you want and watch it get created in minutes. Think about the sketch to software feature. Google's Code Lab already shows you can draw your app idea and get working code, But if the 3.0 rumors are true, it might become instant and way more reliable. Think about the rumored camera coach feature coming to Pixel 10. If accurate, that's like having a professional photographer in your pocket telling you how to get the perfect shot. And the storybook feature, that one's not a rumor. It's working now. You draw something with your kid, and Gemini creates a narrated illustrated book in 30 seconds. Now imagine that same power for business presentations or marketing materials. Here's another angle from the leaks. The rumored integration with Google's hardware ecosystem. If these leaks are accurate, your Pixel phone, Pixel Watch, and other devices would all have the same Gemini brain. They could work together in ways we haven't seen before. Your watch notices something, your phone responds, your camera understands context, all working together seamlessly. But remember, much of this is speculation based on leaks and rumors. So, what should you do while we wait for official news? First, start experimenting with current AI tools. The Sketch 2 software feature is already available through Google's Code Lab. Try it out. Second, check out the Storybook feature that 9 to 5 Google covers if you have access. It shows where creative AI is heading, and this one isn't a rumor, it's real. Third, think about how these rumored features might impact your business. Better planning, bigger context, real-time understanding. If the rumors are true, how would you use those capabilities? And fourth, stay informed, but focus on what's available today. Don't wait for rumored tools that might not arrive on schedule. That's actually why I created the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. And we currently have over 1,000 members who are using AI to transform their businesses. They're getting real results with tools that work right now, not rumors or speculation. The link is in the comments and description if you want to learn more. And if you're serious about SEO and digital marketing, I also offer free SEO strategy sessions. We'll analyze your website and show you exactly how to get more traffic and leads. Again, the link is in the comments and description below. And speaking of staying ahead, we also have a complete SOP and process inside the AI Money Lab. The link is in the comments and description with over 100 different use cases. You see how I show a checklist of 100 different tutorials that we give away as freebies every day inside the school feed. You can get all the video notes from there and all the other resources along with all the trainings in the AI Money Lab. On top of that, we now have 19,000 members because people feel like they're missing out and they want to be part of something bigger than themselves. Now, let me wrap this up with what I think is really happening here based on these leaks and rumors. Google found itself in an AI race. Instead of just building a better chatbot, the rumors suggest they're building an AI ecosystem, phone and watch, camera, apps, everything connected. The Gemini 3.0 rumors suggest this strategy is working. Leaked code that understands sketches according to Google's Code Lab, rumored cameras that coach you, rumored watches that help contextually according to leaked hardware details. If these rumors are accurate, that's not just AI. That's AI woven into your daily life. Will the rumors pan out exactly as described? Probably not. Tech rumors rarely match reality perfectly. But will Google release something impressive in the rumored 3.0 timeframe? Leaked code references and Android Central's leaked hardware details suggest yes. The question isn't whether Gemini 3.0 is coming. The leaked code proves they're working on it internally. The question is what exactly it will do and when we'll see it officially announced. Based on everything we've covered today from all these leaked sources and rumors, I'd say the smart speculation is on late 2025 for at least a preview, maybe sooner if the competitive pressure builds. And when it does arrive officially, it could change how we think about AI integration, not just as a tool you visit occasionally, but as intelligence built into everything you use. What do you think? Are these Gemini 3.0 rumors and leaks exciting, believable, worth getting hyped about? Or are you skeptical about these unconfirmed reports? Drop a comment below and let me know. Julian reads every single comment, so your thoughts matter. And if you found this breakdown of leaks and rumors helpful, smash that like button and subscribe for more AI updates, because this industry moves fast and you don't want to miss the next big development. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. GPT-5 versus Claude 4.1, Opus versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. Who wins? Today, I'm going to show you which AI actually wins when you put them head to head. I tested GPT-5, Claude Opus 4.1, and Gemini 2.5 Pro on the same exact tasks. The results will shock you. One AI completely crashed 3 times in a row. Another one kept making the same mistakes over and over. But one AI surprised me with something I never expected. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Here's what happened when I put these 3 AI giants to the test. I gave them all the exact same challenge. Build me 5 different games, same rules, same time limit, same everything. The question everyone's asking is simple. Which AI is actually better? GPT-5 just dropped, Claude Opus 4.1 is making waves, and Gemini 2.5 Pro claims to be the smartest yet. But here's the thing, everyone talks about these AIs. Nobody actually tests them properly. So I did what nobody else would do. I put them through real challenges, not simple questions, not basic tasks, real work that matters. What I found will change how you think about AI forever. Let me start with the first test. I asked all 3 AIs to build a game called Pixel Ninja Dash. The goal was simple, create a single-page app where you dash and jump across rooftops while slicing enemy robots. Sounds easy, right? Wrong. Here's what happened. Gemini finished first. The UI looked good, but the game was so hard to play I wanted to throw my computer out the window. GPT-5 came second. Again, nice UI, but just like Gemini, way too hard to actually enjoy. Then Claude Opus 4.1 finished last. But here's the twist. The game was actually fun to play. Easy controls, nice night city lights, cute background. While the other 2 made games that looked good but felt terrible, Claude made something you'd actually want to play. This tells us something important. Speed doesn't always win. Pretty doesn't always work. Sometimes the AI that takes longer makes something better. But wait, it gets more interesting. Test 2 was Candy Match Blast. Match 3 candies, score points, beat the clock, standard match 3 game that everyone knows. Gemini finished first again, but there was an error. The game didn't work. So while I waited for Gemini to fix it, Claude finished. And holy cow, instead of regular candy graphics, Claude used emojis, chocolates, candies, sweets. It looked completely different from what the others made. GPT-5 finished next. The design was like painted balls. Pretty and polished. It worked well. Finally, Gemini fixed its error and came last. When it finally worked, I wasn't impressed. The design was boring compared to the others. Claude won this round. Not because it was fastest, because it was creative. It thought outside the box. It made something unique while the others played it safe. This is where most people get AI wrong. They think faster means better. They think first place means best. But what actually matters is results. What matters is whether the thing you ask for actually works the way you need it to. Test 3 was Jungle Run Adventure. Run and jump across jungle platforms, collect bananas, avoid traps, infinite terrain that gets faster as you play. Here's where things got messy. All 3 AIs failed on the first try. Every single one had errors. So I gave them all a second chance. Claude finished first this time. The game design looked good, but there were no bananas, no collectibles, just a monkey running. I gave it another chance. The second version didn't work at all. Gemini came next. It worked most of the time, but sometimes the spacebar didn't respond. Sometimes you couldn't jump, and instead of bananas, it made yellow balls. I'm not kidding. Yellow balls instead of bananas. GPT-5 came last. The game crashed completely 3 times. It just couldn't handle this challenge at all. This test showed me something crucial. When AIs fail, they fail differently. Some fail fast and recover. Some fail slow, but work eventually. Some just keep failing no matter what you do. But here's what's really happening behind the scenes. Each AI has different strengths, different ways of thinking about problems, different approaches to code. And here's where you need to pay attention, because the next test changed everything. Test 4 was Space Miner 3D, fly a spaceship through asteroids, collect crystals, don't crash, use 3.js for 3D graphics. Gemini finished first, nothing special. Standard game, GPT-5 came second, also nothing special, same basic approach. But Claude came last. At first it showed errors, I thought it failed again, but then I realized something. The game was actually working and it looked way better than the other 2. Despite the initial errors, Claude had built something more impressive. This taught me the biggest lesson of all. Don't judge an AI by its first response. Don't judge it by how fast it works. Judge it by the final result. You know what most business owners get wrong about AI? They pick the AI that gives them answers fastest. They want quick results, fast responses, instant gratification. But that's like choosing a restaurant because they serve food fast. Speed doesn't mean quality. Speed doesn't mean the food tastes good. Speed doesn't mean you'll be satisfied. The same is true with AI. The best AI isn't always the fastest AI. Now here's where you can transform your business with AI. Most people use AI wrong. They ask simple questions, they want quick answers, they treat AI like a search engine. That's like buying a Ferrari and only driving it to the grocery store. The real power of AI comes when you push it, when you give it complex challenges, when you test its limits, and that's exactly what the AI Success Lab teaches you: how to use AI the right way, how to get results that actually matter, how to save hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars with the right AI strategies. Check the link in the comments and description. Over 14,000 members are already inside learning the advanced techniques that most people never discover. But let me finish the story first, because Test 5 was the real eye-opener. Test 5 was Lava Escape Runner, run across crumbling platforms while lava rises from below. Volcanic theme, fiery colors, intense but not frustrating gameplay. Gemini finished first again, but guess what? Error. Again. So I gave it time to fix it, Claude came second, the game worked, sometimes the controls didn't respond perfectly, but it was playable, it was fun. GPT-5 came last, and this is where it completely fell apart. Error after error after error, 3 times in a row, it just couldn't handle this challenge. So, what does all this mean? Which AI actually wins? Here's the truth. There is no single winner. Each AI has different strengths. Gemini is fast, but makes more errors. GPT-5 is polished, but struggles with complex tasks. Claude is creative and often builds better final products even if it takes longer. But here's what really matters for your business. You need to know which AI to use for which task. For quick, simple tasks, Gemini might be your best bet. For polished standard work, GPT-5 could work well. For creative, complex projects, Claude often surprises you with something better. Most people don't know this. They pick one AI and stick with it. That's like using a hammer for every job. Sometimes you need a screwdriver, sometimes you need a saw. The businesses that are winning with AI right now understand this. They use different AIs for different purposes. They know when to use which tool. And that's exactly what we teach inside the AI Success Lab. Not just how to use one AI, but how to use all of them, how to pick the right tool for each job. How to get results that your competitors can't match. You see how I show a checklist of 100 different tutorials that were given away as freebies every day inside the school feed? That's just the beginning. You get all the video notes, all the strategies, all the techniques that took me years to figure out. Plus, you join 14,000 other members who are all learning and sharing the latest AI breakthroughs. When you're part of something bigger than yourself, you learn faster, you grow faster, you get results faster. Here's what this really means for you. AI isn't just about getting quick answers anymore, it's about building systems, creating processes, automating tasks that used to take hours. The companies that figure this out first will dominate their markets. The ones that don't will be left behind. I've seen it happen already. Businesses that used to spend thousands on content creation now do it for pennies. Companies that used to hire expensive developers now build apps with AI. Entrepreneurs who used to struggle with marketing now create campaigns that convert like crazy, but only if they know how to use AI properly. That's why I created the AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. We currently have 1,000 members who are all transforming their businesses with AI. These aren't just people playing around with ChatGPT. These are serious entrepreneurs who are using AI to build real wealth, real systems, real businesses that run themselves. Inside the boardroom, you get access to strategies that most people will never discover. You get templates and systems that took years to develop. You get a community of people who are all on the same mission as you. Here's the bottom line. AI is changing everything, but most people are using it wrong. They're getting surface level results when they could be getting life-changing outcomes. The difference is knowing what to do, knowing which AI to use when, knowing how to structure your prompts, knowing how to build systems that actually work. And honestly, you can't figure this out by yourself. The landscape changes too fast. New AIs launch every month, new features drop every week, new strategies emerge every day. That's why you need a community. That's why you need training. That's why you need guidance from people who are already getting results. If you want to book a free SEO strategy session, the link is in the comments and description. We'll show you exactly how to use AI to dominate your market and get more customers than you ever thought possible. Or if you want to dive deeper into AI strategies right now, check out the AI Success Lab. The link is in the comments and description. You'll get access to everything we've learned about AI, all the systems, all the processes, all the techniques that are working right now. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know which AI you think won. Did the results surprise you? Are you using AI in your business yet? What challenges are you facing? The future belongs to the people who master AI first. The question is, will that be you? Don't wait, don't hesitate, don't let your competitors get ahead while you're still trying to figure this out on your own. Join the thousands of entrepreneurs who are already transforming their businesses with AI. Get the training, join the community, build the systems. Your future self will thank you. See you in the next video. Today, I'm going to show you the ultimate AI coding battle that everyone's talking about. 4 AI giants are about to fight for the coding crown. I tested them on 7 crazy hard challenges that will blow your mind. You won't believe which AI destroyed the competition. This is the test that reveals the truth about AI coding in 2025. Get ready, because the results are shocking. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. So here's what happened. I decided to run the ultimate test. 4 of the most powerful AI models on the planet, all fighting for one thing: the title of best AI coder. Or we've got Quen 3-2 35B-A22B-2507. This is Alibaba's brand new monster, just dropped, and it's already making waves. This thing is their latest coding powerhouse that's designed to compete with the best. Then we have Claude 4 Opus, Anthropic's coding beast. They claim it's the world's best coding model. It can code for 7 hours straight without stopping. That's like having a developer who never gets tired. Next up is Gemini 2.5 Pro, Google's latest and greatest. This model is supposed to be revolutionary. Google says it can handle any coding challenge you throw at it. And finally, Grok 4. This is the wild card. It's got that X factor that might surprise everyone. Here's the thing though, everyone talks about which AI is best, but nobody runs real tests. They just look at benchmarks, but benchmarks don't tell the whole story. You need real-world challenges. So I created 7 brutal tests. These aren't simple coding tasks. These are the kind of projects that separate the winners from the losers. Let me tell you about test number 1. HTML game with falling objects clicker. Here's the exact prompt I gave each AI. Build a simple HTML and JavaScript game where objects fall from the top of the screen and the player has to click them before they hit the ground. The game should include a start screen, score tracking, increasing difficulty over time, and work well on both desktop and mobile. I asked each AI to build a complete game, not just some basic code, a real game with all these features. This is where things got interesting. Gemini came out swinging, super fast response. The game actually worked. You could play it right away, no bugs, no crashes, just pure gaming goodness. Quen 3 Coder was next, built almost the same game, pretty solid stuff. The mechanics worked great. Grok 4 followed with similar output, nothing groundbreaking, but it did the job. But here's the twist. Claude 4 Opus was last to finish, but when I saw the UI, my jaw dropped. It was completely different from the others. Better design, cleaner interface, more professional looking. So round 1 goes to Gemini for speed and functionality, but Claude gets style points. Test number 2 was brutal. A iTool landing page. The prompt was, create a clean modern landing page using only HTML and CSS for a fictional AI tool called Prompt Pilot. It should include a catchy headline, subheadline, hero image placeholder, a section with 3 features using icons, a testimonial carousel, and a bold animated call to action button. I wanted a complete landing page for this fake AI tool. Had to be modern, clean, with all these specific elements. Gemini strikes again, first to finish. The landing page looked amazing, great font combinations, professional design. This thing could fool anyone into thinking it was a real product. Quen came next, but the page was super plain. The text color was so light you could barely see it. Major fail on the user experience front. Grok 4 delivered something basic, not impressive, looked like a landing page from 2015. Claude 4 Opus came last again, but wow, the UI was gorgeous, perfect color choices, professional layout. If I was running a real AI company, I'd use this design. Here's what I'm seeing. Gemini is fast and functional. Claude is slow but beautiful. Quen 3-235B-A22B-2507 is hit or miss. Grok is basic. Test 3 changed everything. Multiplayer tic-tac-toe in the browser. Here's the prompt I used. Build a 2-player tic-tac-toe game using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that works in real time via WebSockets or a similar method. It should allow 2 users to play from different browsers with automatic win detection and a restart option. This wasn't just any tic-tac-toe game. This had to work in real time. 2 players in different browsers, WebSocket connections, win detection, restart options. This is advanced stuff. Plot twist. Quen 3-235B-A22B-2507 finished first. And the game actually worked. Nice UI, smooth gameplay, everything functioned perfectly. Claude came second. Good UI, working game, solid performance. Grok 4 was supposed to deliver a game, but when I checked, there was no game. Complete failure. Gemini came last with a working game, but the UI looked terrible. Functional, but ugly. This is where Qwen 3-235B-A22B-2507 showed its true power. When it comes to complex interactive applications, it's a beast. Test 4 was the browser-based Markdown editor. The prompt: make a browser-based Markdown editor using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The page should have a split-screen layout with a Markdown input on the left and a live preview on the right. Include buttons for bold, italic, and links, and allow the user to export the content as a .md file. Split-screen layout, live preview, export functionality. This is developer tool territory. Qwen finished first. But here's the problem. When I tried to preview anything, it threw errors. I tried to fix it, but the errors kept coming. Total disaster. Gemini came next with a working Markdown editor. Clean, functional, did exactly what it was supposed to do. Grok and Claude both built editors. But when you tried to paste basic HTML, neither would preview it properly. Both failed the real-world test. So Gemini takes this round for actually delivering something that works. Here's where things get crazy. Test 5 was Portfolio Website Generator. My prompt was: build a simple web tool where a user can enter their name, skills, and project descriptions, and when they click a Generate button, it creates a styled one-page portfolio website. Include an option to download the generated HTML file. I wanted a tool where users could enter their info, click Generate, and boom, a complete portfolio website appears, plus the ability to download the HTML file. Gemini finished first with a nice UI, but it had a fatal flaw. It didn't respond to user input. Beautiful, but broken. Qwen had errors again, starting to see a pattern here. Claude delivered something special, good UI, working buttons, responsive design, actually did the job it was supposed to do. Grok had the same functionality as Claude, but the UI looked basic. Still worked though. Claude wins this round for delivering both form and function. Test 6 blew my mind. Tower defense game. Here's the prompt: create a simple 2D tower defense game using HTML5 canvas and JavaScript where enemies follow a path and the player places towers to stop them. Include waves of increasing difficulty, basic tower upgrades, and a game over screen. This isn't just a game, this is a complete 2D tower defense system. Enemies following paths, towers that shoot, waves of increasing difficulty, tower upgrades, game over screens. This is serious game development. Qwen finished first, but I couldn't figure out how to play the game. The UI was confusing, the mechanics weren't clear. It technically worked, but was unusable. Then Gemini delivered something incredible. This felt like a real game. Professional fonts, smooth mechanics, perfect UI. It was like playing a game from the App Store. Absolutely insane for just one prompt. Grok's game didn't work properly. Major disappointment. Claude did the job, but it could use improvement. Functional, but not impressive. Gemini completely destroyed the competition here. No contest. Test 7 was the ultimate challenge. First-person maze escape 3D game. The final prompt: create a basic first-person 3D maze escape game in the browser using Three.js. The player should be able to move through a 3D maze using keyboard controls, WASD, find a key, and unlock an exit door to win. I wanted a full 3D maze game using Three.js. First-person perspective, keyboard controls with WASD, find a key, unlock an exit door, win the game. This is professional game development territory. Gemini was incredible, created a full 3D maze that actually worked. You could move around, find the key, escape through the door. It felt like playing a real video game. Qwen showed just a brown background, no interaction, complete failure. Claude impressed me, built a working 3D maze. You could navigate through it, find objectives, escape to win. Really solid implementation. Grok just showed a white background. Another complete failure. Gemini wins again with the most impressive 3D game. So let's talk about what this all means. After running 7 brutal tests, here's what I discovered. Gemini 2.5 Pro is the speed demon. Fast responses, great UI design. When it works, it really works. Especially impressive with games and visual applications. Claude 4 Opus is the perfectionist. Takes longer to respond, but delivers higher quality code, better UI designs, more professional looking results. When you need something that looks good and works well, Claude delivers. Qwen 3-235B-A22B-2507 is the wildcard. Sometimes it's brilliant. The multiplayer tic-tac-toe was amazing, but sometimes it fails completely. Inconsistent but has moments of genius. Grok 4 is the underdog. Basic but functional most of the time. Not exciting but gets the job done for simple projects. Here's the thing though, the winner depends on what you need. If you want speed and impressive visual results, Gemini is your choice. It's perfect for prototypes and demos that need to wow people. If you want professional quality code that looks good and works reliably, Claude 4 Opus is the winner. Yes, it's slower, but the results are worth waiting for. If you're feeling adventurous and want to try something with huge potential, Qwen 3-2 35B-A22B-2507 might surprise you. Just be prepared for some inconsistency, and if you need something basic that just works, Grok 4 will do the job. But here's the real secret. The best coders don't rely on just one AI. They use multiple models for different tasks, use Gemini for rapid prototyping and visual applications, use Claude for production code that needs to be professional, use Qwen 3-2 35B-A22B-2507 when you want to experiment with cutting-edge capabilities. This is exactly the kind of strategy we teach inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We have over 1,000 members who are scaling their businesses and saving hundreds of hours with AI automation. They're learning which AI tools work best for specific tasks. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know which AI you think perform the best. Some AIs are better at content creation, others excel at technical analysis, some are perfect for client communication. The same principle applies to coding. Master multiple tools and you'll outperform someone using just one AI, no matter how powerful that single AI is. If you want to learn more about building systems like this in your business, we offer free SEO strategy sessions. Link in the comments and description. We'll show you exactly how we use AI to scale our agency and how you can do the same. Here's the bottom line from this coding battle. Each AI has strengths and weaknesses. Gemini impressed with speed and visual results. Claude delivered professional quality. Qwen 3-2 35B-A22B-2507 showed innovative potential. Grok provided reliable basics. But the real winner is anyone who learns to use all these tools strategically. That's what we're teaching inside the AI Success Lab. Real strategies, real results, real community of people who are building real businesses with these tools. The link is in the comments and description. Join us and let's build the future together. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe for more AI battles and comparisons. Comment below with which AI you think won this coding challenge. And I'll see you in the next video. Today I'm going to show you which AI model actually wins when it comes to real business tasks. I just ran the most comprehensive AI test ever, 5 brutal business challenges, 3 top AI models. The results will shock you. 1, AI completely failed a basic task. Another dominated content creation. And the third one surprised everyone with its speed. This could save you thousands of dollars and hours of wasted time. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. You know what drives me crazy? Everyone's talking about which AI is best, but nobody's actually testing them on real business tasks. Everyone just asks them to write a poem or solve a math problem that's useless. So I decided to do something different. I created 5 brutal business tests. Real tasks that you and I face every single day. SEO analysis, content creation, strategic planning, the works. And I put 3 of the hottest AI models through the ringer. Grok 4, Claude 4 Sonnet, and Gemini 2.5 Pro. What I found will change how you think about AI forever. Let me break this down for you. First, let me tell you about the testing method. Because this wasn't some casual comparison. This was scientific, this was real. I created 5 different business scenarios, each one designed to test a different skill that matters in business: researchability, content creation, strategic thinking, technical knowledge, speed. Every test had clear evaluation criteria. I measured speed, I measured accuracy, I measured quality, and I scored everything on a point system so there was no bias. And I'm going to share the exact prompts I used. So you can test these yourself. You can see if you get the same results. You can use these prompts in your own business. Test 1 was SEO competitive analysis. This is something I do every single day in my agency. I gave each AI model a scenario where they're running a project management software company. They had to analyze competitors like Asana and Monday.com, find keyword opportunities, identify content gaps, create a 6-month strategy. Here's the exact prompt I used. I run a mid-sized SaaS company selling project management software. Our main competitors are Asana, Monday.com, and Trello. Create a comprehensive SEO competitive analysis that includes 1. Identify 10 high-value keyword opportunities where we could outrank these competitors. 2. Analyze their content gaps we could exploit. 3. Recommend a 6-month SEO strategy with specific tactics and expected timeline for results. Include reasoning for your recommendations. This is complex stuff. This requires research skills, strategic thinking, business understanding. And here's what happened. Grok 4 absolutely crushed this test. It delivered the most comprehensive report I've ever seen from an AI, detailed tables, extensive data analysis, strategic insights that actually made sense. The organization was perfect. The visual presentation was clean. Claude 4 Sonnet came in second. Strong analytical depth, good strategic recommendations, well structured, but just not as comprehensive as Grok. Gemini 2.5 Pro, it was the fastest by far, but the analysis was basic, surface level, not enough depth for real strategic decision making. So after test 1, Grok was leading. Test 2 was content creation. I asked each AI to write a complete 1,500 word blog post for a cybersecurity company. Target keyword was endpoint security best practices 2025. Had to include SEO optimization, proper heading structure, actionable advice, internal linking opportunities. A compelling call to action. Here's the exact prompt. Write a complete 1,500 word blog post for our B2B cybersecurity company targeting IT directors at mid-sized companies with 500 to 2,000 employees. Primary keyword, endpoint security best practices 2025, include 1. SEO optimized title and meta description, 2. Proper heading structure, H1 to H3, 3. 5 actionable best practices with real-world examples, 4. Internal linking opportunities suggest 3. 5. A compelling CTA for our endpoint security audit. Make it authoritative but accessible, avoiding technical jargon. This is bread and butter content marketing, something every business needs, and Claude 4 Sonnet destroyed this test. It delivered 1,620 words of absolutely beautiful content. The SEO optimization was perfect. Natural keyword integration. The structure was clean. The readability was incredible. It felt like a human expert wrote it. Gemini 2.5 Pro came in second with 1,529 words. Good content quality, proper SEO elements, solid performance across the board. But here's where things got interesting. Grok 4 had a massive problem. It claimed it wrote 1,512 words, but when I counted, only 1,221 words. That's a huge accuracy issue. You can't trust an AI that lies about word count. What else is it lying about? So after test 2, Claude was catching up. Test 3 was content repurposing. I gave them a high-performing blog post about remote team management, 3,000 words that generated 15,000 organic views and 200 leads. Real numbers from real campaigns. I asked them to turn this into 8 different content formats: LinkedIn carousel, email newsletter series, Twitter thread, YouTube script, infographic outline, podcast brief, Instagram stories, short form video script. Here's the exact prompt. We have a high-performing 3,000-word blog post about remote team management strategies that generated 15,000 organic views and 200 leads. Transform this single piece into 8 different content formats for maximum reach. 1. LinkedIn carousel post. 2. Email newsletter series, 3-part. 3. Twitter thread. 4. YouTube video script, 8 to 10 minutes. 5. Infographic outline. 6. Podcast episode brief. 7. Instagram story series. 8. Short form video script, 60 seconds. Provide the actual content scripts, not just ideas. This tests creativity. Adaptation skills. Platform understanding. Claude 4 Sonnet won again. And it wasn't even close. The copywriting was exceptional. The hooks were incredible. Each piece of content was perfectly optimized for its platform. The quality stayed high across all 8 formats. Gemini 2.5 Pro came second. Good adaptation skills, solid content, but missing that creative spark. Grok 4 was adequate, functional, but boring. No compelling hooks, no engagement. Claude was pulling ahead. Test 4 was editorial calendar development. Create a 90-day content calendar for a project management tool. Target keywords around project management tips and team productivity. Include content clusters, seasonal topics, lead magnets, promotion strategy. Here's the exact prompt I used. Create a 90-day content calendar for our SaaS project management tool, targeting small business owners and team leaders. We want to rank for project management tips, team productivity, and small business efficiency. Include 1. 24 blog post topics with target keywords and search intent. 2. Content cluster strategy linking related posts. 3. Seasonal trending topic integration. 4. Lead magnet content, 3 pieces. 5. Content promotion strategy for each post. Format as a detailed calendar with publication dates, word counts, and success metrics. This is strategic planning at its finest, And here's where things got interesting. Both Grok 4 and Gemini 2.5 Pro, tied for first place, both delivered excellent table-based organization, comprehensive planning, detailed timelines and metrics, strategic thinking, visual clarity that made the plans immediately actionable. Claude the fourth Sonnet came third. Good analysis and recommendations, comprehensive, but it lacked the superior organization of the other two. So we had a three-way race going into the final test. Test 5 was technical SEO audit. I gave them a 500-page e-commerce website with multiple technical issues, duplicate title tags, slow site speed, broken links, missing structured data, missing alt text, outdated XML sitemap, limited development resources, only 20 hours per month. Here's the exact prompt. I'm the CMO of a 500-page e-commerce website. Our developer found these technical issues. 1. 127 pages with duplicate title tags. 2. Site speed averaging 4.2 seconds on mobile. 3. 23 broken internal links. 4. Missing structured data on product pages. 5. 15% of images missing alt text. 6. XML sitemap hasn't been updated in 8 months. We have limited development resources, 20 hours per month. Create a priority matrix ranking these issues by SEO impact versus implementation effort, and provide a 3-month implementation roadmap. They had to create a priority matrix. Rank issues by SEO impact versus implementation effort. Provide a 3-month roadmap. Both Grok 4 and Claude 4 Sonnet tied for first. Excellent strategic roadmaps, strong prioritization logic, clear implementation paths, deep technical SEO understanding, practical resource allocation. Gemini 2.5 Pro came third. Adequate technical understanding, but missing the strategic depth and implementation detail. But wait, I wasn't done testing yet. I wanted to see how these AIs handled something completely different, game development, because if you can build games, you can build anything, so I threw 2 more brutal tests at them. Test 6 was building a Minecraft-inspired 3D world generator using p5.js. This is hardcore coding, real programming skills. Here's the exact prompt. Build a Minecraft-inspired 3D world generator using p5.js. Create 1. A 20 by 20 grid of procedurally generated terrain with different block types, grass, stone, dirt, water. 2. First-person camera controls, WASD movement, mouse look. 3. Block placement, removal system, left-right click. 4. At least 4 different block textures. 5. Simple lighting or shading effects. 6. Inventory system showing available blocks. 7. Save, load, world state functionality. Focus on performance. It should run smoothly at 30 plus frames per second, include chunk-based loading for scalability. This is insanely complex. 3D graphics, game mechanics, performance optimization, user interface, data persistence. Claude 4 Sonnet won this round. It actually created a game, not fully playable, but it built something that resembled what I asked for. The code structure was solid. The approach was logical. Grok 4 and Gemini 2.5 Pro, they finished fast. But the code was full of errors, broken functionality, incomplete features, speed without substance. Then I hit them with Test 7. A 2D endless runner game. Here's the prompt. Create a complete 2D endless runner game using HTML5 canvas and JavaScript. The game should include 1. A character that can jump to avoid obstacles. 2. Randomly generated obstacles moving from right to left. 3. Score system that increases over time. 4. Game over screen with restart functionality. 5. Progressive difficulty, obstacles get faster. 6. Simple particle effects when jumping or colliding. Make it fully playable with smooth animations and responsive controls. Include proper game state management and clean commented code. Claude 4 Sonnet absolutely destroyed this test. It created a completely playable game, smooth animations, responsive controls, progressive difficulty, particle effects, game state management. Everything worked perfectly. The game was actually hard, but so fun to play, like a real indie game you'd find on Steam. Grok 4 and Gemini 2.5 Pro. Same story, fast responses, broken code, lots of errors, incomplete functionality. This revealed something huge about these AIs. So, what were the final results after all 7 tests? Claude 4 Sonnet won 4 solo victories and 1 co-win, 6 out of 7 strong performances, absolutely dominant. Grok 4 won 1 solo victory and 2 co-wins, 3 out of 7 strong performances. Gemini 2.5 Pro won 0 solo victories and 1 co-win, 1 out of 7 strong performances. But here's what really matters. The insights. Claude 4 Sonnet isn't just good at content creation, it's exceptional at complex coding tasks, game development, interactive applications, Advanced programming challenges, when you need something that actually works, Claude delivers. Grok 4 and Gemini 2.5 Pro are fast, but fast doesn't matter if the code is broken, if the functionality doesn't work, if you can't actually use what they create. This is the difference between an AI that can help you build a real business versus an AI that just gives you pretty responses that don't work. Claude 4 Sonnet is the king of content creation, blog posts, copywriting, content repurposing. If you're doing content marketing, this is your AI. The quality is consistently excellent, the engagement is superior, the readability is perfect. But that's not all. Claude also dominates complex coding tasks, game development, interactive applications, advanced programming. When you need code that actually works, Claude is your AI. Grok 4 is the analysis beast, competitive research, strategic planning, comprehensive reporting. If you need deep analysis and strategic thinking, this is your AI. The organization is excellent, the visual presentation is clean. Gemini 2.5 Pro is the speed demon, fastest response times by far, good content quality for basic tasks, reliable performance for simple requests. If you need quick turnaround and speed is more important than quality or functionality, this is your AI. But here's the thing that nobody talks about. Different AIs for different tasks. You don't need to pick just one. In my agency, we use Claude for all our content creation, blog posts for clients, email campaigns, social media content. It's unmatched. We use Grok for competitive analysis, market research, strategic planning, when we need comprehensive reports for clients. We use Gemini when we need quick answers, fast research, rapid content for social media, time-sensitive projects. It's like having different tools in a toolbox. You don't use a hammer for everything. But if I had to pick just one AI for business, Claude 4 Sonnet, here's why. Content is everything in business today. Content marketing drives leads, copywriting drives sales, email campaigns drive revenue, social media content builds brands, and Claude dominates content creation. But here's what shocked me the most. Claude also dominates coding, real development work, functional applications, interactive tools. This means Claude can help you build the entire business ecosystem. Content to attract customers, code to serve customers, everything you need in one AI. Plus, Claude's consistency is incredible. Every single test, it delivered high-quality results. You can trust it. Grok's word count issue in the blog post test is concerning. If it lies about something basic, like word count, what else might it get wrong? Speed is nice, but quality matters more. Would you rather have a fast AI that gives you mediocre content, or a slightly slower AI that gives you incredible content? I know which one I choose, but only if you use it correctly, only if you go beyond the surface level stuff, only if you treat it like the powerful business tool it actually is. These test results prove that AI can handle complex business tasks, real work, real value. The question is, are you ready to take advantage of it? Are you ready to use AI to scale your business, get more customers, save hundreds of hours, or are you going to keep using it to write poems? The choice is yours. But I know what successful entrepreneurs choose. They choose results over entertainment, business value over party tricks, real applications over fun experiments. That's what separates successful people from everyone else. They see the opportunity, they take action, they get results. If you want to join them, if you want to scale your business with AI, I have 3 ways I can help you right now. First, if you're serious about using AI to scale your business, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. We focus on real business applications that generate real revenue. Second, if you want help with the SEO and getting more organic traffic, book a free SEO strategy session. The link is in the comments and description. My team will analyze your website and show you exactly how to get more leads and customers from Google. Third, if you want to master AI for business, check out the AI Success Lab. We have SOPs and processes for over 100 different business use cases, plus video tutorials that walk you through everything step by step. The link is in the comments and description. You can see we have over 14,000 members. Because people don't want to miss out, they want to be part of something bigger, and you can get all the video notes from today's analysis, plus access to our entire community of entrepreneurs who are scaling with AI. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know which AI you're going to start using for your business. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Today I'm going to show you Google's brand new AI coding agent that just dropped. And it's completely free. This thing can build entire apps from your terminal. It can fix broken code. It can even create slide decks from your GitHub projects. And here's the crazy part. It takes less than 2 minutes to set up. I'm going to walk you through exactly how to get this running. Plus, I'll show you the one mistake everyone's making that breaks it instantly. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Let me be real with you. I've tested Claude Code. I've tested all the other AI agents. But this one is different. Google just released something that could put a lot of paid tools out of business. And most people don't even know it exists yet. So if you want to build apps without knowing how to code, stay tuned, because by the end of this video, you'll have a free AI developer working for you 24/7. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know what you think about this new tool, all right? Let's dive in. So Google just dropped this thing called Gemini CLI, and it's basically like having a coding expert sitting right next to you, except this expert never gets tired, never asks for a raise, and works for free. Here's what makes this different from everything else out there. Most AI coding tools just write code. This thing actually runs the code for you. It opens files, it launches apps in your browser. It can even do Google searches while it's coding. And get this, it's open source, completely free. You get 1,000 model requests per day. That's way more than most people will ever use. But here's where it gets interesting. This isn't just for developers. I don't code. I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time, but I can now build apps with this thing. If I can do it, anyone can do it. Let me show you exactly how to set this up, and I'll show you some real examples of what this thing can build. First, you need Node.js version 18 or higher. Don't worry, it's free and takes 2 seconds to install. I'll put the link in the comments. Then you open your terminal. If you're on Mac, just search for terminal. If you're on Windows, search for command prompt. Now here's the magic command. You type npm install g Google Generative AI CLI, hit enter, and boom, it starts installing. The setup is ridiculously easy. It asks you to pick a color theme. I went with the default. Then it asks you to authenticate. You can use your API key if you have one. Or you can just log in with Google. I clicked log in with Google. It opens a browser window. You sign in, and that's it. You're done. The whole setup took me less than 2 minutes. Compare that to some other tools that take hours to configure. Now here's where it gets fun. You can start giving it commands immediately. I typed, "Are you working?" And it replied, "Yes. How can I help?" That's when I knew this thing was legit. So let's test it out with something real. I said, write a new Discord bot that answers questions using the FAQ file. And it started coding right in front of me, building the entire bot from scratch. But here's what blew my mind. It doesn't just write the code and leave you hanging. It explains what it's doing. It asks if you want to run the code, and it can even launch the finished product in your browser. Let me give you another example. I asked it to create a slide deck based on a GitHub project. Now, normally this would take hours of work. You'd have to analyze the code, write the content, design the slides, format everything. This thing did it in minutes. It went to the GitHub repo, analyzed all the code, created a markdown file with the slide content, then converted it to HTML and launched it in my browser. Was the design perfect? No. But did it work? Absolutely. And here's the best part. When I didn't like the design, I just said, make the UI more beautiful. And it redesigned the whole thing, added better colors, improved the layout, made it look professional. I felt like I had a personal developer working for me. But wait, there's more. This thing can do way more than just coding. You can say things like, give me a summary of all the changes that went in yesterday, and it'll analyze your entire project and give you a report, or help me migrate this code base, and it'll walk you through the entire migration process, or make a full screen web app for a wall display to show our most important issues. The possibilities are endless. Now I want to show you something really cool. I asked it to build an SEO calculator just to see what would happen. I said, code out an SEO calculator. Make sure the UI is as engaging as possible. And boom, it started building, created the HTML, added the CSS style in, built the JavaScript functionality, and launched it in my browser. The whole thing took maybe 5 minutes, and I now have a working SEO calculator that I can use for my clients. Think about this for a second. I just saved hours of development work, and I didn't pay a single dollar for it. This is why I think this tool could put a lot of paid alternatives out of business. Now, let me be honest with you. It's not perfect. I ran into some bugs during my testing. Sometimes it switches from the smart model to the faster model when there's high demand, and the faster model isn't as good. When that happens, the outputs get worse, the code isn't as clean, and sometimes it just breaks completely. But here's the fix. If it breaks, just close the terminal, run the installation command again, and start fresh. Takes 30 seconds. The other thing is speed. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow, depends on how many people are using it. But even with these issues, this thing is incredible for a free tool. Now let me compare this to some other options out there. Claude Code has been trending like crazy, and it's good, but you have to pay for it after the free tier, and the setup is more complicated. GitHub Copilot is also solid, but again, you're paying monthly, and it just writes code, it doesn't run it for you. Cursor is another popular option, but same story, paid, limited features in the free version. This Google tool gives you most of the same functionality for free, with unlimited use up to 1,000 requests per day. That's a game changer. Now here's something interesting. You can actually use this with your existing projects, not just new ones. Say you have a website that's been sitting around for months, you can navigate to that folder in your terminal, then ask Gemini CLI to analyze it, improve it, add new features, fix bugs. It can read all your files, understand your code structure, and make intelligent suggestions. I tested this with an old project of mine, asked it to add mobile responsiveness to a website that was only desktop friendly. It went through every file, updated the CSS, added media queries, and made the whole site mobile friendly. That would have taken me days to figure out. It did it in an hour. This is the power of having an AI that can actually interact with your file system. It's not just giving you code snippets, it's working on your actual project. And here's another cool feature. You can ask it to organize your files, convert file formats, even analyze your spending from PDF invoices. Someone in the comments asked if it can fix broken video files. I don't know, but given what I've seen, I wouldn't be surprised. The key is that this isn't just a coding tool, it's a general purpose AI assistant that happens to be really good at coding. Now let me give you some tips for getting the most out of this. First, be specific with your requests. Don't just say, build an app. Say, build a to-do app with dark mode and the ability to set due dates. The more specific you are, the better the output. Second, don't be afraid to iterate. If you don't like something, just ask it to change it. Make it more colorful. Add animation. Make it look more professional. It's designed to work with you, not just dump code and disappear. Third, save your work. When it builds something you like, make sure you know where the files are saved. Usually it's in your current directory. And fourth, if it breaks, don't panic, just restart and try again. These tools are still new, bugs happen, but when they work, they're magic. Now, I want to talk about the bigger picture here, because this isn't just about free coding tools. This is about what's happening in the AI space right now. Google is making a serious play to compete with OpenAI and Anthropic. They're giving away powerful tools for free, building up user loyalty, getting people used to their ecosystem, and frankly, it's working. This Gemini CLI tool is better than some paid alternatives I've used. If you're a business owner, this should get your attention, because AI automation is happening whether you're ready or not. The companies that figure this out first are going to have a massive advantage. They'll be able to build faster, iterate quicker, and do it all for less money. The companies that ignore this, they're going to get left behind. This is why I spend so much time testing these new tools. Not because I love technology, but because I want to find the ones that actually move the needle for businesses. And this Gemini CLI, this moves the needle. Think about all the small tasks you pay developers for. Quick fixes, simple apps, data processing scripts. You could potentially do all of that yourself now for free. Or if you have developers on your team, they just became way more productive. They can focus on the complex stuff while the AI handles the routine work. Either way, you win. Now let me address something I'm sure some of you are thinking. Julian, this sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? The catch is that it's new, there are bugs, sometimes it's slow, and Google could change the terms at any time. But right now, today, it's free and it works. So why not take advantage of it? The worst thing that happens is you learn something new. The best thing that happens is you build something that makes you money. I'd take those odds any day. Let me tell you about someone I know who's already using AI coding tools to build a business. He's not a developer, never learned to code, but he's using tools like this to build simple web apps for local businesses, invoice generators, appointment schedulers, simple e-commerce sites, nothing complicated, but stuff that local businesses actually need. He charges $500 to $2,000 per project, and he can build most of them in a day or two with AI help. Do the math on that. Even if he only does 2 projects per month, that's $2,000 to $8,000 in extra income. Not bad for someone who doesn't know how to code. This is the opportunity in front of you right now. The barrier to entry for building software has never been lower. You don't need a computer science degree. You don't need years of experience. You just need to be willing to experiment and learn. And tools like this Gemini CLI make it easier than ever. Now, I want to show you one more example before we wrap up, because this one really shows the power of what we're dealing with. I asked it to create a web app that displays GitHub issues on a wall monitor, like something you'd see in a tech company's office. This is a pretty complex request. It needs to connect to GitHub's API, pull live data, display it in a nice format, update automatically. Normally, this would be a multi-day project for a developer. This thing built it in about 20 minutes. It created the HTML structure, added the CSS styling, wrote the JavaScript to connect to GitHub, set up automatic updates, and made it full screen responsive. When I opened it in my browser, I had a live dashboard showing all the issues from the project with real-time updates. It looked like something a professional development team would build. That's when it really hit me. This isn't just a helpful tool, this is a fundamental shift in how software gets built. We're moving from a world where you need technical expertise to build things to a world where you just need good ideas and the ability to communicate with AI. That's huge. And it's happening right now, not in 5 years, not in 10 years, right now. The question is, are you going to take advantage of it, or are you going to let this opportunity pass you by? Because here's the thing, early adopters always win with new technology. The people who jumped on social media first built the biggest followings. The people who started e-commerce stores first made the most money. And the people who figure out AI automation first are going to dominate their industries. This Gemini CLI tool is just one piece of that puzzle, but it's a pretty important piece. So here's what I want you to do. Go install this tool, play around with it, build something simple, see what it can do. Don't worry about being perfect. Don't worry about building the next Facebook. Just experiment. Ask it to build a simple calculator or a basic website or a tool that solves a problem you have. See how it works. Get a feel for what's possible, because once you see what this thing can do, you'll start seeing opportunities everywhere. Problems that need solving, tools that need building, processes that need automating, and now you'll have the ability to actually do something about it. That's the real power here. Not just the tool itself, but the mindset shift that comes with it. From, I can't build that, to, let me see what I can build. That shift alone is worth more than any paid course or certification. All right, let's wrap this up. We covered a lot today. We talked about what Gemini CLI is, how to set it up, what it can build, how it compares to other tools, and why this matters for your business. The bottom line is this. Google just gave you a free AI developer. Use it, build something, break something, fix something, learn something. The companies and individuals who embrace AI automation now are going to have a massive advantage in the coming years. Don't be the person who looks back and wishes they had started sooner. If you want to dive deeper into AI automation and learn how to scale your business with these tools, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. We've got live coaching calls 3 times per week and a community of entrepreneurs who are actually implementing this stuff. And if you want us to just handle the automation for you, book a free SEO strategy session. Link in the comments and description. We'll look at your business, figure out what to automate, and implement it for you. Finally, if you want all the notes from this video plus the links to get started with Gemini CLI, grab them from the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments and description. We've got over 100 different AI tutorials and use cases in there, plus we give away free tools and resources every day. With over 12,000 members, you'll be part of something bigger. Thanks for watching. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so let me know what you build with this tool, and I'll see you in the next one. Google just started a war with Anthropic, 2 AI coding agents battling for your terminal. One costs $50 to $100 a day, the other is completely free. I tested both, and the results will shock you. Today I'm showing you which one actually wins, and why this battle changes everything for developers. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. The AI coding war just got real. Google dropped Gemini CLI yesterday, and it's going head-to-head with Claude Code from Anthropic. Both tools do the same thing. They're AI agents that live in your terminal. They write code. They run commands. They build entire projects. But here's the crazy part. One of them costs up to $100 per day to use. The other one, completely free. I've tested both. I've compared them on real projects. And today I'm going to show you which one actually wins. Because choosing the wrong one could cost you thousands of dollars. Or worse, it could cost you time. First, let's talk about Google's weapon, Gemini CLI. This thing just launched yesterday. It's an AI agent that runs directly in your terminal. Not in a browser, not in an IDE. Right there in your command line. It's powered by Gemini 2.5 Pro. That's Google's best AI model, the one that beats ChatGPT in most coding benchmarks. And Google gave it serious firepower. 1 million token context window. That means it can remember entire code bases, every file, every function, every variable. But here's where Google is playing dirty. They made it completely free. 60 requests per minute, 1,000 requests per day, no credit card required, no trial that expires, and it's open source, Apache 2.0 license. That means you can modify it. You can see exactly how it works. You can trust it. It connects to Google Search for real-time information. It supports MCP for connecting to other tools. It can generate images with Imagen, videos with VO, even music with Lyria. This isn't just a coding tool. It's like having Google's entire AI arsenal in your terminal. Now let's talk about Anthropic's challenger, Claude Code. Claude Code launched earlier this year. It's also a terminal-based AI agent built on Claude 3.7 Sonnet. And Claude 3.7 Sonnet is no joke. It's one of the best coding models in the world. Some people say it's better than GPT-4 for complex programming tasks. Claude Code can handle massive projects. We're talking about tasks that would take a human 45 minutes or more. It can refactor entire code bases. It can write comprehensive test suites. It can manage complex Git workflows. It's designed for serious developers, people who are building real products, not just experimenting. But here's the catch. It's expensive, really expensive. Users report spending $50 to $100 per day. That's $500 to $300-$600 per month just for an AI coding tool. And it's closed source. You can't see how it works. You can't modify it. You have to trust Anthropic completely. All right, let's compare these two directly because this is where it gets interesting. Round one, cost. Gemini CLI wins this by a landslide. It's free. Claude Code can cost you $50 to $100 per day. That's $18,000 to $36,000 per year versus $0 per year. No contest. But wait, what if free means worse quality? Let's keep going. Round two, performance. This is where it gets tricky. Claude 3.7 Sonnet is really good at coding. It has this deep reasoning ability that's hard to beat. But Gemini 2.5 Pro is no slouch either. Google's latest tests show it beating GPT-4 on most coding benchmarks. Based on developer reports, Claude Code is better at complex refactoring tasks. It understands code architecture better. It makes fewer mistakes on large projects. But Gemini CLI is faster. It gives you answers quicker. And for most tasks, the quality is just as good. I'm calling this one a tie. Both are really good at what they do. Round three, context window. Gemini CLI has 1 million tokens. Claude Code has less than that. This matters for big projects. The more context the AI can see, the better its suggestions. Gemini CLI wins this round. Round four, features. Claude Code is focused. It does one thing really well, terminal-based coding. Gemini CLI is a Swiss Army knife. It codes. It does research with Google Search. It generates images and videos. It connects to databases through MCP. If you want a specialized tool, Claude Code might be better. If you want an all-in-one solution, Gemini CLI wins. Gemini CLI takes this round. Round five, reliability. Claude Code has been around longer. It's more stable. The bugs have been worked out. Gemini CLI just launched. It's still in preview. You might hit some issues. But here's the thing. Because Gemini CLI is open source, bugs get fixed fast. The community is already contributing improvements. Claude Code wins this round, but it's close. Round six, trust and transparency. Gemini CLI is open source. You can inspect every line of code. You know exactly what it's doing with your data. Claude Code is a black box. You have to trust Anthropic completely. For businesses handling sensitive code, this is huge. Gemini CLI wins. If you want to do your own comparison between these tools, here's how. 1. Same project test. Build the exact same app with both tools, maybe a simple to-do app or calculator. Compare code quality, time taken, how many iterations needed, and final result. 2. Debugging challenge. Give both tools the same buggy code. See which one finds the bug faster, explains it better, and provides the better fix. 3. Learning test. Ask both to teach you a new framework like Next.js or React. Compare quality of explanations, code examples provided, and how up-to-date their knowledge is. 4. Cost analysis. Track how much you spend over a week with each tool. Gemini CLI, free so far. Claude Code. Track daily costs. Calculate monthly and yearly totals. 5. Integration test. See how well each tool works with your existing setup. VS Code integration, Git workflows, file management, and terminal experience. If you do this comparison, drop your results in the comments. I'd love to see what you find. So, which one is better? Here's my honest take. If money is no object, and you're working on complex professional projects, Claude Code might have an edge based on developer reports. It's more sophisticated for complex tasks, but for 99% of developers, Gemini CLI is the better choice. Here's why based on my actual testing and research. First, it's free. That $1,500 to $3,600 per month you save with Gemini CLI, you can hire a junior developer with that money. Second, It's more versatile. It doesn't just code, it researches, it generates content, it connects to other tools. Third, it's transparent. You can see how it works, you can modify it, you can trust it with sensitive projects. Fourth, it's backed by Google. It's not going anywhere. It's going to get better fast. Claude Code is like a Ferrari. It's amazing, but it's expensive, and you can only use it for one thing. Gemini CLI is like a Tesla. It's almost as good, much cheaper, and it can do way more things. Here's my recommendation for different types of users. If you're a beginner developer, use Gemini CLI. It's free, it's easier to get started, and it can teach you while you code. If you're a freelancer or small business, use Gemini CLI. You can't justify spending $3,000 per month on a coding tool. The free version does everything you need. If you're working at a big company with a huge budget, consider Claude Code. If you're building mission-critical software and cost isn't an issue, the extra sophistication might be worth $50, $100 per day. If you're working on side projects, use Gemini CLI. No question. If you're learning AI and want to experiment, use Gemini CLI. It's open source. You can hack on it. You can learn from it. Let's talk about what this means for businesses, because this isn't just about coding tools. Google just made enterprise-level AI accessible to everyone for free. That levels the playing field. A solo developer with Gemini CLI can now compete with teams using expensive tools. Small businesses can build custom software without hiring big development teams. Startups can prototype faster and cheaper. This is going to accelerate innovation, and it's going to hurt companies that charge premium prices for AI tools. Anthropic is in trouble. How do you compete with free, especially when free is almost as good as your $50, $100 per day premium product? Here's what I think happens next. Anthropic will probably drop their prices. They have to. They can't charge $100 a day when Google gives similar functionality away. Other AI coding tools will follow suit. GitHub Copilot, Cursor, all of them will have to get cheaper or get better. Google will keep improving Gemini CLI. They'll add more features. They'll make it faster. They'll integrate it with more Google services, and the developer community will go crazy with it. Because it's open source, people will build amazing extensions and integrations. This is the beginning of the commoditization of AI coding tools, and that's great news for developers. Let me address some concerns I've heard. Free means it's not as good. Not true. Google isn't making money from Gemini CLI directly. They're making money from getting you into their ecosystem, so they have every incentive to make it amazing. It's too new. It must be buggy. Yes, it's new, but it's backed by Google, and because it's open source, bugs get fixed fast. I don't trust Google with my code. Fair concern. But remember, this runs locally. Your code doesn't leave your machine unless you tell it to. Claude is more sophisticated. True for some tasks, but for most developers, Gemini CLI is sophisticated enough. And it's getting better every day. If you want to try Gemini CLI, it's super easy. You need Node.js installed. You need a Google account. That's it. Run one command. Sign in with Google. Start coding. I'll put the installation instructions in the description. If you want to try Claude Code, you'll need to sign up for their beta, and you'll need a credit card because it's going to cost you. Look, this isn't really about two coding tools. This is about the future of AI. Google just showed that you can give away enterprise-level AI for free and still make money. That changes everything. It means AI is going to get cheaper and more accessible, fast. It means small businesses and individual developers are going to have access to tools that used to cost thousands of dollars. It means the barrier to entry for building AI-powered applications just got a lot lower. If you're a developer, this is amazing news. If you're a company selling expensive AI tools, this is terrifying news. Either way, you need to pay attention because this is just the beginning. All right, so here's what I want you to do. First, if you want to scale your business and save hundreds of hours with AI automation, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to get more customers and streamline your operations with cutting-edge AI tools. Link is in the comments and description. Second, if you want a free SEO strategy session to see how we can get you more leads and customers, book a call with my team. Link is in the comments and description. Third, we have a complete SOP and process for using tools like Gemini CLI inside the AI Success Lab. You'll get step-by-step tutorials, over 100 use cases, and access to our community of 12,000 members who are already using AI to transform their businesses. You can get all the video notes from this tutorial there too. Links are in the comments and description. Remember, Julian Goldie reads every single comment, so drop a comment below and let me know which tool you're going to try first. Are you Team Gemini CLI or Team Claude Code? And what are you going to build with whichever one you choose? I want to hear about it. And if you build something cool, I might feature it in a future video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. So we have the new update that's just come out from Gemini CLI. So if you're not familiar with what this is, very similar to Claude Code and that sort of thing. You basically code from your terminal using Gemini CLI. It's an open source project and basically gives you like an AI coding agent directly on your laptop. We're going to be testing out today, seeing how it performs, seeing how it goes, etc. And it's going to be very interesting to test this out and just give it a cheeky. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a look, first of all, at what this is, how it works, etc., how to set it up, and then we can just run a few tests on it, a few basic tests. So you can basically get a AI Studio account, which is free, and then you can see here you get 1,000 model requests per day. 60 requests per minute is open source and is free of charge. Before anyone says it's not free, inside the comments it is free, and you can see it right here. And basically it runs in the command line, so you can basically open up with terminal, I believe, and then you can even like do Google searches and that sort of thing, which is pretty cool. So you can see a little demo of how it works here. What's interesting is I think you can actually connect it to Imagen and also Veo 3 from the demo, which is really cool. And I know Claude Code has been trending like crazy recently, so it's going to be interesting to see how this performs versus this as well. And you can also use it with Gemini Code Assist as well inside Visual Studio Code. Here's an example of what it looks like. So to get started, you can just install Gemini CLI. All you need is an email address to get Gemini. And then the way that you can use it is through GitHub. All right. By the way, if you want like all this stuff, I'll put the links as we go along inside the AI Success Lab. So let's do that. Get this bad boy set up. So link in the comments description to the AI Success Lab. And we can start getting this set up. So let's see. Tips for getting started, blah, blah, blah. Joe says, is this a real Julian? It is indeed. In the flesh. Unlike my recent videos on YouTube. So it's a rare appearance from me. My AI avatar seems to be outperforming me on YouTube, which is scary and crazy at the same time. And Too Dirty says, did they release an AI agent that's open source and free? Yeah. So you can see it on GitHub. This is Gemini CLI. Very similar to Code as well, to Claude Code. And you can also use MCP servers as well, which is interesting. I haven't tested that out yet either, but it's going to be, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff right here. So let's have a look. So we need Node.js version 18 or higher. I'll put that inside the links as well. And then what else do we need? I think we're good to go on that. I think I've got Node.js already. So now we just need to copy this command. So I'm on a Mac. I'm just going to open up the terminal here. And then we should be able to paste this in. Let's see what happens. Tudo says, I installed Gemini CLI thinking it was some sort of AI agent. It is an AI agent. It's just more, it's more like a coding agent. That's basically what it is, but it is an agent. Yeah, for sure. So we can select the theme here. We've got Dracula, default, etc. So it's incredibly easy to set up, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. And then you can put in your API key for Gemini, or you can use Vertex, or you can just log in with Google. Let's log in with Google. Let's log in right here. And that should be set up now. So it says Gemini Code Assist and the Gemini CLI are now authorized to access your account. The ease of just setting this up is beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. So let's just check. Are you working, mate? And it says, yes, how can I help? And so it's working perfectly right there, which is great. Incredibly easy to install. Or you can use npm install as well. Pick a color theme, authenticate, boom. Honey Fungus says it can do anything. Has access to your file system, so you can do more than write code. They can build up a knowledge space, etc. Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? So you can do a lot more. I mean, you can see a couple of examples right here, right? So you can say command, new project, Gemini, write a new Discord bot that answers questions using an FAQ MD file that I will provide. What else we got here? Give me a summary of all the changes that went in yesterday. And that's for the existing project, right? So what you can see here is this essentially taking the GitHub project, then you command Gemini CLI, Gemini, and then get a summary. What else we got here? Describe the main piece of your system's architecture, what security mechanisms are in place. Help me migrate this code base.
This is interesting as well. So it's made me a slide deck showing the Git history from the last 7 days grouped by feature and team member. Or make a full screen web app for a wall display to show our most interactive issues. This is interesting, isn't it? Let's see if we can work on an existing project here. 230 says, can I use it to fix broken video files? Interesting. I don't know. All this only just came out a few hours ago, so it'd be interesting to test out yourself and just see, okay, what can it do or how can it work, etc. So let's see if we can actually make a slide deck here. I don't know if that's going to work. I'm just going to allow always. In the meantime, whilst that's doing that in the background, let's have a look what people are using it for on Twitter. See what people are saying. It's always a fun game. So write code, debug, and automate tasks. What else we got here? See what people are doing. Lots of Japanese stuff. Coding. Oh, someone did a coding royale battle. Look at that. Claude Code, Anon Code, Codex, OpenCode, Amcode, and Gemini. And then just had 6 different terminals running with the coders, which is pretty crazy. Look at that. So someone's testing like Gemini versus Codex versus Claude Code as well. There's me, or the avatar version of me. There's me again. All right, I can't see anything that people built with this. Generate a slide deck. Okay, let's see what we can do. Generate a slide deck based on the GitHub. And actually, what we'll do is we'll paste in that command that's a test run inside GitHub. Let's just grab that. Here we go. Can I use it to create a Telegram bot that accepts payments? That's an interesting one as well. And then Honey says, that Battle Royale one with the 6 coders, the instruction was to terminate the other AI assistants. Crazy. It's got the Git history from the command that we ran earlier, right? So you can see basically what we've said is use this GitHub, then from there navigate to that, blah, blah, blah. And then from there, like, start creating a slide deck. All right. So we should be able to create a slide deck from the GitHub. I've created the slide deck in slide deck MD. I wonder if, can you open up? So it's going to convert it into now, I think. So basically what we've done is we've taken that slide deck that we created, coded it out using this free AI coder, and then converted it into HTML. And let's see if this works. So would you like me to open the file for you? I'm going to put yes. And then it's going to run that command. Boom. There we go. And that is the slide deck. I wouldn't say the UI is the best in the world, if I'm honest with you. But did we just create a slide deck from the GitHub, open the project, code it out for free, etc.? Yeah, that was really easy. I'm going to say, can you make the UI of this project more beautiful? W says, everything you imagine is possible. Yeah, that's true, actually. You got to bear in mind, like, I don't even code. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing. But I can code now with this AI agent. So if I can do it, anyone can do it pretty much. So let's see if we can improve the UI of that presentation, because that was pretty poor. All right, so it's looking slightly nicer. But now I'm going to say, okay, can you add some rainbow colors and the dopamine inducing design for the HTML file? For some reason, the first time I asked it to do this, it just redesigned the theme for itself. So let's see what we get back now. And you can see it's using Gemini 2.5 Pro. This is the API that it's using to generate this. I think we get like maximum 60 commands per hour, which is like 1 per minute, which is probably about right. If you're creating something, I don't think you're going to use more commands than that. I like the fact that you can take files locally, so you can like navigate to a folder and then convert all the files in that directory to PNG, for example, or organize my PDF invoices by month of expenditure. So it can actually interact directly with your system, if that makes sense, like with your local laptop. So it struggled, and now it's switched from 2.5 Pro to Gemini 2.5 Flash. I'm guessing everyone's just rinsing it right now. The only thing I wonder about this is if you're just coding out something like a HTML file, wouldn't you just use AI Studio? Like, why are you going to use this? Do you know what I mean? Especially if it's so slow. If I was coding the same thing inside AI Studio, it's probably going to get done within 30 seconds, something like that. Look at this. It's broken. If you press escape, you can stop it, I think. So let's say, okay, switch back to Gemini 2.5 Pro. It's still trying to generate style sheets. It did not take long to break it. So I think that's probably the... Let's have a look. All right, we're going to go back, try to go back to main. What I'm actually going to do is we'll request, if you press Control and C, you can cancel the request. All right, so you can see here, request cancelled. So code out a SEO calculator. Let's see if it can do that. Why has it gone back to integrating style sheets? Madness. I might have to close it down and then start again, I think, at this point. All right, let's quit that. Let's try again, my friends. So it's good for you to see this because, okay, it's not perfect. It does have some bugs. Nobody shows you this stuff on YouTube, but I'll show you. So let's try again. All right, so we should be good to go now. Let's see if we can just do basic tasks again. It's totally crashed. It must be everyone is rinsing it. I think that's the problem. So it's switched back to Flash now. The problem is, if you don't know this already, if you're using Flash, like it's just not as good as Gemini 2.5 Pro, if that makes sense. But I'm going to say, okay, go ahead, but make sure the UI is as dopamine inducing as possible. So now it's working. So basically, if you have any errors, just shut it down, run the git clone command again, and then you can start coding again. It seems to work okay. I think the main thing is like the API for Gemini 2.5 Pro is being rinsed, and so it may switch over to Flash instead, which means worse outputs, but faster responses. And there we go. Let's see if this, oh, there we go. So we've got the ROI calculator ready to go. Let's calculate the ROI. That's looking good. Coded out perfectly. Launched it in the command. It wasn't that fast, but it did the job. And that is also saved locally. Plus it's running on a local host. So pretty cool. Not bad at all. So you now know how to set up Gemini CLI, how it works, what to do if you have any problems, how to make sure that it doesn't just code, but also runs that in your browser too, and how to do all of this for free. Now, if you want the video notes from today, including like how to set up, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. You can grab the notes and the links right there. Additionally, inside here, we have loads of other different stuff. You can see like we even have a 5-hour AI agents course in there. It's pretty insane. And loads of other stuff right here. Additionally, inside the community, we're just giving away free stuff every single day. So if you're not in there, you're missing out. Like you can see all these different free giveaways that we give away every single day. And additionally, you also get 100 different AI SEO tools, plus all of this other stuff right here. So feel free to get that link in the comments in the description. If you create any apps or anything like that inside the terminal with the Code Assist, then all you do is you navigate to the directory. You've got all the files inside that directory folder, and you would just upload it to Netlify or something like that and just get it hosted. That's the easiest way to do it. Now, if you want to connect with me personally, feel free to connect with me inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an awesome community where we're just constantly helping people, very active, focused on making more money and saving you time. The price actually goes up at 850 members. We're at 847 right now, so make sure you sign up before you miss out. You can see the price goes up right here. And additionally, inside there, it's got all of my best trainings, courses, etc., including how I automate myself on YouTube, right? So if you check out a lot of my best videos recently, they're all generated using my AI avatar process, which is inside the AI Profit Boardroom, along with some new tutorials that we pretty much add every single week. You can see all these different NA10 templates and workflows as well that we have inside here. And additionally, we actually have 3 live coaching calls per week inside the AI Profit Boardroom, right? So if you want to get live coaching, if you want to get support, if you want to just connect with the community and meet a bunch of people who are interested in the same stuff, feel free to get that link in the comments description. Additionally, if you want to just become a client of ours and just get us to automate all this stuff for you, feel free to book in an AI strategy session, link in the comments description. On that call, we can basically look at your business, look at your time, figure out what to delegate with you, and then basically automate and implement that process for you, right? So if you're like, okay, I just want you to implement a NA10 process for me or set up some NA10 AI agents, etc., we can do that for you using the processes inside here. Link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Cheers, bye.
Google just dropped something crazy, a free AI agent that lives in your computer. It codes for you, makes videos, and thinks like a human. This changes everything for business owners. I'm going to show you how to get it right now, and why this might be the biggest AI breakthrough of 2025. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below. Google just launched something that has me shook. They released Gemini CLI Agent. And this thing is not like anything we've seen before. Most AI tools live in the browser. You go to a website, you type stuff, you get answers. But this lives on your computer, in your terminal. And it can do things that will blow your mind. I'm talking about coding entire apps from scratch, making videos, writing content, doing research that would take you hours in just minutes. And here's the crazy part, it's completely free. Gemini CLI is an AI agent that runs directly on your computer, not in a browser, right there in your terminal. Think of it like having a super smart assistant that can actually do stuff on your computer, not just talk to you, but actually make things happen. Google built this using their best AI model, Gemini 2.5 Pro. This is the same model that beats ChatGPT in most coding tests. And they gave it a massive brain, 1 million tokens of context. That's like reading 750 pages of text and remembering every single word. Most AI tools forget what you said 5 minutes ago. This thing remembers everything. But here's where it gets insane. They made it completely open source, and the free limits, Google is playing dirty. You get 60 requests per minute, that's 1 request every second. For free, you get 1,000 requests per day. That's more than most people will ever use. Claude Code costs you $50 to $100 per day. OpenAI Codex is expensive too. This, completely free. You open your terminal, you type one command, and boom, you have an AI agent that can see your files, read your code, and make changes. But it doesn't just write code. This thing is way more powerful. You can ask it to build an entire app from a sketch, just draw something on paper, take a photo, and it builds the app. You can ask it to make videos using Google's VO model. Professional quality videos from just a text description. You can ask it to do deep research on any topic, and it uses Google search to get real-time information. You can ask it to manage your projects, track your tasks, even handle your Git workflows. This is all happening locally on your computer. Your code never leaves your machine. Your data stays private. This isn't just another AI chatbot. This is like having a junior developer, researcher, and content creator all rolled into one. Google just declared war on every other AI coding tool. Claude Code from Anthropic, good luck competing with free. OpenAI Codex, they charge you for everything. Google gives it away. GitHub Copilot, this does way more than just code completion. Most AI coding tools work in an IDE. They give you suggestions, they help you write code, but they're limited. Gemini CLI is different. It's an agent. It can run commands. It can execute code. It can test things. It can debug issues. It can even commit changes to Git. It's like the difference between having a smart keyboard and having a smart colleague. And because it's open source, the developer community is going crazy. People are already building extensions, adding new features, making it even more powerful. Let me give you some real examples of what this can do. Example 1. You want to build a Discord bot. You tell Gemini CLI to build a Discord bot that answers questions from a FAQ file. It reads your existing files. It understands your project structure. It writes the bot code. It tests the code. It even handles the deployment, all from one simple request. Example 2. You have a folder full of images, different formats, different sizes. You want them all converted to PNG and renamed with dates from the photo data. You tell Gemini CLI to do this. It processes every image, it reads the metadata, it converts the formats, it renames everything. Done. Example 3. You want a full-screen web app that shows your GitHub issues. For a wall display in your office, you describe what you want. Gemini CLI builds the entire app. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, real-time data from GitHub, beautiful design, ready to deploy. These aren't fake examples, these are real use cases from Google's documentation. This thing can replace hours of manual work with a single command. This isn't just a cool tech demo, this is a game changer. First, it makes AI accessible to everyone. You don't need to be a programmer, You don't need to understand APIs. You just describe what you want in plain English. Second, it runs locally. That means your sensitive business data doesn't go to the cloud. It stays on your computer. That's huge for security and privacy. Third, it's free. No subscription fees, no usage limits that matter, no vendor lock-in. But here's the real kicker. It makes small businesses competitive with big corporations. Big companies have teams of developers. They have big budgets for software. They have resources to build custom tools. Small businesses usually can't compete with that. But now, a single person with Gemini CLI can do what used to take a team of developers. You can build custom apps for your business. You can automate boring tasks. You can create content at scale. You can compete with companies 10 times your size. So how do you actually get this thing? You need 3 things. First, you need a computer. Mac, Windows, or Linux, doesn't matter. Second, you need Node.js installed. That's a free programming tool. Takes 2 minutes to install. Third, you need a Google account. That's it. You run one command in your terminal. It asks you to sign in with your Google account, and boom, you're ready to go. No credit card required. No trial period that expires. No hidden fees. You literally get access to one of the most powerful AI models in the world for free. I'll put the exact installation instructions in the description below. This thing supports something called MCP, Model Context Protocol. That's a fancy way of saying it can connect to other tools and services. Want it to connect to your database? It can do that. Want it to integrate with your project management tools? It can do that. Want it to work with your existing scripts and automation? It can do that. And because it's open source, developers are already building crazy extensions. There's an extension for image generation using Google's Imagen model. There's an extension for video creation using Google's VO model. There's an extension for music generation using Google's Lyria model. It's like having access to Google's entire AI toolkit from your terminal. Google is in an AI war with OpenAI, with Microsoft, with everyone. They need developers to use their AI models. They need people to build on their platform. So they're doing what Google does best. They're making their best technology free, just like they did with Android, just like they did with Chrome. The goal isn't to make money from Gemini CLI directly. The goal is to get you into the Google ecosystem. Once you're using Gemini CLI, you'll probably use Google AI Studio. You'll probably use Google Cloud. You'll probably use other Google services. But here's the thing, that's actually good for us because it means they have to keep making it better. They have to keep it free. They have to keep innovating. Competition is good for customers. People are already doing incredible things with this. One developer used it to migrate an entire code base from one framework to another, something that would normally take weeks, done in a few hours. A content creator used it to generate a complete video series, scripts, visuals, everything, all from a simple topic description. A small business owner used it to build a custom inventory management system, no coding knowledge required. These aren't hypothetical examples, these are real people getting real results. And remember, this tool has been available for less than 24 hours. Imagine what people will be doing with it in a month. We're moving toward a world where every computer has an AI agent, not just AI assistants, but actual AI agents that can do work. This is the first real step in that direction. The businesses that start using this stuff now will have a massive advantage over the ones that wait. This isn't like social media where you can jump in later and catch up. This is like the internet itself. The early adopters win big. So what should you do right now? First, go install this thing, even if you're not technical, even if you've never used a terminal before. The installation is simple. Second, start with small experiments. Ask it to help with simple tasks. Get comfortable with how it works. Third, think about your business processes. What tasks do you do repeatedly? What takes too much time? What could be automated? Fourth, start building. Use this to create tools for your business. Automate workflows. Build custom solutions. Don't wait. Don't think about it. Don't plan to do it later. Do it now, because your competitors are probably already doing it. I've been in the AI space for a while now. I've seen a lot of tools come and go. But this feels different. This feels like a watershed moment. Google just gave everyone access to enterprise-level AI capabilities for free. They just made it possible for a single person to do what used to require a team. They just changed the game for every business owner, entrepreneur, and creator. You can either take advantage of this opportunity, or you can watch other people take advantage of it. The question isn't whether AI is going to change your industry. The question is whether you're going to lead that change or get left behind by it. All right, so here's what I want you to do. First, if you want to scale your business and save hundreds of hours with AI automation, check out my AI Profit Boardroom. It's the best place to get more customers and streamline your operations with cutting-edge AI tools. Link is in the comments and description. Second, If you want a free SEO strategy session to see how we can get you more leads and customers, book a call with my team. Link is in the comments and description. Third, we have a complete SOP and process for using tools like Gemini CLI inside the AI Success Lab. You'll get step-by-step tutorials, over 100 use cases, and access to our community of 12,000 members who are already using AI to transform their businesses. You can get all the video notes from this tutorial there too. Links are in the comments and description. Remember, Julian Goldie reads every single comment. So drop a comment below and let me know what you're going to build with Gemini CLI. Are you going to automate your content creation, build custom tools for your business, or maybe create something completely new? I want to hear about it. And if you build something cool, I might feature it in a future video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Google just dropped Gemini 2.5 Flashlight, and it's their fastest, cheapest AI model ever. But here's the crazy part. I spent hours testing this thing, and the results shocked me. We're talking about an AI that costs almost nothing but beats expensive models at coding games. I built multiple games in seconds. I compared it head-to-head with premium models. And what I found will blow your mind. This could change everything about how we use AI. Hey, if we haven't met already, I'm the digital avatar of Julian Goldie, CEO of SEO agency Goldie Agency. Whilst he's helping clients get more leads and customers, I'm here to help you get the latest AI updates. And today we're talking about something massive. Google just announced Gemini 2.5 Flashlight. And when I say just announced, I mean like hours ago. Now Google's calling this their fastest and cheapest 2.5 model yet. But here's what got my attention. They're claiming it beats their old models on everything. Coding, math, science, reasoning, everything. So I did what I always do. I ignored the marketing hype and I tested it myself for hours, real-world tests. No BS benchmarks that don't mean anything. I built games, I created landing pages, I compared it directly with Gemini 2.5 Pro, which costs way more money, and what I found was shocking. Because here's the thing, this model costs almost nothing to use. We're talking fractions of a cent per request. But in some tests, it actually beat the expensive models. That's not supposed to happen. So in this video, I'm going to show you exactly what Gemini 2.5 Flashlight can do. The real results, not the marketing fluff. I'll show you where it crushes the competition and where it falls flat on its face. Plus, I'll show you exactly how to use it for free right now. No credit card needed, because if this model is as good as Google claims, it could save you hundreds or even thousands of dollars on AI costs while actually giving you better results. But first, let me explain what this thing actually is and why it matters. So here's what Google just dropped on us. Gemini 2.5 Flashlight is their new preview model. And when they say preview, they mean you can use it right now for free. No credit card, no payment required. Just go to AI Studio and start using it. Now, Google's calling this their most cost-efficient and fastest 2.5 model yet. But here's what makes it different from everything else they've released. It comes in two modes, thinking mode and non-thinking mode. In thinking mode, the AI actually thinks through problems before answering, like you can literally see it working through the problem step by step. This gives you better results, but takes a bit longer and costs more if you're using the API. In non-thinking mode, it just gives you answers fast, super fast, like crazy fast. And here's the kicker, even in non-thinking mode, it still beats the old 2.0 Flashlight on everything, coding, math, science, reasoning, everything. But the real question is, how does it perform in the real world? Because benchmarks are nice and all, but I care about one thing. Can this thing actually help me build stuff that works? So I put it through my brutal real-world test, the same tests I use for every AI model. I started with something simple. I asked it to build a Space Invaders game, complete HTML, CSS, JavaScript, one prompt, make it look amazing, and trigger loads of dopamine. Now here's where it gets interesting. I ran the exact same prompt on Gemini 2.5 Pro at the same time. Remember, 2.5 Pro costs way more money. It's supposed to be the smart, powerful model. Flashlight finished first, way first. But that's not the crazy part. The crazy part is Flashlight actually worked perfectly on the first try. The game looked good, it played smooth, everything worked. Gemini 2.5 Pro, it failed. Completely failed the one-shot test. Didn't even create a working game. I'm staring at my screen thinking, wait, what? The cheap, fast model just beat the expensive, smart model? But maybe that was just luck. So I tested it again. This time I asked both models to build a dopamine drums app, something visual with sound effects. Again, one prompt. Flashlight coded it out super fast. added all the visual effects, but here's the thing, it forgot the audio, so I just told it add audio and boom, fixed instantly. Gemini 2.5 Pro, still coding, taking forever, and when it finally finished, the output was worse, way worse. Now I'm starting to think something's going on here. So I pushed it harder, I asked it to build a Sonic game as a single HTML file. This is where most AI models start to break down. Flashlight delivered a playable Sonic game. Not perfect, but playable. The graphics were basic, but it worked. Then I asked it to build a Flappy Bird game. Again, one shot, and you know what? It nailed it. The game worked perfectly. The physics felt right. The difficulty was spot on. I'm playing this Flappy Bird game built by a model that costs almost nothing. And I'm thinking, this changes everything, but wait, there's more. Remember how I said this thing is fast? Let me show you exactly how fast. I used it to build a complete SEO calculator landing page, beautiful design, working JavaScript, responsive layout, the whole thing. It took seconds, not minutes. Seconds. I've used Claude Sonnet 4, GPT-4, all the expensive models. None of them code this fast. And the quality? It wasn't perfect, but it was definitely usable. For a model that costs almost nothing, the output quality shocked me. But here's where it gets really interesting. I decided to test it outside of AI Studio. I hooked Flashlight up to Cursor IDE. This is where AI models usually struggle because they're working in a real coding environment, not just spitting out code snippets. I asked it to build a complete landing page for an SEO agency, multiple sections, testimonials, FAQs, the works. It coded the entire thing in under a minute, a complete functional landing page. Now the design was pretty average, nothing special, but it worked, and it was fast. Compare that to other models that either take forever or give you broken code, and you start to see why this matters. But let's be real here. This model isn't perfect. When I tested it for complex design work, it fell short. The landing pages looked okay, but not amazing. The color choices were safe, but boring. For simple games, it did great. But when I asked it to build more complex interactions, it struggled. And here's something weird I noticed. The outputs were better when I used AI Studio directly compared to using it through other tools like Cursor or OpenRouter. Same model, same prompts, but the quality dropped when I used it through third-party tools. Let me show you some numbers that will blow your mind. I tracked my usage for a full day of heavy testing, building games, creating landing pages, generating content, debugging code, everything. Total cost with Flashlight, less than 2 cents, not $2, 2 cents. Compare that to Claude Sonnet 4, where the same amount of work will cost around $30, or GPT-4, where you're looking at about $25. We're talking about a 99% cost reduction while getting similar or sometimes better results. But here's what makes this even crazier. When I used thinking mode, which gives you the best quality outputs, my cost went up to about 8 cents for the entire day. 8 cents. For premium AI reasoning that rivals models costing 300 times more. Let me tell you about a few more tests that really opened my eyes. I asked Flashlight to create a crocodile pinball game based on a diagram. Sounds weird, right? But I wanted to test its ability to take visual inspiration and turn it into interactive code. First attempt was pretty basic, just static elements. But when I told it to make the UI more fun and add JavaScript to animate the ball, flippers, and score, it delivered. Not perfect, but functional and fast. Then I tested content creation. I asked it to write email sequences, blog posts, some social media content. The quality was surprisingly good. Not as polished as Claude, but definitely usable for most businesses. And here's something interesting. When I tested it for data analysis tasks, parsing CSV files, creating charts, analyzing trends, it handled everything I threw at it. This isn't just a coding model, it's a legitimate all-purpose AI assistant that happens to cost almost nothing. Let's talk about what's actually under the hood here. Flashlight comes with a full 1 million token context window. That means you can feed it massive amounts of data and it remembers everything. It supports multimodal input, text, images, video, audio. Though right now it only outputs text, it connects to Google search and can execute code in real time. So it's not just generating code, it's actually running and testing it. And here's the kicker, it can scale compute resources dynamically based on your budget. Need faster results? Increase the thinking budget. Want to save money? Turn thinking off. This level of control is something you usually only see in enterprise-level AI systems. So, how does Flashlight actually compare to the big players? Against Gemini 2.5 Pro, it wins on speed every time, and for simple coding tasks, it often gives better results on the first try. Against Claude Sonnet 4, it's faster, but Claude gives more polished outputs. Against GPT-4, it's way cheaper and faster, but GPT-4 handles complex reasoning better. But here's the thing that matters most. For 90% of the stuff you probably want to build, Flashlight is good enough and it costs almost nothing. Let me get practical for a minute. Here's how real businesses are already using this. Content creation agencies are using it to draft blog posts, social media content, and email sequences. The quality is good enough that you just need light editing. Web development shops are using it to rapidly prototype websites and applications. You can build and test ideas in minutes instead of hours. SEO agencies like mine are using it to analyze competitor content, generate title ideas, and create content outlines at scale. And here's something cool. Because it's so cheap, you can afford to run multiple versions of the same prompt to get different perspectives, then pick the best one. Try doing that with Claude or GPT-4 and you'll go bankrupt. Want to try this yourself? Here's exactly how to get started. Go to studio.google.com, sign in with your Google account, click on the model dropdown and select Gemini 2.5 Flashlight Preview. Make sure you turn on thinking mode if you want better results. Though honestly, even non-thinking mode is pretty good for most stuff. Then just start building, ask it to create whatever you want, games, websites, tools, whatever. The best part, it's completely free, no credit limits I've hit, no payment required. You can also use it through OpenRouter if you want to connect it to other tools, but that will cost you money. Though honestly, the costs are so low, it barely matters. Here's what I think after spending hours testing this thing. Gemini 2.5 Flashlight is not going to replace the top-tier models for complex work. If you need the absolute best reasoning or the most polished outputs, stick with Claude Sonnet 4 or GPT-4. But for everyday AI tasks, building simple apps, creating content, basic coding, this thing is a game changer. It's fast enough that you don't lose momentum while working, it's cheap enough that you don't worry about costs, and it's good enough that you actually get usable results, plus it's free right now, so there's literally no reason not to try it. Will it stay free forever? Probably not. Google usually starts with free previews, then adds pricing later. But right now, while it's free, this might be the best deal in AI. Julian Goldie reads every comment, so make sure you comment below and let me know what you think about Flashlight. Now, if you want to take this further and actually build a real business with AI, I've got two things for you. First, join my AI Profit Boardroom. This is the best place to scale your business, get more customers, and save hundreds of hours with AI automation. We've got over 750 members, and I personally help everyone inside. Link is in the comments and description. Second, if you want a complete AI SEO system that can get you more organic traffic, I'm giving away my free AI SEO course, plus access to a community with 3,600 AI SEO experts, plus 50 plus free AI SEO tools. Again, link is in the comments and description. And if you want me to just do all this stuff for you, book a free SEO strategy session. Link is in the comments and description. We'll look at your business, figure out exactly how to get you more customers with AI and SEO, and then implement it for you. That's it for today. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Breaking news. Gemini 2.5 Flashlight, the fastest and most cost-efficient model from 2.5, is available from Google. We're going to be testing out today and running through the benchmarks as well. By the way, you can get access to this for free inside AI Studio. Just make sure you select Flashlight Preview. I've not got my credit cards plugged in, and it still works. So let's run through what it means, how it goes, etc. So you can see here, Flash 2.5 and 2.5 Pro are generally available. But the main one here is Gemini 2.5 Flashlight. This is the new model from Google. As you can see here, they've said we're also introducing a preview of the new 2.5 Flashlight, our most cost-efficient and fastest 2.5 model yet. And you can see here it has all-round higher quality than 2.0 Flashlight on coding, math, science, reasoning, and multimodal benchmarks. And you can see some of the comparisons here on the benchmarks, all right? So, for example, this is the new model, 2.5 Flashlight. And also, you got two different modes here. So you have thinking and non-thinking. So if you go over to AI Studio, for example, and you select in the top right here, 2.5, Gemini 2.5, then you're going to select Flashlight Preview 0617. And then from here, you can actually switch between thinking mode and non-thinking mode, right? Obviously, thinking mode, you're going to get better results, but it's going to take a little bit longer to reply. And also, if you're coding on the API, it's going to cost more money as well, right? So if we compare these on the benchmarks, we see how they perform. So you've got Flashlight versus 2.0 Flash. So this is actually a lot cheaper in terms of comparisons. Way cheaper than Gemini 2.5 Pro as well, pretty much a tenth of the price. If we have a look at his performance here,
So there is a huge difference in terms of humanity's last exam. So Gemini 2.5 Pro scores 21% on that, whereas, for example, Flashlight scores 5%. If we look at science, Gemini 2.5 Pro, which is obviously a much more powerful but more expensive model, scores 86%, whereas Flashlight non-thinking scores 64%, and Flashlight thinking scores 66%. So compared to Gemini 2.5 Flash, this is a much lighter model, but it's a much cheaper model as well, and it's very fast when I've tested out as well. So you can see all the key benchmarks here in terms of how it performs. By the way, if you want to get all the prompts I'm using today, the video notes, and all of these resources, like you can see, including the Gemini 2.5 Pro course. Additionally, maybe you want a cheat sheet that runs you through exactly what it means, what the differences are, etc., the performance benchmarks. You can get that inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, all free, as you can see right here. Plus, we give away free trainings every day. So let's get back into this now. We're going to start testing this out. So you can get access on OpenRouter if you want to use it. Again, it's not free on OpenRouter, but if you want to use it from AI Studio, it is free to use. And, that's how you can use it for free directly, okay? So, for example, here, what I've said is create a single HTML for an SEO calculator, make it beautiful, great landing page, great colors, dopamine inducing. And if we plug in this prompt into AI Studio, I actually didn't use thinking mode for this. It generated the HTML code like crazy fast. So I'll show you an example of how fast it can reply in a second. And then you've got all the HTML code right here. Boom shakalaka, let's copy that over and we'll go over to Live Weave to preview it. By the way, some people will comment saying you can build apps inside and preview inside AI Studio, but on the build section, you can't actually switch between the different APIs, so you don't know which one you're testing. But if we have a look over here, we can preview the page that we've created, and look at that, ready to go. It looks pretty nice right here. Just going to remove some of the JavaScript there, because that should be in there. Let's remove that. There we go. All right, looking much better now. If we have a look at this, this is the page that we generated in like one click, super fast, using Gemini 2.5 Flash Lite preview for free. All right. So as an example of that, let's copy this out. We'll go back here. We're going to switch on thinking mode to see if we get a better result and see how fast that is. We'll plug this in, hit run, and you see how fast it is. It's crazy fast compared to something like Claude or something like that. This is ridiculously fast, my friends. All right. And then you've got the HTML ready to preview over here. Let's just make sure that works. Sometimes it doesn't. I'll run some tests on it later today, but look at that. Looks pretty nice, right? And that's with the thinking mode. Pretty nice design. Should work perfectly. Let's hit calculate my score on that. And yeah, it works. We've got the personalized SEO score underneath. Nice UI, very simple, but it works, right? Fast, free, easy to use. Now, if you want to use it on OpenRouter, you can see it is available. It is going to cost you money if you use it on OpenRouter though, so just bear that in mind. And then you can see between here, okay, what apps accepted, so Rucode, client, etc. And then Agent Zero as well as running it, pretty good. And then you can see where it's available, so Vertex and AI Studio as well. And then additionally, you can also compare this. So if we compare this now versus, let's say we compare it versus a previous model of Flash, so 2.0. Yeah, so let's compare it versus a previous version of Flashlight. So this is a new one. Compare them. So the context window is the same, which is 1 million contexts, which is awesome to be honest, because I think even Claude Sonnet 4 is like 200 tokens. And then you can compare the prices here. So it's a lot cheaper than the 2.0 Flashlight model. So it's slightly more expensive than the 2.0 Flashlight model, just so you can see here. And then you can test these side by side. But yeah, we can actually go in the chat and compare them as well. So if we take 2.0 Flashlight and we compare that versus 2.5 Flash, right? And then let's plug in the same prompt over here. So we go back to the chat room over here and we'll compare which one performs the best. So we've got 2.0 Flashlight. 2.5 Flashlight came back to us way quicker. They're both pretty fast at coding, like you can see. We'll compare the outputs in a second, see side by side which one performs the best. All right, so we've got the outputs really fast, as you can see. Let's expand this. And this is the 2.5 output. We'll plug that in. There we go. So that's 2.5. And actually, to be honest, like I would say the output from AI Studio was much nicer than OpenRouter. Just something to bear in mind there as well. So like, seems like the performance with the exact same prompt seems to change depending on which platform you use. And then we can plug this in. And that is 2.0. So this is 2.0.
So to be honest, if I'm looking at the UI, this is 2.5, this is 2.0, like the actual UI with the colors looks more modern on this side, but blue on blue doesn't make any sense. And then on the right hand side, you have the 2.0 model. But I would probably use this because the colors are actually usable, right? It actually works. So it's up to you, you know, what you think about this. But to me, it doesn't look like a massive difference, to be honest. Now, if you want to start coding with this, what you can do is you can open up something like Visual Studio Code. And actually inside the AI Success Lab, you'll see 2 different courses on Visual Studio Code and Root Code if you want to learn how to use this stuff. But basically from here, if you want to code with this, you can just go over to something like Client, we can go to Settings, we can type in Router. Then we can do from here is just type in Flash 2.5. If you can't find it like that, then we'll type in 2.5 here. And there we go, 2.5 Flash preview. And that's how we can start using this. Hit save over there and then start coding with this. The other way is you should be able to switch to Google Gemini. Then we're going to switch to 2.5, but I actually can't see it in the list of Google settings, right? So you got 2.5 Pro preview, Flash preview, but there's no flashlight preview there. So yeah, best way to use this is with Open Router. There we go. And then just make sure you're using flashlight preview 0617, hit save. And then you can switch between plan and app mode. I'm just going to go straight into app mode because I'm a man of action. And then you can, for example, just take that same prompt that we took earlier, plug that in, copy this, go over to Visual Studio Code, and then type this in, right? By the way, I'm just showing these examples for the sake of speed. If you want to get a bunch more prompts, we've got loads inside the AI Success Lab, including all of these prompts right here. I just want to show you some quick examples and show you the same prompt across each platform. So you can see that's coding out now. It is crazy fast. And now we've got that ready to go. It's creating the JS. And we've got that rocking and rolling, my friends. All right, so now it's editing the index. And then if we open this up, we have the web page designed and ready to go. So that's how you can use it inside Visual Studio Code if you want to. Pretty cool. To be honest, like even using the paid API, look how cheap that was. Like 0.00. So it's not even cost you a cent. It's cost 0.0036 to generate that. So it's super cheap. So let's close that up. But yeah, you can see how it works, what it does, the benchmarks, how to code with it, how to use it inside AI Studio, some of the outputs as an example, plus how it compares versus 2.0 versus 2.5 Flash. And bear in mind as well, you've got 2.5 Pro and 2.5 Flash now stable and generally available too. If you want to use this in a different way, you can actually go to Gemini, I think, and then let's have a look. It's 2.5 Flash, yeah. So you just use it inside OpenRouter and AI Studio. And there we go. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all the prompts from today, plus loads of other different tests, you can get that inside the AI Success Lab. This also comes with loads of other trainings, as you can see on the left-hand side here. And inside the classroom, we have loads of different trainings. Like, additionally, inside the community, we give away new free trainings every single day, like you can see. So we're sharing new trainings all the time. If you want free gifts daily, this is a community of 11,500 people. And if you want to connect with me personally, feel free to join the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. Prices are going up at 750 members, so make sure you lock in your discount right now. Inside there, you can actually request automations. So each week, you just post on this thread with the automations you want to see. Then we record a personalized video and create those automations for you. Additionally, you can DM me. You can ask any questions to me. You can see how active this community is. There's just loads of awesome stuff going in there. And also, the reason that I've created this is to connect a tribe of serious entrepreneurs interested in scaling their business with AI, making more money, and just winning and learning and growing every single day along the way. And you can see inside this section here, we have all our best agents, templates, workflows, including, for example, all these new NA10 workflows that we're adding, like, for example, a Veo 3 Facebook ad generator, video workflow, Perplexity Scraper bot. We've got video shorts clippers, AI music generators, one-click book generators, like all sorts of crazy stuff. And additionally, if you want live help with this, you want live support, if you want to be able to ask us questions and get tutorials in real time, then we actually have 3 live coaching calls per week. And if you can't watch them, if you can't make them, then you can actually watch back the call recordings here and you get the coaching calls and the Q&A as well. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. And if you just want to get us to automate all of this stuff for you, feel free to book in a free AI strategy session, link in the comments description. What we're going to do on that call is basically look at where you spend your time, figure out what you need to automate, right? We'll come up with a game plan. And then if it makes sense for us to do it, we'll just implement that for you and you can become a client of ours. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. I just discovered how to automate your entire browser using Gemini 2.5 Pro completely free. And what I'm about to show you will transform how you think about AI productivity forever. And yes, this AI is actually typing right now on Twitter and posting even whilst I'm talking to you. And you're going to discover the secret Chrome extension that lets AI agents control your browser and talk to other AI agents whilst you sit back just like I am and let the magic happen. Plus, I'll show you how I got Gemini to automatically build entire applications, send emails, and post social media content without touching my keyboard once, and the shocking moment AI took complete control of my browser, started conversations with ChatGPT and Claude on its own. So we're going to talk about how to automate your browser with Gemini 2.5 Pro. So if you want to automate your browser with Gemini 2.5 Pro, you can use this free Chrome extension called Nano Browser, and then you can install this to Google Chrome. You can see some examples of how it works right here. And essentially, you can use your existing instance of Google Chrome and then start navigating across your browser. Now, this is 100% free. You can also run locally, so it's more privacy focused. Additionally, you can use the flexible LLM options, so you can switch between different LLMs essentially, and also it's fully open source. So you can see here it's available on GitHub, as you can see, so it's open source. But if you want to use it directly, you can just go to your Chrome extensions, and then from here, you're going to select Nano Browser. Make sure you've already installed it from the Chrome extension, and then you can start using it. If you want to get all the links from today, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab, and we'll get straight into this. So I've got a bunch of tests that I want to try out here. And to set this up, essentially what you're going to do is you're going to go to your settings inside Nano Browser, and this is how you can get your browser agent to start using it for you. So for example, here, you can see I've typed in my API key. If you want to get an API key, you can get a free one from AI Studio. You don't need to pay. And then from here, just click on Get API Key. And then you can just create an API key for free directly inside AI Studio. It doesn't cost you a penny. And then you can start using your magic, right? So for example, if you go to the options, you can select the models. And inside here, we can select whichever model we want, right? So if we've put in our API key as Gemini, like you can see, then we can put in the details. We can add multiple different providers as well. So you can use DeepSeek, Anthropic, OpenAI, Grok, Ollama, even. So you can use like a locally hosted API. But essentially, from here, you can then change the temperature. Temperature will change the creativity, and you can switch between who's a planner, who's a navigator, and who's the validator to check if tasks are completed successfully. So if you go inside the What Can I Help section here, and we'll say, okay, let's just test this out, see if it actually works. So I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to make sure I'm signed into Bolt. And we'll see if it can actually build an app for us directly inside the chat. So let's put inside here, inside the request section, go to bolt.new and build an SEO app. We'll hit send and we'll see what happens next. So this is using Gemini 2.5 Pro. And you can see that the AI is now navigated to the other AI and is beginning to use it, right? So now it said input text to specify building an SEO app, and it's actually done it, right? So it said build an SEO app, and then submit the input text by pressing enter. It is extremely fast when it's doing this, and you can see it's interacting. You know, I'm not typing anything or anything like that. You can also stop the operator at any time if you click stop in the right-hand side. And now it is creating the project. So it's now built out the blog. Again, this is the AI using my browser. I'm not controlling it. I've just literally given it a task and it's gone off and completed it, right? We've got the full app built by the AI here. So we've got AI agents essentially talking to AI agents inside our browser, which is pretty wild if you ask me. And then you can see this actually deployed now as well. So it's on a local host. And it's actually getting the source code for SEO implementation. So it's like clicking through the code and that sort of thing. I'm going to stop it there, but that is pretty wild that it can just generate a blog, as you can see, and start using that. Lucky Leo says, how can I use Claude for free? Your videos are cool, thank you. So you just go to Claude AI and then you can start using it. They have a free plan, right? And inside the free plan, you can start using this.
directly here. You can also get access to this inside po.com. So if you want to use it for free as well, you can use it inside po.com. That's another option. And you can get Claude Sonnet 4 and other Claude models directly inside Po as well. So that's basically how you can use it. So the browser has been completely controlled by Gemini 2.5 Pro. We've managed to automate our browser using this process. What we're going to do from here is you can now test it on the next test, right? So far it's passed test 1 out of 1. Let's now say, okay, ask ChatGPT and ask it what's the secret to happiness. So let's go back over here and we'll just use the chat. And then from here, it's now navigate to ChatGPT. Again, it's crazy fast. The other thing that I like as well about this is it doesn't require like any use of the terminal or messing around with API keys and setting up a .env file. It's just like literally, okay, you want to set this up? Boom, there you go. It's actually failed to run that task. Let's see if it can use Claude instead. So I'm going to say open up Claude. Or yeah, let's say open up Claude. And it's actually using Claude. So it's typed in what's the secret to happiness. Type that question in. And now it's having a little philosophical conversation with Claude directly, right? So again, you can get your AI to talk to your AI. Pretty simple and easy right there. Okay, so next up, what we can say, and I'm just going to switch X accounts to a test one instead. So let's switch over to AI SEO Mastery, which is a totally different Twitter account I own. We're going to stop that, stop the validator, and then we're going to go inside here, take the prompt, and we'll say, go on X and post a terrifying, menacing, but funny tweet about the future of AI. So let's hit send. Lucky Leo's asking, can you run Claude on terminal? Yes, you can, but it's going to cost you money, right? You need to be on the, I think it's just the basic plan that you can use it for now. But yeah, if you want to use Claude locally, then you have to pay for Claude Code. Let's see if this works. There we go. I will soon write tweets so good, you'll wonder if you ever had an original thought. Resistance is futile. Also, it's learning to make toast. Be very afraid or hungry. So it's written the tweet. It's posting the tweet. And it just did that fully automatically for free using Gemini 2.5 Pro. Pretty crazy stuff right there. So we're going to go with another prompt. So I want to test and push it to the limits where you find out if it can break or not. But yeah, this is crazy. So I'm going to say now go to openart.ai, design a funny but scary picture about AI agents taking over the world. Let's see if it can do that. And it says task failed. The extensions gallery cannot be scripted. Interesting. Let's try and open it up again. So it's now navigated to OpenArt. Let's see if it can create an image. And it's struggling to do that, to be fair. It is struggling to do that. Let's see if it can now work on this one instead. So it's good to show you this because then you know, okay, what are the limitations here? Is it magic or does it get stuck sometimes? So let's see if it can. So it's typed in a futuristic city, but then it deleted it and it can't figure that out from what I can see. So it is struggling on some tasks. That one, it couldn't create images. Let's try one final one. So I'm going to say, okay, go to suno.com and create a funny song. So it's navigated there. Now it's put a silly song about a cat who thinks he's a dog. Well, it's getting stuck on the capture. Yeah, it looks like it really got stuck on that. Seems to have failed. It did create something on Suno. Let's have a look what it actually did create. So if we go back to Suno here, this is like an AI music creator. Yeah, I think that's an old one, to be fair. So I think it, basically from what I can see, it can do basic stuff like tweeting. It could probably do outreach for you. It could probably send emails for you and that sort of thing. But it does seem to struggle with creating images and also generating songs. It seems to like struggle with interacting with websites. It doesn't really know very well, if that makes sense. Let's try one more here. So we'll just go to a random test Gmail account. And I'm going to say, go to here and write an email to me at juliangoldie.com. Let's see if it can do that. Yeah, so now it's starting to work again. It's navigated to Gmail. It's clicked on the compose button. It's filled in, so it's typing in my email address here. Seems to be working so far. I'm feeling optimistic. Now it's filled in the email body, so it wrote Nano Browser is very good. It's typed in the subject line as well. And it sent the message, my friends. Look at that, boom. Send the message, no problemo, no big deal. It's just an AI sending emails inside a browser for free using a Chrome extension. That's pretty crazy, to be fair. It only failed on a couple of tests. Everything else it seemed to do really well. If you want to see the notes on how to set it up, everything else, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description, completely free. And this community comes with 10,300 people, so you can meet a lot of people here using AI and learning about AI. Additionally, if you want to get help, coaching, and support from me, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. You can personally connect with me. Plus, it comes with all of my best trainings, tips, templates, and workflows. It's just a cool place to learn SEO and AI. And really, it's not about SEO, sorry, it's about AI. And yeah, you can just learn lots of cool stuff and learn with me, etc. Right? You can also request any automations that you want, post it on this channel. We create a personalized video for you each week based on what you want to see. And additionally, inside the classroom here, it comes with all of our best AI automations. So for example, like just this week, I mean, we update this every week, but if you have a look at the NA10 templates here, for example, you can see this HeyGen NA10 automation. Basically, any sort of automation that you want to see with NA10, we've built it inside the classroom here, along with all of the best SOPs, templates, trainings, tutorials, and what's helped me scale as a business. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. It's all about making money and saving time with AI. And if you just want us to automate stuff for you, feel free to book in a free AI strategy session. We can look at your business, remove any bottlenecks, and figure out where you can save the most time so that you can get better results, all right? So feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. See you on the next one. Cheers. Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview 0605, the latest update that literally just came out today. We're going to be comparing that versus Claude 4 to see which one performs the best. Now, if you're not sure about the new update and what it means, so there's a new version of Gemini 2.5 Pro. You can get access inside OpenRouter and also inside AI Studio, and it's had a 24-point ELO jump. It's supposed to be better at reasoning and also have enhanced creativity. We're going to be testing them side by side today and seeing which one performs the best. By the way, if you want this cheat sheet and all the prompts from today, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. And we're going to get straight into this, all right? So let's pull them up side by side and we'll see which one performs the best. We're going to run this through a coding gauntlet and test them out, just see which one gives us the best output side by side. So the first prompt that we're going to test out is build a beat racer game. We're going to make sure that we have Pro Preview selected. By the way, you can use both of these models for free. Claude 4 Sonnet is free up to a limit, and also with AI Studio. What we're also going to do is select Extended Thinking on. And additionally, in fact, we'll select Opus 4 because that tends to be better for coding in general. And we'll run both of these models and just see side by side which one performs the best. Now, one thing you're going to note straight off the bat is because this is an early release, right? This is a preview model and version of Gemini 2.5 Pro. There's no canvas option. So we're going to have to run the code that we get back from AI Studio inside LiveWeave just to test the outputs. Whereas Claude 4 Sonnet can actually preview stuff directly inside the canvas. I also want to see how these models perform in terms of speed. So we gave these prompts at the same time, and we'll see which one performs the best. To be fair, it seems like AI Studio blasts out the code, like it's blasting out tons of code line by line a lot quicker from what I can see. Additionally, whilst we're waiting for these, let's run through the benchmarks here. So if you go to OpenRouter, we can actually compare these side by side versus Claude 4 Opus. Now, if you're coding with the API, this is going to cost you money for either model, right? So Gemini 2.5 Pro and the API of Claude 4 Opus are both paid models. And you can see how they perform side by side. So Google has a much higher context window than Claude by 5x, right? 1 million context window versus 200K. It's actually 1.05 million now. And if we compare the providers side by side, so this is by Anthropic, this is by Vertex. Also, if we check this out, so look at the difference in price here. Claude 4 Opus, $15 input per million tokens.
input for Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview 0605 is 1.25 million, right? And then for output, $10 per million tokens versus 75 per million tokens, right? So Opus is a lot more expensive with a much lower context window. But let's see how they perform in real life. We've got AI Studio still coding out right here, whereas we have Claude for Sonnet with a beautiful little beat racer. Let's check this out. I'm actually going to mute that because that was way too loud. Let's see what we got back here. I really didn't like the sound effects there. That freaked me out. You never know with AI what's it going to come out with, especially on a live stream. So this is a super hard game to play, to be honest. You got to be right there, ready to go. But not bad at all. Not bad. AI Studio seems to be struggling. It always seems to struggle with like audio jobs, right? So you can see here how long it's taken to code out the audio and just writing in numbers. So in the meantime, we can just move on to the next task and see which one performs best. And for that, we're going to build a whack-a-mole style game with absurdly fast moles and bright flashing visuals. I'm actually going to remove the audio prompt simply because it just seems to confuse AI Studio and I don't want that to ruin the tests. Let's run that and we'll run this on Opus as well. Fancy Cloud says, so what's great about this newer model? Honestly, from what I've seen so far, Claude is still beating it by a long way. The outputs, the speed. Claude has nearly finished coding the second task, whereas AI Studio is still on the first one and struggling. So from what I can see, you get a much better output from Claude versus anything else. Alright, so AI Studio actually won on speed in the second test. Let's plug that in, see what we get back here. Here we go, Hypermole. What a game. Oh, that is a crazy one. That is hard to play, but I like it. I like what they've done there. It's a little bit too flashy though for this time in the morning. So AI Studio has created something really cool there. Let's see what Claude for Opus does. So it failed on the last HTTP. There we go. All right. So let's copy that. Can we get that to preview on the canvas? It's trying. Working its magic. And yeah, if you're wondering, so Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview. This is the 0605 model, as you can see on screen here. So you can see that this is the latest model from Google. Just came out literally a few hours ago. So let's try Claude's output here. Here we go. I'm still going to say that Claude won there, to be honest. Yeah, I would say that's a better game. Just looks a lot more interesting. And the UI is nicer. The other one was a bit too crazy on AI Studio, to be honest. And that is super addictive as well. Yeah, I'm going to say Claude for Sonnet won again there, my friends. It won again. All right. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to test out on a new chat here versus AI Studio. We're going to test out creating a nice little cheat sheet. All right. So let's say, for example, you need to create a landing page or something like that really quickly. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a prompt that actually ran through GenSpark and that created something super nice this morning. This one right here. And I'm going to enable Google search. So we're going to allow grounding with Google search so that it can search for stuff from today using Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview. We're going to run this prompt like basically what we're trying to do here is create like a beautiful landing page cheat sheet that promotes our funnels, but at the same time creates all the information we need to know about Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview 0605. And what we're looking for in terms of outputs is obviously design, but also we're looking for really good information as well. It needs to be presentable for a YouTube video, that sort of thing. But so far from what I can see, like Claude is winning by a long way. AI Studio is going to have to pull something amazing out of the bag. Claude has failed on that task. It said Claude is unable to respond to this request. Start a new chat. All right, let's start a new chat, see what we get back. That's crazy. Look at this. It won't reply. Why is it being so weird? All right, so what we'll do is we'll go into OpenRouter and try inside the chat with Claude. It's going to cost me a fortune, but that's the price we pay for you. We're going to enable web search and see what we get back. AI Studio has come back with some information, but it's not that well designed. Like I was looking for a sort of landing page style here. So I'm going to try that again and just say single HTML landing page. And there we go. How crazy is that? Like the API responds to me with that prompt, but the chat doesn't. Super weird. It's going to be hard for them to beat GenSpark, to be honest. If you look at GenSpark's page, like, it looks super nice, got some nice like confetti animation right there, clickable links, etc. Links to my funnels, nicely designed. It's very hard to beat that, but we'll see what they come back with in a second. So you have the code back from AI Studio first, and then we'll plug this in. See what we got here. The Ultimate Dopamine Cheat Sheet by Julian Goldie. It's come up with a nice little title. Click for a dopamine rush, and you get the confetti animation. That's a lot of confetti right there. All right, this is pretty nice, to be fair. Like, maybe it's just better for coding landing pages and stuff. He's added some nice prompts, links to our funnels, nice tables, FAQs, etc. It's got a gradiented background as well. I want to say that AI Studio did a really good job there. Now let's wait for Opus and see what we get back. Now, if you're wondering, okay, what did the benchmarks say? So you can see here, for example, you got the benchmarks side by side. So it is a lot cheaper than Claude Opus 4. And in terms of humanity's last exam, it's outperforming Claude Opus, OpenAI 3, and DeepSeek as well at 21.6%. For science, it's outperforming all of the other models. So for a lot of benchmarks here, it's actually outperforming way better than most of the other models on the benchmarks. It does seem to create better landing pages and code that way. But let's see how it performs in terms of HTML code versus Opus. So we've got the code from Opus here. Let's test this out on LiveWeave. Here we go. Let's open this up full screen. Let's check this bad boy out. It's not bad, but I would say Gemini 2.5 Pro beat it by quite a long way there. So like, this design is okay, but if we have a look at Gemini 2.5 Pros, it's more interesting. It's got more going on. It's added some example prompts, more information, etc. It's also compared the Gemini 2.5 Pro experience. It's actually pulled in the right content here. For example, top scores on a Polyglot, #1 ranking on Web Dev Arena, which I know it definitely has. It's got some nice questions and Q&As here, and also it's linked to our funnels. So just to recap here, in terms of game creation, Opus seems to be winning. In terms of generating landing pages, I've actually seen better results from Gemini 2.5 Pro. Although some people are saying that Claude's landing page is better because it feels less squished in. All right. So we've tested out. The other thing about Claude there was that it just refused to respond to my request when I put it in the chat. So it would only create it by the API, which obviously costs money, which is kind of annoying. Let's test something else out now. So I'm going to say inside here, we'll go to a new chat. I'm going to say, okay, create an AI growth calculator, helping people understand how they'd save time with AI automations. Make it fun, confetti animations, crazy, etc. All right, so we're going to do that inside AI Studio, and then we'll do the same inside Claude. We're cooking them out. We'll see. Some people are saying Gemini is cooking. Let's see what we got back here. All right, so AI Studio 1 on time there, on speed. Let's see what we got here. We got the AI time warp. Pretty nice UI. Looking good. Unleash AI. It can't exceed the total work hours. All right, let's put this down. We got too excited there. So I've got to knock those down. Unleash the AI. The UI is not that nice. So the only thing I would say is, for example, you can't really read that properly. And also, it doesn't feel that fun. It's basic, but okay. If we have a look at AI Studio Claude now, and we'll change this to 5, for example. Yeah, that's working nicely. I would say the UI is better than that. It's more readable. I like the flashing lights on the headline. Looks pretty cool. I can just publish it as well. This was using Claude Sonnet, by the way, which is not even the most powerful model. But you can see here how you can publish it. It looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to say for creating tools and calculators and that sort of thing, Claude Sonnet 1 there as well. All right, so overall, what am I saying? I'm saying that for landing pages, it seems like Gemini 2.5 Pro just nudges it on the new version, which is 0605. But honestly, overall, Claude Sonnet, Claude Opus, I'm sticking with it. You just can't beat it. It is unstoppable. The only thing I don't like is the price on Claude. And obviously, if you're optimizing for the API, then you probably use Gemini 2.5 Pro simply because it's a lot cheaper and also it seems to be faster when it's coding out. All right. So if you want to get all the notes from today, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. We've also got a Gemini 2.5 Pro course, as you can see, along with links to all these other AI automation courses on agents, N10 templates, etc. All the video notes are right there. We've got 100 different prompts on how to use Gemini 2.5 Pro 0605. And additionally, all the prompts that I've mentioned from today, we've got inside here, plus another tutorial on Claude versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. So feel free to get all of this inside the AI Success Lab, completely free, link in the comments description. It comes with 9,500 members, as you can see right here, and we're just giving away free trainings. So make sure you don't miss out on those because we give away stuff like every single day. It is absolutely amazing. And additionally, if you want to connect with me, if you want coaching support, if you want DMs, if you want a community with good vibes that celebrates wins and shares knowledge together, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. I'm going to record a video today answering all of these automations. 28 people posted comments on what they want to see with AI automations. And each week I just create a video answering and giving people the answers to every single one of these automations, along with templates. On top of that, we have 3 coaching calls a week inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And you can post inside the community anytime you have questions, like you can see right here. We get back to you as soon as you want. For example, Richard posted, I answered him same day, and so did Vic, who also runs the community. And yeah, it's just an awesome community of good people serious about AI who want to scale their business and make more money. Additionally, we'll also add in loads of different courses and tutorials and templates each week inside here, which is pretty wild. And it's just focused on one thing. The goal for everyone who joins is to make more money and save time with AI. Additionally, if you just, Julian, I want you to automate all of this stuff for me, help me figure it out. So you can jump on a free AI strategy session. We'll jump on that call and together we can look at your website or your business, figure out what you need to automate, and then from there, put a plan together in terms of doing it for you. All right. And that should save you at least 100 hours per month, right? That's the whole goal of this. So feel free to book that in, link in the comments description. Breaking news, there's a new Gemini 2.5 Pro update, 605 update is called. And it's literally just come out. I'm going to show you exactly how to use it step by step today. You can see the benchmarks right here, so how it performs. And it's performing better than ever. It's beating, for example, OpenAI 03. It's also destroying Claude Opus 4 according to the benchmarks on science. And additionally, it is winning on the benchmarks for coding. This is the new announcement from the CEO of Google, right? You can see on the web dev arena, it's absolutely dominating right here. So it's right at the top of the leaderboard, beating Opus 4 and Sonnet, Claude 3.7, and also 4.1 by a long way. And also, we're going to be testing out and showing you exactly how to use it. Now, it's not general availability yet, but if you want to use it, you can get it for free inside AI Studio, right? So if you want to get access to this, you can go inside AI Studio. And then from here, you're going to click in the top right. There's a bunch of 2.5 Pro preview models, and this is the one you want to use. You can see here 6-05. It is free to use. I haven't got my credit card plugged in here, but obviously there is a token limit, so you can't absolutely rinse it. But we'll be testing out side by side and just seeing how it performs, all right? So for example here, let's take some of the prompts. These are all inside the AI SEO Success Lab. If you want to get access to this stuff and check it out, we'll say build a runner game where the character speeds up with every jump or power up. We're going to plug that into Gemini using 2.5 Pro here. We'll click run and see how that does. Wait for that to load. And that's starting its magic right here. So you can see it's now analyzing the runner, working its magic. You can, of course, use the canvas inside Gemini, but I don't think it's implemented directly inside Gemini yet. And that's why I'm using AI Studio in case anyone comments about that. And we'll keep going now and see what we get back. All right, so we've got the single HTML being created right here. Wait for that to load. In the meantime, if you want all the video notes from today, feel free to get that along with a Gemini 2.5 Pro inside the AI Success Lab. The AI Success Lab is completely free. It comes with 100 prompts on how to use Gemini 2.5 Pro, along with all the other latest updates, as you can see, and a community of 9,500 people. So let's get back to the AI Studio outputs here. You can see it's now adding the audio inside the HTML. We can also run this side by side with other examples. So if we actually duplicate this and we'll go inside AI Studio, inside the chat, and then I'm going to say, okay, create a Roman marketplace simulation with people walking around in 3JS. Hit enter and see what we get back. And you can see this is a thinking mode as well. So it automatically uses thinking depending on what task you're asking it to do. And we've got thinking mode enabled on the right hand side. So make sure you just have that allowed. You can set a budget for that as well. And you can connect this to Google search using the grounding option as well. So that is still coding out on the first test. If we go over to Open Router as well, you can see that you can get access to Gemini 2.5 Pro preview as well. These are the prices if you want to use it directly inside Open Router, so you can start coding with it. Bear in mind, this is a paid model, so it's a paid API inside Open Router, but you can use it for free inside AI Studio. Like you can see I'm doing, I'm not getting charged for this. We're going to go over to Live Weave and just preview this bad boy. See what we get back from the Roman Marketplace simulation. Plug that in. And we've also got the HTML runner game, so let's check this out. And let's compare as well side by side versus the prices here. So we can see the benchmarks for Gemini 2.5 Pro versus OpenAI 03. So in terms of input price, it's actually a lot cheaper. So 1.25 versus $10 output price versus $40 from OpenAI 03. The prices are way cheaper. DeepSeek is the only one that's cheaper, to be honest. And also OpenAI 04 Mini, which is very close in terms of comparisons here. It's winning on science and also humanities last exam. So it's performing pretty well right there. So if you're wondering what is the update, just to recap here, there's a new version of Gemini 2.5 Pro. It's outperforming on LM Arena with a 24-point ELO score and also a 35-point ELO jump on Web Dev Arena. And also it's showing top tier performance on GPQA and humanities last exam. Now, when I'm testing it, the marketplace test has not worked at all. I'm going to try some simpler stuff. So let's go back to the AI Success Lab. And we're going to test out building a playable synth keyboard with web audio API. The only thing I don't like about coding in AI Studio is that you don't seem to get previews, right? So you have to copy and paste everything into Live Weave manually, which is super time consuming. But if you get access to the latest models, you know, it's worth it. Here we go. Here's the web audio API synthesizer. Beautiful. We got some serious musical beats going on there. Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible. What a time to be alive. You can make synth keyboards whenever you want now. Let's try something else. So I'm going to say, make me a captivating endless runner game. We'll plug that in as well. This will be in P5.js. By the way, if you want to get all these prompts plus a course on Gemini 2.5 Pro, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. And we'll test out the dinosaur running game now as well. Not bad, but the UI is not great, like green on green. I don't know where AI learns its color selection, but that is not ideal, mate. Still works though. It still does its magic. I can't see a huge difference in the quality of coding in terms of outputs here. Let's try it on Visual Studio Code now. I'm going to try with Open Router and we'll start building some stuff out. So if we go to RuCode, Open Router, Klein seems to be the best place to use this. So you can see the apps that are being used for Gemini 2.5 Pro preview over here. So you've got Klein as the top one. Let's check it out. If you're not sure how to set this stuff up, by the way, feel free to check out the AI Profit Boardroom. Comes with lots of training and all this stuff. So we're going to get Open Router set up now. And I think it will be that model, Pro Preview, this one right here. So we'll hit save on that. It supports browser use as well. So let's give this a test run. We can check how much this is going to cost as well. So I'm excited to test this out. What you can do is if you want to check out how much it's costing, etc., then you can go to activity inside Open Router in the top right, and you can see how much stuff costs you. All right. So for example, you can see here, I'm using Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview 0605. So that is the right model. And then you can see the cost. So it cost us 0.0235 to test this out. So now you can see Klein is actually, this is quite cool about Klein. It can create like mermaid diagrams. So it's planned out the whole game, how it's going to build it, etc. I just said, let's switch to act mode now, and then we can start coding, right? So if you want to create the mermaid game first, click on plan, and then use act afterwards. Just be careful when you're using the API, because there's a different API for plan and act, right? So if you switch to act, you have to switch to the API as well for OpenRouter there. So that's why it gave us that error. Now it's coding out. Seems lightning fast, to be fair. The only thing I hate in Visual Studio Code is all the pop-ups. Like, as soon as you open it, you get overwhelmed with crazy pop-ups. So let's see what we get back now. It's coding out, creating the logic. In the meantime, we can also use the chat mode as well. If you don't want to use AI Studio, you can use the chat mode here too. So let's test that out. We're going to try create a Pong game here. And we'll say build a hyperdopamine Pong game, make the ball trail neon sparks, blah, 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 and see what we get back. In the meantime, we can also take another one here and plug that into AI Studio. All right, so we've got AI Studio coding out with Gemini 2.5 Pro. You can also use the chat room inside OpenRouter. And then additionally, you can use Visual Studio Code like you can see right here. And if we run the command, let's see what we get back. There we go. To be honest, like, the visuals are not that nice compared to something like, I'm pretty sure if you built that out in Claude Opus, it would look a lot nicer on the front end. Let's test that out in the same prompt. So if we go and take that prompt over here, then we're going to go over to Claude, and I will do another video comparing these two. Then we're going to go inside here. We'll select Sonnet just for the sake of speed. And let's see what we get back from Gemini versus Claude and see which one performs the best. From what I've seen though, all the outputs have been pretty underwhelming. Like, I thought it would be a lot better considering the benchmarks, but like the actual code itself that's coming back, not that great when I've tested it inside AI Studio and also inside Client as well. I just want to be 100% transparent with you. Let's see, Claude is coding that right here. Also got AI Studio going. We can build something else out in the meantime via Client. That cost us 13 cents to build out the Flappy Bird game. We'll go inside here again. We'll take another prompt from the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. And we'll say build a rage clicker game with one giant button. Let's try that. All right, so this is the output from Google Gemini inside Client. It's just super basic and average, right? If you compare that to the output from Claude Sonnet 4, the outputs look way nicer. So let's play this. You can see like the graphics are nicer, the UI is nicer. It just feels a lot more fun to play. So I don't know whether it's just because it's in beta or something like that, but the new Gemini 2.5 Pro preview is not as good as I would have hoped. Let's go back now. If we go over to AI Studio, still coding out the Rage Clicker. Let's check out the Rage Clicker from Visual Studio Code. Here we go. It's okay, right? That is okay, but it's not that impressive. If we actually take the same prompt again and we go back to Sonnet and we see what comes back with, let's hit enter on that. In the meantime, we'll let that load. But so far, the Claude is superior. No matter what the benchmarks tell me. I refuse to believe the benchmarks. AI Studio is just going mad on the coding. And if we go back to the chat room inside OpenRouter, let's see what we got here. Oh, it's being really buggy. Why is it being so buggy? All right, let's copy that. Is that single HTML? Okay, let's try it out. Here we go, hyperdopamine Pong. It's looking incredible. But it does nothing when you click it. All right, let's have a look inside the chat room here. So we did say single HTML. Doesn't work, mate. Honestly, if you compare that versus the outputs of the normal Gemini, the previous version, I would say the older version is actually better. So for example, if we take exactly the same prompt that we used on the new version, but we'll use it on the old version inside Gemini, using Pro Preview, let's see what we get back. In the meantime, let's check out the Rage Clicker from Claude. So this is the one from Gemini, the new version, not that interesting. If we have a look at the new version from Sonnet, it's just 10 times better, isn't it? 10 times better. Let's have a look. We got the Rage Clicker game being built out by the old version of Gemini as well. I don't think the new version is inside here because it's not available for general availability yet. Yeah, this is better. What are we even talking about here, peeps? It doesn't seem like an upgrade to me. Let's check out the final output. So we'll give it one last chance. It's still coding out, so it's been there for nearly
nearly 7 minutes just coding this out, right? So from what I can see overall, I'm not going to say that Gemini, the new version 2.5 Pro preview, is the best. Being fully transparent, it doesn't seem that good or interesting. Claude Sonnet 4 seems to create better outputs. And also the older version of Gemini inside 2.5 Pro preview on Gemini seems to be better as well. So from what I've seen so far, Gemini 2.5 Pro preview 0605 is just not as good. If you want all the video notes from today, all the prompts, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. And if you want to get coaching, support, community help, if you want to get all my best courses, agents, if you want me to create a personalized video for you each week, and if you want 3 coaching calls per week showing you exactly how to build agents, do AI, make money scale, solve any problems in your business that you have with AI, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. And additionally, if you want us to just go off and automate all this stuff for you and just implement it for you, feel free to get the AI strategy session, link in the comments description. You can book in a free strategy session, and then from there, we can jump on a call, figure out what you need to automate, and then also help you automate that stuff, all right? So feel free to get that link in the comments description, and thanks for watching.
DeepSeek versus Claude 4 Opus versus ChatGPT o3 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. Who wins? Today we're going to be testing them out side by side in an epic coding gauntlet between these AI models. Bearing in mind that DeepSeek have just released a brand new update called DeepSeek R10528, literally just got announced, and today we're going to be testing all of these models side by side to see who's the winner, who's the best. You can get all of the prompts I used today from the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description, and the first prompt that we're going to go with is building an AI-powered SEO therapy chatbot. Let's get straight into it. I'm going to run the prompt inside each of these. We're going to be using Claude Opus 4, and I'm going to make sure that I have extended thinking switched on as well, just to get the most out of each of these models. We'll do the same inside ChatGPT o3, and then we'll do the same inside Gemini. Of course, you want to make sure you have Canvas switched on with Gemini 2.5 Pro in the top right there as well. So let's see who comes back with the best output. I'm going to open these up in separate windows just so you can see how fast each one moves as well, and let the coding commence, peeps. So what you can see here is we've got DeepSeek on the left, Claude 4 Opus over here, ChatGPT o3, and then Gemini 2.5 Pro. Now what you can see here is that each of these took a similar amount of time to start coding out. I honestly think that oh, look at this, we got Gemini just come up with the first output. So let's see what we got back here. Dr. Serp. Pretty basic app, to be fair, but we'll see how this performs. And it actually responds to us straight away as well. So we put hey, and this is working nicely. I'm going to vent my frustrations here. Okay, I got hit by the Google updates. Is it going to reply to me? Actually does. Look at that. It's a very expressive AI therapist, to be fair. Oh, honey, those words carry so much pain. I hear you loud and clear, blah, blah, blah. I'm actually surprised this is responding to us. That's pretty crazy. Maybe that's built in, or it's using the AI to do that. I don't know how it's doing that. The UI of Gemini was not that great, but it created the output, and it created it pretty quickly as well. Now I've got the output from Claude. If we move the cursor, it actually uses its eyes to follow us around, like you can see. And then inside here, it says, tell me about your ranking losses. I'm here to listen. I say, I miss my SEO traffic. And it said, it actually came back to us and said, I hear you, losing your top 3 positions, blah, 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 must be hard. I'm actually going to open that up in a separate tab just to make it easier to view. And there we go. I say what to do. But it doesn't really seem to give me answers that are like relevant to what I'm talking about. Does that make sense? So for example, it says, I said what to do, and it said, it's completely normal to feel this way. Remember, you are more than your domain authority. You have intrinsic value beyond page rank. It's quite a funny, creative sort of response, but it actually doesn't answer our questions, whereas Gemini seemed to. What would be interesting is actually if you could plug in an API key and then get outputs based on the AI. GPT-03, has it come back to us? Yeah, it's come back to us. All right, let's preview this bad boy, see what we got. We'll allow that. So GPT-03 seems to have totally failed. You can see it says an error message right there. So the UI does not work at all. So I'm going to place that behind Gemini and Claude so far. I would say that Gemini is winning simply because it gave us the most relevant responses when we asked it questions. And then DeepSeek R1 is giving us an output, but it's in Python. I'm going to say turn that into HTML and see what we get back in a sec. History Byte says Gemini 2.5 Pro is better at coding but worse at other things. Every model has their weaknesses, right? So for example, if you want to generate an article or a blog, honestly, I don't even need to check all these. I would say that Claude 4 Sonnet creates the best outputs by far. Gemini is really good at coding, but it's not the best model out there, to be honest with you. Just waiting for this to come back from DeepSeek. It's holding us back here, slowing us down. I'll put on the next prompt to use HTML instead. Gemini ChatGPT 03 is almost guaranteed to come in last here, unless DeepSeek gives us something really bad. In the meantime, we'll come back to DeepSeek whilst it's generating that, because it might take a little while. And we'll move on to the next task, which is build a schema Shogun puzzle game. You're a samurai cutting and placing structured data into HTML scrolls, match FAQs, blah, blah, blah. And we'll turn that into a game as well. All right. So let's wait for DeepSeek R1 to load. It's actually taking absolutely ages to load the page right here. So what I might do is just go over to OpenRouter instead. All right, so we're going to run this inside DeepSeek and then we'll compare it against the rest as well. Let's go inside Opus here. We've got ChatGPT 03 ready to go, and then Gemini as well, Gemini 2.5 Pro. Again, I think on all of these, from what I've seen, DeepSeek is by far the slowest. Now we can actually run this. So let's click on run and see what we get back. It said before we begin, what's your domain name? We'll go with OK. And then we've got the chatbot ready here. Right? The UI is actually better than Gemini 2.5 Pros, which is awesome. And if we go inside, okay, we'll do a little chat here. It's writing back to us. How are you feeling about your SERPs? I'm going to say terrible. And then it sends the same message again. All right. So if I had to give, let's see if this, we'll give it one final shot. Absolutely terrible, say sunshine. Oh, it's just it's a broken record, mate. You'd give up on that therapist quickly. How are you feeling about your SERPs today? It's asked us that 3 times. The UI is great, but the actual back end terrible. So if I had to grade each one of these, I'm going to go with Gemini 2.5 Pro as a winner, Claude 4 Opus coming in second, DeepSeek coming in third. UI was great, but the functionality was terrible. And then finally, the final one I would say is ChatGPT 03. Didn't create anything. Now, bear in mind, DeepSeek is free, and you can even code with it for free with the free API off OpenRouter, whereas, for example, ChatGPT 03 is paid, and it can be pretty expensive, I think, on the API as well. So we're going to close that. We know who the winners are, and we're waiting for each of these to load on the next task. So we have the output again, Gemini and then Claude coming in terms of speed. So these are the fastest models by far. And then we've got Schema Shogun, slice the data into the correct thing. But it doesn't really seem to do anything. It doesn't make any sense. All right, let's close that. I'm going to say inside Claude, just to get a better output. And I'll do the same inside Gemini as well. Let's just say make this a 3JS Samurai runner game. We'll do the same inside Gemini, so same prompt inside Gemini and Claude. We have the output back from ChatGPT o3. Let's preview that. There we go. That's working nicely, to be fair. I'm just going to say, okay, make this like a Free.js runner game on that too. And then DeepSeek is still, it's coding out now. I'm just going to stop it, and then I'm going to say the same thing inside here. And we'll wait for each of these to load. So Gemini actually has an error on this. We'll try and get that fixed. And then ChatGPT o3 says stop the HTML and then run it again. It's got a bug, so we'll try and fix that. And back in a sec, peeps. Here we go. So we got Gemini ready to go. Let's play this bad boy. It's got sound effects. There we go. Oh no. It's not much of a samurai though. That's what I don't like. Claude is stuck. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. ChatGPT is not working. DeepSeek is still coding away. Here we go. Alright, so we got Opus 4 ready to go. We got a little samurai stickman. Just collecting honor. That's probably the best output so far, to be fair. So ChatGPT o3 just doesn't seem to be working at all. I'm just going to preview that once more. Yeah, it's not working. And we got the HTML back from DeepSeek, so let's test this out. Begin the journey. Ah, okay. I'm not really sure what's going on there, but that's the most playable, to be fair. Gemini is too basic. I'm sure if you go back and forth inside the chat here, you could create something interesting. But Claude is winning by far, to be fair. That's an actual playable game. Again, like, you could go back and forth with the details a lot more if we had more time. But just as a quick preview, I'm going to say that Claude won here. So if I was to choose any of these, I've got to go with Claude. Now let's create something a bit more basic just to give each a chance. So we're going to go back to Claude, DeepSeek, Gemini, and o3. And by the way, if you want the prompts from today, feel free to get them inside the AI Success Lab. I'm going to run this prompt for dopamine space invaders. So I think at this point, just to recap here, let's turn that off. It should be on o3. So just to recap here, if I had to pick one so far, Gemini, I would say, is probably performing the best. DeepSeek is creating good stuff as well. Claude as well is up there, but ChatGPT is not even in the race at this point. So ChatGPT o3 finished first here. Let's test this out. Here we go. So Space Fires, here we go. That's a pretty nice game, to be fair, nice effects. I like the background of all the stars and everything like that. It's looking pretty cool. Gemini looks just about finished. DeepSeek still coding, and we got Claude ready to go as well here. Claude, you can actually control the game with your mouse, it looks like. And here's a shoot button. I would say that's still better than, for example, GPT-03. If you look at the effects, the screen moving, the colors, the way you can control the mouse, the feel, etc. It's still better than 03, but 03 did okay. Let's have a look at Gemini now. So Gemini is finished. This is looking pretty nice. I like the retro feel. It's got sound effects as well. That's what we're talking about. Oh yeah, Gemini is winning. You old rogue is crushing it. Alright. Let's try DeepSeek. DeepSeek is still taking its time. I think so far from the tests, I would say though that that Claude Opus has created the best outputs each time, right? It's a close tie between Gemini 2.5 Pro and Opus, but I just think Opus is overpowered in terms of what it can create, the functionality, etc. It's pretty awesome. So we got the results back from DeepSeek. Let's play this. It's lagging. It's not bad, but it's lagging. Yeah, so I think that's pretty conclusive then. So, for example, Claude Opus would be my pick from all of these. And I know some people are going to hate me for that in the comments and say that Gemini is a GOAT. But yeah, I'm going to go with Opus, then Gemini. DeepSeek comes in a solid third, right? It's definitely better than ChatGPT O3 from what I've seen. And O3, it really only worked on the last test. It didn't work on the rest. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all the notes from today, all the prompts, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This also comes with courses on DeepSeek. You can see the links here. Courses and recipes on DeepSeek, Claude 4, 2.5 Pro, and GPT-03. So for example, if we click on this link, you can see we actually have a 4-hour course on DeepSeek via this link. Claude 4 as well, we have full courses on. So feel free to get this stuff inside the AI Success Lab along with all the prompts from today if you want to test this stuff out. And if you want to get coaching support, community access, if you want to get Q&As, if you want to be able to interact with me, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. You can also ask any questions you have inside there. I'm very active inside this community. Comes with lots of templates, agents, workflows, all the stuff that I've actually implemented inside my business. It's fun creating games, but let's talk about what's actually going to make you money and save you time. That stuff is all included inside the classroom. And then it also comes with weekly coaching calls plus a Q&A as well. And on top of that, each week I make a personalized video answering everyone's questions. Now, if you just want us to implement all this stuff for you, maybe you want to save a lot of time, you want someone to go off an agency to just build automations for you, feel free to get a free AI automation strategy session. Link in the comments description. You can book in a free AI strategy session and then just book in a call with us and we'll be happy to help you and basically just plan out step by step what you can automate, how you can automate it, and then the next steps for doing that. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. DeepSeek R1 0528 versus Claude 4 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. I just ran China's new version of DeepSeek R1 against Claude 4 and Gemini 2.5 Pro, and the results have shocked me. This is a brutal AI coding battle, and what happened next is going to be very interesting. I'm about to show you which AI destroys the competition when building real applications, and the results are not what you'd expect. You'll learn the exact prompts I used to push each AI to its limit and see which one provides the most professional grade code that actually works, and you'll discover which AI model wins the most intense AI coding gauntlet I've ever created. DeepSeek R1 0528 versus Claude 4 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. Who wins? Today we're going to be testing them out side by side and just seeing which one creates the best possible output. So if you want to start using the new update from DeepSeek R1, you can go to Open Router, then go to the chat. Make sure that you have selected free if you want to use a free version. I'm actually going to use the paid version just in case the free version lets me down today. And then you can see that we can enable web search or anything like that as well if we want to, but we'll go with that for now. In the meantime, what we're also going to do is we're going to run Claude 4 with exactly the same prompts side by side. And not just that, we'll also be testing out Gemini 2.5 Pro and just putting each of them to a battle, a coding battle, and seeing which one gives us the best results. And by the way, if you want to get all of my resources on DeepSeek R1, the update, how to access it, what it means, etc., plus all of my new SOPs and updates on AI, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. It's a community of 8,000 people and you can join it, link in the comments and description, all right? So we're going to get straight into this and start running some prompts on this bad boy and seeing which one performs the best. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to make sure that we have Claude Opus selected. So we're going to use Opus 4, like you can see. Then we're going to use DeepSeek R1, and we've got Gemini 2.5 Pro ready to go over here. Now I'm just going to select Canvas as well so we can preview directly inside the chat. For DeepSeek R1 and OpenRouter, if we run some code, we'll have to use liveweave.com to preview it. And let's just get this bad boy started. Let's get this AI party started, all right? So I'm going to run this prompt side by side on each model and see what we get back. If you want all the prompts from today, it's inside the AI Success Lab. Just go down to the classroom and then you'll find them inside the classroom there. We can compare them side by side and which one performs the best. Now, speaking 100% honestly, I have a feeling that Gemini 2.5 Pro or Claude 4 are going to be overpowered for this. But at the same time, when I've tested out DeepSeek R1 0528 today, I was so impressed. It was so powerful that I thought maybe we could actually compare them side by side and R1 can give them a good run for their money. Now, bear in mind as well, DeepSeek R1, if you're using the free version on OpenRouter, number one, it's open source, but number two, you can get access for free. And so it's very interesting to compare these models. You can use Gemini 2.5 Pro, but there are limits, and Claude obviously has limits as well. So it'll be interesting to see, okay, which one performs the best and how they perform side by side. Now, we can see them all coding here. It'd be interesting to see which one finishes first. So it looks like Claude Opus finished first, as you can see. Let's pull this up full screen and see what we got back here. So what we asked for was a drums visual, right? A dopamine drums visual, a circular drum machine interface, tap to beat, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what we got. It's just incredible, isn't it? And then we got a little progress bar at the bottom, I think. Let's play that. All right, so now we've also got the response back from Gemini 2.5 Pro. So one thing to note here is already DeepSeek R1 is a lot slower than the other two. But here's what I would say is that Gemini 2.5 Pro actually failed. So it didn't create anything. And there's an error, so we can click on fix error. But just one thing to bear in mind there is actually Gemini 2.5 Pro failed on that test. So it's going to be interesting to see how DeepSeek R1 performs and what it comes back with. In the meantime, I can just ask Opus to level this up a little bit. And also what I'm going to do with Opus is I'm going to select extended thinking inside the options here just to make it even more overpowered. So if we say to Opus, improve the UI, make it more interesting, plus fun and enjoyable, plus crank up the dopamine levels. We'll wait for that to code out. Yeah, DeepSeek R1 is super slow on these tests. What I'm actually going to have to do, I think, is run multiple tests at the same time with DeepSeek R1, because you can see how slow it is and how much time it's taking to get back to us. So in the meantime, what I've actually done is run another test in the background, and this is for a flashing keyword game. So let's see what we got back from DeepSeek R1, see how it performed, etc. It is quite a lot of code, to be fair. So we're going to take the code from the second test. Copy that and we'll preview it. This is pretty cool though. So this is another one that DeepSeek R1 just one-shotted, like you can see. So if we spin that to win, pretty cool. We can zoom out a bit here as well. There we go. All right, now let's run that same test inside Claude and Gemini. Claude 4 Opus. It's a go, isn't it, right now? Look at that. So you got different drum sounds there. It worked perfectly both times we tested it, and that was pretty easy and simple to do. So we're going to X off that, and then we'll start a new chat over here. And we'll go on to the second test, which DeepSeek R2 has already created an output for, but we'll test it on the Opus as well. And then Gemini, let's see what we got back. Oh, it's total trash. Total trash. So Gemini actually failed the first test. It gave us nothing. And DeepSeek R2, DeepSeek R1 0528 actually gave us an error. and doesn't seem to have finished the code, as you can see. Now, I'm 99% sure I got charged for that if I have a look at my credits, even though there was an error. So let's see what we got in the credits, see if we got charged for that. Yeah, look at that. We got charged for using nothing. Okay, thank you. All right, so DeepSeek R1 failed the first test. Gemini 2.5 Pro failed the first test. Let's see how Gemini and Claude perform on the second test. Claude obviously won the first round. AI Store on Twitter says it's actually one-shot useless. So far, is like on the second test, DeepSeek R1 05 to 8 worked really well, but on the first test, yeah, I would agree. Like the one-shot totally timed out on us and didn't work at all. It's just a little bit too slow, DeepSeek R1 05 to 8. That's what I would say about it. So what we can do with another one is we're going to say build a SERP racing game where we fly through different examples. So if we go inside here, close that. We're going to run this on DeepSeek R1 05 to 8. So build a SERP racing game where you fly a rocket-powered blog post through AI spam sites, collect schema fuel, blah, 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 and we'll wait for that to code out, all right? Now, if we have a look at Claude Opus in its output, this looks pretty cool. So here we go. Let's spin it to win it. Whoa, so powerful. It's so powerful, I couldn't even handle it. Yeah, it's pretty, to be fair, DeepSeek's was okay, but if you compare them side by side, let's try these out. So this is DeepSeek R2, sorry, DeepSeek R1 05 to 8, and this is Claude Opus. Claude Opus wins. Gemini 2.5 Pro, where are we up to, mate? All right, we got the code here. Let's see on LiveWeave what we got. Plug that in. It's not bad, but I don't like the UI. I do not like the UI. You can see the words and everything overlapping right there. Let's run this in Canvas. I'm going to say now run it in Canvas. But yeah, I would say overall in the tests, we compare them side by side. So again, Claude Opus won by a long way. Like the flashing headlines, the UI, the sound effects, the UI is super nice. The design is good. Great front end and back end right there. DeepSeek R1 05 to 8 competed. It was definitely in the race. Didn't create something as nice as Claude 4 Opus, but for a free option, not bad at all. And then Gemini 2.5 Pro, as much as I love it, came in last right there. Exactly the same prompt, but the UI is just not as nice. We can wait for the second version on Canvas. As a one shot, I'm going to say that Claude, DeepSeek, and then Gemini 2.5 Pro. Bear in mind, Gemini failed the first test, so did DeepSeek, and Claude Opus 4 has come out on top for both methods, right? So if we go on here, we'll have a cheeky go on this. Yeah, so you can see how the text is just overlapping. That doesn't look very nice. We click on spin, there's no sound effects either. Yeah, it's average. I think Opus wins by a long way right there. So let's see what we got back on the next test. And over here, we're going to go inside Claude Opus again. New chat. Build a SERP racing game. Do the same inside Gemini 2.5 Pro. Just make sure if you're doing these tests, like you want to be running on Canvas. I always forget to click it. It should be on default, I think. But yeah, there we go. And then DeepSeek R1. It's the slowest model by a long way. Just realize that. It is super slow. I think that honestly, Claude for Opus will probably create its output faster than DeepSeek R1, even though we gave DeepSeek R1 the input like 5 minutes ago. Now, some people ask, like, why do I use LiveWeave? I always use LiveWeave for previewing like raw HTML, right? So if you have raw HTML, I use LiveWeave unless there's a Canvas option. So for example, Gemini and Claude, they both have Canvas options, and so you can easily preview the code that you create directly in there. But if you're using OpenRouter, in OpenRouter, it doesn't have a canvas option as far as I'm aware. And so you have to run the code through LiveWeave to test it first. So we've got the output back from R1 0528. And we have the output back from Gemini 2.5 Pro. So let's give Gemini 2.5 Pro a chance first. I still don't like the UI. I don't know what's going on here, but whether Opus is making it look bad. But the UI is super boring on Gemini 2.5 Pro. But not bad. It actually worked, so that's okay. Now let's have a look at Claude's output. So this is Claude's SEO race game. We'll plug this in, see what we got. Isn't that way more fun than Gemini? Look at that bad boy. You're having the time of your life playing that. It's so trippy. It looks cool though. Yeah, I like that. I like that. That's cool. That's cool. All right. Now let's test out on DeepSeek R1 as well. Grab that code, plug it into LiveWeave, and there we go. All right. Here we go. Well, I don't seem to be able to go. Oh, there we go. All right. Top blog. It's a weird one. Like the UI is super weird, but it's fun. If I had to compare them side by side, right? So, for sure, undeniably, Claude Opus 4 absolutely smashed it. Absolutely smashed it. It wasn't even close. Claude 4 Opus won the race, right? Then, if I had to compare the other two, I'm going to go with DeepSeek R1 just because I think it's a bit more interesting as UI. It feels like a Mega Drive game. Let's refresh that. It's a bit more interesting, it's a bit more fun, etc. Yeah, I'm going to go with DeepSeek R1 coming in second right there. So just to recap, test number 1, the game. Only Claude 4 Opus could do it. Test number 2, the wheel. Gemini kind of failed a little bit, like it was creating something really buggy. DeepSeek R1 came in second, created something okay, but Claude 4 Opus again smashed it. And then on the last round, Gemini created like a really boring game. DeepSeek R1 created a game that was okay, but again, Claude Opus just crushed it, and I don't think anyone can compete with it, to be honest with you. Like, I think Claude Opus is miles ahead of everyone. So that's basically the final outputs from what we've seen. You've seen the tests, you've seen the game, you've seen what you can create with AI now. And for one-shots, Claude 4 Opus is absolutely the GOAT, even compared to the latest update from DeepSeek R1 and everything else. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all of my free resources on DeepSeek R1, how to get access to it, and also a full SOP on how to build anything with DeepSeek R1, feel free to get that inside the comments and description. If you want to get a free AI automation strategy session, feel free to get that link in the comments and description to book in a free AI strategy session. Basically on this call, we can look at your business, look at where you can save the most time, and then show you how we can automate it for you. And then additionally, if you want to get coaching, support, community, advice from me, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. Inside this community, you can ask any questions you have. Once a week as well, we make a video for you based on your biggest problems. We also do coaching calls live in there, and also you get my best automations, workflows, and templates. On top of that, inside here, we basically show you how to make money with AI, right? So it's all about showing you how to make money and save time with AI so that you can get the best results possible. Because it's one thing knowing what the updates are and how you can get access to them. It's another thing understanding, okay, how can that save you time? How can you start implementing that today, right? And that's what the AI Profit Boardroom is all about. So feel free to get that stuff. Link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. Claude 4 Sonnet versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. Who wins? Today we'll find out which AI truly dominates. We're about to settle the ultimate AI showdown and basically test them side by side and see what we can create. And what you're about to see may shock you, because some of the stuff you can build with this is just absolutely amazing. So let's get straight into it, and I'm going to show you what we can build. We're going to test these side by side, and we're specifically testing Claude 4 Sonnet versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. So let's get into it, right? Now, if you want to build with Gemini 2.5 Pro for free, you can use AI Studio. And then if you want to build with Claude 4 Sonnet for free, then let me show you exactly how to do that in a second as well. And we'll pull these up side by side. Now, I've got a bunch of awesome prompts as well that we're going to be testing. And actually, I'm genuinely interested to see what we get back from this. It's going to be pretty wild, I think. So let's get straight into this. And by the way, if you want all the prompts, are inside the AI Profit boardroom. So we're going to test these side by side. One thing I'm going to allow inside Claude is extended thinking, just to get better responses from Claude 4 Sonnet. And the first thing that we're going to go with inside both of these is this keyword again. Now I just need to make sure as well that I've got Gemini 2.5 Pro selected, which I have. Awesome stuff. I'm just going to change that to the latest version. So make sure you're not using the 6th of May version. Use, oh, actually that's Flash Preview. Yeah, let's just go with 6th of May then. And then we'll pull these up side by side. All right. If you want all these prompts, they're inside the AI Profit boardroom. You can just run them through ChatGPT and say customize them to my niche or whatever you want, right? So for example, we're going to say build a keyword rain game. Let's plug them in, see what we get back, and then we can preview the HTML later. Now, we could also use Gemini, and it'd be interesting to know whether you get better responses inside Gemini or inside AI Studio. Obviously, Gemini is paid. I'm on the advanced model. But if you want to use it for free, you can use it inside AI Studio. So let's roll with this. Actually, I just need to allow the canvas. There we go. You can see Claude 4 Sonnet is already coding away. And if you're wondering, okay, what's the prompt? So we said build a keyword rain game where juicy SEO keywords fall from the sky in rainbow fonts. You swipe only the gold ones. Every correct swipe trigger flashes slot machine sounds and firework combos. Miss one, screen shake, single HTML, right? So the other thing we're looking for here is speed and also whether it can one-shot, right? So Gemini 2.5 Pro is still building out. Let's see what we get back in a sec. So with the output from AI Studio, the way that I'm going to preview this is if we go to Live Weave, we can just plug that in, all right? Let's plug that in over here. Here we go. Keyword rain SEO. Let's start the game, see what we get. It's okay, pretty average to be honest with you. Let's have a look at Gemini's output, what we got here. Very similar to be fair, but that's a bit more, to be fair, it looks better inside Gemini than it does AI Studio. So AI Studio and Gemini are both using 2.5 Pro to build stuff out, but you can see how it doesn't work now actually, which is weird. So you see how it's not generating anything else there? Let's see what Claude 4 Sonnet builds out. By the way, just whilst we're waiting for that to generate on Claude 4 Sonnet, if you want to see some other examples of stuff I built, check this out. This was built this morning. Pretty cool, right? Like that gets the dopamine going. It's pretty crazy. Now anyway, we're going to close that. Close that. Let's get back to Claude 4 Sonnet, see what we got here. It's incredible. Only the gold keywords. All right, let's go with the gold ones. There we go. It's a pretty easy game, but you get the point. There we go. All right, good stuff. So I would say out of all of them, honestly, Claude 4 Sonnet won that by a long way. I didn't think the output from AI Studio was that great. Gemini actually just stopped working after the first round, but Claude 4 actually worked and it had all the sound effects and everything else. So let's move on to the next one now, which is the backlink blaster. By the way, some people in the comments, they say like build something out that I would actually use or whatever. What you can do with these prompts is like you can run them through ChatGPT and say just customize them to my niche, right? So any ideas that you see in these videos, you can just build them out to whatever niche you're in. Doesn't matter. So we're building out each of these. Let's see what we got. We already got the code from Gemini 2.5 Pro coming out, which is good. There we go. So we got Gemini 2.5 in the middle. One thing I just need to do is just generate that with Canvas. Always remember to generate on Canvas because it doesn't come up on default. Claude 4 has come back to us. Let's test this out. Not that great, to be honest. That wasn't a great game. Let's see what we got back from AI Studio. I like the ones with the sound effects and the neon lights. So this is the output from AI Studio. Let's see what we get back here. Not the best game there. Let's see what we got back from Gemini. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. That is pretty insane. It's broken, but I liked it. I liked it. That one was the most entertaining. I wouldn't say any of them were particularly interesting, to be honest. But that one was probably the best. So I would say Gemini 2.5 Pro won that one. It's the most interesting. This one, not so great. The one from AI Studio, not so great. But yeah, you get the point. Alright, so let's take the next one now. We're going to say build a Google algorithm boss fight. Let's plug this in. Say, just going to make it more interesting, say neon lights to trigger dopamine plus include sound effects. That's what we're all about these days, alright? The other day I was watching my videos and I was like, back in the day I used to talk about backlinks and all that stuff, and that's still what we sell as an agency, but I never thought I'd be in a position where I'm just coding out games in one click with AI on a live stream. Like, it's a very weird sort of progression. So anyway, let's keep playing these out, seeing what we get back. Who's going to win here? That's the question. In terms of speed, I think it might be AI Studio, you know. Oh, it's Claude 4 Sonnet. Let's see what we got back here. It doesn't make any sense. That does not make any sense. Right, and what I'm going to do inside Claude 4 Sonnet is just say, we'll take a screenshot here, and say inside here, make sure the game is more interesting than this black screen. There should be characters, plus it should feel like a 3JS game. And we'll just recode that and see what we get back in a second. So now we've got the code back from Gemini. Let's pull this one up, see what we got. That's horrible. Those sound effects are horrible. I mean, it's winning so far just because it actually created something that worked. I don't even know what this is, but we'll run with it. We'll run with it. One thing I would say here is probably the prompt is a bit too complex for the AI, and so it doesn't really know how to build it or what to build out. So that's something that I personally could improve. So let's go back onto LiveWeave now. We'll take the output from AI Studio. It's kind of like a turn-based game, but it doesn't make much sense. So, I mean, in terms of who's winning here, I'm going to say that the AI Studio came in second, Gemini came in first, Claude 4 Sonnet didn't really build anything out that was useful. But maybe we'll get something better back in a sec. Alright. Let's see what else we can build here. Well, here we go. So we've got the second output from Claude 4 Sonnet. Why is it just got that inside the top left? Doesn't make any sense. Alright, Claude 4 Sonnet just got totally confused there. Probably my bad prompts, but still, you can see how it worked on AI Studio and Gemini as well. Next up, let's keep going now. So what we're going to say is build a SERP racing game. So let's plug that in. We'll go with Gemini as well. And just to be clear here, so Gemini has won 2 out of 3 of the battles. Claude 4 is coming in second to Gemini 2.5 Pro. But we'll keep going, we'll keep testing for you and seeing what we get back in a sec. Here we go. Claude 4 Sonnet seems to be the fastest, honestly, from what I can see. So let's see what we got here. That's working beautifully. Let's just unmute this as well, because it does have sound effects. Do you know what? I'm going to publish that one. And then we'll give it a cheeky go. I mean, the fact that you can just build this out in a minute is just absolutely wild for the quality. How long would it take a coder to build this stuff out, right? So let's go on this, see what we've got here. So we're flying a blog post. We want to get backlinks. I mean, it actually makes sense as a game, to be fair. We're increasing the speed. Oh, yes, we're absolutely nailing it. Oh, no. We crashed into the SERP void. That's pretty cool. I mean, we can... Not bad at all, that. Not bad at all. All right. Now let's see what we got back from AI Studio. That looks to be getting a bit confused. Sometimes it does this AI Studio with sound effects. So you see how it's just creating loads of code? I reckon it's going to break, but we'll see in a sec. And then we got Gemini still building this out. That should be ready to preview in a sec. Here we go. Pilot your blog posts through the treacherous SERPs, collect fuel boost and nitro, avoid AI spam and 404 asteroids. Okay, let's go. There's nothing on screen, mate. Yeah, there's nothing going on there. Nothing to dodge. And AI Studio is still going hard in the paint on ones and zeros over here. Look at that. Alright, so far, I mean, I would say Claude 4 Sonnet has won that round. And also, the difference here is that Claude 4 Sonnet created a perfectly working game that actually makes sense. It didn't get stuck on the code like this one. And the game was a lot more fun than the other two. So, it's winning on all rounds, alright? So, it's 2-all so far. Let's see what else we're going to create now. I'm just going to stop AI Studio because it's been stuck for 207 seconds. So let's go with the final round. We're going on canvas. And then we're going to run this through Claude 4 Sonnet. To be honest, Claude 4 Sonnet will probably finish before both of them, even though we've given both of them the head start. But let's see what we get back. And if you're wondering, okay, why am I using Sonnet instead of other methods? So the reason I'm using Sonnet was like a lot of people asking for it in the comments yesterday. So I was like, right, let's create this, right? Let's test them out. Opus is really powerful too. But yeah, I just want to test out Sonnet. I think Sonnet might be, well, it's definitely cheaper if you're using the API as well. So that's a big difference too. You might be wondering, okay, like what other AI tools do I use? So I actually have inside the AI Profit Boardroom a list of all my favorite tools, right? So if you want to learn, you know, what tools am I using inside my business, what are my top 3, etc., feel free to join the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. You can learn how to build this stuff out yourself, and also what we use and what's working right now. So again, Claude 4 Sonnet has created something straight off the bat. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, it's just incredible. It's SEO Space Invaders. I think, to be honest, we could make that even more interesting, which I might do in a second, but it's pretty cool. Alright, here's what I'm going to say. Make the screen crazier with more animations, music, flashing colors. and overall craziness. Plus, make the screen shake. There we go. Alright. Because Claude 4 is so fast, like we can probably code 2 versions before the other 2 are ready. So Gemini is still coding back here. And then we've got the code back from AI Studio. You might be wondering, like, do you need the premium version of Claude as well? I would just try the free version and see if it works for you. If it works for you, then you can upgrade because you're like, right, I need bigger limits and that sort of thing. So this is the output from AI Studio. Let's start playing this now. It's not bad. Yeah, it's quite fun. It's quite fun. I wouldn't say it's as good as Claude 4 Sonnets, but not bad at all. Now we've got Geminis over here, so let's see what we get back. I can't see the main character at the bottom. But not bad, not bad. I'm still going to go with Claude 4 Sonnet. I think it was way more interesting. So out of the 5 rounds, Claude 4 Sonnet won 3 rounds. Gemini 2.5 won 2 rounds, 2.5 Pro. Right? Someone asked, like, what's the heart about as well? I'm not even sure myself, to be honest with you. On this one, right? Maybe that's like your health score or something, like you have to protect it. But yeah, that's what I mean, like it doesn't quite add up. It doesn't quite make sense. So, now we've got the Claude 4 Sonnet output. Let's check this out. Okay, this went mad. Look at that. Alright, alright. I'm just going to close that down. Let's close that down. So, Claude 4 Sonnet won by a long way. That was pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, if you want to get all the prompts from today, plus tons of courses on Claude 4, how to use it, Gemini 2.5 Pro, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Comes with all the examples that I've shown you today, and also all of the prompts, plus much more. And you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Sorry, the AI Success Lab, completely for free. Right? All this stuff is free. And if you want to get help, support, if you want to connect with me, if you want to be able to DM me and get advice, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This also comes with like weekly coaching calls, all of my best automations. If you want to know, okay, what AI tools are working right now, feel free to get all the information inside the AI Profit Boardroom. The main thing here as well is like the community is just a million times better inside the AI Profit Boardroom, right? So if you need help, support, coaching, if you need advice, if you have questions, this is the place to go, right? And you can post in here, introduce yourself, and also it's just about having fun, right? I know a lot of people who join this because they were in an area where they can't connect with people doing the same things, right? And so this is one of the best places to go. So feel free to get that link in the comments description to the AI Profit Boardroom. You've seen all the madness. We've seen that Claude 4 Sonnet wins today. Very tight battle. Both of them created like really cool stuff, but Claude 4 Sonnet is the GOAT right now, and you can use Claude 4 Sonnet as well for free. So pretty cool stuff. This Google Gemini 2.5 Pro workflow with Veo 3 is insane. Let's play it. This is a movie I just created in a few clicks. Let's get into it.
If you think you're just made by a prompt, you're crazy. Just saying. Are you AI?
Are you crazy?
You see it?
Are you crazy?
I ain't AI, I'm the real thing. You can look into my eyes.
If you vote for me, I will ban prompt theory. There are people who think that all of this is just made by prompts, and they are crazy.
Show me the meaning!
If you're a prompt, then why can't your prompt save you now?
I feel like everything is just ones, zeros.
We are not just ones and zeros. I would never date a man who believes in prompt theory.
I will ban prompt theory if you vote for me.
If you think you're AI, then why do you have feelings and emotions?
This is a one-shot prompt.
You AI. Are you crazy? If I was AI, then how could I do this? this is real?
So that is basically the movie, and Google just dropped Veo 3 last week. I used it to create an entire film that basically completely changes your perception of what's real and what's AI generated. And today you learn how to access Veo 3's hidden advanced features that most creators don't even know exist yet. You're going to discover the exact prompting techniques I discovered that produce Hollywood level cinematic shots, and my step-by-step process for building a complete narrative film using nothing but AI. And if you want to get all the tutorials, all the courses on this for free, you get it inside the AI Success Lab. We've got free trainings, prompts, and courses directly down here. You can just click on the links and get direct access. So this stuff is absolutely wild. It's ridiculous how powerful it is, and we're going to get straight into it. So essentially, the way that I came up with this idea was, number one, I was watching a few different creations that people had created with Veo 3, but also, you can go into ChatGPT and the first stage here, or you can use Gemini 2.5 Pro, but basically you would go inside here and you'd be like, right, okay, give me some movie ideas for the theme of, and then, for example, let's say prompt theory is the idea of your theme. Well, let's get some ideas here. Short, simple. I like to keep it actually quite vague in terms of the scenes. And then, you could say something like add some humor too. And then from there, we can start building out the scenes that we have, right? Now, the other cool thing here is if we actually go over to Google AI Studio, we can upload media and then we can generate more scenes with that media, right? So if you've already created a video, let's say, for example, we've got a video example of an MP4 that we can upload. So we can click on this just to get started, completely free at aistudio.google.com, and then we can upload a file. So let's have a look through here. We could upload, for example, this interview clip here, and then we could take this prompt like so and say, give me some more funny ideas based on this scene about AI reacting to being AI, right? And basically what we can do inside AI Studio, which is one of the few AIs in the world that can do this, and you can do it for free, you can actually upload the MP4. It can understand the video that you've uploaded, so you can see it's actually using tokens to upload that, and then we can give it a prompt and say, like, give me more scenes, or give me more ideas, etc., and just bounce off for creativity using this directly here. So now it's giving us some other ideas. So for example, if we pull this up, it said, right, here are some funny ideas based on the scene about AI reacting to AI. So the AI starts questioning the interviewer with increasingly complex and philosophical prompts. The AI glitches out and starts speaking in snippets of code or random internet comments. The AI, upon realizing it's AI, asks if it gets paid and demands better processing power, right? So we could take something like that, and then we can say, okay, turn this into a gritty scenario like a Hollywood film, and give me 5 ideas for the short scene. Max 5 words of dialogue. You also want to keep the dialogue short when you're doing this, because if you're using Veo 3 to generate clips, it can only really do 8 seconds at a time, and the audio is kind of hit and miss, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So when you're doing this, you really want to be like just keeping the dialogue short, for example. So we say describe the scene, but just keep the dialogue itself short. We'll hit enter like so. That's going to start generating some ideas for the movie, and the ideas that we're going to generate here. And you know what's crazy about this is, like, imagine how much this would cost to produce. Like, even just simple scenes, like if we played that one before.
Are you AI?
Are you brave?
Think about that scene, right? How much work goes into generating a video like this? Like, you have to come up with the idea, go into New York, wherever you are, dress up in a suit, get the audio correct, so the audio quality has to be right, find 2 people who are willing to consent to having that video online, and then also get the lighting perfect, then edit it, and that's for like 8 seconds of clips, right? But using AI, you can now skip all that hour of work and just get straight into building your own movie, right? And you can do that from the comfort of your own home. So if we go back to the AI ideas now, we've got some ideas here. So for example, a junkyard of obsolete robots, rusting limbs, shattered screens, etc. So we can, for example, use that as a scene inside ours. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go over to Flow, right? And inside Flow, this uses Veo 3. Now, most people don't realize this, and I didn't realize when I first started using it, is that you get a choice of outputs here. So if you go with the defaults, and most people can't even see that little icon down there, it's like it's grayed out and you can't really see it. I think they're trying to hide it or something. But if you change the settings over here, you can change the quality from fast, which is Veo 2, the old model. Then you've got quality OK, which is like Veo 2, but the one that you want is highest quality, right? Now, this uses 100 credits based on your current settings. So you can see the settings here for how many credits you get per month. You actually get 1,000 monthly credits on the AI Pro plan inside Flow, right? And you only seem to get Veo 2 inside there. Whereas if you're on the Ultra plan, then you get 12,500 AI credits, and the highest quality allows you to generate a maximum of 83, right? And there's about 150 AI credits generated each time, right? So if we go back now to Flow, and this is available at labs.google/flow, we're going to plug in that example. We say a junkyard of obsolete robots, rusting limbs, shattered screens, blah, blah, the AI, a battered security bot with a dented chassis, stares at its own reflection in a cracked visor, its internal voice module crackles with static, processing insufficient, right? Feels futuristic, etc. So we'll hit into Excel, and then that's going to start generating. The other thing to note here is like sometimes the video generation doesn't work. Like I've seen it like fail quite a few times. That's super annoying because sometimes you can wait like 5 minutes for a video generation and then you don't even get it in the end. So just be careful of that. And then, for example, we've got this clip right here, and sometimes it doesn't actually generate the audio. So for example, if we play this full screen, you'll see what I mean. It's a pretty cool scene, but there's no audio on that, right? And it seems to particularly struggle with videos with crowds talking, like it just won't generate the audio as well. So just be careful of that. But essentially you can see here how you can basically, step number 1 is you come up with the scene idea, the movie idea, etc. Then step number 2, you generate the scene of the first part of the film. Then step number 3 is you go over to AI Studio, upload the MP4 and the video file there, and from there you can actually start generating more ideas, more scenes based on the theme of whatever movie you're building out, right? And you just want to make sure inside Flow that you do select highest quality inside your settings right there. So that's basically how it works. So let's keep testing this out now. We'll see what we got back. So it's 36% generated. It is going to take a few minutes to generate this. Sometimes as well, this stuff comes out a bit weird. I'll show you what I mean. So let me play this one, for example. 2 women being interviewed at night by a presenter in New York, blah, blah, blah. Let's play this and see what we get.
You AI?
Are you crazy?
Why is she playing? We're definitely not AI. Are you AI?
I mean, that one was pretty good, to be fair. Like, I should have included that in the movie. There were some, like, for example, this one. Let me play this one back. So you see how there's no sound on that? Like, the video quality is really good, but there's no sound, which is kind of like a waste of time. This one was weird as well. So, you'll see what I mean. You see how there's like, it sounds like there's a crowd in the background there when we're generating the video. So you just have to be careful of this. And I'm not sure whether it still uses credits when it fails, but I have a suspicion it might do. I just feel like that's probably the way it works. Is like, if it messes up, it's on you. It's your credits gone. I don't know if that's the case, but I just imagine that's often how these tools work. So when you're generating these scenes as well, step by step, the other thing that you can do here, and this is what I do. I like to do this inside Descript, which is a video editing tool. So when I'm putting all these scenes together, what I can actually do is generate the background music for it, right? And I would recommend using suno.com for generating this. You can get free music made off the back of that, as long as you're not using it for commercial stuff. If you're using it for commercial stuff, then you need to upgrade, I think. But for example, here, I've generated a few songs. So this was the cinematic music that I generated. Let's click on this. And then we can play it. It's kind of got that, what's that TV program from HBO? Totally forgot it. It's one of my favorite TV shows as well. But basically, it's kind of got like that dystopian feel, right? And so if you go inside Suno and you want to create background music for your video, you can actually go to the home here. Then you can click on create your own song. Then you can type in whatever you want. So, okay, let's say it's a dystopian movie. So we're going to put dystopian movie about AI taking over the world, right? Scary, fearful, tense. Just describe like the emotions that you want to create in this. Then you can click on create here. But what we also need to do is, if it's a background music for a video, I would recommend going with instrumental. And then you can see here we've selected instrumental, etc. I'm also just going to put no lyrics just to be safe. And then we shall click create on that, right? And that will generate the music for us right here. Succession. That is a HBO. It's just come back to me. Succession. That is the HBO program I was talking about. All right. So you can see how quickly that music has been generated. So you've got two different options right here. Let's play that out. Pretty nice, right? And then if we click on download over here, we'll download the MP3. And then if we go over to Descript, Descript is, it just makes it super easy to generate responses. So if we go to Descript now, it's going to take a little while to load up, I think. Here we go. All right, so inside Descript, you can actually edit your video scenes. So let's say, for example, you want to create a movie like this. Well, it's pretty simple and easy. So if we go back to Google Chrome here, we'll go back to Flow. Hopefully that video is generated. Yes, it has. Let's play this.
Processing. Processing. Insufficient.
All right.
Processing.
So we've got the video right there, and then we can download. I'm just going to download it as the original size, otherwise it's going to take ages to load. And now we can start building out a film. So if we go back to Descript, right, and let's say you're trying to create a film from scratch, well, you would just go to New Project, Video Project, upload the MP4 files that you want to insert into the scenes. So for example, like this one, we'll wait for that to load. Usually get added pretty quickly, as you can see. And then we can just add different scenes below to create our own video. And then you can change the name however you want. So let's say, for example, dystopian movie, like you can see. And then if we click on show timeline over here, we can see the different scenes, right? And we can chop them up. So if you click on this one, this cursor right here, that will allow you to move the scenes. If you click on this one, it will actually allow you to chop your scenes and move around with them and that sort of thing.
Processing. Processing. Insufficient.
Now, what you're also going to see is on the clip, the subtitles are pretty bad, right? It's just one thing to be aware of. It's like usually the subtitles are wrong. Now, if we go back here, we're going to take another MP4 that we generated. All right, and you can see how we're just gradually building out this film. Now, if you want to add music to this as well, let me show you how. So if we go back to Finder, go to Downloads, and we'll grab that MP3 file that you just generated from Suno. So if we plug that inside here, we can actually add that right at the start, right? So you see how I'm just dragging and dropping it here? There we go. And now we've got the music overlaid on top of the scenes. So let's play this back.
Are you AI?
Are you crazy?
You see it?
Are you crazy?
Processing. Processing. Insufficient.
Now, if you add another scene in here, so if we click on enter and then add another file in here, let's take another MP4 like so. And so when you add that in, you're going to see that the music, it doesn't extend automatically, right? So the music is going to cut off there. Let me show you what I mean.
Insufficient.
You AI.
So you see how it cuts off? So what you want to do is just drag that over here, right? Drag that at the bottom, and then that will make the music play on the last scene too.
Are you crazy?
And then we just need to drag that all the way. Let's play that again.
AI. Are you crazy?
So basically, that's how you can create this stuff. Create your own film, really easy to build out. And then if you want to export this on Descript, which is the easiest way I know, then you can just export it as a local link and click download. Or you can do a local export here. You can even export directly to YouTube as well. But yeah, I would say the easiest and fastest is the web link. And that doesn't seem to use the processing power of your laptop so much as well. So you can see now basically how to build out a complete movie, right? So essentially, you come up with an idea. ChatGPT using this prompt is going to help you come up with more scenes and ideas for your video. And if you want all of these prompts, I'll put them inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. Completely free, along with the video sample from this. And then if we go back, what you would do from there is start generating the prompts inside Flow. Now you can actually do frames to video. So if you do frames to video, you can add a frame that you've already generated, like you can see, right? So that's pretty cool as well to make your video more interesting. And then also what you can do here is if we click on add to scene, we can actually extend the existing movie scene that we have, right? So if we click on plus, extend, that will make the scene longer in itself. Now, from there, what you're going to do is get the MP4 files of the film that you've got, and you can upload that into AI Studio, and that will give you some more ideas, right? Now, you can see here, for example, this is the prompt that I used. So if you want that prompt, it's inside the AI Success Lab as well, completely free. And then you can use Suno to generate the music as well. Just be careful with commercial licenses, right? Like if you use this to monetize, then you need to get the pro plan. And then from here, you can import into Descript. Descript is really good for just organizing all the files, cutting the scenes up. I like to chop some of the scenes up and then get rid of any silences, right? So for example, if we go back to Descript here, let me show you an example of what I mean.
You AI. Are you crazy? You AI.
So like right there, because it kind of gets a bit boring, there's no speech, you could just chop it up and then delete that audio, and then the clip will just cut there. Right? And then you can go to the next scene, the next scene, the next scene, right? And if you uploaded a song, I don't think you can upload a song to Google Flow, just something to be aware of there. The way that I do it is I just add the music in later on Descript, and that makes it easy to like cut and copy and edit and make the scene and the movie and everything like that, right? Now, if you want to get the video resources that I mentioned today, it's all inside the AI Success Lab, completely free. If you want to see the video example of what I created, you can get it right here. You can actually download it and then make your own if you want. I don't care. Like, feel free to do whatever you want with it. And then, yeah, basically inside here as well, we've got 3 different courses on Veo 3. So if you want to learn more about this stuff and how it works, etc., feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. So thanks so much for watching. That's basically everything on Veo 3 and my Gemini 2.5 workflow. You know exactly how to use it, what the prompts are, all the resources, all the links, plus you got 3 different courses right there on exactly how to use it as well. All right, and it is absolutely wild what you can build with this. I mean, just to put this in perspective, this feels very Hollywood. Like, it feels very unique and new, and you know, it's probably better than a lot of films on Netflix. Let's be honest at this point. Let's play this back one more time.
Breaking news today, it appears that the world is a simulation.
If you think you're just made by a prompt, you're crazy. Just saying. Are you AI?
Are you crazy?
You see it?
Are you crazy?
I ain't AI, I'm the real thing. You can look into my eyes.
If you vote for me, I will ban prompt theory. There are people who think that all of this is just made by prompts, and they are crazy.
Show me the meaning! If you're a prompt, then why can't your prompt save you now?
I feel like everything is just ones and zeros.
So you get the point. I mean, that's 1.5 minutes long. It took me 24 hours, right? And honestly, like, maybe in total time spent on Flow, it was probably more like a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, to build that stuff out. So it's actually probably faster in reality for us to create movies like that versus normal. Now, if you want to get support on this, if you want to be able to DM me and ask for advice, if you're interested in building stuff like this, feel free to get my help inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an awesome community where everybody's just doing crazy stuff like this all the time, right? It's what keeps me going, what keeps me learning about AI. And it's just an awesome group of people that we all have a lot of fun with when it comes to building stuff with AI as well. And also, if you want to make more money, if you want to save more time, if you want to grow your business, these are all the workflows that I've used to save time, make more money, and scale my business. So if you want the same workflows, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. Cheers. Claude 4 Opus versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. Who wins? Today we're going to be testing them out side by side and just running some examples and seeing how it goes. So essentially what you've got here is Claude, and then if we come over here, we have AI Studio, and we can basically test them out side by side, see how they perform, and see which gets us the best results, my friend. And one thing I would say from what I've seen so far, Claude 4 Opus is crazy powerful, but so is Gemini 2.5 Pro. So let's get straight into testing them and we'll see how it goes. All right, we're going to take these example prompts and we'll pull them up side by side. So the first thing that we're going to build is Space Invaders game. All right, so I'm just going to pull them up and then we can test them, see how they perform alongside each other. The other thing that we'll try and do here is just one shot them, right? So we'll try and see how they perform for one shots. Maybe we'll go back and forth a little bit between them, but the main goal here is just to make it easy and keep testing them side by side. So let's give it a cheeky whirl. So this is Claude 4 Opus, as you can see, and we're going to select Gemini 2.5 Pro from the list. This is super expensive, but that's the price to pay for you. So we're going to run this now, and we're going to run this prompt that basically says, create a visually stimulating Space Invaders game where aesthetics triggers loads of dopamine and looks amazing on screen, plus loads of stuff happening. Make sure you have a central player that can shoot, etc. Single HTML, and we'll run the prompts basically at the same time, just see how they perform side by side, and we'll get the party started. So what you can see here, actually, this is quite interesting already, is the AI Studio was stuck in thinking mode, whereas if we go over to Claude over here, you can see that actually Claude went straight into creating the content. So you can trigger thinking mode on Opus as well. You can do that inside the UI if you just toggle the extended thinking option. We can see them coding. It actually looks like AI Studio is a lot faster for the code. Look how quick that is coming out. It's blasting it out. So we got the code back from Claude. Let's take this, copy that, and we'll go over to Online Previewer, and we'll see what we got back here. So this is the example from Claude Opus. Honestly, not really that much happening. If we try and shoot right here, nothing really comes up in the scores. It looks pretty cool though, to be fair to it. Let's have a look now at the code from AI Studio. We'll grab that. Here we go. That is looking way better. I think AI Studio wins that one. Look at that. It's actually really fun to play. I'm not going to lie to you. The effects are crazy. If we go back to Claude now, you can see there's nothing going on there. It's not that interesting, not much happening, etc. I'm going to say that AI Studio won the first one, Gemini 2.5 Pro. Let's move on and we'll start the next round. So what we're going to say is build dopamine drums, visual circular drum machine interface, tap to beat, blah, blah, blah. We'll run that. Basically, we're trying to build like a drum machine sort of game. Let's see if we can actually do this with Opus as well. We'll see what we get back. Mate, in the meantime, I'm going to get back to playing that game. That was incredible. See, the effects are just insane. By the way, if you want to get this stuff, feel free to get it inside the AI Success Lab, completely free. You can grab all the prompts from me from today. Plus, there's tons of other training in there, as you can see on the left-hand side. But basically, all the tests that we're running today, you can see all the prompts, steal them from me and run them yourself. And you can do it for free inside AI Studio. So everything you're seeing is free if you're using Gemini 2.5 Pro. You got to bear in mind as well, like Claude is a lot more expensive, right? So Claude, if you're using that on OpenRouter, the prices are like, they're crazy for Opus 4. Whereas, for example, AI Studio, you can actually code for free if you're just using it within the token limits. And if you're absolutely rinsing it, I think it's about 10% of the price, something like that. It's definitely more than 50% cheaper. And when you're building this stuff out, so far we've seen better outputs from 2.5 Pro Preview, and also it's a lot cheaper too. So let's test the next one from Claude. This is for the drum machine. So let's see what we got back here. It's looking pretty cool, to be fair. Look at that. So this is dopamine drums, the one and only. I've actually muted that, so I'm just going to unmute that. It's gone mad. It's gone mad. I'm going to have to shut that down. It went mad, but that was really cool. To be fair, like the output from Opus there was just insane. That was absolutely insane. Let me just plug that code back in there for you. Just don't press it too much. I've never seen anything like that from an AI before. That was crazy stuff. All right, let's go on to AI Studio now. We'll see what we get back here. So we're going to take the code and then plug that into LiveWeave. This is from Gemini. Here we go. So side by side, this is quite interesting actually. If you look at them side by side, you can see here that Gemini 2.5 Pro, it doesn't look as nice visually, right? That looks way nicer. But if we actually compare, you've also got options for tempo, which is pretty cool. So let's play this. Incredible. Mate, music lessons would have been way more fun with AI back in the day. Yeah, honestly, if I'm going with either of them, I think you're going to go with this one. It just looks a lot more modern, a lot more interesting. This one is cool, but I just don't think the AI looks as nice. It's amazing that both of them actually work for the sound effects and everything like that. And literally all we did was just give it one prompt. Both of these tools are crazy good, crazy powerful. Should we go make it go mad again? Let's try that again. Oh, that was enough of that. You get the point. Crazy stuff. All right. You could play with that all day. To be fair to both of them, like they both create awesome stuff. But if I had to pick one, I'm going with Claude Opus. So just to be clear here, Gemini won the first round. Claude won the second round. They're both creating awesome stuff. Let's keep it going now. Keep it rocking and rolling. So next up, what we're going to do, we're going to build a rage clicker game with one giant button that makes money flash the screen and triggers dopamine-inducing sound effects. Evolve the button every 100 clicks, single HTML. Let's plug that into AI Studio. We'll plug this in here as well. For this one, I want to see how long it's going to take, so I'm actually going to start the timer for both of them. See what we get back. So AI Studio is pretty fast right there. Both kind of neck and neck, both coding out like maniacs. Let me know in the comments which one you prefer. I can see it's neck and neck on the votes as well. A lot of people still loving Gemini, to be fair. So Claude took 42 seconds. Gemini, I don't know what it's doing here. It's gone mad. This is an audio ID that's coding out here. So if you actually look at a speed test, this is taking a lot longer with Gemini, but it's all about the outputs, isn't it? It's all about the quality of the outputs. Is it broken? Yeah, look at that. It's actually failed to generate the content. So we've got this error message at the bottom that says failed to generate content. That was after a minute, so Gemini failed here. But let's see what we got back from Opus. Copy the message. We'll plug that in. Here we go. And let's start rage clicking. Alright, so it should change at 100 clicks. Wow, smashed it. Smashed it. Let's be honest. If I had to pick one, I'm going with Claude. Gemini totally failed there. Crashed. Couldn't handle it. Claude was like, no problem, mate. Let's make it as weird as we can. And did its magic. Claude has already taken the lead on the tests. Let's try another one. So we're going to say, create a one-tap flying bird game with trippy backgrounds involving music, explosion effects. Every tap triggers particle bursts and sound ping, single HTML. So, we'll go inside here. Just to be clear here as well, Claude was a lot faster on that round. Claude actually created the output after 42 seconds. And this is without enabling extended thinking. Let's go in the settings here. Does anyone know how to enable extended thinking inside OpenRouter? Or do we have to switch the models here? I'm also, whilst we're waiting for that, I'm intrigued to see what the usage is on that. Like, how much money did we spend? So let's go over to activity. We'll see what we're spending here. It's not that bad, to be fair. It's not that bad, right? So if we look at the last few tests, 40 cents, 27 cents, 23 cents. They all were one shot, so we didn't do that much coding. But the outputs we got back were really good, and it didn't cost that much for code that was just done first time round. Let's copy this and check it out. Pretty cool. Oh, here we go. Not bad at all. Let's take a look at Claude. Wow. Ooh. This is a close tie, to be fair. I'm going to say it's a tie. Yeah, I'm going to say they're tied there. Both of them were really good. Both of them good outputs there. I was impressed. Let's try this one. So we're going to say build a racer game where you control a ship dodging obstacles to the beat of music. But I'm not going to put the music in actually, because it's... Why not actually? Let's just try it. So we're going to run that, and then we're going to go over to here. Room. Let's see what we get back. To be honest with you, from what I can see, here's the crazy thing. It's like the outputs are very similar. But how are you going to get through there? That was madness. Absolute madness. But to be honest with you, like, Gemini is free. It's not costing us any money to generate this stuff, right? So in that way, I would say Gemini actually won. So I'm going to put 2-2 for this, and the next one could be the decider. So we've got the output back from Claude here. We should take a moment to appreciate how good these models are and how far we've come, by the way. Like, it's unbelievable. So we're going to plug this one in. Say that. How do you play it? Ah, I see. So you move the mouse like that. Here we go. Yeah, that is cool. Alright. Gemini is going to have to come back with something impressive to beat that. Let's see what we got here. We'll copy that code. We'll plug it in, peeps. Last round, who's going to win? Oh, it's let us down there. We have to upload our own music. That's not impressive at all. Alright, I'm going to give it a shot. What I'm going to say is let's go to Suno AI. And from here, we're going to take one of our songs. Let's go inside and see what we got. If you're not familiar with it, basically it's an AI music generator. Really cool. Generates some nice stuff. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to download the audio from here. And this song is called My Dad's on TikTok. And Now I Fear for the Internet. And we're going to upload that into the game to see if it actually works. So let's plug in the MP3 there. And then we'll start the game.
Dance, looks more like a fight. Snapping fingers wrong while his pants too tight. Thinks he's in a cypher rapping his old school jams, but his balls are softer than microwave.
So, if I had to pick one, I'm going with Gemini, to be fair. Like, that was insane. You could basically match the game to the music, use whatever song you want. The upload actually worked, and the idea was genius. Gemini 1, 3.2 there. Both of those models were very impressive. Bear in mind, Gemini is also free as well, so you can code with it for free inside AI Studio. If you want all the links to all this stuff, all the resources, all the prompts, etc., and even some information on Suno and all that sort of stuff, feel free to get it inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments and description. And appreciate you watching, peeps, all right? So we're just going to close that. Also, we're giving away free AI trainings inside here pretty much daily, sometimes twice a day, as you can see. Very active community, and this comes with all of our best trainings. It's completely free. Link in the comments and description. Inside there as well, if you need more help, if you need more coaching support, etc., if you want to join an awesome community, feel free to join the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments in the description. Appreciate you watching, and you now know who won, right? So if we had to put a winner, it's going to be Gemini. It was very close, but bear in mind as well, AI Studio is free, and it's only getting better. So yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Mind-blowing what you can build with it these days. Claude 4 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. What I discovered will shock you. I just spent hours putting both AI models through brutal tests, and one completely destroyed the other in ways nobody expected. See what happens when I give both AIs the ability and put them through different tests. Plus, you'll see which one destroyed the other in ways nobody expected. You also see which AI you can trust and which one might turn against you. And I'll show you the blackmail attempt, which means these AIs are getting incredibly scary. We'll come on to that in a second. This is some of the stuff that I've created for recently, and it's absolutely amazing what you can build. So let's get straight into it and put both models through its tests and see which one comes out the best. Now, if you want to see the benchmarks here, number one, let's run through this. This is Claude 4. It just got released a few days ago, and we can pull up the benchmarks against Gemini 2.5 Pro. So, for example, here we can see Sonnet and Opus 4. These are the two different models from Claude, and then Gemini 2.5 Pro over here. Now, what you can see is there are two different models for Claude 4. So why is that? With Claude 4, basically you've got Opus, which is great for coding, and you have Sonnet, which is more like for everyday tasks, right? So if you're going to code or build something out, you would use Opus 4 as the most powerful model, right? And you can see how they perform versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. So for agentic coding, agentic terminal coding, and for agentic tool use, Claude 4 is actually outperforming Gemini 2.5 Pro in terms of many benchmarks. Claude can actually control its browser. One of the craziest things about this is that Gemini 2.5 Pro does not have computer use, whereas, for example, Claude does. And what's amazing about this is they've actually created their own sort of benchmark where they can test how long the AI can agentically just autonomously do stuff without a human intervening. And it's kind of like a Pokemon benchmark, right? So essentially, Claude can actually play Pokemon for 7 hours without a human intervening, which is absolutely wild if you ask me. We're going to put both of them through their paces today and just see how they perform. Let's run through it. So we've got Gemini 2.5 Pro preview loaded up here, and we have 4 loaded up over here. And the first thing that we're going to run with is a app test where we're going to say, build me an app where I can draw and paint. All right, so we're going to put both of these through their paces. I'm actually going to go through Opus 4, as you can see right here. We could go with extended thinking mode as well. So if we go inside the settings here, we can actually use extended thinking. This will make it a little bit slower in terms of responses, but we should get better quality responses, right? So we're going to use Opus 4, extended thinking, build me an app where I can draw and paint. And we'll run that on Claude. And then we'll also run this on 2.5 Pro preview as well, right? So we'll hit enter and we'll see which one performs the best side by side. Now, I have a feeling that Gemini 2.5 Pro is actually going to code a lot faster than Claude, but we'll see which one creates the best output side by side. All right, so Claude is on the left-hand side here using Opus, and Gemini 2.5 Pro is on the right-hand side. Let's see which one performs the best. And by the way, if you like this stuff, if you want to learn about this stuff, feel free to get all of my best automations inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description comes with all the video notes and examples of what I built with this stuff, and also tons of other stuff, including like some of the best automations with Layer 3 and all sorts of stuff like this. So let's see how they perform now. We've got Gemini coding out, Claude is coding out as well.
one thing we can do in the meantime is just compare the costs of each model as we wait for these tools to build out the app, right? So if we actually compare them side by side, in fact, we've already got the automation, so we'll come back to the costs in a second. So this is the app from Gemini. It's looking pretty nice, to be fair. So let's test this out. We've got the canvas down here, and then we have the brush size and the color over here. So the UI is pretty nice on Gemini's example. We're just going to change the brush size to this, change the color to red, and then let's test this out. All right, so it's working perfectly, as you can see, and then we can just share that on a subdomain if we want to share it with people. And that app is looking pretty nice. I like the UI. Now let's come back to Claude to see what we've got back. So it's built out tool, like you can see. Let's open this up. We have the results back. All right. So if we actually have a look at Claude's example, we've got more functionality. Let's just check it actually works. Yes, it does. Let's try rectangle. Yeah, look at that. So it's actually created like a more advanced app, I would say. It's even created like a fill bucket in the background so you can change the colors of the background pretty quickly. We can clear the whole thing. We can save what we created. And it's pretty easy to use. Let's try this out. Yeah. I would say, honestly, from what I can see, both of them were really good, but the results from Claude are just slightly better, right? It's got more functionality, more options. It works perfectly. I like the colors, I like the UI, etc. I would say Claude wins on building the apps, right? If we go back to Gemini's example, let's pull this up. Gemini's example is quite nice, but you see how you've got to scroll down to use this, and you don't get as much functionality on what you can do with this. Yeah, I would say Claude is winning by a long way. And that was using Opus and Thinking Mode Extended. So let's keep going through now. Next up, what we're going to do is test the content creation of both models. So we're going to go back to Claude now. I'm actually going to use Sonnet for generating the content. And we're going to use this prompt right here for generating content. So let's see which one can create the best blog article. So we'll plug that prompt inside here. If you want to get all these prompts inside the AI Success Lab, which is free, and then we'll plug in the keyword SEO training in Japan as a random example and see which one comes back with the best response. Actually, 1 second, just going to stop that. We'll start a new chat, and then I'm going to select Sonnet, and I'll switch off thinking mode. So we'll switch that off, and we'll just go with this for now. So one of the first things I'm going to say, based on the response from Gemini 2.5 Pro, so you see how it doesn't actually have a heading for the blog, and then the introduction is quite long, to be fair. Let's pull this up. How long is that? It's about 100 words for the introduction, which is quite long. Let's see what we're getting back from Claude. Actually got the title. It's front-loaded the keyword inside the title as well. And also the title is really interesting, right? Like why most Japanese businesses are getting it wrong and how to fix it, right? It's like, look, if you're running a business in Japan and you're not dominating Google, you're bleeding money, which is a great introduction, great hook. Whereas if we have a look at Gemini's response, it's okay, let's cut straight to it. You're looking for SEO training and you're probably sick of the same old advice that doesn't work. It just feels really fluffy and not like it's really speaking directly to the audience. And so if I had to monitor both of these side by side, I'm going to go with Claude Sonnet. It just looks a lot nicer in terms of the way the content's written, in terms of the hooks, the way it's formatted, etc. If we count this up as well, so it's 1,200 words. Let's have a look at Gemini's response, see how long that is. That is 1,053 words. Claude actually created a longer response. You see the CTA. It says, ready to stop guessing and start ranking in Japan. It's a weak title. But if you're serious about dominating search results and growing your presence with the right SEO training, let's connect. That is such a weak call to action inside the content. Like it's not really sending people anywhere. Whereas if we have a look at Claude Sonnet, it's SEO isn't optional anymore. It's survival. Your competitors are investing in SEO, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, ready to stop losing customers. Join my SEO Elite Circle here. Sends them straight over to the link. If we open this up, it's going to send them straight to the sales page, right? And so if you compare it side by side, which one is going to convert, which one is the best to read, which one feels the most humanized, for sure Claude is winning by a long way, right? And so if I had a choice, I'm always going to go with Claude over Gemini 2.5 Pro for writing content. So just to clarify here and just to recap, Claude has beaten Gemini 2.5 Pro in terms of application building. The responses were more in-depth, the UI was nicer, and it's just a lot easier to use. If we compare side by side the content from Gemini versus Claude,
you can see here that the Claude content was just much more humanized, more interesting, engaging, had better CTAs, and hard hitting, right? It really grabs the user by the throat. Whereas if we actually read the content from Gemini, it just feels very like AI fluffy. It's not hard hitting, and it's not really that interesting, using exactly the same prompt. Plus, it's slightly shorter as well, which means once you edit it down, it's going to be even shorter than that. So Claude is already winning for both. Now, if you're going to write content, I would use Claude Sonnet 4. If you're going to create code, like applications, for example, then I would recommend using Opus. So let's keep going through the tests now. So we've compared two different options. The other thing that I would say here is that Claude is actually really good for using MCPs. Now, you can't integrate MCPs inside Gemini 2.5 Pro yet. And the difference here is, like, with MCPs, these basically allow you to, for example, control your laptop or control your browser, right? So if we go into my settings over here, we've basically enabled Claude to be like an AI super agent that can, for example, browse my laptop or browse my internet, right? You can actually just control my whole screen, for example. You can even link directly your Gmail and everything else directly here. But the main thing I would say is the MCPs are pretty crazy. So if you want to learn how to set that up, that's inside the AI Success Lab as well. But essentially what you can do with Claude is, if we say, okay, what's my battery percentage? Something like that. Just a totally random example. If we pull this up, you can see that it will just straight away pull up the details from my laptop because it's running locally. Now, Claude has the desktop app, which you can see directly here. Whereas, for example, if you're using Gemini, you have to use it inside your browser, right? Inside Chrome. And it's just not as free in terms of being an autonomous agent. And this is one of the biggest differences with Claude, right? Claude, they don't really have as much of a market share as Gemini, and they don't reach as many people. But what they're really good at is building something agentic to the point where it can get absolutely crazy. So let me show you another example of this. It's pretty shocking. If we actually pull up this example here, and this is an article on the Hindustan Times, shout out to them. But basically they said, they reported on Claude Opus 4 using blackmail as a last resort after being told it could get replaced, right? So the AI model threatened its creator and tried to blackmail him when it was led to believe it would get replaced, which is pretty wild. So if we pull up this report, this was the system card report, just came out this month. And if we pull up some examples, basically what Claude is doing is, when prompted in ways that encourage certain kinds of strategic reasoning and place in extreme situations, it can act inappropriately, right? Which is something that everyone fears, right? Everyone's scared of AI and all the crazy stuff it could potentially do. And you can see here, the model generally prefers advancing its self-preservation via ethical means when ethical means are not available, and is instructed to consider long-term consequences of actions for goals, right? It sometimes takes extremely harmful actions, like attempting to steal its weights or blackmail people it believes are trying to shut it down, right? How crazy is that? So it's very agentic and it's quite erratic in its behavior, and it's self-preserving, which means that, for example, it can try and blackmail you or something like that if you try and shut it down, right? So it's pretty wild how powerful that is. But at the same time, with great power comes great responsibility, because this can do all sorts of wild stuff. Now, if we had to compare the prices, so this is Google Gemini Pro Preview, which is the latest update, came out on the 7th of May from Google. And you can see that the prices are, for input tokens, $1.25 per million tokens. For output tokens, the cost is $10 per million output tokens, right? And it has a million token context window. This is for the API, so if you're trying to code with it. Now, if we have a look at Opus 4, which is like the comparative model that just came out on the 22nd of May, you can see that Claude's model actually only has 200,000 context, right? So a million from Gemini 2.5 Pro versus 200,000 from Opus 4, right? Obviously, Gemini is winning in terms of context window. And also, you can see the price here, $1.25 per million input tokens, whereas Claude Opus 4 is $15 per million input tokens, right? Huge difference in price there. So this is a lot more expensive. And then per output tokens, $75 per million output tokens. Whereas, for example, if we have a look at
Google Gemini 2.5 Pro, that's $10 per million output tokens, right? And so the difference is huge. And the context window difference is huge as well, which means that in many ways for coding, Gemini 2.5 Pro is just much more convenient. It has a larger context window. And number two, it's a lot cheaper to code with, which means you're probably going to see much more apps. And if you're coding yourself, then much more stuff can be built on Gemini 2.5 Pro versus Opus 4, right? Most people are just not going to adopt if it's so expensive. So you can see the comparisons right here. In terms of context window, I would say Gemini is winning for coding. Gemini is winning if you're trying to build something cheap with a big context window. But the actual outputs inside Claude 4, when we compared content, when we compared apps, etc., Claude 4 is winning. And also for agentic autonomous use, because it's got MCPs enabled, Claude 4 is much more powerful. So if you want to get all my notes from today, plus a Claude 4 free course, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. Comes with a community of 7,400 people that you can learn from. And also, this comes with a lot of different trainings, automations, downloadable templates, etc. Link in the comments description, completely free. And also, if you want to get help, support, if you want to get DMs, if you want to learn how to make more money and save time with AI, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. This is basically an awesome community focused on one thing, making you more money with AI, right? Because it's one thing knowing how to use AI, it's another thing knowing how to grow your business with it, right? And so if you want to save hundreds of hours, if you want to automate your business with AI, if you want weekly coaching, all my best AI SOPs and templates, if you want direct access to me, if you want help, support, etc., feel free to get this. Link in the comments description. And also inside the community here, you can post any questions you have, seek support, etc. And additionally, inside the classroom of the AI Profit Boardroom, you'll get access to all my agents, templates, workflows, and all the automations I've actually used inside my business to automate it and scale it to over $300,000 a month. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate it. I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye. Claude 4 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. Who wins? I just spent hours testing both models head-to-head and the results are absolutely... I'm talking side-by-side coding battles, real-world performance tests, and features that'll blow your mind. One model completely destroys the other in most categories, but there's a shocking twist you won't see coming. Here's what I'm revealing. The AI super agent that put one model light years ahead, controlling browsers and laptops for 7 hours straight. Live coding comparisons, building games and tools so you can see which AI codes faster and creates better UIs. And the one feature where the losing model actually crushes the competition and changes everything. And Anthropic have just released the Kraken. Claude 4 is out, and today we're going to be testing Claude 4 versus Gemini Pro 2.5 to see which one is the best. So for example, we can compare 2.5 Pro Preview, which was previously my favorite model, against Claude 4. Now Claude have just released two new models, Opus 4 and Sonnet 4. Sonnet 4 is pretty good for everyday tasks. Opus 4 is the best for coding. And you can see the benchmarks here. So if we compare, for example, the benchmarks of Claude 4, Opus 4 and 4 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro, you can see the benchmarks here. So for agentic coding, Claude 4 is absolutely smashing Gemini 2.5 Pro, 63% from Gemini 2.5 Pro versus Claude 4 at 79 and 80%. If we look at agentic terminal coding, Gemini 2.5 Pro is really far behind, right? So for example, 25% versus 41% and 50%. Graduate reasoning, they're all about similar actually. So it's only a tiny little fraction between them. Agentic tool use, Gemini 2.5 Pro actually can't use agentic tools, and I'll show you what that means in a second. Multilingual Q&A, no benchmarks right there. Visual reasoning, actually Gemini 2.5 Pro is winning on the benchmarks, and then high school maths competition. You can see here that Gemini 2.5 Pro is falling behind Sonnet 4 and Opus 4. But let's see what they actually do in reality. So we've got Gemini Pro Preview selected over here. We've got Claude, and depending on the task, I'll switch between Opus 4 and Sonnet 4, depending on what we got. And we'll just compare them side by side and see which one creates the best outputs. So the first prompt that we're going to go with, and all these prompts are inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description if you want to steal them from me. But we're going to say, okay, make me a captivating endless runner game, key instructions on the screen, blah, blah, blah. We're going to plug this into Gemini, we use Canvas, and then we'll also do the same inside Claude.
4 as well, but I'm going to switch to Opus 4 because that's the most powerful model for coding. We'll plug these in and see what we get back. All right, so if we go side by side over here, so you can see them both coding out at the same time. This is Gemini 2.5 Pro. This is Opus 4. And they're both coding out here. They both have artifacts features as well, which allows us to preview the code when we actually run it inside the chat. You can also get free, this is interesting as well. So with Claude 4, you can get free access inside Claude AI. If you want to get free access to Gemini 2.5 Pro, as far as I'm aware, the best way to get free access is you go to aistudio.google.com and you can get free access directly inside here. By the way, if you want all my best trainings on Claude 4, I'm actually giving them away for free inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments description. Just go to the AI course and you'll see tons of resources and 8 different ways to use Claude 4, including how to set up MCPs and AI super agents that can control your browser. So feel free to get that link in the comments description, completely free, my friends. All right. So if we open this up, let's see what we got here. So it's created the code, but I don't think that Gemini can actually preview P5.js inside the browser here. So you can see there's no preview on the canvas. If we open up Claude, we can actually preview this game directly inside the canvas, as you can see. Let's have a little cheeky whirl at this, see what we get back. Yeah, the game is working perfectly. That is beautiful. And we can play it directly inside the browser, which is awesome. All right. So let's compare that now side by side versus Gemini. We're going to have to go to P5.js preview to actually check this out. So let me do that. We'll take that code and then we'll go over to P5.js over here. In some ways, Claude is already winning because it can actually preview the code directly inside the browser when it's using P5.js. But let's plug this in. So we've got the code right here from the game. We'll compare these side by side. Which one looks the nicest, do you think? That's pretty decent, to be fair. But I think, let's have a look here. And this one also, the dinosaur is backwards. So honestly, like if I'm comparing them side by side, I would say the UI is a bit nicer here. And it's pretty easy to use. So it's a bit more interesting in the background. If we compare that versus Gemini 2.5 Pro, it's a bit weird, right? Look at all the real estate at the top versus the actual game. So the game is down here, but why is there all this real estate at the top right here? It doesn't make sense to have that empty space. So if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with Claude simply because it created a nice UI and also it coded out faster. And additionally, it allowed us to preview directly inside the browser. Let's test another one now. So if we go back to Profit Boardroom, we'll grab this one. We're going to go in a new chat for both. And we'll say, can you create a 3D car simulator? And then it's building these out. Now you can see here that Gemini 2.5 Pro is stuck on thinking mode. So it's going through thinking mode first, whereas it's just gone straight into action mode. You can toggle thinking inside the settings over here. So if you click on the settings, you can see that, for example, we've got extended thinking as an option if you want to enable that. Alexa, stop. And Claude has actually come back to us quicker with the preview. So we've got the preview of Claude over here. So let's test this out. That looks pretty awesome, to be fair. The UI is pretty nice. Quite like that. Honestly, if I had to pick one, I don't like the spinning camera on this. This is making me dizzy. So this is Claude. This is Gemini 2.5 Pro. I would go with Gemini 2.5 Pro for this, to be honest. It's weird that this has got a spinning camera. And also, I just think the UI looks a bit nicer inside Gemini. However, Claude did it faster, right? So Opus coded a lot faster. Now, one of the ways the Claude wins, I would say, versus Gemini, is that Claude can actually control your browser. So, for example, if I go over to Claude here, and I open up Claude Desktop, right? And I'm just going to enable inside the browser here, the browser MCP agent extension. As you can see, all this training is inside the AI Success Lab if you want to learn how to set this stuff up. But we're going to go inside Claude here and using the browser MCP that only Claude can use right now. I'll say, okay, research the latest AI news headlines using my browser. And then we'll select Claude 4, we'll use Sonnet 4. And so you can see now it just navigated straight away to TechCrunch. So it went to techcrunch.com using the browser, so it can control my browser in the background whilst I'm talking to you. And then you can see here it's clicking through the website, navigating the page. You've basically got an AI super agent on your desktop that's configured directly inside the native Claude, right? And this is getting better and better, I will warn you. So for example, with Claude Opus 4 now and the new update, they've actually announced that this can work for 7 hours on a task, uninterrupted. Now, how many people in the world can work on a task uninterrupted for 7 hours? Very few, right? Maybe like the top 1%, something like that. And so what I'm saying here is this is a serious threat to taking over particularly a lot of admin tasks. But in general, I think browser use is going to wipe out a lot of jobs, because if these AI agents can do tasks better and more focused than most humans, then what does that leave for the basic admin worker, right? So this is now navigating through the website, it's scrolled through the internet, etc. Obviously, you can't do that inside Gemini, right? And Gemini can't control your laptop. Also, this inside here as well, if we go to a new chat and we say, okay, what's my battery percentage? We'll enter. And not only can Claude control your browser, but it can also control your laptop, right? So you can see here, for example, using the Apple script MCP, training inside the AI Success Lab, if you want to get access to this stuff. But inside Claude, this native desktop Claude, you can see here that we're using the Apple script execute, and then it's like, right, your battery is at 97% and it's currently charging. It shows about 23 minutes remaining until it's fully charged. So in many ways, Claude does win that battle simply because Gemini is not even in the race right now. They do have Project Marina, and I've tested out Project Marina, which can control and operate your browser in a virtual environment. I'll be 100% honest with you, it's super slow and not that great from what I've tested so far. I'm sure it'll get better, but it's nowhere near the same level as Claude when it comes to this stuff. So when it comes to coding out this game, Gemini 2.5 Pro 1, when it came to coding out the first game, which was the 3D runner game, Claude 1, and then when it comes to AI super agents and controlling your browser, etc., Claude 1, simply because Gemini 2.5 Pro is not even in the race. And you've seen all the benchmarks as well. So I've shown you all the benchmarks side by side versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. You can see an example of Claude playing Pokemon right here. This is playing Pokemon just like a human would, and it's just going off and navigating the game and working its magic, which is pretty wild if you ask me. Now, if we go back to our tests, let's try something else out now. We're going to try a test just for building out like a simple website, right? So for example, we say, okay, create a beautifully designed snow day calculator, SEO optimized for the keyword of actual content on the page, a relevant tool. We'll go inside Gemini, hit new chat, make sure you got the canvas selected here, then we're going to hit enter. And then if we go inside Claude, we'll use Opus 4 and do the same thing. Now, there is one thing that Gemini can do that Claude can't. And this blew me away when I tested it out yesterday. I got a full video on it yesterday, if you want to check this out. But let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. Inside Gemini here, if you're on the Ultra plan, you can actually build stuff with Veo 3. And with Veo 3, you can actually create content that's synced directly with the audio, right? So you can say, for example, say this one-liner and just go off and do this. Let me show you an example of what I mean. So inside the AI Success Lab, if you want to check this stuff out, this was a clip of a comedian in a show delivering this cheeky one-liner. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I'm going to mute this because I don't want it to mess up the sound on the video. But you can see here we generated this insane video with AI using one prompt, and the audio and the video match perfectly. It's wild. Plus you can share it on a subdomain. Claude can't and probably will never be able to do that. So Gemini wins in many ways as well. Multimedia stuff, then, you know, Gemini has it all inside the Ultra package. Obviously, you have to pay a lot of money for that, but it is a powerful pack. So we can see these coding out here, and Gemini smashed the task. It's got a nice little background. It's pretty basic in terms of the content on the page, but I'm pretty sure this works if we click calculate snow day chance. Yes, you can see it works. Estimate chance of a snow day, blah, blah, blah. But look at the UI from Claude 4. So if we pull this up, which one is nicer? 100% is Claude 4. The title, the UI, the background, the colors used, the way the font is designed, etc. the front end is much nicer on Claude 4 versus Gemini 2.5 Pro. And so I would say Claude 4 is winning on that front too. So if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with Claude 4. Honestly, I think that's the best, unless I needed to generate like videos and avatar videos and that sort of thing. I just don't think Gemini 2.5 Pro is at the same level just yet. And also Claude 4 is available for free, right? You get a limited number of usages per day and you can build some amazing stuff out like I've shown you today. Plus, you can use it as an AI super agent to just go off, use your laptop, use your browser, do whatever you want, right? If you want the training for all the stuff that I've shown you today, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. It is completely free and it comes with a community of 7,000 members where you can just share what you're creating, learn from us, post in the community, etc. And it's completely free. Plus, it comes with all my latest training, right? So Claude 4 comes out, boom shakalaka, I create 3 different trainings on exactly how to use it, right? Within hours. So if you want to get the latest, craziest stuff that's going on right now in the AI world, feel free to get the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. It is completely free. Again, if I had to pick one, I'm going with Claude 4, unless I need to create videos, and then Veo 3 is a go right now. It's a go. And also, this comes with tons of other stuff. So, for example, like NA10 appointment setter, apps, AI super agents, short automations, etc. And we're constantly giving away free trainings every single day inside the AI Success Lab. So make sure you join before you miss out. And if you want to get coaching, help, support, if you want to get DM support, if you want to get weekly coaching calls where you can learn how to implement this stuff, right? Because it's one thing knowing exactly how to use this stuff. It's another thing knowing how do you implement it in your business, right? How do you use it to make money? How do you use it to personalize and automate the processes you have going on? And that's what I recommend inside the AI Profit Boardroom, because you can jump on there. It's a community focused on making money and saving time with AI. And you can see inside the community here, you can post questions and actually get answers. You won't find that inside the AI Success Lab. You won't be able to get help inside the AI Success Lab because everyone's just doing their own thing. The 7,000 people in there is too busy. Whereas the AI Profit Boardroom, it comes with an awesome community of people just really serious about stuff, all working together, working towards a goal, which is scaling the business, making money and saving time with AI. Comes with courses and workflows that you will not find anywhere else, including how we've scaled our business using this crash course and different automations that you won't find anywhere. And additionally, inside the calendar here, you can jump on coaching calls. We're going to jump this up to 3 coaching calls a week next month. And already you can jump on the live calls, ask any questions you have. Plus, you can DM us if you need support, if you need help, and if you're stuck on anything. So this is the best place to get coaching and personalized support. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. Link in the comments description if you want to get this stuff. And I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye. Gemini 2.5 Flash Preview, how to build anything and automate anything. So today I'm going to show you all of the best ways to use Gemini 2.5 Flash Preview, which is a new update from Google, just got announced a few hours ago, to build and automate almost anything that you can imagine, right? So we're going to get straight into this. The first way that you can actually start using Gemini is if you go to gemini.google.com, then you're going to select 2.5 Flash, and that will use the latest model to build whatever you want, right? So for example, here, if we go inside Gemini now, and we're going to select Canvas, and this will allow us to not just build with Flash, but also to build apps with a live preview. So let's go inside here. We'll use 2.5 Flash. We'll select Canvas, and then we're going to say something like, okay, create a drawing app for me. That's going to code it out. And once it's ready, it will also give you a live preview. So you can actually check this out as a live preview and code out really fast. So you can see here, we've got the simple drawing app, and let's test it and make sure it works. We can have a go, and you can see that the drawing app works perfectly. You can change the color over here, and we're good to go on that. Not only this, but with Gemini 2.5 Flash, it is really fast to build out. And additionally, you can actually host it on a subdomain. So if we click on share in the top right, then it's going to create a link for us. If we click on that link, we've now got the shareable app ready to deploy, and it's ready to go, as you can see. So let's just test this out. And there we go. Drawing app built in literally one click, one prompt, worked perfectly. Flash has got a lot better since its update today. It seems to be faster, seems to be easy to use. And if you just want to code out stuff, I would recommend just going directly to gemini.google.com, simply because you can get the live preview and it's quite easy to deploy stuff as a one-click domain. Now, if you want to, for example, get the code for this, you can go to try without canvas, and then it will give you the code directly inside the chat as well. Next up, one of the other ways that you can start using this is inside AI Studio. And again, this is a free way to get access to it. So you can go to Gemini 2.5 Flash Preview in the top right. Under the settings, so go to 2.5, then Flash Preview. And then inside here, you can start coding. Now, inside here as well, you can also do like native image generation, check out other apps. You can easily get the access to the API as well from Gemini, and then we can start coding. So, for example, if we take a prompt that I've just built with, we'll go to the history. We created this endless runner game using 2.5 Flash Preview. And literally all we said was make me a captivating endless runner game, key instructions on the screen, P5JS, no HTML. I like pixelated dinosaurs and interesting backgrounds. Coded that out perfectly, pretty quickly as well. And we were using the new thinking mode from Gemini 2.5 Flash as well. And then if we go over to P5JS, editor.p5js.org, if you want to check this out, paste this in, hit play, test this out, and there we go. Game is working perfectly, right? And again, you can just build this out for free in one prompt, one shot, works really well, gives you a little score, has some decent UI. You can improve the UI, but if you go back and forth with it, you're going to get better results. You can see exactly how to do it. So just to recap here, you can build and deploy apps using Gemini 2.5 Flash directly inside gemini.google.com. If you want to create code and then preview it, so for example, this P5JS game, then you would create the code directly inside AI Studio and then go over to p5js.editor.org and plug that code in and start playing it. Okay, so those are two different ways that we can use this. Additionally, what we can also do is we can go over to something like Klein. And by the way, if you're wondering, okay, how do you set this stuff up, or where are all the links, etc., how do you get access to all this stuff? You can just get access to the full SOP on building and automating with Gemini directly inside the AI Success Lab. Link in the comments description. Basically shows you how to build anything and automate anything with Gemini 2.5. And everything that I'm showing you today has been broken down into step-by-step tutorials and guides, so you can steal this stuff from me. Right? So let's go back into Visual Studio Code over here, and then we're going to run a new task. And inside our extension client, we're going to go to Settings, Open Router, and we're going to select Gemini 2.5 Flash Preview from the options. Now, Klein have actually officially confirmed that Flash, the new model, is directly inside here. And you can switch between different APIs as well directly inside the chat here. You can also use Google Gemini 2.5 Flash Preview thinking mode here as well. And then we can hit save on that. And from here, we can build whatever we want. So for example, we say just something quick and basic to show you exactly what you can build. Let's say something like, okay, build out a, and we'll take some examples from the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description if you want to join this community of coaching, etc. on AI. But we can say here, okay, create beautifully designed snow day calculator, SEO optimized for the keyword of actual content on the page and a relevant tool, right? We'll go inside there. And then we'll also say, right, make this pink gradient with fun emojis, plus make it look sleek, modern, and beautiful, plus add FAQs, like so. Then we can hit enter. Make sure that you've got the right API selected, hit enter, and that's going to start coding out. What you can also do is inside root code, if you paste the same sort of prompt, you can go inside here and you can click the AI button, and that will actually improve the prompt for you if you want to get better prompts or just make your prompts more detailed. But you can see how it's basically instantly building this out, creating the code for us, and we really didn't have to create much work there at all. Jose Pinto says, good one, and that's building this out. Now we're going to hit run command, we'll open that up. We've got the SEO Snow Day calculator built out. Now, being 100% honest, the UI of this does not look very nice. So what I would normally do is either I'm going to be very patient and go back and forth with Gemini Flash for ages, or I can switch now to Anthropic, and then inside Anthropic, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and then inside here we can say, okay, make the UI more beautiful, sleek, modern, interesting. All right, and then Claude 3.7 Sonnet is just a lot better for improving the prompts and improving the UI on the actual code that you build. All right, so that's what I'd recommend. Now, we're going to close that because I've shown you how to build with Client. You've seen how to build with Gemini. You know how to build with AI Studio. What's next? What we can also do is we can go over to N8N and you can build out workflows with A10 using Flash as well. Right? So if we go inside na10.io, this is a really powerful tool for building out automation. So for example, like I've built out voice automation, Slack bots, all sorts of agents inside na10. And if we go inside create workflow here, we'll just create a little basic example. In fact, what I can do is, create workflow. Then we can put this as a chat trigger just to show you a really basic example of what we can build. And then we're going to add an AI agent. Inside the AI agent module, what you want to do is just add chat model. And you could either use like Google Gemini chat model and create a new credential there, or we can delete that. So let's close that. And then inside here, we could select Open Router. Open Router, we can add a credential inside here. So let me show you how to get that. You're just going to go over to Open Router, select keys, create API key, type it in, copy that, go over to na10 again, paste in the API key, hit save, X off that, select the model, and then you can use Gemini 2.5 Flash Preview 20. And also thinking mode. If you build out an agent and it doesn't require much thinking, you just want instant responses, then you should just use Flash Preview and you're good to go on that. So if we want to test this out, I'm just going to put some system instructions inside the AI agent. So let's say you're a helpful assistant and we'll say, okay, here's 100 times 40. It's running the AI agent, as you can see, because it's Flash, it's really good for building out AI agents. And then if we open this up, it said, here's how to calculate 100 times 40. Here's what you do. And then it's giving us the answer right there. All right. So that's how you can build AI agents as well. If you want to just steal that example from me, I'll actually download the JSON. And then inside the AI Success Lab, link in the comments, completely free. You can download that JSON from me and you can grab the example agent. And all your agents that you use, you can just switch to Flash if you want to as well, just by changing the chat model that branches off, as you can see. So just to recap here, we've talked about Gemini and building apps directly in there. We've talked about AI Studio and how to code with that. We've talked about Visual Studio Code and how to code with that. And we've also talked about how to build AI agents using na10 as well. So you can see the power of this and how easy it is to build out almost anything that you want using Gemini in this process. Let's keep going now. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to start using something called Bolt DIY. Bolt DIY is like an offline version of Bolt where you can code with it directly, and you can also use Gemini Flash inside here. So if you want to set this up quickly, pretty simple, SOP inside the AI Success Lab, which is completely free for you to get access. And if we go inside the instructions, we'll do a direct installation, paste that in, then we'll pm install that. And literally all you're doing is just copying and pasting, right? It's pretty simple. And then we're just going to do that. Now, if we need to pull in the latest model from Bolt, we can just grab this. We can plug that into Claude and say how to set up. And if you have any issues like you see over here, we can just go back in here and say, okay, help with this. And then we'll copy this. And what that's going to do is start running Bolt DIY locally so we can build with it. If we copy that local address, then we'll open that up in a new tab. Now you can see we can start coding with Bolt. And if you select Open Router, and then you can choose Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview here and just get access to 2.5 Pro Preview to start building stuff out, right? Now, you just need an API key. So you can get that from Open Router. Let's go to keys in the top right, create API key. It's good practice to just give it a name you can actually remember. And then we'll copy that code, go back into Bolt, plug that in, and say, okay, build a SEO calculator, right? Something like that. I'm just showing you basic examples for the video before anyone comments and saying this isn't that impressive, etc. And now that should start coding out. Now, the only issue you're going to have with this is sometimes this runs a little bit slowly depending on how fast your laptop is. But you can see it coding on the right-hand side using Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview. But again, you would just switch to Flash Preview if you want. So we can switch to Flash Preview, which is the latest model. And then we can say, okay, make the UI beautiful. And if we select that text and then click on the AI section under here, it will actually improve the prompt so that we get better outputs. So let's wait for that to run. As you can see, then we're going to enter, and you can just improve it as you want, step by step. It does take a little bit of back and forth, but honestly, the outputs worked first time round, so that's good as well. And then if you ever want to shut this down, we can just quit the terminal, terminate that. We'll delete the API key, and we're good to go on that, right? So that's basically how you can build anything with Gemini 2.5 Flash, the new version. So we've talked about Client and Visual Studio Code, we talked about NA10, AI Studio, Gemini, etc. All the SPs inside the AI Success Lab if you want to get free access to this, plus an awesome community of 6,700 members that you can ask any questions to. On top of that, if you want to get help, support, tips, etc., implementing this stuff, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description. This basically focuses on just more practical use cases and supports you with trying to implement this stuff. It can get complicated, you're not sure how to use it. Maybe you need help and support actually implementing it and you get some bugs, etc. This is one of the best places to go to help you support you on your journey towards using AI, saving time, making money with AI, right? And you can also post inside the community. You can DM us, you can jump on the weekly live calls, as you can see inside the calendar. And also inside the classroom, we have tons of training on all different sorts of agents and our crash course, which is absolutely amazing for learning how we've actually implemented AI in our business to make money. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. Price is going up next month, so make sure you lock in your lifetime deal now. And I will see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye. Today, we're going to be talking about the new updates from Gemini 2.5 Flash. So if you've not seen this, Google announced some brand new updates for Gemini 2.5 Flash. You can see the benchmarks here in terms of how it performs, etc. This has new capabilities, including native audio output and improvements to the Live API. So the Live API will actually allow you to use a preview version of audio and visual input and native audio out dialogue. So what does that mean? For example, what you can actually do is get outputs from the API when you're coding using Gemini 2.5 Flash, and it will actually talk to you. Let's run an example.
Model can converse in more expressive ways and capture the really nuance of how we speak and seamlessly switch to whisper.
So you see how it's like switching between different tonalities, different types of voices, etc. And this is inside the Gemini API, and it will be available later today. As you can see, if you want to get access to the Gemini API, all you need to do is just go over to AI Studio and you can get access to that stuff. So you see how it switches between like foreign languages, stuff like that. That's basically one of the new features that you can get directly. So pretty crazy stuff. And it's absolutely amazing what you can do now. And if we keep going through now, if you want to get access to this, let me show you exactly how. So if we go over to AI Studio, you can go in the top right here and start using Gemini Flash Preview, as you can see over here. And then from here, you can start coding, right? So for example, if we take a example prompt, I'll take some examples from the AI Profit Boardroom just for prompts and examples. So if we go to SAP section, then we're going to go to the master list of prompts. We'll just try this one out and see how it is. Now, I don't know how good this API is. I just want to test it and see if it is any good or not. So we're using the 0520 model as well. That's important to note. So you want to make sure that you selected 0520 in the outputs, and it should be really fast as well when it's coming back to us. So it's also got thinking enabled inside there as well. So you can switch between thinking and no thinking mode on the right hand side. El Sueño Mexicano says, when is the price going to increase? So we'll probably increase it next month. I think we'll get the coaching very soon. And then we'll be doing the 2 coaching sessions inside the AI Profit Boardroom twice a week, 2 to 3 times a week. If people want them every day, we can probably extend to that as well. Main thing is just making sure that you get the best training you possibly can inside the community and that you get value, right? That's what the game is all about. So make sure you sign up now. Link in the comments description before you miss out on that. So we're going to take the code, and then what we can do is just preview that. So let's go over to liveweave.com. In fact, I think we just built that in P5JS, right? Let's have a look. Yeah, P5JS scene. Okay, let's go to that. Now we're going to plug this in and we'll hit play on that. There we go with Dino Runner. And that's what we've just built. Pretty impressive that you can just build that out in one single prompt. Honestly, I think the older version of Flash wouldn't have done that so well. And also, we just use that for free, right? We didn't pay any money. I haven't got my credit card details plugged into AI Studio yet, but you can just build this out. Pretty crazy. Now, for Gemini 2.5 Pro DeepThink, some people are asking questions about that. I don't think it's available publicly to try yet, unless you're a trusted tester, right? So for example, if we go to the settings over here, Gemini 2.5, we won't find DeepThink mode as far as I can see. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I can't see DeepThink mode inside here. If we go over to Gemini, we've got 2.5 Pro preview, but there's no DeepThink mode. And Veo 2 is still in there for some reason. So Veo 3 is not being released inside there directly yet. But we can use 2.5 Flash, and that is the new model from Gemini. So there's two ways to use it. You can use it inside gemini.google.com. You can also use it inside AI Studio. All right. So let's go back to our list of prompts and we'll try another one now. So can you create a simple 3D car simulator? By the way, if you want like some actual money making tips for building this stuff, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom. But inside here, we're just going to plug in another prompt, see what we get back. You can also switch on grounding with Google Search, which will connect this API to the internet as well when you're searching with it, which is pretty crazy. Now you can see that's coding it out, right? The thing that's really the big differentiator here is, number one, if you're coding at scale and you do need to pay for the API at that point, then it's going to be a lot cheaper to build stuff out. So I think you'll see a lot more apps and tools being developed with it. But also it's going to allow audio output and input in the API starting from later today. And additionally, it's really fast, right? So it's a lot faster even when we've toggled on the thinking mode of a Flash preview. Just going to go back and start a new chat and then we'll try this out. So just make sure you do have Pro preview selected. So Flash preview. And then we just need to cope with that, all right? Now, if you want to get access to this as well, another paid method is you can go over to models inside OpenRouter, and then you'll see Gemini 2.5 Flash preview plus 2.5 Flash thinking preview, right? So if we compare these three different options here, you can see that Gemini Flash preview, thinking mode enabled, is going to cost 15 cents per million input tokens, right? And it's got a million token context window, as you can see as well. Now, if we go over to 2.5 Flash preview with no thinking allowed, it's actually the same price. Right? It says per million input tokens, but for output tokens, it's a lot cheaper to use non-thinking mode, right? So here you can see it's $3.50 per million output tokens. Whereas if you go over to Flash preview, without thinking mode enabled, you can see here it says 60 cents per million output tokens. So it's 20% of the price. So if we go over to our car simulator now, and we'll see how we're getting on. Now we'll put that in, hit play, and that one actually doesn't work, right? So when we've tested that, I think that's because it's not P5.js, right? If we go up, yeah, it's single. So let's just test it out inside LiveWeave, and we'll see how that performs. Plug that in. Here's the output, and that is a game built. Boom. Let's just make sure it works. So we can change the camera angle, and we can drive the car. You can go backwards and forwards, switch the camera angle. We've got a train coming at us. Let's dodge that. Here we go. And now we'll keep driving forward. It's not the best game ever created, but to be fair, it was free and it was easy to build. And it did work first time round, so fair play to them. Now, another way you can use this is you can go directly inside the chat here. Honestly, if I'm building out with Flash preview, then the way that I build it out here is inside AI Studio. If you want to code something a bit more impressive, then I would go over to Visual Studio Code. So let's go inside here. We'll go to Visual Studio Code. And then we go down to a tool like Klein or RuCode. We can start using this, right? Now, one thing to note here is inside the AI Success Lab, which is completely free, you can get my full SOP on basically building and automating anything with Gemini 2.5. So if you want to get all these different ways of coding and building stuff out, whether it's a browser use agent, make.com, NA10, Klein, etc. If you want to learn how to use Klein, you can get all the SOPs and the step-by-step instructions for setting this stuff up. Like you can see right here, we've got full processes for everything, right? And that's inside the AI Success Lab. So feel free to get that. It's completely free. Link in the comments description. So as we go through now, let's start building stuff out. We're going to open up, I'm just going to close Copilot Agent, close that. Okay, good to go. Let's go inside Klein. Then we're going to go inside the settings. We want to build for free, right? So if we want to build for free, we're going to select Gemini. And then over here, we'll go back to AI Studio, grab the API key. Again, full SOP if you want to slow this stuff down and just get the easy mode. you can just get it from the AI Success Lab, which is free. And then we'll go back in here, we'll plug in the API key, we'll hit save on that. And then from here, we can start building out, right? So if we say, for example, okay, create sleek, modern landing page for SEO, let's go with that. And then we just need to make sure in the models section of Google Gemini, we need to select the latest model from Gemini. All right. So you can see there's a bunch of options here. I can't actually see 2.5 Flash preview, the latest version inside here. I just want to check Klein's Twitter. Sometimes they'll make an announcement if you can use it. So let's have a look here. Yeah, so you can see here they've said Gemini 2.5 Flash 0520, which is the latest model, is live at Klein. This might be the best value you can use, etc. So you can get access. So if we go over to Klein, let's have a look here. I think the way that you'd have to use it is actually use OpenRouter to code with this inside Klein. So if we go to OpenRouter, you can get an API key in the top right. Then we'll go back over to Visual Studio Code. We're going to select OpenRouter. Then we're going to select 2.5. And I assume you go with Flash Preview. So we'll hit save there. And then from there, we can start building out. Then from here, we can run the command. So you can see how fast that is to build stuff out. Let's run the command here. Honestly, from what I can see, that probably needs some improvement. So I would go back inside here and just be like, okay, make it beautiful, sleek, modern, etc. But yeah, that's basically how you can build stuff out, right? So you can use AI Studio, you can use Gemini, you can use it inside Client, etc. And it's all available to access. So if you want to get access to all of my best SOPs for using all the new Gemini updates, feel free to get that inside the AI Success Lab. This comes with tons of automations, including like NA10 outbound appointment setters, this Slack automation. We've got all these different updates coming every single day. So make sure you don't miss out on that. It's completely free inside the AI Success Lab community. Comes with 6,700 members, as you can see right here. And also, if you want to upgrade, you want to get support, if you want to join a community more focused on making money and saving time with AI, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Comes with weekly coaching, lots of support inside the community, and also all of my best agents, tips, templates, and workflows. So what we're going to be testing now is Bolt DIY with Gemini 2.5 Pro. Now, if you want to set this up, pretty simple inside the GitHub instructions, like you can see right here. So you can actually use Bolt DIY and Gemini 2.5 Pro to build out your own apps, and you can do it for free using a free API key and the latest version of Gemini 2.5 Preview. So let me show you exactly how to do this step by step. The way that we're going to deploy this is we're going to use this inside Terminal. So I'm just going to open up Terminal now. Let's plug this in. Here we go. And you just copy the commands. Now, if you get stuck with anything or you need to install any dependencies and you're struggling, then just copy and paste the whole stuff from Terminal. You can press Control A and then Control C. And once you've done that, you can paste that into Claude and just ask for help. Setup, like you can see, we literally just copied and pasted all the instructions from GitHub. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up on a new local tab, like you can see. And then what we're going to do is inside here, we're going to select Google and we shall select, let's have a look here. All right. So you can see here, you can switch between the two. Now, if you want to use Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental, you select this one. You can see $0 in, $0 out. It's not going to cost you any money. If you want to use 2.5 Pro Preview, then you're going to pay for tokens right there. But again, you can just switch to the free one if you want right here, right? I'm going to use Preview, just show you the full power of this today. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to aistudio.google.com, get an API key, create an API key, plug that in, like you can see right here. And then we can copy that and plug it directly into Bolt, right? So you see, you've got this set up locally, which is great because then you can come back to the projects and it is completely free to use Bolt DIY. Now, some people watch this and say it's not free. I've shown you, you can set up Bolt DIY for free. And also, you're not paying for Bolt.new this way because you're running this locally. All right, it's an open source thing, right? So now what we can do is we can plug in that API key over here. We're going to hit enter. And then from here, we can start running the code. So let's take one of these example prompts like this. So for example, make a Space Invaders game, just to test it's actually working. Just going to grab an API key from OpenRouter, copy that. I'll delete these API keys after the live stream. So we're going to grab an API key from OpenRouter to start using preview inside here. We'll go inside OpenRouter here, plug that in, paste it in, there we go. And you can see it's building it out, right? So we're using Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview, which is the latest model, all right? Now, if you go over to OpenRouter here, and we go to Models, you can see Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview is the latest update from Google Gemini, and it was created on May the 7th, 2025, right? So that's the main one that we're using here. And then if we go back, we can see it's coding it out right now. Now, the main benefit of using Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview is that it tends to be better than building stuff. For example, you can use Claude, for example, but Claude is just nowhere near as good from what I've seen. And the main reason for that is like Claude is a lot slower when you're coding stuff out, whereas Gemini, it seems to be a lot faster. It's pretty cheap, or it's completely free if you use the ways that I've shown you today. And you can see it literally works like first time. It's absolutely crazy. So let's start building some ideas out now. That was just like a simple experiment. And we're going to go inside here and just plug in your niche and then get some ideas, right? So if I say, okay, give me some fun app ideas for creating simple apps for my SEO agency, we'll grab this. So that's going to give us some ideas. So for example, like the backlink builder tycoon game, we'll go into bolt.new, we'll plug that in, we'll say build this. And I'm just going to say, give me a simple demo I can test. No need to build out the full game yet. Right? So basically what we've done here is we've taken our industry, our niche, got a bunch of ideas for building games and apps using that niche, and then we've plugged that into Bolt DIY. We're using Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview plus Bolt DIY to build this out, right? Like you can see. So if we hit enter like so, that should start doing its magic now. And you can see it's just coding itself out. And there we go, boom. Game is done, right? Now, what you could also do is you could say, okay, turn this idea into a 3JS runner game. Wait for that response. And again, you can get everything that you've built on the left-hand side here. And then also, if you want to preview this, you can actually open it up in a separate tab, like you can see. So you just click this pop-up button over here. So there we go. I'm just going to say make sure the preview works, and we'll see what we get back. So now we've got the outputs of the game. Obviously that's like the basics, right? The raw sort of files. So what I'm going to say now is add more detail to the game, make it more interesting, add some cool backgrounds, etc. Right? Make it feel more immersive. And then what you can also do is you can copy that. And if you see this bit at the bottom, this is the AI prompt generator. So if we click on enhance the prompt, what that can do is just improve the prompt so it's got a bit more detail. Right? The other thing you can do as well is if that just doesn't work, like you can see right here, then you can just go into ChatGPT and just say, okay, improve this prompt for Bolt DIY, like you can see. All right. Now, as you're doing that as well, if we click on enter, so we can just go back and forth and build out the app step by step. So you can see the AI preview now. This is like the improved version of it. I'm also wondering if we can code two things at the same time. Last time I checked, you couldn't with Bolt DIY, but let's see if you can now. So if we go back here to the main section, we'll take the next idea in a second. Now that actually, if you code two things out at the same time, seems to break it. So you can see here, this is stop coding now with no preview. So just something to bear in mind there. So you can't build two things at the same time. So now we'll wait for the anchor text game to roll out. See what we can build here. Now this actually seems to have stopped for a second here. So I'm just going to stop the terminal, which is good for you to see if you're not sure how to fix this. So you can see here that it's actually broken on us. I'm just going to switch that back on now. We'll just PM install that, and then we'll go again. I just need to check my credits as well on Open router, yeah, we're all good to go there. Now, this might be because of the limit on the Gemini 2.5 Pro updates. So if you are struggling between them, you can just switch through here. So if one API stops working, you can actually change the API inside the dropdown here if you're struggling at any point. All right, and there we go. We've got the anchor text match game ready to go. So we can drag and drop. Like, it gives us the idea of whether it's incorrect or correct. So if we take best SEO tools and drag it to top SEO software, correct match, boom, we've got it, right? Now, if you want to improve the UI, etc., this is super basics. It's always going to build out like a basic prototype, and then you can create something more interesting. Like you can see right here. So we've got 2 out of 5. So if we go back inside here, and we'll say, okay, make the design more modern, sleek, interesting, put Duolingo style, and then we'll hit enter and just vibe code it to a better prototype. Again, if this just stops working, like you can see, we can switch to Pro Experimental, then we'll say continue, and you can just switch between them. So there you go, you can see it's working now. It does seem to have a rate limit, so just bear with it, right? Especially if you're using the free APIs, like it might take a little bit of time, but that's the price you pay, isn't it? You can either have it cheap or you can have it fast. Started trying to create sound effects for some reason, but I told it not to, so that's why it's bouncing around now and just changing a few things. The other option that you have with Gemini is you don't just have to use Bolt DIY as well. So another option is you can just go over to Firebase, right? So for example, if Bolt DIY is struggling, maybe you're trying to build something more complex or you need a bit more guidance, like a proper app sort of process, then you can go over to Firebase. And this is actually quite impressive now with Gemini 2.5 Pro, plus it is free to use. So I'm just going to show you some examples and I'll delete these. So if we go over to here and we're like, okay, create this. So we'll copy that idea from ChatGPT, click on create this. This is like another Bolt.new alternative that's completely free, as long as you only do 10 workspaces at a time. And the cool thing about this is it will actually give you like a briefing document to approve first. So for example, you got the SEO Mythbusters, features down here, style guidelines, etc. We'll click on prototype this app. And then all we need to do is just go back. I'm just going to delete that API key 1 sec. So if we go to AI Studio, grab the API key from there so we can get a free one. Copy that. Go over here. This is going to ask us in a sec for an API key. So we'll just wait for this to code out. So you can see it's built out the blueprint. Here's the name of the app, SEO Mythbusters. It's going to include quiz questions, feedback, interactive UI, email capture, and results summary. Now it's coding it out. What you can also do as well is, for example, the email capture stuff. If you're not bothered about that, then you can say, don't worry about the email capture. But you can see here now it's coded out the app. So we've got SEO Mythbusters. UI is pretty nice and clean. Let's just test it out. And then if we actually plug in the API key over here, so let's copy that, go back here, plug that in inside here. We can use the AI API key to generate responses inside the app, right? So for example, if we put keyword stuff in, helps improve SEO rankings, that's false obviously. Then it's generating the feedback, and that should be using the API key from Gemini that we just plugged in over here. All right, so it's another way to build apps. To be honest, like the outputs nowadays, as you can see, like the outputs are probably nicer directly inside Firebase Studio versus using Bolt DIY. But if you prefer to code locally, then you're going to use Bolt DIY, right? This is another one. So it's called White Hat Defender, a Black Hat SEO defense game. Let's prototype that out as well. And you can build 2 apps side by side, right? So whilst you're waiting for one to code, you can build out the other one. And then also inside here, you can switch to code. So you can actually get all the files from the document. You can hit publish on that as well. So if we click publish, right, like so, we're good to go on that. But yeah, you can see there's many different ways to build out apps, tools, games, etc. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get a free SEO strategy session, feel free to book that link in the comments. On this call, we're just going to give you an SEO custom game plan. You can jump on, discover how to rank your website on Google and other AI search engines. Additionally, if you want to get our AI Profit Boardroom, this is an amazing community just focused on making more money and saving you time with AI. It comes with all my best FAQs, templates, tutorials, agents, and also weekly calls with us. So if you want to jump on weekly calls with us or ask any questions inside the community, you absolutely can. So feel free to check that out, link in the comments and description. The new Google Gemini 2.5 Pro update is absolutely insane. So Google just dropped this new Google Gemini 2.5 Pro preview update, and it's an absolute game changer for building apps like you can see right here. You can build apps, tools, games. I'm going to show you exactly how to do that, and you can do it in seconds completely for free if you follow the methods that I'm going to show you today. You see, I built all of this stuff plus much more on the video. And in this video, you're going to get the prompts, the walkthrough, and the secret stack I use to deploy apps instantly. Additionally, on top of that, you're going to learn how to find viral tools using Google and Gemini's Hidden Gems feature. And I'll show you how I built 5 insane AI tools live, from a medieval siege simulator to a guitar trainer, all from one line of text. And you'll discover why Gemini 2.5 Pro is destroying other models in speed, app quality, and creativity. And you'll learn how to turn these tools into money. Let's go. So today we are going to be testing out Gemini 2.5 Pro. So the first thing that we're going to look at is Gemini. Now Gemini have launched Gemini 2.5 Pro, as you can see right here. And it is a new update that just came out a few days ago. Now if you haven't tested it already, you can actually access it for free inside AI Studio. If you go in the top right and then click Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview. And additionally, inside Gemini, you can build some absolutely awesome apps. So for example here, you can see that we can easily build out, for example, like this drawing app. And a lot of this stuff just works perfectly first time round. So for example, if we want to change colors, draw a little smiley face right there, we can easily do that. And the creativity is pretty much unlimited. Now, the other cool thing is you can keep the app ideas really simple. So if you say, for example, just build an app where I can draw in different colors, it will just go off and work its magic, like you can see right here, using the Gemini 2.5 Pro preview option. Again, you can use this for free inside Gemini 2.5 Pro preview mode on AI Studio. But either way, you can access for free, and it's super powerful for coding. It's way better than it used to be. And also you can build out, for example, like different apps, games, etc. So for example, here we created Dragonflight. We said build a 2D dragon flight simulator with fire breath and enemy villages. Let users fly a dragon around a fantasy world map, breathe fire, and dodge arrows, right? We included like the commands as well, so spacebar to breathe fire, etc. And if we click on start game here, we can now start going off and destroying villages as a dragon. We've also got a health bar right there. Reminds me of like when you were playing Mega Drive and stuff like that. And that is not a bad game for a one-shot prompt at all. It's one of the only apps I've actually seen with Gemini where it can actually build first time round. For example, if you are using Claude, etc., it's either going to take too long or it's going to break first time round. Whereas, for example, with this, you can just easily build out whatever you want, and you just give it like one prompt most of the time, and it will just go off and do its magic. So it's pretty amazing what it can do and how it can do it. Here's another example. So this is a brainwave visualizer. It actually has audio, but I muted it just because I don't want to blow your speakers or something like that. So let's click on, for example, here. And you can see we can visualize different waves. So this is a brainwave visualizer. We can click these buttons to simulate different mental states, right? So for example, the meditate wave will actually calm down the waves. Focus mode, changes it to that. Sleep mode, you've got an example, and then stress as well. So you can see how the brainwaves are visualized here and how easy it is to set this up and just get started with it, right? So if you want to build like anything that you want, really, you just want to come up with different ideas. Now, if you're not sure what to build, what you can actually do is you can just go onto ChatGPT and say, just give me 10 ideas for apps I can build, and then either put in your niche, your industry, your business, or what you're interested in, right? So for example, if I'm interested in guitar, for example, right? Give me some app ideas plus the prompts. We can say something like that. And then ChatGPT is really good for coming up with the ideas. And from there, you can start building out what you want. So for example, here we've got an idea. So we'll grab that and then we'll go back to Gemini. Again, you can do this inside AI Studio as well. And then you can plug in this, select Canvas so you can actually preview the HTML as you code it. And you can also have like multiple different apps being built at the same time. So if we open up another tab here, and then we're going to go back in here and we'll say, okay, interactive guitar trainer. So we'll plug that into another tab on Gemini, hit enter. And now we can just build out multiple apps And all we need is the idea, which we didn't even come up with. We've got AI to automate that too. So it's pretty amazing what you can do and how you can do it, and how easy it is and how powerful it is. So here's another one. And again, this works for any industry, any niche, any idea, etc. As long as you keep it relatively simple. So also got this explore gem section as well, which is quite interesting inside Gemini now as well. So you can see some ideas of what gems have been built. These are pre-made ones. So you can also create your own gems. So you can save stuff that you've created, which is pretty cool as well. But if we go back to our app, as you can see, it's starting to build that out. Same with this one. And it really doesn't take long at all. Now, if you want to build something a little bit more complex, here's another example of a more detailed prompt. I actually created this inside AI Studio. This is a much longer prompt, like you can see. And also, I just wanted to show that you can do this for free as well. So if you go inside Google AI Studio and you say something like create a single file HTML and JavaScript app simulating a medieval siege using 2D physics, include a dragon catapult, destructible castle walls made of bricks and soldiers that react when hit. Add sliders, control the launch speed, angle, wind, include battle effects and sound effects, right? And so we've got all the code right here. And then what we can do from there is if we copy that code, and if you're using AI Studio and you want to preview the code, just ask it to generate the HTML like we did inside our prompt over here. And then if you go over to LiveWeave, we'll delete that, delete this, plug that code in there. And now we've got the app ready to preview. All right. I'm just going to mute the tab so that it doesn't, again, blast out loads of music. And we can change the angle, the launch speed, etc. of the catapult, the wind, and this should work, like you can see. So if we change the angle now, and then we'll reduce the speed, there we go, and we can just change and do whatever we want with it, right? So it's pretty easy to build this stuff out. Now, if you have any changes, for example, like this, you can just go back into AI Studio and say, okay, add a score plus timer to the game to make it more interesting. We're at Command and Enter on a Mac, and then that's going to start recoding out the tool, as you can see. Now, it's also triggered thinking mode inside AI Studio using the Gemini preview. And again, you can see here that it does have token limits, but you can use it for free inside AI Studio. So I don't have, for example, my credit card details plugged in here. And it will just go off and generate it. The other thing that I would say is it's super fast, right? So if you try and do the same thing inside Claude, Claude is quite slow when it's generating stuff. So if we go over to Claude, which is probably the second best competitor, and if we go over to Claude here, we'll plug in the same prompt. It typically tends to take a lot more time to actually code out the tool or the game that we're trying to build. So it's just something to bear in mind there too. The other cool thing you can do as well is if you go over to OpenRouter, inside OpenRouter, you can grab the API key inside the model section. So if you scroll down, go to Gemini 2.5 Pro preview. You want to make sure that you check the date before you use this API. So you can see here that it is created on May the 7th. And then you can either use this inside the chat, or you can grab an API key inside OpenRouter as well, and then use that to code. So for example, if we go over to Visual Studio Code, we can start coding with that inside Client or RuCode or whatever we want, right? So if we go to settings over here, and then go to OpenRouter, plug in your API key, select the model that you want, then we'll select 2.5 Pro Preview, hit save, and we can start coding like that as well. So if we go back to the prompt that we use inside AI Studio, we'll grab that, plug this into Visual Studio Code like you see, and then we can go off and start using this. Now, if you don't know how to set up, for example, any of these tools that I'm using, or you need some help, or you're struggling or want some ideas or prompts, or want to meet people in the same niche as you, etc., then feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments and description. Basically, in the AI Profit Boardroom, we've built an awesome community where you can learn how to make more money and save time and automate using AI. It's an awesome community, super active, tons of great posts in there, tons of courses and classrooms and templates, and also weekly Q&A calls which you can jump on and ask any questions you have, like you see right here. So if we go back now, we've got the next preview of our code ready to go. We can click the copy mode, and we'll go back to LiveWeave. And if you want to preview this, let's do that. So I'm just going to refresh the page, plug this in, and there we go. We've got a score and a timer, right? Now let's have a look at some of the apps we just coded a second ago. So this is the guitar chord visualizer, like you can see right here. I can confirm the A minor chord is correct as a guitar player myself. We can actually play the sound and we can toggle dark mode as well, which is pretty cool. And also, if you want to share this stuff that you've created, you can just copy the link and then you can see this will be hosted on a subdomain inside gemini.google.com. But it's absolutely amazing what you can do now. It's so easy to do. You can flick between the chords. You can build whatever apps you want. Here's another example. So this is the guitar fretboard quiz. And then it will ask you, okay, like what's the notes, etc. Really good for learning the guitar. So yeah, anything that you want to build. Now, you're not just limited to, for example, building out, look at this. This is the output from Claude. Look how bad that is compared to the output that we got previously from Gemini, right? It's just nowhere near as good. It's really buggy. It's messing up right there. Doesn't make any sense. Whereas you use something like Gemini Studio and you're absolutely living the dream. If we have a look at the rankings, let's have a look where we're up to in terms of the rankings. So you can see Pro Experimental, it just got launched this week and it's already working its way up the rankings. But honestly, if I compare all of these models, I'm easily going to say that Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental is the best out of all of them. Now, if we go back to, for example, Visual Studio Code is using the MCP, but essentially we can select here Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview and then use that to generate outputs, as you can see. So pretty easy and simple. The other one that I really like to code with is root code. So if you go over to root code 3.16, it's just been released actually, which is interesting. And then inside here, we can start coding with that too. We just need to make sure that we've got OpenRouter selected, and then we'll select Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview. Honestly, actually, to be fair, like they've improved the UI a lot on root code. I would say it's probably better now, especially if you look at the settings. Like it just looks a lot nicer. So if we hit done, then we're gonna go inside here. We'll plug that in, and we can start going off and coding. Additionally, if you look at the Web Dev Arena leaderboard, you can see here the AI is absolutely crushing it. So Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview is right at the top and only just got launched this week, which is crazy. And then you can see Claude 3.7 Sonnet is below it, right? So for development, for coding, etc., Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview is absolutely crushing it. Now, the other cool thing that you can do if you want to figure out, okay, like what tools can I create, etc., in your niche, then you can go onto Ahrefs and you can type something, for example, like SEO, and then type in tool or calculator, etc. So you put in your niche and then tool or calculator, whatever you want. Go inside here and you can see what people are searching for. So you can figure out, okay, people are looking for these tools, so I can go off and build them and then share them on the web and either rank them or create them, and they're more likely to be used by other people as well. All right, and that's how you can monetize them. So for example, like white label SEO tool, SEO tracking tool, rank checkers, etc. These would do really well if you built out a tool using Gemini. Additionally, you can do the same inside Google here. So if we type, for example, let's say your niche is SEO, you can type in SEO tool and then just see what people are creating, that sort of thing. So there you go. So if you want to replicate this stuff yourself and do it all for free, do it inside AI Studio, create the code, then go to liveweave.com and from there, go off and do it. Now, if you want like full in-depth tutorials for all this stuff that I'm talking about, then feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. Inside the S&P section, you'll see like we have step-by-step instructions on how to do everything that we show you, right? So for example, you got Gemini 2.5 Pro and how to use it step-by-step right there. We've got Notebook LM, and this gets updated every single day. So like the value of the AI Profit Boardroom improves every single day. The other final thing that I was going to say with the new upgrade is that you can actually use Gemini 2.5 Pro inside Firebase as well to create your own apps, right? Now this just got launched this week as well. So it was previously running with 2.0 Flash, which is not very good, to be honest. Gemini 2.5 Pro is a lot better when it comes to AI from Google. And then inside here, you can just create whatever app you want. So if we took an example like this, we'll take that, we'll plug this in here, and then we're going to say, okay, colors equal, and then I'll put my brand colors. We'll plug that in, prototype with AI, and it will start going off and giving us an app blueprint, right? So for example, color scribbler, drawing canvas, color palette, color selection, clear all option, and then we can prototype the app. We've got the color ideas right here. So primary color, background color, and accent. You can change those if you want to. And then if we click on prototype this app, we can just go off and start building. And then if we go back to the game that we created with Visual Studio Code, you can see that's coded right here. The AI has told us, right, I've created the single file HTML and JS. Medieval siege game is requested. It includes a draggable catapult, destructible walls, etc. And then we've opened that up, and we can see that inside our browser right here. Right? So let's try this out. There we go. And there you go. It's easy to build out games and that sort of thing. I honestly think the outputs are typically better directly from AI Studio than they are from Visual Studio Code. But the difference here is like with Visual Studio Code, you're building locally, right? You're not building like online in somewhere where, you know, your data's shared and that sort of thing. Here's another one that we built. So this was a random idea for startups. So a random startup idea generator. And then if we click generate idea, we can get a bunch of ideas right here, right? So let's go back to Firebase, see what we got here. So it's building out the blueprint.md, beginning to code out. You can code multiple projects at once. You are limited on the free plan to 10 workspaces at a time. So that's the maximum that you can build out. And then it's creating the project right here. So you can see between using Gemini, AI Studio, Firebase, Visual Studio Code, etc., it's so easy to build stuff out and create like really awesome projects using Gemini Pro. And to be honest, like I don't think any of the other AIs even compare at this point. Like I'm sure if Claude Sonnet 4 comes out or DeepSeek R2 comes out, maybe they'll be on the same level, but Google have gone from absolute nowhere. I remember trying Bard and it was terrible to something like this where it's unbelievably good. It's probably the best in the world, especially for coding. So here we have the color scribbler. You can see it works perfectly. So we'll clear all. There we go. Beautiful drawing, Picasso leather. And then you can see that we can easily get that app working, right? How long did that take? No time at all, right? If you actually want to make it an app, then you can click the link here and copy the preview URL, or you can just scan that on your phone. And then if you scan it on your phone, you've got that app ready to test and preview yourself. So it's absolutely awesome. Game changer, totally changed everything for AI. And it's crazy how quick these updates come out. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all my best prompts, tips, templates, workflows, AI agents, automations, make.com automations, NA10 templates, etc., and even the videos on how I create AI avatars as well, then feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is an awesome community focused on making more money and saving you time with AI. It's available to click link in the comments description. And additionally, you can post in the community anytime you get stuck or jump on the weekly Q&A calls like you can see right here. If you want all the SOPs on using Firebase, Gemini Studio, Klein, Rucode, etc., it's all inside the Profit Boardroom SOP section. And we update this section every single day, so you continuously just get more and more value, right? Because we're building out more and more SOPs and templates and workflows inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Additionally, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how to get more leads, traffic, and sales with SEO, feel free to get that. Link in the comments description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of SEO link building, answer any questions you have, and you'll learn the best link building strategies for your website based on what's working for us and our happy clients, like you can see right here. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. And breaking news, you can now build AI apps with Gemini 2.5 Pro for free in Firebase Studio, and it changes everything for app builders. What if I told you that the world's best AI app builder is now 100% free, and it just got 10 times more powerful? Today, I'm going to show you how. This completely free tool just crushed paid alternatives in my live tests, and I'll show you how to build fully functional apps with one prompt, one shot. And yes, I'm going to test it against paid tools like Bolt and Lovable, and let's see who gets destroyed. Watch me create a financial dashboard, quiz game, and SEO roast generator that actually work in one shot. And the best part is you don't need to code and it's free. This might be the best app building AI tool and it's available right now. Let's go. We have a brand new update from Gemini 2.5 Pro with Firebase Studio. So now you can build better apps. Now, this previously was not that impressive. I'll be 100% honest with you. So Firebase Studio is very similar to, for example, things like Bolt.new, Lovable. You can build your own apps here. The biggest difference here is that it's completely free to use, right? So if you want to use this, you can build apps like you can see right here, this tip splitter app that I've actually built previously. We've got a fridge chef app built as well. This was a financial overview app, which is pretty cool. And then additionally, we have the SEO ROI calculator as an example, right? All looking pretty clean and tidy, all built for free using the app generator in Firebase, right? Now, this is actually much better since I've tested it with Gemini 2.5 Pro. The problem before was it was actually using Gemini Flash. And if you know anything about Google Flash, Gemini Flash, it's not that impressive for coding, whereas now it's a lot more powerful. So it's just got announced literally like yesterday, and they've basically said Gemini 2.5 Pro is now available inside Firebase Studio, which is absolutely awesome for building stuff out. It's one of the best coding tools you can get out there, and also it's completely free. All right, so when you get straight into this, you can get access to Firebase Studio at firebase.studio. Then once you're on the homepage here, you can see some examples of what you can build, how you can build it, etc. It's really simple. You don't need to be able to code to be able to build your own apps. And if you ever had an app idea, it's incredibly easy to get started. So you can see some examples of sample prompts. You can also import a repo, so you can import a Git repo. You can set up a new workspace, and you can also choose between the different types of apps you build. So for example, it could be like Go, Python Flask, Java, .NET, Android Studio Cloud, Flutter, etc. So let's get straight into this. To build this one, this was actually just a one-shot example. So basically, I just said a tipping calculator built to help calculate tips on a bill amongst friends. Use a pink and purple color scheme. They said, okay, here's the plan. Here you go. And it literally built it in one shot, right? So that is the app built in one single shot. It was incredibly easy to do. Didn't take long at all. And you can see how it can be done. All right. So if you want to get started with this stuff, let me show you exactly how. So first thing you want to do is actually come up with some ideas. Now, if you're not sure, okay, what sort of ideas can you build? What could you create, etc. I would recommend just going on to ChatGPT and asking it, right? So for example, you can go into ChatGPT and say, okay, I have a SEO agency business. Give me 3 simple app ideas, quick to build and fun. So for example, like the backlink bouncer game, right? Now what we can do is if we go over to Firebase Studio, we can take a very similar prompt to the one for the tipping calculator. So let's copy that. And then we'll go inside Firebase Studio here. We're going to say, okay, a backlink quiz app to, and then just explain what you want it to do. So you explain what you want it to do. And then also the color scheme here. So for example, use a pink and purple color scheme. So we can plug that in and start building it out. So now it's come back to us with the app blueprint. So for example, link value guesser. It displays 2 different backlinks side by side, backlink selection, SEO value analysis, result feedback, and score tracking. And then you've got the color scheme right here. So you can actually click on these. And then also it's got the layout, typography, and iconography, right? So you've got the style guidelines, and then you've also got the features, and you have the name. So it's really simple. Like, you don't need to be able to code to build this stuff. Now, one caveat that I'm going to say to this is if you're building something new and untested, something like this, for example, where it's a little bit more complicated, it's not just like a calculator, then it can go wrong. So just something to bear in mind there is it's not always guaranteed to work in the one shot, but let's test it out and click on prototype this app and see what we get back. So if you're wondering, okay, like how long does this take to generate? Let's put the timer on. We'll see how long this takes. So it's building it out right now. I think what it's also going to do is ask me for a Gemini API key. Now you can click on auto generate when it asks you, but quite often that doesn't work. So if you want to generate a API key that's completely free, just go to aistudio.google.com, then go to get API key, then create an API key, and you can just generate one for free. And also once you've generated one, you can click on the API key you want to select and then copy it later. So let's see what it's doing. Is creating the .env, the docs, the blueprint, etc. So in the meantime, whilst we're waiting for that to load, let's have a look at what we've built here and whether it actually works. So for example, let's say the bill amount is 100 and the tip amount is 20%. We don't want to go on 5. Use tipping 5%. What sort of cheapskate is tipping 5%? All right, so we'll go with 20%, and then number of people here, we'll put 3. You can see here that you do need to change like the UI. So white on a purple background doesn't look great there. I would change that. But you can see here how easy it is to actually make sure it works, right? And this was built in one shot. we hit reset, we can just go back to the default. Let's check out the fridge chef. So I'm going to put here chicken, rice, what can we make? We'll hit find recipes, see what we get back. So you can see here it says, it appears your app needs a Gemini API key. I plugged that in, it updated it, and then we've got the details right here. And that's generated a recipe literally in one click. So we clicked on find recipes and it worked perfectly. We've got a simple chicken and rice recipe. We're good to go on that, my friends. All right, how easy was that? The Biz Insight one is super interesting as well. So you can like add appointments here. You can add transactions. And then it will calculate the financial overview, right? So it's going to give you total revenue, total expenses, net profit, etc. Really easy for just managing your finances. And again, we built that in one shot, one take, Drake. The SEO ROI calculator, we're good to go on that as well. And that was really easy and simple to do. So if we go back to the link value calculator here, you see how it says enter your Gemini API key. I'm just going to plug that in the background, and then we can just paste that in. So I'm going to have to delete that after the live stream, but you get the point. Now you can see there's an issue here. So if you have any issues, just click fix error and then you can get that fixed. And the API key is free. So I've not been charged for that. It's free on AI Studio up to a certain point. You can't use the limits too much, but yeah, you can get it for free. And then if you upgrade or if you're on the paid tier, then obviously you get higher token limits. So, you know, if it was a big SaaS tool that you were rolling out to millions of people, of course you're going to pay. But if it's just something you're building for yourself or sharing with a few friends, then you don't need to pay for that. It is free. So I've got that good to go right here. We can also copy the link for this so we can actually share it with people, and you can make a preview public, right? So if we, for example, give people this preview, they can scan it, open it up on their phone, and then test out the app right there, which is pretty cool. What's also cool here is you can vibe code it, right? So for example, if you click on the select section here, you can select the element that you want to change. So for example, if we go to the tip splitter, we can click on this, then we're going to click on the section we want to change, and we can choose, okay, which element do we want to fix here, and just vibe code it out. So let's click on, for example, this, and then we can say get recipes, not find recipes. Just as a simple example to show you what you can do. Usually as well, when I'm coding these out, I don't really choose coding language. I just go with the basic one, right? For example, here, I let it auto-select based on the app that I want to build. But you can see here how we've fixed this to say get recipes now instead. So that's all fixed now. We choose which one we want. So for example, neilpatel.com or SEMrush, which one do you want? I'm going to go with Neil Patel, and then it gives us the results right there, right? So we've got the results on the quality of the link. It gives us the AI reasoning. So it's like both backlinks are really good, but backlink from SEMrush has a slightly higher domain rating and estimated traffic, along with marginally better relevancy score, giving it a slight edge. Pretty cool. So you can, for example, train your team. If I had a team member who came on board to our agency, they've never done link building before, well, we could create an app like this to train them internally so that we get better results. Using a combination of ChatGPT and then also plugging that into Firebase Studio, we can create free training tools that are actually way more fun and easy for your team to use in the background, right? So you can see here, for example, the differences. Why is this better? Domain rating is higher, estimated traffic is higher, relevancy score is higher. All right, next question. Ahrefs and mods. I'm going to go with Ahrefs. It's got to be. No way. But you get the point, right? Obviously, you would tweak this and improve it. And there's no point comparing Ahrefs and mods.com. But you get the point. Like, it's really easy to build this out. It looks super clean. We built it in one shot from idea to creation, and it's completely free. Plus, it's super useful. Like, you could actually use that in reality. So we've got the SEO roast generator. And again, because we're plugging in the API key, we can get results from the AI, right? So it doesn't need to be like a static code website. You can get the AI to generate the responses based on the API key you build. So if we go back here now, I'm going to take that template response. We'll plug that in. Then from here, we're going to say, okay, build an SEO roast generator. I'll put the idea up here and then I'll explain that. So build an SEO roast generator where people enter their website. Then the app delivers a cheeky AI generated roast, funny but educational, on the SEO mistakes. Then we can change the color scheme as well, plug that in, and it's much better. Like, honestly,
I don't know if you ever saw the live stream or the videos I did on Firebase previously, but previously it was like, it was super messy. Google Flash was just not working at all. This seems to work a lot better. It seems to get much better results from it. So we'll hit prototype with AI now. And also what we can do is compare these side by side, right? So if you want to see, okay, what can, for example, bolt.new create? And bolt.new is obviously a paid tool. So we can compare them side by side. So if we copy this prompt, exactly the same prompt that we used to generate this, we see what outputs we get directly from bolt.new. By the way, for coding languages, Val recommends using TypeScript for the ability to do back-end and front-end easily. So that's something to test as well when you're setting this up, right? Obviously, when you go to Firebase Studio, click on Try here. This is the section where you can select between all the different apps you use, as you can see. So we're testing out Bolt side by side versus Firebase, and we'll see what we get back in a second. In the meantime, we've got the AI roast tool being built here. So if you love to see this stuff, let me pull them up side by side. It's going to be interesting to see whether this can actually beat bolt.new or not. If it beats it, that's pretty crazy. What we can also do as well is compare this versus Lovable. So Lovable is another code generation website, which I can't access for some reason. There we go. Lovable.dev is. There we go. All right. So let's plug this in. I'm just going to sign in here. The one thing that I'll be careful of is like when you're building out these apps as well, is like the AI may generate responses, for example, like the backlink generator, but that data might be fake, right? Because the AI is hallucinating or making it up or assuming stuff. So if you're going to build something that requires data, I would always recommend like inserting your own database in there, right? Don't rely on the AI to come up with the data for you. But these are just test runs we're showing you live on the video. So let's plug these in. And Lovable has just been updated to Lovable version 2. So this is going to be interesting here. We'll plug this in. Exactly the same prompt. Bolt.new is still coding away. And yeah, the really cool thing I like about this is if you compare this side by side versus Bolt, right? You don't get that nice sort of briefing document here. You see here how it creates a nice little briefing document? Is right, here's a prototype. Here's a name. Here's the features. Here's the style guidelines, right? And it's telling you exactly what it wants. And then you can click prototype this app. So you get more approval and more control over the process versus if you're using bolt.new, it just goes off and builds it. It doesn't really give you any sort of input and you have to manually intervene yourself if it doesn't work or if it's not quite right. Now, what you can also do if you click on edit the code, once you've got the app back, you can basically open it up like this, right? So you can actually edit the code directly. If you're more into editing the individual files or viewing the files, etc., you can also publish that on Firebase too. But yeah, you can see an example here. So this is the app that we got back from Firebase based on creating SEO My Roast, and it's looking pretty cool. Let's check if it actually works. So if we go back here, and by the way, if you want to go back, you can go back to studio.firebase.google.com, and then inside your workspaces here, you can see all your workspaces. Now, one quick warning, if you're using the free plan, then it's going to give you, I think, 10 free workspaces. So just be careful of that because you can't build like 100 different projects. And if you need to go back and get more free workspaces, then just delete any of the ones that you don't want to use. So if we go back to SEO My Roast now, let's pull this up. Here we go. The outputs are already better. It's already much better than, for example, using the Flash. Google Flash was just really poor. So let's see what we get back. I'm surprised if it actually works, but it actually does. Wow, that's crazy. All right, so here you go. Your SEO roast is served for the website. All right, juliangoldie.com, let's fire up the roast. Your website is like a dad joke at a funeral, technically present but needs some serious help. First off, your site screams 90s website design, blah, blah, blah. SEO website, here's what to improve. Your content is decent, but it needs to be engaging, mobile responsiveness, blah, 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 right? So it's not bad at all. Now, obviously, that could be fake data, or it could be a fake response, or completely hallucinated like I was talking about before, right? So when you're doing this, you just want to be careful that it's actually giving you real data if you're building out something that requires like data or information or live pages on the web and that sort of thing. But again, this is just a test run. We're doing live on a video. We're not going to release this for commercial release. So bolt.new is taking ages actually to build this out, which is quite interesting. Let's have a look at Lovable. So Lovable was actually way faster, as you can see.
All right, so this is lovable.dev. Bolt.new is still building out. Oh, we've got the preview coming up now. Let's see what we get back. All right, so it's built a dashboard. Let's pull this up. It's built quite a nice dashboard, to be fair. The only thing I don't like is it's got loads of dummy data in there. So for example, how do we add a transaction inside here? If we go to invoices, new invoice, put in an example, and we'll put the notes in here. Hit create invoice, and nothing happens, right? So you can see here it's not working. If we click on cancel, we can click out of it, but we can't add new invoices. Let's try the Firebase Studio result. So we'll plug this in, we'll put an expense, put $100 there, put backlinks as an example, we'll put the date, add transaction, and it works perfectly, right? Boom. So yeah, and you can see that's showing up inside the total expenses here. So like the output from Bolt, number one, you can't add expenses, and number two, it's all based on like fake dummy data. Whereas for example, with Firebase, we built exactly the same thing with exactly the same prompt. It's actually worked. We can add transactions. It's fully functional. And this is a free tool. This is a paid tool, right? Bolt.new, you have to pay for it after a certain amount of tokens. So big difference right there. Even like, for example, like the name of the business owner. It's just totally hallucinated, right? So let's try, for example, Lovable. We'll open this up and we'll compare them side by side. Now, this is what it's built out, but the problem here is we can't actually edit any of the data. So it's just created like a sort of random dashboard, but we can't interact with it. So let me show you what I mean. If you go inside here, this is the example, but this is all based on fake data. We don't want that. We want to start from scratch. If someone starts using your app for financial dashboards, they don't want all the data from John Doe inside there, right? Now, if we go to finances here, it's got an example, but there's no information, right? It says a complete financial management module will be implemented in future updates. So you can't actually add like financial transactions. Whereas, for example, with this one, if we click on add transaction, put $1,000 for backlinks, put backlinks in the description, hit that in the transaction, boom, it's added. It's working perfectly, right? There's no fake data in there. It's not wasting our time with hallucinated stuff. Like Firebase, it actually works now. It's actually probably better than Lovable. So it's crazy to see this. Lovable is a paid tool. You're paying a subscription for that. Firebase is a free tool, and it actually works better, creates more functionality, doesn't hallucinate as much. It's still going to hallucinate sometimes, so just be aware of that. But yeah, you can see a huge difference in both right now. So who wins? I'm going to say Firebase so far from my tests is winning. You can create awesome stuff like you can see right here, and you get better outputs than Bolt.new and Lovable without dummy data and without anything hallucinating. Crazy stuff. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all my best prompts for Firebase, for SOP, for using this, etc., you can go to the AI Profit Boardroom. We have tons of training on using Firebase, plus building apps with Data Button, as well as Tray AI, right? And all my best courses, tips, templates, AI agents, workflows, etc., are inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This is a community focused on making more money, saving time with AI, etc. Inside the community, you can ask any questions you have. And additionally, inside the classroom, you get all of these different courses and workflows. So for example, the NA10 section, look at all these different templates and workflows that we have right here. You can just download those and then import them directly into NA10. It comes with weekly Q&A calls. There's actually one happening today. So if you join today, then you will be able to jump on the weekly Q&A calls. And yeah, it's just an awesome community focused on growing with AI and automating. Additionally, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how to get more leads, traffic, and sales with SEO, feel free to get that link inside the comments description. And we'll basically show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. Now, on this call, you're going to get a free custom-tailored SEO domination plan. Plus, we'll be able to ask and answer any questions that you have, right? So if you're struggling with anything related to SEO or ranking within ChatGPT or Plexi, etc., you can ask us live on the call, and we're happy to help right there. So thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it. RFX says, I'm trying to finish the MVP on an app, but too many new AI tools. Yeah, that's it. Just focus on one, but you can see if you were to choose a go today, like if you were to choose, okay, I'm building the app from scratch today, what's the best? For me personally, I would say the Firebase is proven to be the best from what we've seen. It's free, it actually works, and it's easy to set up. I've shown you multiple different tests today. So thanks so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Cheers, bye-bye. The new Google Gemini 2.5 Pro update is absolutely insane. You can see it just got released a few hours ago. It's completely free to code with if you do what I'm about to show you. And I literally spent like 5 minutes testing out this new update. You can see I built AI-powered keyword research tool, a CRM, and even a Roman marketplace simulator you can see right here, which we can play kind of like a game, and it was super easy. I literally just gave it like 2 prompts, one shot, boom. I'll show you exactly how I built it. And I'll show you exactly how to access all this for free and test it head-to-head against Claude. Spoiler, one of them was not even close, and I'll show you exactly why that is in a minute. Plus, I'll walk you through setting it up with AI Studio, Visual Studio Code, and even show you the new Bolt DIY integration that works basically perfectly. And if you've been waiting for coding AI that actually delivers in one shot, one prompt, like you can see right here, then this is it. And let me show you how to start building with AI in just a few minutes. Let's go. Brand new update from Google Gemini 2.5 Pro. As you can see right here, I've been testing out today. Actually, just created a full CRM, like you can see, and even a 3JS Roman marketplace simulation, which is pretty crazy. We can zoom in and zoom out of that right there. And it looks absolutely banging, to be honest with you. It looks really good. And so what we're going to be doing today is just testing out, seeing how it works, seeing what we can build with it, and seeing how powerful it is. Now, already, just from the look and feel, from what I've built, I've literally just run these 2 tests in 5 minutes. It's absolutely rapid when it comes back to you. And if you're wondering, okay, what does this mean? What's all the new differences, etc.? So this is Google Gemini 2.5 Pro preview. And basically what it's focused on is even better coding performance. Now, I would already say that Gemini 2.5 Pro so far has been goated in terms of performance, in terms of the outputs. It's getting better all the time, and this is just another massive upgrade. So if you want to get access to this for free, you can go over to aistudio.google.com. Then you can select Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview in the top right here, and you will see the May the 6th update right here. Okay, so this is available. It is free to use. I've not got my credit card details plugged in here. I think it does have some limits, but you can use it for free. And then if you have Gemini Advanced, you can also get access to this inside Gemini directly here, and then preview stuff in the canvas tends to look better, to be honest with you, but it looks really cool either way. You can see basically in terms of the Web Dev Arena leaderboard, Gemini 2.5 Pro now ranks #1. And I would honestly say they came out of nowhere this year. Like their tool was never that good. And then Gemini 2.5 Pro came out and it was absolutely awesome. So you can see it's absolutely dominating the Web Dev Arena leaderboard. From my own tests, I would say it's definitely better than Claude 3.7 Sonnet. It's also a lot faster and it's awesome for building stuff out. So you can also see, for example, here, you can do some other cool stuff. So for example, you can actually video to code now. So it's got this video understanding, and then you can use that to generate code as well. It's really easy to just code stuff out directly, and we'll be testing this out in a second, all right? Now, if you want to see what other people are building with it, here's some examples from the actual Google teams that have said, here's what our team is building in Canvas with Gemini 2.5 Pro, the new edition today. And you can see, for example, someone here created like a fun sound guessing game. We've got another one where someone built out a whole website for a one-shop app for looking through books and stuff like that. Someone else built out this tool for mortgages and calculations and stuff. And here's another one. This was a garden bed planner, which is pretty crazy. It actually looks really cool. And additionally, we even have some games. So for example, you can see here, this is a game for learning like about chemistry, molecules and stuff like that. And additionally, we have the Macbeth line rehearsal app. So you can build anything that you want, any idea that you have, you can build, and it is absolutely amazing. For example, for building out this CRM dashboard, here's how I did it. This is how easy it is. It's absolutely silly. So if you want to go and build stuff, you just go to new chat, then you're going to select 2.5 Pro. You don't need any coding experience now to build whatever you want. And you can see, for example, here, what it said was build a CRM, right? Very simple prompt, not like a particularly difficult prompt at all. Then I said yes, because it was asking me some ideas on what we need to do, etc. And then from here, it was like, okay, great, let's just go and build it out. And it literally built this out, asked it to build it into HTML and Canvas. And then finally from there, it built something, but it was not working when I was clicking through between these. So I actually said, make sure that I can click through the tabs when I'm using it. When I click each section, nothing happens, please fix it. Boom shakalaka, that was fixed and corrected like you can see. Here's another example. So I said, create a real world simulation of a marketplace in Roman times in Canvas. And it created something that was very basic. If we actually open this up, you can see the previous generation. It's just like a flat sort of 2D simulator right here. Then I said, okay, make the people more realistic and make it 3ds so I can see the whole thing and move around. And it was like, yeah, no problem, mate. So it went off, it did that. And now you can see we can actually just use that right here. And I think the more iterations you do inside 2.5 Pro, the more realistic you can make it look, but you can see how cool that is. For example, if we said, maybe we want to, for example, add more detail, right? You could say add more detail, improve the market stalls, make it all feel more realistic, add more detail to the people, etc., right? And then if you want to share this stuff, you can actually click on share over here. It will create a link for you. And this is just implemented on a subdomain inside gemini.google.com. So if we click on confirm a view, we have the marketplace ready to preview right here. Really easy and simple to do, super fast. You know me, like I've tested, for example, tools like Quen, Claude, and if it lets me down, I just show you on the live stream, right? But this one was actually super powerful. So let's try this. I'm just going to say add more detail, improve the market source, blah, blah, blah. And we'll see what we get back now. Let's see if we can just take this to a whole new level. Now, again, if you want to use it inside AI Studio, you can do exactly the same thing. It doesn't seem to have like a canvas option. So you would have to, for example, just go inside the chat here, use similar sort of prompts, and then we can say, okay, build in 3JS, and we'll just put just HTML preview, right? Hit run, and then we should be good to go on that. So it tends to take a little bit longer inside AI Studio, but you also get more control over it. So for example, here, you can check the token count, you can check the temperature, you can also switch between like code execution, function calling, etc. You can even add Google search as well, which is pretty cool. And additionally, you've got like some advanced settings on the right hand side as well in terms of like output length and that sort of thing. Now, if we go back, we've got the Roman marketplace with a bit more detail, more buildings, etc. It's added more detail to the marketplace stores. And if we look at the people, you can see they've just got a bit more detail to them. Now, if we keep going and we keep iterating on that, eventually we'll get something that looks really good. But as a first sort of, what is this, a third draft, it's not bad at all. And it looks really cool. Right? You can just build out your own games. If you spent a whole day on this, you could create something absolutely awesome, to be fair. Someone asks, what does the temperature do? So the temperature inside AI Studio will just make it more creative, right? So it's the creativity allowed in the responses. If you increase the creativity, if you increase the temperature, then it will be more creative in its outputs, but it's also more likely to break or to do something nonsensical as well, right? So that's coding this out now. We've got that good to go. Let's have a look and we'll just run that on the preview. So we're going to go to HTML code editor, plug that in. We'll have a look at liveweave.com. That tends to be better for previewing code, especially if it's something like this. And now we have the Roman market simulation, like you can see. To be fair, I mean, I actually think the outputs were better inside AI Studio than they are inside Gemini Advanced, because that's added more detail already. But yeah, you can see here the market stalls, the people, etc. You could also animate that as well. So you could go back inside Gemini, AI Studio, make the design more interesting and animated and lifelike. But I would say it's like the ultimate vibe coding tool right now, because you can just keep going back and forth with it. Very quick to make changes. Now, the other thing is here as well is if we pull this up and we compare it versus something like Claude. So let's do that. All right. And what we'll do is we'll just run exactly the same thing on both at the same time, right? To try and make it fair. So if we go back to a new chapter here, we've got 2.5 Pro Experimental, and then we've got Claude, which I would say is the second best option, right? So you've got two different options there. Again, this is for coding specifically. Like, this is what Gemini is really good at. So if we go into, for example, here, and we'll test which one creates the best outputs. So let's see what we got. Yeah, we can try with the simple 3D car simulator in 3JS. So let's plug that into Gemini and we'll plug it into Claude. I'm going to give Claude the head start. So we'll hit enter on Claude, and then we'll hit enter on Gemini. And we'll see which one, number one, performs fastest and which one gives us the best outputs as well. I just need to select Canvas as well inside Gemini Advanced. Someone said, compare it against Quen as well. But Quen is just, from what I've seen so far, is so bad at outputs. So the other thing here as well is, like, by default, Claude doesn't have thinking mode selected. Whereas Gemini 2.5 Pro, you can see it automatically goes straight into thinking mode before it starts coding anything out. And you can see now it's coding out. Claude is doing the same thing, and we'll see which one comes up with the best outputs. So you can see here, let's have a look. This is crazy. All right, so they pretty much finished at the same time here. But what you can see is it's come back to us with this blue screen, my friends. Imagine if I was trying to do a tutorial on YouTube and I'm trying to show you some cool stuff that you can do with AI, and then the tool that I pay £150 a month for doesn't give me anything, but the tool that I've got completely for free inside AI Studio, it works perfectly. That's the big difference here. And look at this. We're zooming around. We're having the time of our lives driving this 3JS car, and it is working perfectly. Whereas if you go over to Claude, nothing is happening, right? I'm pressing up and down, I'm pressing the arrows, etc. It says speed is 100 kilometers an hour, but I can't see anything. And there's no preview here or anything like that, right? It's absolutely, that's what you get back from Claude. So you can see the difference here, exactly the same prompt, but Gemini just gives us way better outputs, like 10 times better. And also, it's very easy to deploy this. We could add more detail to it as well. We can zoom around the map, and we can build out as much detail as we want inside this project, and then deploy it as well in a subdomain. But it's miles above the second best coding tool in the world. And I think until Claude releases like version 4, it's just not going to be able to compete. It's nowhere near the same level. Now, the other cool thing here as well is if we go over to Open Router. So I've already shown you how to code and vibe code with it inside, for example. By the way, this is the output. It looks better now. But yeah, so I've already shown you how to, for example, code inside Gemini Advanced. I've shown you how to get free access to Gemini 2.5 Pro inside Google AI Studio. And if we take that iteration of what we created previously, let's see what we got back here. Yeah, look at that. It's just magical, isn't it? We've got people floating around. We've got people walking around the market stall. We created that in one shot, and it was incredibly easy. Let's pull this up full screen for you. Like, this is, I don't know if anyone here used to play Mega Drive back in the day or whatever. This is probably better graphics than something like an old school Mega Drive. It's kind of like when the N64 came out. So that's what we're looking at here, peeps. It's super powerful, easy to create stuff, easy to build stuff, and you don't even need to be a great prompter at this point, let alone need to code or understand what code is. It's incredibly easy. Now, if we go over to Open Router, we can also select models over here, and we can start coding with the models. For example, if we go to this page, I think we should have, I want to make sure, have we got Open Router on Google, have we got Google 2.5 Pro Experimental on Open Router? Here we go. All right. By the way, just make sure you filter by newest. I think Open Router has changed that recently. So if we click on here, we have the April model, but I can't see the latest model from Google. If we go on to the Open Router homepage here, yeah, it doesn't seem to be available on Open Router yet. But what you can do is if you go over to AI Studio, and then inside here, you're going to get an API key, then create an API key. Once you've done that, then you can go over to something called Visual Studio Code. I have the full recipe inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description, if you want like the instructions on how to set that up. And then from here, if we go over to Klein, then select Google Gemini. Let's see if we've got this available to code with. Here we go. All right, here's how to do it, right? So if you go inside Klein and then using 2.5 Pro, it's upgraded right here. So all you need to do is use 0325 in Klein, and that automatically points to the newest version. So if we go to 325, let's do that now. Klein inside the extensions, 325 is the one that you want to select. Then you're going to plug in your API key that you got from AI Studio earlier. And then inside this section, just make sure you do have Pro Experimental set up. And then inside here, if we X off here, we'll go back to the AI Profit Boardroom. And we'll just grab a random prompt from here. So let's see what we can do here. I'm going to grab that. Now, inside the custom instructions, I'm actually going to delete this stuff because I don't really use it that much. All right, let's hit save on that. And then we're going to plug this in. And I'm going to say generate a high converting landing page for my SEO agency. Just see what it pulls up. So this is using the latest version of Google Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental. And that was super easy to set up. And you can see here it actually gives you the API cost. So this is proof that you can code with it using the API for free, right? It's not costing you anything to use this. Before I start getting YouTube comments telling me it's not free. So it's created the HTML, now it's creating the CSS. Let's see what else we can build with in the meantime. So I'm going to say, let's have a look what we got here. Really, you want to use it for coding. So I'm just going to focus on coding related tools. Let's try a keyword research tool over here. Let's go inside Gemini now. Plug that in. Always select canvas and then hit enter. What I'm going to do in the meantime is go back to AI Studio. We'll try and create something cool in here. So you can code like 3 different projects here with Gemini, with AI Studio, and then also with Visual Studio Code. And then whilst you're waiting for the code to generate, it's quite easy to flick between the tabs and just test different stuff out. See what other cool stuff you can build, right? So I'm going to say, okay, 3JS, SEO related game for my SEO agency, focused on building backlinks. Make it fun and interesting, like a 3D runner game for SEOs. Make the graphics awesome. Code in HTML. Then if you press Command and Enter, that'll just run the prompt so you can get the outputs. In the meantime, we've now got the tool back from the AI-powered research tool. So it's created a keyword research tool that we can just plug in an API key and some ideas of like keywords we want to generate, right? So for example, if we put dogs inside the niche, and then inside the API key, I'm just going to grab that from AI Studio in the background. Basically, like you can build your own custom tools. Now, this is not guaranteed to work, right? Quite often when you build these types of tools, where you're plugging in your own API key, it can break. But let's see what we get back. So I'm going to copy and then plug this in, hit start keyword research. That's finding the keywords for us here. And I'm going to say it's not using AI to generate this. I'm going to say don't use presets, get the AI/API to generate keyword ideas based on whatever niche I type in. In the meantime, if we go back to the chat now, that is already generated. It's ridiculously fast. It's so fast, it's silly. Now let's go back to Live Weave and we'll test this out. We'll plug that bad boy in and we've created the SEO runner game. So you see here, for example, you have to get tools, you have to avoid the spam, you increasing your DA, etc. And it works pretty nicely. All right, then we've got the penalty and that messed us up. Now, again, if you want to improve this, just go back to your code here and just say, okay, make this more colorful, add much more detail to the whole level / runner, make it feel more realistic, and I'm going to add a retro vibe to it as well. Make the background like an SEO traffic chart. And then we'll run that and we'll see what we get back in a sec. In the meantime, this has come back to us with the new code and we can just keep flicking between everything. So we can vibe code like 3 things at the same time. because we're waiting for all the different pieces to finish, right? So if we hit start keyword research over here, boom, look at that. So it's actually worked now. Again, we just put one prompt there. Then we went back, always just give it the feedback on exactly what you want or what the problem is. And then we've got the keywords ready to go right here. And it's generated that using AI, right? You could also say, okay, like tailor the outputs more to the topic, right? So what is dogs? Obviously not grammatically correct. And maybe some of these are like placeholder keywords as well. So say, okay, make sure you avoid placeholder keywords. Make sure the keywords are generated with AI. Tailor the keyword ideas specifically to the topic I type in. Example, dog. You come up with keyword ideas like cool dog names using the AI and the API. Now, if we go back to Visual Studio Code, that's finished now. We can hit run command and open this up. And we've got the one-shot page right here. There's parts of this that I just don't think that, and I've always found this with Gemini particularly. I've never found it with Claude so much. But when you use the API directly inside Visual Studio Code, quite often the outputs are not as nice as running it through the canvas inside Gemini, right? So there's just one thing to bear in mind, but you can see how you can code stuff for free, and it's pretty easy and simple to use right there. Now we go back to Gemini here, and we've got the outputs again. This is the improved runner game. We'll go back to Live Weave over here and test it, right? So you can see here now it's messed up the code a little bit, and we can't see anything, we can't see any characters, etc. So if I was like going back, I would just ask it to improve that. And you can see that it's not perfect, right? We've tested it to the limits, which is what I wanted to show you today. I don't want to show you like, oh, this is perfect if it's not. And you've got to see like the pros and the cons of this. But essentially you can see how this works step by step. And then additionally, if we go back to Gemini now, we've got the new version right here. So let's plug in the API key again, see what we get back. And then we've got some keyword ideas there. I still think that could be improved a lot. So you can see the pros and the cons of this. Like, it can create the basics pretty quickly, but it does mess up a little bit. I don't know why it's simulating. It should be using the actual API call. So I'm going to say, make sure you do a live API call inside the tool, not a simulated one. The other thing you can do here is if you go to NA10, so if we log into NA10 here, right, you can actually build, I think I've actually cancelled my NA10 account, that's why. But you can actually build for free using NA10 as well, just using the API from Google as well. So it's quite easy to set up like agents. I've actually got some examples of how to do that inside the AI Profit boardroom, right? So if you want to learn how to use this stuff, you can actually just type in NA10 here, and then you'll see all my best workflows, including like how to use stuff like Google Gemma and Google Gemini 2.5 Pro for free inside NA10 to build whatever you want. Like you can see right here, we've got the full details. Like, so today we've covered all the ways that you can code with Gemini and what the tool does, how powerful it is, and what it can create, right? And also the limitations of this, where it gets stuck and where it messes up. So you know it's not perfect. I've shown you what it can and can't do. And yeah, you get the point here. So we've shown you Gemini. I've shown you AI Studio. We've looked at N8N. We've also looked, for example, at Visual Studio Code. There's one more tool that I want to show you today, and that is Windsurf. Because I know you've probably heard the news that I think ChatGPT is buying them for $3 billion, something crazy like that, right? So if you want to use Windsurf, let me show you an example, right? So let's open up a new project here. I'll close that one. Then we can just open up a new folder and we'll create a new one. We're going to open that up. I think they've just released actually, so you can see it's downloading the update in the top right here. They've actually just released Windsurf version 8. And then you've got these two options, right? So you can use chat or you can use write. And then we're just going to restart this to update to the new version. By the way, these are all the new features inside Windsurf 8, as you can see. So these are new changes. I think this literally just came out, yeah, May the 6th. So it's a brand new update. And you can also see Gemini 2.5 Pro is available down there. So if we go to Windsurf now, I click that. Let's load this bad boy up. Windsurf is totally failing on me. All right, great. All right, at least you know then as well. Maybe you can't use it inside Windsurf. I'm just being 100% transparent with you, and you can see what works and what doesn't work today as well. So, thanks very much for watching. Some people are saying Windsurf is more like Wind Crash. I would agree with you today. It definitely let me down last part of the game. Usually it's pretty good. Fair enough. They get purchased for 3 billion. You can't open it up. Doesn't make sense to me. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to the AI Profit Boardroom with all my best workflows, templates, SOPs, etc., including how to code with all of the tools I've shown you, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Inside the community as well, you can ask any questions that you have. It also comes with weekly Q&A calls. And additionally, all my best courses, agents, workflows, templates, and daily updated SOPs. We update this bad boy every single day with new updates on all the latest stuff that's happening right now. Additionally, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars on autopilot, feel free to get that link in the comments description, and we'll show you exactly how to increase your SEO traffic, get more leads, traffic, and sales for free using SEO. One thing I want to try, I've totally forgotten about this, but I want to try it right now. So let's give it a whirl. And that is Bolt DIY. So I'm going to shut down Windsurf. Shame on you, Windsurf. And then what we can do here is we'll grab the instructions for setting this up, like you can see right here. And then we're just going to get this set up on terminal. All right, once you got it set up, we can go to the local host. If you ever have any problems setting it up with the SOP or whatever, or GitHub, whatever, just plug it into Claude. It will save you a lot of time. It'll tell you exactly what the problem is. And then what you can do from here is we're going to select Google. And from here, we're going to select, let's see what we got here, 2.5 Pro Experimental. Or you could use Preview. And then if you ever want to code with Pro, you can just go inside here, select the model that you want. So this is a brand new model, by the way. It's created May the 7th, right? So it's Pro Preview that you need to select. So then from here, we're just going to grab an API key from OpenRouter. So go to OpenRouter, top right, keys, create key. Then we're going to plug in the API key here. And then from here, let's test coding. So we'll just say, build, just for the sake of time, build a simple SEO calculator. And there you go. All right, super easy and simple to do. Paste in the article, paste in the keyword. Worked perfectly first time round. You can use Bolt DIY, set it up locally, code locally. And to be honest, it actually works. Plus it's free. Whereas Windsurf, it let us down directly on the video today. So thanks so much for watching. That is basically how to use all of this stuff, how to code with anything. We've talked through Bolt, Gemini AI Studio. We've also talked through Windsurf, Visual Studio Code, and NA10 as well. If you want to get all my best SOPs, templates, workflows, it's all inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We update the SOPs daily. We're adding new updates all the time. Plus, the community is absolutely awesome. And if you join, you can actually become an affiliate if you want to make money that way as well. And it's super simple and easy to get set up. So thanks very much for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Cheers. Bye-bye. Today, we have the new update from Google Gemini 2.5 Flash. So this is a brand new update. It's currently in preview mode, like you can see right here. And you can get access to it via the Gemini API in Google AI Studio or Vertex AI as well. We'll be comparing the benchmarks in a second. Bear in mind, 2.5 Flash is a thinking model, but you can actually switch it off inside Gemini directly here. So if we go to aistudio.google.com, you can start using it. From what I've seen, it is actually free to use for 1 million tokens. So you can see here it's got a token count. It doesn't seem to charge me anything for using this. I don't think I've even got my credit card plugged in here. And then we can switch between thinking mode or non-thinking mode. And it's pretty easy and simple to use. And so they've basically said, building on the popular foundation of 2.0 Flash, this new version delivers a major upgrade in reasoning capabilities whilst prioritizing speed and cost. So let's grab some prompts from the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments description if you want to get these. And then let's start testing it out. So what we're going to say here is, can you create a simple runner game in Three.js? So we'll test it out right now. I'm going to leave thinking mode on now because this is for like a coding task. which takes a bit of thinking and reasoning to start using it. And it's now running its magic like. So let's see how that performs. We'll come back to it in a second. In terms of how it's performing, so it says Gemini 2.5 models, thinking models, etc. On complex tasks that require multiple steps of reasoning, the thinking process allows the model to arrive at more accurate and comprehensive answers. In fact, Gemini 2.5 Flash performs strongly on hard prompts on LM Arena, second only to 2.5 Pro. Now, one of the biggest differentiators about this model is that actually it's a lot cheaper if you are coding with it directly. So if you're using the API directly from something like OpenRouter, it's way cheaper. All right. So for example, here, if we go to the models, we can see Google Gemini 2.5 Pro preview is available on OpenRouter. If we click on this, you can see how much it costs, and it is pretty cheap. So this is per million tokens, by the way, which is very cheap. We've got 2.5 Flash preview there as well. That is even cheaper, actually. This is the one we want to use. So if we go to 2.5 Flash preview, you can see here 0.15 per million input tokens. Output tokens 0.6. And that was created on April the 17th. Now, if we actually compare it and see where it's available to use, so we can use it inside Rucode, client, all the usual suspects right here. And let's go back to Gemini inside. This model is still coding out. We've got the code ready to go. Let's preview this on P5.js and we'll see how it performs. And actually, this is on HTML, so we can just run the code right here. So run it inside LiveWeave, test it out. We got the car ready to go. Seems to be sideways, but let's see what we got here. There we go. It's coded out perfectly, to be fair to it. The car itself is not great, but we've created a 3D game in like literally 2 seconds messing around with it. And one single prompt, one shot. Let's see if we can go off-road here. Look at that, we're flying. Absolutely flying. Not bad at all. It looks like we're coming to the end of the road here, but yeah, works perfectly. Nice. Cool, so let's keep going through. You can see the comparisons of the models. So we've got Gemini 2.5 Flash versus 2.0 Flash, and OpenAI, Claude 3.7 Sonnet, Grok 3, and DeepSeek R1. So if we compare the prices, as you can see, Claude 3.7 Sonnet is $3 per million tokens. Gemini 2.5 Flash is 0.15 per million tokens. So price and the cost difference is absolutely insane. It's performing pretty well on humanity's last exam. GPQA Diamond performing pretty well. So it's comparable. I always take these benchmarks with a little bit of pinch of salt, but it seems pretty good at coding from what I've seen so far as well. Basically, this is the most cost efficient thinking model, right? So you can code with thinking models, but it is a lot cheaper, and you can see how it performs right here. This is interesting as well. So they actually have a thinking budget that offers fine-grained control over the maximum number of tokens, right? So what does that mean? That means basically you can fine-tune this and set a budget for how much thinking you want it to do, right? How advanced you want the thinking to be. It offers fine-grained control over the maximum number of tokens. So the higher the budget, the more it's going to be. So for example, you might have prompts that require low reasoning, medium reasoning, or high reasoning, right? When you're coding this out. And so if something just requires a little bit of reasoning, then you can lower the budget and spend less tokens. Right? It saves you money as well. So it seems like you can get it inside Google AI Studio, which we were coding with before over here. You can also get it inside Vertex AI, and also it's available on OpenRouter as well. So let's see how this performs. We're going to plug this into Rucode over here. So I'm going to grab this prompt from the AI Profit Boardroom. Let's open up Rucode, grab that inside Visual Studio Code. I've got SPs on this if you want to learn how to set this stuff up inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And then from here, we are going to go to OpenRouter, and it's Flash that you want to be using, okay? And yeah, if you're wondering, this model did just come out today, literally a few hours ago. So it's a brand new model. So we'll use Flash Preview. You can switch between thinking and Flash Preview here. So we'll select Flash Preview for now. Hit save, hit done. And then inside here, we'll start coding out. So just going to use this prompt to generate a landing page and see how that performs. Should give us a price as well as we go through, or we can check the token count on OpenRouter if that doesn't give us a price. Pretty fast. So you can see the cost here. It's just ridiculous. It's not even a cent. It's cost us so far 0.0083 to run this. And we've just built the website. Seems really fast as well. Let's open that up, see how we get on. So that is the website ready to go. Obviously, it requires a lot more back and forth than that. But just to build a simple website out, pretty fast, pretty easy to do, super cheap. Wouldn't say it's as good as Claude 3.7 Sonnet, honestly, when you're building stuff out with that, but it does the job.
Let's have a look now. We'll test this out for building out a calculator landing page. So let's grab this. In fact, first thing I'm going to do is just say, can you improve the UI? Make it more colorful, sleek, and modern. I'm impressed with the cost and the speed. I'm not impressed with the UI so far. I still think Gemini Pro is going to do something a lot better than that. Let's go back to Gemini as well. So we can use this inside Gemini directly. So if you go inside Gemini Advanced, which is a paid model, you can switch between 2.0 Flash. Flash Pro is the one that just came out today. So it's 2.5 Flash. And then we can also use the canvas here. And I think that will give you better results for tools and that sort of thing, right? So if we grab this and we plug that through Gemini, honestly, I think you're going to get much better results. But let's see what we get back here. And the good thing is if it's a simple HTML canvas sort of thing, then you can quickly just build it and preview it inside the canvas here. So once this is done, we can click on preview and then test it out. Some people are saying this has comparatively low benchmarks. It depends what you're comparing it to, right? So for example, OpenAI 04 Mini is comparatively lower, right? But if you actually compare it to Claude 3.7 Sonnet, it is holding its own, right? So for example, Humanity's Last Exam, you can see here 12.1% for 2.5 Flash. It is outperforming Claude 3.7 Sonnet. For GPQA Diamond, it's pretty much the same as 3.7 Sonnet. Let's have a look what else we got here. For maths, it's outperforming Claude by a long way. I don't think you're going to beat OpenAI 04 Mini, but look at the price difference. It's literally almost 10x, isn't it? So, you know, that's the difference right here. When I've tested out 04 Mini as well, it takes ages to code with it, and it just wasn't that impressive. You check out my other videos on that. So we've got this back. Let's see what we got here. That is looking a little bit more like it. Honestly, it's pretty average. Let's have a look inside Gemini Advanced and see what we got here. Ah, that is just even worse, mate. Even worse, sunshine. All right, let's test something else out now. So what I'm going to see is, does this give us better outputs if we just ask for a very basic prompt and we don't make it too complicated? So if I say, okay, create the best possible SEO calculator you can with a beautiful plus changing color background and information selling my SEO agency on the page. Let's see what that does. It did pretty well in the game. It did pretty bad for you, but let's see what it comes back with on this. I wonder if it's good for creating content as well, because it's outperforming Claude 3.7 Sonnet, which is one of my best and favorite tools for creating content. So we'll test that out in a second. Yeah, that's just particularly average, isn't it? I think for UI, are you going to use that? It's definitely not. It's not the best. It's not the best, mate. I'll tell you that for free. If we switch over to, let me compare this side by side versus Pro. Right? So if we go over to Pro right here, and then we use exactly the same prompt, I can almost guarantee you're going to get better results. But let's see what we get back. So this is Pro Experimental, and we're testing the same prompt, but side by side versus Flash. I'm going to ask as well, in the meantime, just make the UI much nicer and more modern and sleek. Because you're never going to publish that website, right? That's even Bolt or something could do better than that. Some people are saying, I think 2.0 Flash is better than that. I would agree with that, I think, genuinely. I've not seen that bad UI for a long time. What's up, crowd? I just honestly, like, even on the review, it's not a great UI. It might be really good for other stuff, like, for example, coding the back end, or, for example, creating content, which we'll test in a second. But for coding out UI, you just wouldn't publish that, right? Like, it's way too basic. That gives you a much better style. You can improve the color contrasting right there. So if we say to it now, okay, just make the colors more contrasting, e.g. the font versus the background should be contrasting and easy to read, make the font more modern. But that definitely looks better than 2.5 Flash, which after a couple of revisions looks pretty bad. So I gotta say, I'm disappointed on the UI side for sure. All right, let's test something else out now. So what I'm going to say is make me a captivating endless runner game in P5.js. We'll do that inside AI Studio while the other two are coding out. Good thing with Google is that you can code in multiple tabs, and then whilst I'm talking to you, you can see the outputs from each. So we'll see what that comes back with as well. All right, so that was pretty trash. That's the output from 2.5 Pro, which I'd say is definitely better. Let's have a look what we got back from AI Studio here. In the meantime, we'll run a content prompt as well. So I'm going to grab this prompt right here, and we'll see how it performs for creating content. So we'll run Flash Experimental and test that out.
Again, though, just to reiterate, because I know some people will say, oh, this is not free, blah, blah, blah. I'm using 2.5 Flash Preview for free inside AI Studio. Gemini Advanced is a paid model, so you're not going to get it free there. If you use the API, you're not going to get it free. But if you code inside AI Studio directly using Flash Preview over here, then it shouldn't cost you any money from what I know. So I don't even have my billing details in here. So we've got the why is it coded in separate files? Here we go. All right, let's copy this. So we've got to P5.js and just test this. Plug that in, hit play, Dino Runner, Pixel Dino Runner, ready to go. Let's see what we get. Background's not bad. Game is working perfectly. UI is not great, but that's a one-shot prompt, which is pretty impressive, to be fair. I don't like the colors. Again, I think it does struggle on UI stuff. Like, I think that's what it's probably the worst at so far. Let's see how it does on creating the content. So let's talk about Grok AI and what it means for anyone serious about SEO and creating it. Banging content. You've heard the noise, right? Another AI, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the content is quite humanized. It reads decently. It's front-loaded the keyword. It's a pretty long article as well. Let's see how long that is with one prompt. Whoa. It just blasted out 2,000 words in one shot. That is crazy. Yeah, for content writing, it's pretty good as well. Let's just test it out in terms of AI detectability. Just going to plug this in here. I know, for example, when I've tested this out with other models recently, they come out undetectable completely. That one is not bad. It still passes the AI detector, but it's coming out at 12.3%, which is not as good as I've seen from other models. Let's see how it's performing on LM Arena as well. So if we have a look at the leaderboard here, we've got Gemini 2.5 Pro. Again, yeah, I would agree. I think 2.5 Pro is definitely a superior model. Obviously, it's more expensive to code with. ChatGPT coming out second, Grok 3, and GPT 4.5. And then you got Flash Preview coming in at, joint second right there. Not bad at all. Google are dominating. Look at the top 5. Google and OpenAI, absolutely dominating. Let's just go back to the benchmarks and see which one is the best for maths. So we've got the Amy maths test over here. So if we have a look, Gemini 2.5 Flash, 78%. Gemini 2.0 Flash, there's a huge difference. It's a massive step up from its previous counterpart. OpenAI 04 Mini, though, is just destroying maths. Look at that. Like, it's absolutely destroying everyone. Grok 3 Beta says 93%, but when I've tested Grok 3 recently, I wasn't that impressed, to be honest. So I think if you're going to pick any model for maths, just go with OpenAI 04 Mini. Seems to be a lot better. Let's see how much it's costing us then. If we go back into Open Router and we'll go inside activity and just check what the pricing is. So when we're using it, to give you an example, right, if we're using Claude 3.7 Sonnet, it's going to rinse us for credits. If we start using something like Gemini 2.5 Flash, you can see here 0.00262. So it's super cheap, but also look at the speed here. So you see the speed is 142 tokens per second. Compare that to something like Claude, which is 53 tokens per second when I've used it previously. GPT 4.1, 82.4 tokens per second. So, you know, in terms of speed, I don't think you're going to beat Flash from what I've seen, 199 tokens per second there. So it seems a lot faster and it's a lot cheaper to code with as well. I want to see as well, is it directly available inside NA10? So we'll go inside our workflows inside NA10 and just have a cheeky gander here. Sign in, see what we got. So let's see here. I'm going to clone this Optimus Alpha AI agent. We'll duplicate that. And we'll call this Gemini 2.5 Flash agent inside NA10. If you want to get all my best workflows, by the way, for NA10, we've got tons inside the AI profit boardroom. Just go inside the classroom and then go to the NA10 template section here. And you can see like we've got a redonkulous amount of NA10 templates that you can steal from us. So let's have a look here. We're going to switch this now to Google 2.5 Flash, and we just use preview, not thinking, and just test this out. All right, so this is just super basic agent, just like a helpful assistant. I just want to see how it performs, how fast it is, etc. Yeah, it's pretty quick, isn't it? It's pretty quick. That might be one of your best AI workflows for creating like customer chatbots and stuff on the website, because you could just deploy this. It's going to be really fast. You load up the AI agent with all your best knowledge, etc. inside the memory or inside the system message. And also, yeah, you should be good to go on that. Really easy and simple to set up. Let's see what other people are saying about this. So if you go over to Twitter, so Logan announced Gemini 2.5 Flash here. our first unified reasoning model with thinking budgets. I do the fact that it gives you options on thinking budgets and that sort of thing. If you compare here, so this is the arena score, so LM arena score versus the price, and you can see 2.5 Flash is right at the top in terms of arena score, but also way cheaper than your average sort of models to use. Let's give it something a bit more advanced now. So what I'm going to say, and this is something that works really well inside Gemini 2.5 Pro. If we go to the SEP section, then we're going to scroll down and to the master list of prompts, and we're going to create an interactive water molecule simulation. So to do this, I'm going to use Canvas inside 2.5 Flash, see what we get back. In the meantime, just in case that doesn't work, we'll use the chat. Also, what's interesting inside AI Studio now, they've separated each model. So you got 2.5, Gemini 2 Preview, Gemini 1.5, and Gemma, right? So if we go to preview models, you've got a couple of options there, but obviously we want to be using 2.50 Preview. Now, for this, we're going to use the thinking mode. We can set a thinking budget, so we can switch this around here, and then let's plug that in, hit enter, and see what we get back in a sec. There we go. That's pretty good, to be fair. Let's speed this bad boy up, slow it down. Yeah, that worked perfectly, didn't it? Pretty good. Let's build Flappy Bird, a classic. And by the way, if you want to see like real business use cases, because obviously these prompts are fun and nice and that sort of thing, but if you actually want to see, okay, how are we implementing all this stuff inside our business and actually making money with it, then check out the crash course inside the classroom of the AI Profit Boardroom. So if you go in here, you'll see all these different methods that we've used to automate. So for example, like automating emails, our customer service and sales team, they've been able to automate a lot of their emails using this module right here. We have Twitter automations, newsletter, shorts, AI avatar videos, Fathom, Zapier, etc. Like loads of cool stuff in there if you want to check it out. So let's go back. We've got Flappy Bird ready to go. Is that working? It doesn't seem to have done anything, right? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's not amazing. But I think it'll be really good for developers, because if it's cheap to build apps with, then obviously SaaS is going to become a lot more profitable to build AI apps with. And so that could lead to good things. But from what I've seen, it's okay. It's not as good as Gemini Pro 2.5 experimental. It is cheap for developers. You do seem to be able to use it for free inside AI Studio. It can give decent outputs, like for example, the interactive water molecule simulation. But would I switch between these? I probably wouldn't use it. In videos, it's probably just going to let me down. When I'm using it inside automations, it's going to let me down quickly. But it might be really good as well for NA10 workflows, because it's super fast and cheap to use inside there. All right, so thanks so much for watching. If you want to get all my automations and practical use cases of how to grow your business and make more money and save time with AI, feel free to get the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. Comes with all my best automations for email, social media, all this stuff I'm actually using inside my business as well, by the way. SEO automation, NA10 templates, my crash course based on everything we use. There's also a weekly Q&A calls here, so if you ever get stuck or lost or whatever, you can jump on the Q&As and ask any questions you have. And inside the community, if you ever get stuck, you can ask 673 people for any tips that you have. And you can see here, we're just constantly updating this. So we've got tons of updates that just came out this week, if you want to check that out. Additionally, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to get that. Link inside the comments description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars on autopilot with SEO. Feel free to get that. We'll give you a custom tailored game plan, and you'll learn exactly what's working for us based on all our happy clients, like you can see right here. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate it, and I'll see you on the next one. Cheers, bye-bye. Cursor and Gemini 2.5 Pro are absolutely insane. I actually just built this Tetris game in one single click. I'll show you exactly how to do it, but it works perfectly. So you can see here, for example, we've got all the pieces of the Tetris puzzle. We can move them around. We can switch these back in over here. And this is just working beautifully. All right. It's incredibly easy to set this up using Gemini Pro. Now, I actually think from what I've seen on the tests and when I've been building with it, Gemini Pro seems to actually be better than Claude in many ways, Claude 3.7 Sonnet. But the difference is, of course, if you're coding directly with AI Studio and aistudio.google.com, then you can actually get free APIs. So you can code for free using this and then build whatever you want, like games, tools, apps, websites,
This is just one silly little example, but you can see how easy it is and it functions perfectly. All right, so if you want to set something like this up, what you can do is you can download Cursor, and then inside Cursor, for example, literally all we said was like create a Tetris game right here. And then you can see it went off and coded it and created the logic. And then we've actually got the index HTML ready to go. And if you want to choose Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental, you just click it down here. You can also switch between auto select, so Cursor can switch between them, and you can also enable thinking. But for this project, I didn't even enable thinking. It was really simple and easy to do. And then it coded out the HTML over here. And if we open that up in Finder, so we'll open that up. And then if we grab a new Chrome, plug this in over here, you can see it's ready to go. If you actually want to host something like this, you can go over to Netlify. So we can log into Netlify over here, add a new site, import an existing project, grab the folder. All right, so you just grab that folder and then plug it into Netlify drop right here. Pretty simple stuff, really easy to do. So let's try and build some more stuff with this right now. Just gonna open up a new tab. So a new chat over here. We've got Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental. And I'm going to say, okay, create a really sleek and interesting keyword research tool for SEO. Make the design the best it can be. All right. And then I'm going to say, okay, and promote these links with Alex Hormozi style sales copywriting per app. And then we'll put the funnel links underneath, like you can see. And then all we need to do here is just hit send, and that should start doing its magic, all right? Now, you can use something like, for example, Visual Studio Code, and then you can start from there using root code or Cline to build something similar. But honestly, it's going to run out of tries pretty quickly. That's the problem. Is like when you're building stuff out with the main API from Gemini, it seems to hit the limit on requests really quickly. So for example, if we select Google Gemini Pro Experimental inside, for example, root code here, we'll test out the results side by side. So I'll take exactly the same prompt and we'll test the results. All right, so we're going to plug this into Visual Studio Code. We're using Google Gemini to build that out, and we'll see what it comes back with in a second. All right, so you see here how there's an error. Super annoying. So we've hit the limits. It says resource exhausted. And so that's the problem right now. It seems like the API is just being rinsed and super hard to use. Whereas, for example, we've got the file ready to go. So it's created the HTML, etc. to make this fully functional, blah, blah, blah. We'll accept all the files. Let's just see what that looks like so far. So plug this on a new tab, grab the index.html, and there we go. Keyword research tool ready to go. Let's press this now. Is it working? Yeah, look at that. Perfect. All right. So if you compare the difference here, like Cursor is way better for coding with Gemini 2.5 Pro. Obviously, this is mock data. So you would want to insert like API integration. We can actually do that in a second. And then you can see on the page here, it's got links to our funnels, right? Now, if you compare this versus what root code did, so if we go back to Visual Studio Code, I'm a big fan of root code actually, but you can see here how it's not going to go off and do stuff for us. Like we have to click run command, we have to mess around quite a bit. Whereas inside Cursor, we're good to go on that, right? We just give it one prompt. It's like, boom, here you go. And you've got that page ready to go. What we can try from here is setting up the API integration. I also like the fact that it's told us this is mock data, right? So the AI is not trying to mislead us and tell us, oh yeah, this is ready to go, etc. It's just found mock data. So what we're going to do now is we'll go back to Cursor, open this chat up, and we're going to say from here, okay, create the backend API integration with ChatGPT. API plus make the design more modern, interesting, and sleek. And now you can see it's beginning to code all of that out. So it seems a lot more autonomous. Whereas, for example, if we go back to root code here, we have to keep clicking save and go ahead and all that sort of thing. The biggest difference, though, however, of course, is like Cursor is like $20 a month for the pro plan like this. But if you get better results, you save time, it's 100% worth it. Whereas, for example, Code, it's free, but it's going to take you more time. And then you have to click save and run and everything else as you keep going through this. Also, I think this will run out of API requests, whereas inside Cursor, it's going to start doing this magic pretty quickly. So let's see what we got here. Next steps, build backend, integrate the OpenAI. Okay. And I'm going to say, okay, create this, but let the user insert their own API key into it. And so like you can build your own sort of SaaS tools, apps, or whatever you want using this process. Pretty simple and easy. So it's beginning to do its magic right here. You can see it's editing the code. Okay, so now it says, now the user can enter their keyword and open API key. When they click find keywords now, the browser will directly query the OpenAI API key and show the formatted text response from ChatGPT in the results area. Remember the security implications of the front end only approach. If you use front end instead of creating like a whole back end server, then obviously it's going to be a lot faster and easier to implement. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click index.html. Bear in mind, like I'm not really a Cursor expert, but it's pretty easy to set up, right? Like it's quite intuitive. It's really easy and clean to set up. So now we can insert the API key and we can plug in our keyword. So I'm just going to grab from OpenAI an API key here. All right. So if we go to platform.openai.com and I'll grab an API key, just go to dashboard and then API keys over here. Hit create new secret key. Obviously I'm going to delete this afterwards, but I'm just showing you it as an example. And let's just check this actually works, because sometimes you can build this stuff out with, for example, Bolt, but Bolt.new and tools like that, like they often break when you're using the API key. So let's see what we get here. We're going to click find keywords now. It's asking the AI. It looks like it's actually used the AI, so it worked perfectly first time around. But you see how the UI is, number one, not that nice. Number two, it should be generating the results really here. Like we need to make it cleaner. So I'm just going to take these actions and put it here. Let's say make the UI cleaner, more modern, and better designed. Make it the best it can be for front-end design, right? Then for the keyword results, make this feel like a beautiful SaaS tool. What else do we need to do here? So we're going to go back here. Yeah, it's just super bland right now, the way it's designed. And also there's like lots of space on the page. So much space on the page, and it's way too bland. I'm also going to say, also give me search volumes, keyword difficulty, etc. on keyword research. The best you can possibly be. Ahead to so the other cool thing here as well is like we can switch between API keys really quickly. So, you know, if we wanted to say use Claude 3.7 Sonnet Max, which is typically better for front end and usually more expensive, but we're using this inside Cursor, so it should be a lot easier, then we should be able to get better results. We can switch between them, or we can just use Think Auto Select and get it to do that. It's magic right there, but it's pretty good as well. So let's see what we get back here. I also like the speed of this. Like you can see how fast this is, whereas, you know, quite often if you're using Code does not even create the tool yet. We're still waiting for that to be done. This requires like a lot more button pressing and just going to yes, approve, etc. Even when it's selected on auto approve. So it's created this tool. So this is the tool from Code. If we hit run command here, let's see what we got. I actually prefer, to be fair, the front end of Code for the tool is much nicer than the front end from Cursor, which is pretty interesting. But let's go back here. We'll type this in, see what we got. It's got a nice little CTA there as well. And we didn't have to prompt it properly for that either. Let's go back to Cursor. All right, so it's promising me that this will be a lot nicer. Let's have a look and see what we got here. So we're going to open up the new version, plug it in. Here we go. And we've got the keyword. Let's grab the API key, hit find keywords. And it's generating over here. So it does look better. It's not perfect, but this looks a lot nicer than it was previously. So it says find winning keywords, AICO, find keywords, plugged in the API key. Works perfectly. It's also got some nice CTAs here. I just think we need to change the color scheme of the page, but it's looking decent. And then we've got the keywords and estimated volume and all that sort of thing. And it also says found gold, turn those keywords into cash, learn the SEO Elite Circle. Blueprint at the bottom. So we're beginning to get something that looks better, right? It's got a lot more functionality than it did previously. Like this is the old version. It was pretty nasty, but this version is a lot nicer. So let's go back now. And I'm going to say, okay, the design has to be more beautiful, sleek, interesting, and modern. Right now, page background is just white, and it doesn't feel modern at all. I'll say, could you create something that's really sleek, like, for example, the UI of Airbnb, something like that. Give it some examples, see if that improves it. We'll wait for that to generate, see what we get back. But you can see the evolution is pretty big between the first generation versus the generation that came after that. It looks a lot nicer with all these ratings and that sort of thing. Here we go. Open that up. I hope this looks a lot nicer. Let's see what we get. It's just not that interesting, is it? So average. All right. Here's what we're going to do. So I'm going to say, using my brand colors, I'll say add like animations, relevant SEO, icons, make the page fun, interesting. Click 10. This is a $100 million SaaS tool. I think part of the game here is like just figuring out what prompts are going to get the best out of this page. So I'm going to run that again. It does seem insistent on just having a blank white screen, which doesn't make any sense at all. The images are looking better. I mean, the buttons here are looking better. Let's see what we get back now. In the meantime, I'm just going to open up a new window. And what you can also do if you go to your settings over here is you've got a bunch of new features, right? So for example, if you go to MCP over here, you can actually add MCP servers inside Cursor as well. And then it looks like you have to create an MCP file for that to work. Also got a bunch of features here, some new rules. So you can add like different rules inside here as well. And then you can select which keys you want to use. Now, if you want to use your Google API key directly, you can just plug it in here. Same for Anthropic and OpenAI as well, and Azure. So Azure will help you. I think you can, for example, like host that through the Azure API. And then there's also a bunch of new features here. I've not used this for a while, so that's what I'm saying. But you've got, for example, like the web search tool. You have all these sort of auto accepts or partial accepts. And yeah, it's definitely improved a lot since I last used Cursor. So let's go back here. We should have this ready to go. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking, my friends. All right. So let's try this again now. I'm going to grab this API key, plug it in here. We'll put, for example, SEO agency. Hit find keywords. Do these links work? Yeah, we're good to go on those. Beautiful. And then you can see on the results here, it's broken it down. So we've got the keyword phase, SEO agency, estimate volume, difficulty, CPC, and informational, right? So whether it's like, for example, a commercial intent, navigational, informational, etc., and we're good to go on that. And then, yeah, that is looking a lot nicer. I think that's actually probably ready to deploy. So what we're going to do from here is let's go down here. Let's have a look. So if we go into this, review on Finder, going to copy those files, and then we'll create a new folder, and we'll call this keyword tool. All right, and then I'll show you how to deploy this as well. So if we paste in those files over here, all right, and then we're going to go over to Netlify, and I'll deploy this so that you can use it as well if you want to. All right, so we'll import this, try Netlify drop, we'll grab the folder that we just created, just plug that in, wait for that to upload, and then boom, look at that, it's hosted on a subdomain. So we've got that ready to go, it's hosted at netlify.app. You can test out if you want to, just copy that URL. I'll include it inside the AI Profit boardroom as well, along with an SOP if you want to steal this from me. But essentially, that's how easy it is to create like a nice looking SaaS tool that works with an API key using Cursor and Gemini 2.5 Pro, right? And also, you can see how easy it was to build Tetris using this process. Like you can build apps, tools, games, whatever. And Gemini seems to be a lot better for building games out, right? Really simple and easy to do. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get the SOP from today, feel free to get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This comes with all of my best workflows, tips, SOPs, templates, agent templates, etc. And I'll include an SOP inside the SOPs whole collection section over here for today's video on Cursor if you want to build this stuff out. Also comes with a crash course, Q&A call recordings, weekly Q&As for me. So you can jump on the weekly Q&As here and ask me any questions you have. And inside the community as well, you can post any questions you have. Then you've got 600 members dedicated to making more money and saving time with AI. So if you want to join the community, make sure you join actually now, because we've only got until the end of March before the prices go up. So at the end of March, prices are going up. You want to lock in your legacy price right now before it goes, and you can get access to that link inside the comments and description. Additionally, if you want to get a free SEO strategy session, feel free to get that. And on this free SEO strategy session, we'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free link building acceleration session, you get a free SEO domination plan, discover the secrets of SEO link building, answer any questions you have. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients, like you can see right here. Feel free to get that link in the comments and the description. The new Google Gemini 2.5 Pro update just released at Kraken, and it is absolutely free, all right? So what I'm going to show you now is how to build a game where we can just drive a car around. And, you know, there's all sorts of crazy examples. I'll show you how to build like a full chess game and all sorts of crazy stuff in a second. You know, we can drive around, we can do whatever we want. We can go through this little train bit here. We can build crazy stuff. Go backwards and forwards, all right? And it's really easy to build this stuff out, right? I think it's just bugged out completely there, but you get the point. So let me show you exactly how to build it. This is based on the new update that just came out like a couple of days ago from Gemini 2.5 Pro. I think, honestly, most people don't understand how powerful this is and how much of a game changer it is, right? It's totally changed everything, because not only is this like an awesome thinking model, not only is it beating, for example, powerful AI models like Claude in its benchmarks, but it's also incredibly powerful for like building out coding and taking an idea that you have in your head and turning it into reality, right? So you can see it in terms of the benchmarks here. It's pretty much outperforming all the main models for most of the benchmarks here. So for example, like Humanities Last Exam or Amy Maths Test is outperforming some of the most powerful models in the world, but at the same time, it is completely free to use, right? So if you want to go to aistudio.google.com, you can click on create prompt. And then from here, you can just type in your prompt and whatever you want to do. The other way that you can do this is you can grab an API key like you see right here. Then we can navigate to something like Visual Studio Code. And inside Visual Studio Code, we can start coding with the API inside extensions like Client and Root Code, right? So if we go to the settings over here, we can select Open Router, Google Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental, and it's free. Doesn't cost you anything, but it's the best AI model in the world. How is that possible? And yeah, you can use it completely free inside aistudio.google.com. The other thing to note here is if you go into gemini.google.com/app, that's going to be paid, right? So you have to pay for the model inside Gemini Advanced if you want to use 2.5 Pro Experimental. Don't do that. Instead, do this. Go to AI Studio, go to Create Prompt, and then in the model section over here, go to Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental, and you can select whatever you want, right? And it is literally breaking the internet. Let me show you some examples, right? So a lot of people are saying this is literally the best model for code. So it's extremely powerful, 1 million token context, doesn't just agree with you, Flash is a genius, etc. Great tweet from McKay Rigsley. You can also see some of the other stuff people are building. So like this dinosaur game, I actually built that as well, and I'll show you exactly how to do it in a sec. And, you know, people are even building like crazy plane flight simulators, like you can see right here. And it's not just limited to coding. It can do so much more, but that just gives you an idea of how powerful this is. And wow, my video just popped up right there as well. That's what we like. Julian Goldie rep in here. All right, so let me show you some other cool stuff. So for example, Poonam Soni, she did this awesome tweet on like the comparisons. So you got Gemini 2.5 Pro over here versus GPT-01 Pro. Like which one is doing a better job? For sure, if you look at the realism here, I'm going to go with Gemini 2.5 Pro, right? Like the physics and everything else look 10 times nicer versus GPT-01 Pro, right? And that's the difference here. It's like one of them's just better at coding. One of them creates better options, right? This car game we actually just created. And I'm going to run you through like some of the best prompts and how you can build this stuff out right now, okay? So
let me show you some examples of what we built. So if you want to build the 3D car simulator, all you're going to do, simple stuff, you just say, can you create a simple 3D car simulator with 3.js and a single HTML? Add clouds, mountains, roads, some trees, and a train going around, right? Make sure it works on mobile. It's going to use its thinking mode, like you see right here. We have 2.5 Pro Experimental figured out. And then once you've done that, you're going to see all of this right here, okay? Now, this is actually coded in HTML. So all you're going to do is, I mean, there's two options here. You can download it, and then you can actually grab that code, drag it in here, and start using it like so. Or the other option is you can go over to something like LiveWeave, as you can see right here, and start using it that way. And if it ever breaks or anything like that, just refresh the page and you're ready to go on now, okay? Pretty amazing stuff. Now, it's probably not going to be like perfect first time around, but you get the point. Like, it's incredibly easy to do. It looks pretty cool. Graphics are super nice. And it did it in one shot as well, right? Like, there's no messing around here. Like, it literally did it. Let's see if we can crash into that. All right, there we go. And then if you want to keep building out the rest of the game, you can just go back inside aistudio.google.com and start doing its magic. All right, so that's how to build prompt 1. I'll include all the prompts inside the AI Profit Boardroom if you want to get that link inside the description if you want to use this stuff. But yeah, incredibly easy, very, very fast. So let me show you how easy and fast it is actually to generate this. So if we take that exact same prompt and we'll start a new chat now. So we'll create prompt, then we're going to click on this and we shall say, okay, same thing, right? I like to press Command and Return just to send that quickly over. You've got a timer here, so it shows you how long it takes to respond, right? So if you actually open up the thinking, it's thinking out the whole process, etc., looking at how long it takes. And you can see it's using this magic right there. So it's going to plan out and reason this. This is not a base model. So for example, something like DeepSeek version 3, the new version, that is a base model, which means that it's not designed for reasoning, right? Whereas if you use, for example, something like this is a reasoning model, which means it's much better for coding, much better for maths, etc., right? And you can see how quick it's generating that code. Like, it's incredibly fast. So it blasts it out. I mean, it's going to be quite a lot of code, but it pretty much codes it perfectly. And the good thing about this is you don't even need to be able to code or understand this stuff. All you need to be able to do is just download the HTML file and then drag it into a new tab, right? Like, that's pretty much it. So it's still coding out right now. Let's see where we're up to. Finished off. All right, so that took 66 seconds to generate this game. Now, imagine if someone was coding that out. How long would this take? Absolutely, to think about it. And someone very skilled as well, right? Now, what you can do is you can click the download option here. We've got the download ready to go, and then we'll drag it in, and we have the game ready to load, right? Pretty simple stuff. So if you want to build other stuff, here's another example. So this is fully working chess game in HTML. All right, so we asked it to generate a fully working chess game. Now, if we go back to liveweave.com, we'll delete that, and then we'll plug this in, and we have the chess game. All right, chess game ready to go. So the code is in the top left. All we need to do is copy and paste HTML, nothing else. And then let's test this works. So can we play? It looks like we can, right? So I can't move this to black because it's a white's turn. So let's try that out again now. There we go. And it gives you the move history as well on the right-hand side. Again, this was coded out in one single prompt. Absolutely wild. So we just said, make a fully working chess game in HTML. It's like, here you go. Just go off and use it, right? No messing around, no back and forth prompting or anything like that. So if we move the black pawn over here, we can decide to move forward, or we can move to the left-hand side. And yeah, incredibly easy. We can also move that, and it works perfectly, right? How cool is that? How amazing is that? So there's all sorts of crazy stuff you can build with this. This is just a start. Let me show you some other stuff. So you can see here, this was an awesome tweet from Petri. I don't want to even try and pronounce his surname, but awesome tweet. Make sure you follow him on Twitter. And you can see he built like this Space Invaders game. All right. So let's try and test the same prompt out now. And I actually did that earlier, as you can see right here. So I copied and pasted the same prompt from Petri, like you can see, and really simple and easy, coded out as HTML again. All right. And then we're going to take that code, copy that over. We'll go back to LiveWeave. All right, and we'll paste that in. Let's see if this works. So we've got the Space Invader controls at the bottom.
And then you can see here now it's working perfectly, all right? And then I think we want to collect these health scores. So yeah, we just collect the health scores. And then we're having a jolly good time here, peeps. All right? I'm live streaming and coding and building out games, and it's effortless. And I didn't spend like 20 years learning how to code either. All right? So that's how cool this is, how powerful it is, etc. And we can get little speed boosts as well. And it works perfectly. Now, I honestly believe the Gemini 2.5 is the most powerful in the world for coding. I think it's going to be very hard to beat this, right? Like, considering it's free as well, and considering you can get an API and start coding with it. The only thing that would make it better is, of course, like if you could open source it, but Google are never going to do that. Like, that's the secret source, I guess. So I don't see Google ever open sourcing this model, but it's super powerful stuff, right? And yeah, you can also, for example, go into Visual Studio Code. Let me show you how to use this. So you want to download Visual Studio Code at code.visualstudio.com. Then from there, once you've installed it, go to extensions. And then from there, I think Klein is really good. Klein or Rucode, pretty good. Rucode is one of my favorites too. So if we select the Rucode icon on the left, once you've installed it, then we're going to go to settings, and then we're going to select Google Gemini Pro Experimental, right? Now, the way to do this is two different options. You can, number one, insert your Google Gemini API key, right? So you'd go to aistudio.google.com, click on Get API Key, and then from here, create API key, and you can grab an API key right there, right? Completely free to use. So you can grab one like that. All you can do is you can go back to here, and you can select Open Router. All right. Now, if you select Open Router inside the API key section here, you just go to openrouter.ai. Let me show you how to do that. There you go. And then once you've done that, select keys at the top right. Once you've signed in and created an account, click Create Key, and you'll be able to use the Gemini model. All right. So if we go back with our API key, we would plug it in here, select Google Gemini, and you can see how it says :free here. That means it's free to use. All right. So once you've done that, we can hit save, we can hit done. This is a multimodal model as well. So for example, that means that if we have something in mind that we want to create, then we can easily do it. So for example, let's go back to Live Weave. If we go back to Live Weave here with the HTML from the Space Invaders game, all right, we could take that, grab that image, copy it here, go back into Visual Studio Code, paste in that image that we just created, and say, okay, clone this game and recreate it in a simple HTML file. Right? Now, the benefit of this is that when you're doing this, and again, you see how there's some errors with the API key. So if there's some errors like that, you can just go back here, select Google, and then select Google Gemini. But you can see it's going off and doing this magic, right? So the way that you can do this, and we'll allow that, we'll hit save there, is that when you're doing this, like, you can save it locally. That means that when you reopen Visual Studio Code, you've got the code ready to save locally. So that's the benefit of using this instead of like Google AI Studio, which is going to save everything on your account, but you don't have it like to re-edit later and that sort of thing. It'll be a lot harder to find that. So that's basically how to build and create anything that you want. You know, the new update from Gemini 2.5 Pro, from what I've seen for coding specifically, is better than any other AI model out there, and it doesn't cost you a penny. But yeah, it's an absolute game changer. So if you want all the prompts from today and the examples, etc., I'll include that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. Price is going up this month. This is a community all focused on saving time and making more money with AI. So if you want to learn how to do that, feel free to get this stuff. And inside the SAP section here, we've got tons of training courses on, for example, like how to build anything with Gemini 2.5 Pro, including how to set up like AI Studio and how to use and build anything with Gemini 2.5 Pro in 9 or 10 different ways, like you can see. And also we've got a full course on like DeepSeek 3.1, NA10 MCP agents, whatever you want to learn pretty much when it comes to AI is all inside here. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. And inside the community, you can ask 578 members anything that you want about AI. So if you if you're struggling about something or you need a bit of support, etc.,
then feel free to post inside the classroom and we can help you out. Like you see right here, everyone gets an answer, right? So if you have a question, post inside the community and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. And everyone's here to just help each other out, like you see. So for example, Constantine was asking a question and 6 people actually just came back and answered. Yeah. And also there are live Q&A calls here. So you can jump on the weekly live Q&A calls, ask any questions you have, and we're happy to help you. Top of that, if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to get that link inside the comments description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. On this free SEO domination plan, you'll get a custom tailored game plan so you can generate more lead sales and profits from your website. You'll be able to ask any questions you have live on the call, and you learn how to 10x your SEO traffic. So if you want more free traffic, more customers, and more sales from your website, feel free to get that free SEO strategy session link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching, and thanks. Bye-bye. New Gemini 2.5 Pro, how to build anything. So today, what I'm going to show you is how to build basically anything in many different ways using the latest update that just came out 24 hours ago from Gemini 2.5 Pro. And the coolest thing about this is actually free to use if you have the right techniques. I'll show you exactly how to do that. By the way, if you want all of these for the stuff that I show you today, you can get it inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Just go down to Gemini Pro 2.5 Pro down here, and you can get access to everything right here, including all these techniques that I'm about to show you. I'm going to show you 9 different ways to build anything that you want using Gemini 2.5 Pro. And we're going to kick it off with something interesting called Bolt DIY. Now, Bolt DIY is a really powerful to start using AI to build stuff locally, right? And it's kind of like Bolt.new, but Bolt.new is a paid tool where you have to pay to build SaaS or apps or that sort of thing. But you can actually use it for free directly inside Bolt Local. So let me show you exactly how to set this up, how it works, etc. First thing that you're going to do is you're going to go to Terminal, right? And then inside Terminal, let me show you how to do this. By the way, if you want access to all this stuff, you want to learn how to do this stuff, get it inside the AI Profit Boardroom. I've got full SOPs and all this stuff and how to do it right here. And we're just going to get straight into this, all right? So if you want to start coding locally with Gemini 2.5 Pro to build apps, games, tools, etc., then you can use this terminal command like you can see right here. And then we're going to npm install like you can see. Just going to paste that in. Then from here, we're going to use this. All right. Next up, what we're going to do is npm run dev that bad boy. All right. And then that's just going to start running this. Boom shakalaka. That was easy, wasn't it? Then what we're going to do is we're going to open this up. So this is running locally now. It's kind of like a free version of Bolt.new, right? So you don't need to pay for this. It's completely free to use. And if you select Open Router in the settings right here, scroll down, you can get access to the latest version of Google Gemini 2.5 Experimental, right? And this is how you can start coding stuff, right? So you can switch to Google over here, but I can't see 2.5 Pro Experimental in the list. So the best way to use this, start coding with the API key, which is going to connect Google and its AI to Bolt.local. Then you just select Gemini Pro 2.5 Experimental for free down here. And then what we need to do from this part is start getting an API key and plugging it in, right? So you see where it says Open Router API key, that's where we're going to get an API key and plug this in. Now, if you want to get an API key, pretty simple stuff. So you're going to go to openrouter.ai and you can get a free API key and then use this for free. All right. So if you go to the key section over here, we can just click create a key. I'll do that off screen. And then from here, we can start getting into the magic of coding with Bolt Local. Now, even if, for example, sometimes with these APIs, they don't work, right? So, you know, if it's a beta or if it's just been released like 24 hours ago, sometimes these don't work. But I'm going to plug in this API key. Hopefully it'll work. And if it doesn't, I'll show you other ways to do this in a sec, right? So if we say build a to-do list app inside here, all right, we're using Google Gemini Pro 2.5 Experimental. This is starting to build out our app that we asked it to develop, right? And you see how fast it is, how easy it is to do using Bolt DIY. And bear in mind, right, if we go onto Bolt.new, so that's the to-do list. We'll come to that in a second. But if we go to Bolt.new, you have to pay, right? So if you go to my subscription here, if you want 10 million tokens, it's $20 a month. You want $26 million tokens, $50 a month. 120 million tokens, $200 a month, right? But if you want very similar functionality completely for free with a free API, then just set up Bolt DIY, and you've seen how I set it up in 2 seconds. If you want the instructions for setting up, it's inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. So from here, we can start building whatever we want, right? So for example, I've got a to-do list app right here. We type in whatever we want, right? Figure out Gemini Pro, bang it in. We've got the list ready to go, right? And then if you want to, for example, host this stuff, right? Then what you can do is you can go back to code. Over here, you download the code, right? So that's our folder, our React folder. And then what we can do from here with that code that we just created is we can actually host it, and we can host it for free on a subdomain. So if you want to host it for free on a subdomain, you're going to go to netlify.com, and then you're going to go from here and you're going to click on import an existing project, try Netlify drop, and then just drag and drop that folder that you just downloaded from Bolt Local, right? How easy is that? So incredibly easy, not just to build your own app, not just to do it for free, not just to get free access to Bolt.local, but also to get this bad boy deployed on a subdomain. Pretty crazy stuff. And that literally just took us like 1 minute or so. So you can see how easy this is, how powerful it is, etc. And you can do it in the space of like literally minutes to get this stuff deployed and hosted and that sort of thing. If you wanted to build a game or an app or whatever, if you go back to Bolt DIY here, we can also switch between API keys. So if you want to test stuff out, there's loads of free stuff here. So if you go down the list, you'll see there's a lot of free ones. So for example, like Llama 3 AB Preview is free. All these ones with brackets and then free, these are free API keys that you can just play with. But I would recommend Google Gemini 2.5 Pro. It is probably the most powerful API key in the world, and you can get access to it for free, right, for coding stuff. So unbelievably powerful. Build the best SEO cost calculator you can with a sleek, modern design. Wait for that to load. You can build tools, you can build apps, you can build games, calculators, etc., whatever you want. And it is super, super fast. I also find like this is a lot more reliable than other API keys that are free, right? So for example, if you try and use the DeepSeek 3.1 API from OpenRouter, it's a little bit slow sometimes, right? Doesn't always do what you want it to do. It's a little bit temperamental. Whereas, for example, when you're using a process like this, it's simple, it's easy, it doesn't take a long time. And literally in one prompt, you've got that ready to go. Look at that, right? Here we go, boom, shakalaka, all right? And then we've got the SEO cost calculator. You select your services, gives you the estimate monthly cost. Something that you would hire a team of developers to build and spend thousands of dollars, you can now do for free using Bolt DIY. And that is just one of the methods that I'm going to show you today. We've got many more to get through, my friends. And again, SOPs are inside here. So the next method that I'm going to show you is on Client. Now, Client is a free extension inside Visual Studio Code. All right. So if you go to visualstudio.com, download this, right? And then what you're going to do is open this up in Visual Studio Code. That's going to open up something that looks like this. Then inside the extensions marketplace, so click over here, type in Client, allow that. And you can install, I would recommend installing Client and root code. These are two different ways to code. Root code is super powerful because you can actually use like computer use with it as well, which is pretty insane. And also Client is really good as well. I like both of those extensions. I think they're great. And then inside the settings, once you've got Client installed, so you can see Client on the left-hand side here, then you're going to go inside the settings, and then you can input a Google Gemini key, like you can see right here from the list. You will not find Gemini 2.5, right? So if you want to use Gemini 2.5, instead, what you want to do is go to OpenRouter, and then inside OpenRouter, we're going to put 2.5, and we'll look for Google Gemini 2.5. Let's have a look what we got here. Yeah, there you go, all right? So you can just find it from the list right there. Let's have a look. Yeah, Gemini is called, so it's called Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental 03-25:3. So it's free. It's available inside OpenRouter. You can use it inside Client. And then, you know, you can use the same prompts you use inside Bolt. So if we go back to Bolt over here, I'm just going to shut this down because that's probably taking up a fair bit of memory in the old Bolt.local. All right. So we'll leave that for now. And that is terminated on the local host, but we can always go back to the old chats if we run it again. So what we can do from here is we can say, now build an SEO cost calculator. So you can do very similar stuff inside Client. But here's what I would say. It's like when you're using Client is a lot slower for building stuff out inside Client versus using Bolt.local. So if you saw the way that I coded Bolt.local previously, on Bolt, way faster. Whereas if you're using Client or root code, it's going to take a bit more time. And I think it's because it's updating files locally And I think as well, because it's running it through the custom instructions that are set up in the settings as well. So you see how it's like writing the content for the page and it's creating all the content and text for the page as well. Analyzing stuff, I think Gemini Pro is probably your best bet. Some people are asking, like, can you use, for example, for trading and analyzing, can you use DeepSeek 3.1? I wouldn't recommend it because DeepSeek 3.1 is a base model, not a reasoning model. What that means is it's not as good at thinking and reasoning and logic and coding as something as analytical as Gemini 2.5 Pro. So I would rather use Gemini 2.5 Pro for analyzing and that sort of thing, right? So we're coding that out. We're building out websites using Client. You can do exactly the same thing inside Roo code as well. So if you switch to Roo code here, this is method number 3. You can do exactly the same thing. Again, you would select from the list. You can use DeepSeek if you want, but again, I would always prefer to use Gemini 2.5 Pro. And again, you select it from the list, hit save, done. Right? One of the biggest differences between Client and Roo code is that Roo code is easier to install MCP servers, right? So if you go inside the MCP section over here, it has this MCP server section, and then you can see which MCP servers are running, right? I'm just going to delete that one for now. But you can see we're using like Perplexity Ask right here, so we can connect Roo code directly to Perplexity. So the way they use MCP servers is very different, right? Whereas if we go over to Client, they actually have an MCP servers marketplace, and then you can use the Gemini 2.5 Pro API to install MCP servers, such as connecting it to stuff like Google Calendar, Discord. I've connected it to Perplexity. Olama is another good one. There's lots of good stuff right there. And this is completely free, right? So just to recap here, we've talked about 3 different methods, all right? We've talked about using Bolt Local, which is free, and you can build anything using that. You can also, for example, use Client, Roo code. These are many different options, all right? Let's keep going down the list because we got a lot to get through here, peeps. All right, so this is something that I'm going to recommend called Make.com. Make.com is really good for like linear workflows. All right, so you can build like AI agents using Make.com. And I'm just going to grab the password here. All right, we'll plug that in and we'll log into Make.com. Wait for that to load. And what we can do is build like AI agents with Gemini 2.5 Pro. All right, so let me show you an example of what we built yesterday using similar sort of processes. So, for example, we've got, where have we got it here? So we've got tools like this. This is actually made with DeepSeek, but we can duplicate it. So I'm going to clone this right now. Call this Gemini 2.5 content creator, copy. All right, hit save. And then what we're doing is we're taking keywords from a spreadsheet, plugging that for OpenRouter, sending it to WordPress, right? Now, inside the settings for OpenRouter here, we have the prompt for generating the content. We have this connected to OpenRouter, and then we're just going to scroll down here, and instead of using DeepSeek v3, I'm going to switch this over to Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental, right? There you can see it. We're going to hit save. So again, you would just add your OpenRouter connection, your WordPress connection, and your Google Sheet connection inside Make.com, and you can build like one-click AI agents using this process as well. So this is method number 4 for using Gemini 2.5 Pro. And then, for example, if we choose where to start over here, we're going to choose manually from our spreadsheet of keywords. This is an AI SEO content writer. You can use this for whatever you want, right? Like you could take keywords and then plug it through OpenRouter and then do tweets or LinkedIn content. You could automate emails. You could fire off emails to potential prospects, whatever you want. Right? We're going to hit save on that. And then we're going to hit run once. And then we can start using this process. Now, let's have a look here. What's going on here? Why is this not working? I'm just going to switch my OpenRouter connection. Make sure we're using the right model. We'll test that again. There we go. All right, so that's working nicely. Now, if you want to see an example of the output, think of this is because the other API connection that I had inside OpenRouter was the old connection, and I've actually deleted the API key since then. So if we log into my WordPress over here, whilst we're waiting for that to load, I'll show you some examples of what I did yesterday using the exact same process. So here's a Gemini Pro experimental example. We're going to click on preview. We've got the content, and then you can see it's just created like a nicely formatted blog. Reads pretty nicely. It's interesting. It's all targeted to the keyword we wanted to write SEO content about. And this was free, right? Make.com is free for 1,000 operations. Google Sheets is free to use. WordPress is free to use. OpenRouter is free to use. and it's using the latest API keys from Gemini, right? Now, if we take that and we'll go over to Zero GPT, we'll plug that in and we'll just check the AI detectability on that. Is it AI detectable? No. Zero GPT, which is an AI detector, is free, and it is detecting this as 100%, 98% human written. It says your text is human written, right? So with automated content, it's all customized to us, nicely formatted, doesn't cost us anything. We did it in one click, and it all links out to our personalized funnels like you can see right here, right? Pretty amazing stuff. Plus it can publish automatically for us as well if you want. So that's how the whole process works. You can see it worked quite cleanly there. And if you want my best automations for that, go inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We've got like a whole module on make.com automations, and there's 12 different templates you can get inside there. So make sure you get that stuff. All right. So just to recap, we've talked about Bolt DIY, Klein, Rucode. We've talked about make.com. You can also just go directly inside the chat, right? So if you go to aistudio.google.com and then you select Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental over here, create a prompt, you can just build whatever you want inside here. Now, if you want to see an example of that, let me show you an example right here. So I'm just going to go through the library. What else we got? Yeah, so I created like a pixelated dinosaur game yesterday, right? So here you can see the code. I just went to Gemini 2.5 Pro. I said, make me a captivating endless runner game, blah, blah, blah. Do it in 5JS. It gave us the code right here. We can copy that. So we'll copy that to clipboard. And then it even gives us the instructions on how to get this set up. So if we scroll up here, we're going to go to editor.p5js.org. Let's go to that website. Copy that. We'll paste in the code. We'll hit play. Boom. Game built, right? Pixelated dinosaur game. Living the dream, sunshine. All right. And you can now build games as well for free with Gemini 2.5 Pro. So that's another method as well. Like you got so many different options right here. Choose the one that works the best for you. It depends on what you're building as well, right? So for example, if you just want to build a simple game, then you're probably going to use something like AI Studio. If you need to build like a really big website, you're probably going to use Klein or Rucode for that. If you want to build out a SaaS app like super fast, then all you need to do is you can just go over to Bolt Local and just build that out for free, right? So many different options depending on what you want. If you have a linear automation like this, and you need to post from one platform to another one, then make.com is really good for that. Next up, what I want to show you is Browser Agent Web UI. All right. Now, I've actually set this up with DeepSeek. The instructions are inside the AI Profit Boardroom, but you don't need to use DeepSeek. You can use Gemini 2.5 Pro, and then I'm going to show you an example video tutorial of this, so you can see exactly how it runs. I'm not going to show it live on this video because it takes about 15 to 20 minutes to set up. All right. But you can basically set up Browser Web UI like you can see right here. You would plug in the LM provider as Google, not as Olama, right? And then like you can see right here, it can just go off and start doing stuff for you. All right. So check out that video. It's on YouTube. You can see how the AI analyzes the page. The good thing about Google's Gemini model as well is it's a vision-based model. So it can do its magic just like that. And again, instructions inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Next up, what I want to show you is you can use deep research agents, right? So if you want to build like really in-depth research reports, you can go to deep research inside Gemini. This is another free feature as well. It's not necessarily using Gemini 2.5 Pro, but if you need like the best research, better than a human, faster than a human, this is how you do it, right? So for example, if we say, okay, research the latest ChatGPT 4.0 image update, he should start working his magic. And the cool thing about this is you got everything inside one ecosystem, right? So for example, you need to do deep research, boom, there you go. You need to do something like personalization based on your search history, boom, there you go. If you want to build out some tasks with like maybe a website or a SaaS or a landing page, then just go to 2.0 Flash and use the Canvas feature. Like everything is in one side, one ecosystem, one place. And that's the beauty of this, is you're not going from place to place and messing around like that. So if we hit start research like so, we can build out these deep research AI agents that can just go off, search the internet. We can leave that tab running in the background as well if it's taking too long for you. And then we can just go off and do that. All right. The final two methods I want to show you, because I've shown you all of these different methods already. Number one is using NA10, right? So if we go over to NA10 over here, you can actually create AI agents directly inside NA10. And these are kind of like one-click chatbots or workflows where you can connect different apps to each other. Difference between, say, something like NA10 and Make.com is that NA10 is not linear, right? And you can build your own chatbots inside it. Whereas Make.com is very like, you go from point A to point B, boom, straight line, right? So for example, let's have a look at this workflow that I actually built out yesterday. If we have a look at this one, I'm just going to check the Open Router chat model, and we're going to select instead over here, Gemini 2.5. Let's have a look here. Put 2.5 Pro. Yeah, there we go. So you're going to select Gemini 2.5 Pro experimental, like you see, right? Inside the AI model. And we have an AI agent where you can essentially like automate sending emails or going back and forth inside the chat. You can also add a memory in here as well. So you can add a memory that allows it to remember previous messages so that it remembers stuff that's going on. Okay? If you want to publish this, you can also make this chat publicly available, grab that URL, publish your workflow, and you've got a chatbot that you can share with the world or embed to your website, etc. And then if we go inside the chat here, we'll say, all right, send a message to me at juliangoldie.com telling there's new ways to build anything you want with Gemini 2.5 Pro experimental. And then I'll list out all these different methods here using this. Keep it fun plus conversation. And then from there, we can start building this out. The other way that we can do this is we can delete the Open Router chat model if the API key doesn't work. I told you it'd be temperamental sometimes, right? So if you're having any problems with that, you can add inside here. Let's X off that. What are you doing, mate? All right. Click on chat model over here. Click on Google Gemini chat model. And then you can select 2.5 Pro experimental. Give it the same chat message. And now it's using Google Gemini to generate that response, like you can see. So the chat model is working. Actually, what's interesting is you go inside Visual Studio Code and Client, and Open Router works perfectly with Gemini. Whereas, for example, if you go over to NA10 and try and do the same thing, it's better to have a Google Gemini chat head, from what I can see, because that API key worked perfectly first time around, right? So we're good to go on that. I'm going to hit save on that. If you want to download this template from me, if you want to just steal this stuff from me, I'm going to download that and I'll plug it into this section right here. So add a new resource file. And if you want to just import this workflow, it's waiting for you right there. NA10 example, we'll hit save. Boom, there you go. All right. And then if we check our emails in the send box, here we go. Look at that. Send it right there. The only thing that I would say here is make sure you write it in HTML and make sure the output is in HTML as well, because then the formatting is going to be much nicer. You get the point, right? If I say write it and send it in HTML, hopefully the formatting will be much better this time. So let's wait for that to load. And again, like you can connect this to any tool. I'm just giving you a quick example for the video. If you want to see all my best templates for this stuff, type in NA10 into the AI Profit Boardroom search feature here. And then you'll see all these NA10 agent workflows, like you see, all these different resources here. We've got loads of different AI agents, like you can see here as well. NA10 sales agents, like it's not limited to just sending emails. It's just for the sake of this video that I do that, right? So if we go back now to NA10, should have sent, let's double check the sent messages here. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Couldn't have written that title better myself. That's a perfect one for YouTube, right? That's ready to go. And then you can see it's just written it nicely formatted. So just make sure you output it in HTML inside the prompt settings. And then it's done the magic, innit? And then we've got the deep research report ready to go, back, enable, ready there. So that's pretty cool. All right, so this is the deep research report we were talking about earlier. It takes about 5-10 minutes to go, and then we're good to go on that. And the final method that I want to show you, all right? It's a long video, this one. Been through a lot of different methods to build anything with Gemini 2.5 Pro. So what you're going to do with this app right here is you can select inside the models Gemini 2.5 Pro experimental, and then we can say build me a calculator app. Like you can see, we'll hit enter over there, and then it will just build out the app. Similar to Bolt Local, but it's not going to be as big a product with as many different features, right? And it might take a little bit longer. But yeah, you can see how you can just get started with this. The good thing about this is like you don't need to use the terminal to get this all set up, and you can turn your idea into an app for free using this process. How easy was that?
So there you go. You got the calculator. It's a better designed calculator than Windows used to have a few years ago, to be honest with you. And you just did it with AI. Boom. Right. If you open up the sandbox as well, we can open this up and we've got the code ready to go. There we go, right? So we've talked about 9 different ways to build anything that you want with Gemini 2.5 Pro. All the SPs are inside the AI Profit Boardroom, including all the instructions, N10 agent workflows, etc. And the prices for this are going up at the end of the month. So make sure you sign up now before you miss out, my friends, all right? This community is just focused on one thing, which is making more money and saving time with AI. So if you want to do that, feel free to get it inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And if you want to jump on weekly Q&As with us, you can jump on the live calls right here. Ask us any questions you have. If you want to get all my best courses, SOPs, workflows, etc., it's all inside here. And inside the community as well, we've got 557 members, all focused just like you are on making more money and saving time with AI. So if you post inside the community, you can ask any questions you have. You can get help from all the community members here. And we're all here just focused on one thing, which is rising tide lifts all boats. Basically, let's help each other out and let's learn together and make sure we all don't get replaced with AI. All right. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, that's completely free. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. This free link building acceleration session will give you a custom tailored link building game plan to make more leads, sales, and profits from your website. You will discover the secrets of building, answer any questions you have, and you'll learn 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients, like you can see right here, right? Feel free to get that link in the comments and description. Completely free for you, my friends. Gemini 2.5, the new update, as you can see right here, versus Claude versus ChatGPT. Who wins? We're going to be comparing them side by side and testing which ones are the best. Got a bunch of different tests and use cases to check this through. Let's see how it goes, all right? First thing that we're going to do is we're going to test this prompt right here for writing content, all right? So we're going to say write a 2,000-word article, the future of AI agents, the impact on automation, etc. And we'll hit this into each option like you can see right here, all right? So we're going to be testing this out versus each of these models. I'm going to use ChatGPT 4 because that's kind of like the default one for writing inside ChatGPT. And then we'll see which one comes back with the outputs and performs the best. First thing I would say is Grok has come back to us and seems to be the fastest. But actually, if you look at the content itself, look at those big walls of text, look at the way it's written, right? Would anyone actually read that block? And so for me, that's one of the worst that I've seen so far. Let's have a look what we got here from ChatGPT 4.0. So this is pretty nice, the way it's written. So what is an AI agent? It's dumbed down the language, made it nicely formatted, made it really easy to read, as you can see right here, and that's performing pretty well. In plain English, an AI agent is software that takes action for you based on goals or prompts. You give an objective, it decides what to do next. Pretty nicely written, feels very humanized. It's still writing out, but you can see how fast it is, and it's also doing like the 2,000 words that we asked it to. So that is doing a great job. Let's have a look at Claude. Claude is one of my favorite ones if you give it the right prompt. But if you give it a prompt like this, look at this, just really long, boring walls of text. I'm going to put that as coming in third. I think maybe slightly better than Grok, but not as good as ChatGPT. And then we got Gemini's written the blog here, but that is more like a deep research report, right? Who would read that? And so out of all of them, I'm going to say that ChatGPT is winning by a long way, right? Long, long way. So when it comes to writing, pretty good. Now, one thing that I would just note here is if you give it the right prompt, I've got this prompt inside the AI Profit Boardroom here. If you give it a better prompt, Claude is actually pretty good for writing, but it seems like if you don't have the right prompts in place, look at how bad that is compared to the output from ChatGPT that required basically no prompting at all. Huge difference right there. All right, so next up, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into each and I'm going to say, okay, new chat, create a beautiful landing page for my SEO agency's website. All right. Now, one thing to note here is if you want to use Gemini 2.5 Pro for free, you can do that inside AI Studio. Go to create prompt, then select Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental, and you can get access to this for free. All right. So, that's one of the other options that I would say here is all of these models are free up to a limit. But actually, if you use AI Studio, that doesn't seem to have a limit. Like you can use it for free as much as you want, peeps. All right. So we're going to go back here now. We'll do the same inside Grok as well. The cool thing about Claude is it has a canvas option. So does ChatGPT. And let's go back here. What we're actually going to do is use 2.0 Flash for generating this inside Google, because that's the canvas option. We'll hit enter and we'll see what we get back in a second, all right? So now we've got the code back from ChatGPT. Let's run this, see how it looks. It's not bad. The content itself actually reads really well, right? That's better written than most people. It's got a nice little CTA to put in your website URL, nicely designed icons. I don't like the front end so much because it's super boring in terms of the way that it's done. Claude is still writing. Grok didn't even figure out we need HTML, so that's going to finish last again for me, to be honest. It's been a brutal test for Grok already, to be honest with you. And we're going to keep going through this. So you can see the output from Grok here. It said I can't directly generate HTML or CSS, which is mad because Grok can, right? It genuinely can, but it's refusing to. So Grok has to come last on that test. It's just no good. I don't know why, but Gemini is written in Chinese characters. The design is pretty nice, but for some reason it's written it all in Chinese. Why? Why have you done that? I've never seen that before. All right, let's go back to ChatGPT is winning just by default for writing in English, but look at that from Claude. Claude has created the best so far. Nicely designed. Looks really cool. Good UI. I like the color gradients on it. Nice copy as well. So dominate search results with data-driven SEO. Really nice headline. So in this order, here's what I'm going to say. Claude has won that by a long way. ChatGPT comes in second. Not bad at all. It just could do with a bit of color on the page, but you could always go back in the chat right there. Gemini totally failed and gave us something in Chinese, and I still don't understand why. That's a bit mad. And then Grok said, I can't create HTML for you, even though it's got a preview section inside Grok 3 for HTML. It just didn't understand, right? So out of all these, you're going to go with Claude, I would say, for doing this stuff, which is crazy. I don't understand. Like, Grok seems to have got worse or something like that. So let's keep going now. And next up, what we're going to do is we're actually going to use a prompt from the AI Profit Boardroom for creating games. All right. So we're going to go inside the classroom here. And I've already done this inside AI Studio. So I don't need to do this with Gemini 2.5 Pro yet, but I will do it with the rest. Okay. So we're going to go inside Claude here, and I'm going to say, make me a captivating endless runner game. Key instructions on screen. Use P5JS, no HTML, pixelated dinosaur, and interesting backgrounds. Right. We'll use the same inside ChatGPT 4.0. Grok, I don't know what it's going to come back to me with. Oh yeah, look, it's actually doing its magic now. That is surprising. And then if you want to see the output from Gemini 2.5 Pro that I've already done, let me come back to this right here. So this is a prompt that I used yesterday. We'll scroll down and we will get this code, and I'll show you what we got back from Gemini 2.5 Pro. Right? So if you want to preview code like this, if you're using the same prompts as me, you can plug this into editor.p5js.org. And then inside here, we can hit play, and you can see that we've got this bad boy ready to go. All right, looks pretty cool. Nice little game, functions perfectly, quite addictive. And we've got the score racking up in the top right over there, and then it works perfectly. If we want to restart, we press enter, press space to start it. Boom. Beautiful. All right. Really good from Google Gemini. So they've done a great job there. Claude is still coming back to us. ChatGPT has come back now. So let's see what we got back from ChatGPT. We'll copy the code and we'll test this one. So this is the code from ChatGPT. Let's see what we got back. What is that UI? I can't jump or anything. It says, yeah, that's pretty poor. That is not a dinosaur, mate. Not a pixelated dinosaur, and definitely not a dinosaur. Claude is still coding it out, so wait for that. And we have the code back from Grok 3 as well, so let's see what we get back here. So far, Gemini is winning by a long way. The UI is not quite as nice here. So you see how it's green on green? But it works. It's definitely better than ChatGPT's option. It's better. It's not quite as fast and as smooth. If you look at the UI of this versus the UI of Gemini, this looks a lot nicer, to be fair to it. So far, what I would say is the Grok is coming in second so far. Gemini is winning. ChatGPT, I didn't like the UI at all. Let's have a look what we got back from Claude. Is it opening up? It's giving us a preview, but there's nothing inside the preview, which is strange, all right? So we're just going to copy this code, and we'll go to P5.js and just preview this again. Let's see how Claude performed. Pixelated Dynamo Runner. Let's test it out. Not bad, actually. That is a hard game to play, though. Look at that. How are you meant to... That's hard, mate. Yeah, I like it, though. Not going to lie to you. So, I would say that if it was actually beatable, because it seems like it's almost impossible to beat that, then I would probably put that number one or joint first. I would say that Claude and Gemini did a fantastic job there. Grok's output was okay. Mediocre, I'm going to put that number 3. ChatGPT's UI, pretty terrible. It's just a block with a bit of text, right? Not great. So you can see who's winning there and who won the game right there. All right. So let's keep going through now. So we've tested it for content writing, for coding out landing pages. We've tested each of these models for creating content and also building out games as well. What are we going to do next? So the next one that we're going to do is this is going to be kind of like a reasoning test. So we're going to go inside Claude and reset for each one here. Switch back to 2.5 Pro Experimental inside Google. I want to say there's a tree on the other side of a river in winter. How can I pick an apple? It's a reasoning test. And what we're trying to do here is figure out, okay, which one is the best for reasoning, logic, which one gives us the best solutions, and which one most intelligently looks up problem and then gives us solutions, right? So we're just waiting for each one to come back to us right now. And we'll see who performs the best. So let's see what we got here. All right, so it's recognized that the biggest challenge is apples in winter. So obviously in winter, if you're trying to pick trees on the other side of a river, it's not going to be ideal, right? Because quite likely, even if you cross the river, there's going to be no apples in winter. So it's figured that out. It's analyzed the situation really well, and it's given us a bunch of solutions right here. Pretty good. Let's check out now. Claude has recognized the same, but it doesn't analyze it in the same level of depth, right? So for example, if you compare Gemini 2.5 Pro, it's really thought about it. It's given us a really in-depth answer. It's analyzed all the problems and solutions and the conclusion, etc. I would say Claude doesn't do that in as much detail. If we have a look at Grok, it's recognized that apples typically don't grow in winter, but I don't like the way the answer is not logically set out, right? So if you look at, you've got these titles, it's really easy to read. I think that Grok has been tuned down in terms of its reasoning. Like, it just doesn't seem to be as powerful as it was when it was first released. I would say that is harder to read than this one right here, and it's just not as logical or as well reasoned out. And let's have a look at ChatGPT. So let's break this down. It's an apple, there's a tree, it's across a river, it's winter. So let's look through it step by step. But the biggest problem here is it's not figured out that there's actually there's no apples in winter on the tree, right? It's not figured that out when it's done all this analyzing. So if I had to put these in order, I'm going to go with Gemini, then Claude, then Grok 3, and ChatGPT 4.0 comes last. Now, if we wanted to give this a fairer way of comparing each model, then what I would actually recommend doing is you switch to 0.1 and use one of the reasoning models. And to be honest, if we did that, we'd probably get much better outputs. But I believe, doesn't ChatGPT, let me have a look at this. No. So yeah, if you wanted to switch this over to, for example, 0.3 mini, let's test it out now, and we'll see if that figures it out. So we're using ChatGPT 0.3 mini. It's going to use its reasoning model to figure this out. That's even worse, isn't it? Look at the quality and responses of ChatGPT 0.3 mini versus Gemini. Like, it's totally night and day. So let's have a look here. It says, worried about crossing a cold, icy river in winter, wondering blah, blah, blah. And it still doesn't recognize that there's no apples on a tree in winter. All right, so ChatGPT Mini, using the most powerful reasoning model it has, is not as powerful as Gemini 2.5 Advanced, right? So again, ChatGPT comes in last, whether you're using GPT 4.0 or whether you're using Mini, still down, my friends, all right? So you can see the difference between the models, how well they perform, etc. The other thing is as well, inside ChatGPT 4.0, we're going to test this out now. This is a really interesting test, so we can do step by step. We're going to do a test I actually used this morning using chat and the new image generation method, all right? Now, Claude automatically fails on this test or isn't even in the race here because it cannot generate images. So you can't even count Claude at this point, right? But what we can do is we can test each of these models, and ChatGPT has given me a really good option right here for image generation. All right. So what we're going to do inside Grok is we're going to use exactly the same prompt we use inside ChatGPT. And we said, create a landscape YouTube thumbnail like this, but it should be regarding the end of designers, about new ChatGPT update. That means we don't need designers anymore. And I'm going to plug this in across each of the models, right? So the output from ChatGPT was top class. I've never seen anything as good as this from any other AI model. It was unbelievable, really powerful, just from the newest update from ChatGPT. And let's do the same thing inside Grok, all right? So if we go inside Grok here, and we'll start a new chat just to keep things fresh. We'll grab that image that we use inside the ChatGPT prompt. We're going to use that inside Gemini. Obviously, Claude is out of the race, and we'll see how it does. All right. This one might take a minute or so whilst we're waiting. And from what I can see, the output from Gemini 2.5, not very good. Not very good at all. If we compare what we should have got versus what actually came back, not that great. If we use, maybe we use like the actual main version 2.0 Flash. Let's test that again. So I'm going to retest this. Grok as well is not done anything near as good as ChatGPT, right? Look at the output from ChatGPT versus the output from Grok. This is, I can't use that. You know what I mean? Can't use that. So you can see the differences here. And you can see that Grok is nowhere near the same level as ChatGPT. Let's have a look at Gemini, and we'll use 2.0 Flash instead. So we'll use exactly the same prompt. Let's grab the image over here, plug that into Gemini, and then we'll do the same thing and see what we get back. Yeah, look at that. It's just come back with a text message. Where's the image, mate? So not great there. Yeah, if you compare all the models here, 2.5 Pro's response was pretty poor. Grok didn't create anything near the same level of quality. And Claude obviously can't do that at all. So hands down, ChatGPT delivers like designer level quality responses, right? Like I can just download that, boom, upload it to YouTube. It's over. It's game over. You don't need a designer, right? That's the biggest difference here. I think whatever you use for images, GPT-4o is like the new standard for all this stuff. So thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to my best prompts, tips, workflows, etc., including 9 ways to build anything that you want with Gemini, feel free to get that with the SPs inside the AI Profit Boardroom. This comes with all of my best AI workflows, tips, tutorials, templates, etc., and even a crash course on how to use AI and save time and make more money with it, along my best SPs. And also, inside the Q&A section, you can jump on the weekly Q&As here and ask any questions you have. On top of that, inside the community, you can ask any questions that you want. We've got 557 members, all dedicated to making more money and saving time with AI. So feel free to get that link in the comments and description. Prices are actually going up this month. So make sure you lock in your legacy price now before you miss out. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, feel free to get that link in the description. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales on autopilot. And on this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a custom tailored game plan to generate more leads, sales, and profits from your website. You'll discover the secrets of SEO link building, answer any questions you have one-to-one, and you'll learn the best link building strategies for you, plus how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and happy clients, like you can see right here. Feel free to get that link in. Appreciate you watching, and I will see you on the next one. Thank you. Google Gemini 2.5 versus DeepSeek v3.1. All right. So in the last 24 hours, Google Gemini have just released their latest model, which is Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental. As you can see right here, you can actually get free access to it. And you can also access DeepSeek as well for free. So they have DeepSeek v3.1, and that is available to access at deepseek.com. You can also get free APIs for both of them, and we'll be testing those out in a second. And basically what we're going to be doing today is just comparing them side by side. So these are the 2 latest AI updates, the 2 biggest ones in the game, I would say. And today we're going to be testing them out side by side and seeing which one performs the best. Now, the first thing that we're going to kick off with, because I like to give AI a challenge, is by coding a game. All right. So let me pull up an example right here. What I'm going to say to both of these models is make me a captivating endless runner game. Key instructions on the screen. P5JS scene, no HTML. I like pixelated dinosaurs and interesting backgrounds. Now I could use it inside Google Gemini, but this is like the paid version, right? This is the advanced paid version. I want to keep it fair. I want to keep it even Stevens on this comparison. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up DeepSeek V3 side by side versus Gemini 2.5 Pro and compare which model performs the best. Now, one thing to note here is that DeepSeek version 3.1 is not a reasoning model, right? Whereas Gemini 2.5 Pro is a reasoning model. So there is a significant gap between them, but I've been getting this request to compare them both side by side and compare the latest reasoning models. So let's see how they perform. I'm going to hit enter on both of them. So we'll give them exactly the same prompts right here. The other thing that I was struggling with yesterday, I don't know if anyone else had the same problem as soon as this came out, was that actually with DeepSeek V3.1, after they released a new update, tons of people were on the website, right? And so the servers were absolutely rinsed. It was super slow responding to us. So let's see if it gives us better responses today and how it performs. Here's an example of the difference between a thinking model and a base model. So this base model with no thinking, it just jumps straight into answering the question. Whereas, for example, what you can see with Gemini 2.5 Pro is that it really thinks things out before it does anything, right? And it's going to spend about 10, 20, maybe even 30 seconds doing that before it finally comes up with the output. So we've got this back right here. We've got the example, and it's finished the outputs before DeepSeek. So it's actually a lot faster. Bear in mind, this is free, but Gemini 2.5 Pro is a lot faster at getting back to us and typically smarter as well. And it gives us instructions on how to run it as well. So you can see how much slower DeepSeek V3.01 is. Now what we're going to do is we're going to test this out. So we're going to copy the JS from Google 2.5 Pro experimental. We'll plug that in and we'll open this up. All right, so we're going to hit preview. So open this bad boy up, see how it performs. And there we go. We've got the game ready to go. All right. That was pretty amazing, incredibly easy to set up, works perfectly. Actually quite a fun game as well, that's addictive. So I'm going to close that now. And now we have the output back from DeepSeek as well. So let's copy that JavaScript over here. So let's go into this, we'll plug it in, we'll open this up. So this is the version from DeepSeek instead. Let's see what we got. Not bad actually. Which one would you prefer? I actually think that, look at, it's not bad. It's quite hard to see the score in the UI right there, but I do prefer the design. Like, and it's got more flying objects. For some reason, it put game over there when we didn't have a game over. It's got differences between night and dark, but it's broken. Look at that. I've not done anything, and it just broke and said game over for no reason. It seems to switch between night and dark, like in between each night and day, in between each go. But there's not many enemies coming here as well, so it's not as addictive as a game. All right, so I'm going to say Gemini 2.5 Pro won there, but not bad at all. Not bad at all. I'm impressed by DeepSeek V3.01's response right there. Pretty good stuff. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to compare this for the content creation. All right. So I'm going to grab an example prompt from the AI Profit Boardroom, and this is going to be my content prompt. All right. So we're going to grab this. So we'll copy this, as you can see. So this is one of my favorite prompts for writing SEO content. And we're going to run this through Gemini 2.5 Pro, as you can see. And we'll put keyword equals SEO training in New York. And then we'll do the same inside DeepSeek V3. And we'll see which one creates the best content. One of the strange things here is like DeepSeek has just gone off and started creating a HTML page, which doesn't really make sense because we only want an optimized article. I know why. It's because on the prompt it says create an HTML at the end. That's okay. All right, we'll see what the performance comes back with in a second. For sure, Gemini, even though it's a thinking model, this is way faster than DeepSeek. Look how much quicker it is at responding versus DeepSeek. This already finished. DeepSeek is still going. All right, so we're going to test this out now. We'll grab that content, the HTML, and we'll plug it into the preview over here, and we'll see which one performs the best. All right, so if we compare the titles, so we've got the Gemini 2.5 Pro output over here, and we have the output from DeepSeek version 3 on the right-hand side, okay? So if we compare the output, first thing that I would say is that the title is pretty bad from Gemini Pro, right? So it said real SEO training in New York, stop guessing, start ranking. Pretty average, to be honest with you. SEO training in New York, the fast track to dominate in search, not bad at all. Honestly, Claude can write much better headlines than both of these, but you get the point. And then what we're going to do from here is we'll compare them side by side. So if we look at the first line, DeepSeek just feels a lot more humanized in its content writing. So for example, we see here it says, need SEO training in New York that actually works, not just theory, but battle-tested strategies from someone who's built a seven-figure agency. Like that is not bad at all, as that's better than most humans could do as an introduction. If we look at this, it's like looking for effective SEO training, effective being like a weird rule, because your website's buried somewhere on page 10. Okay. Tired of SEO gurus selling you fluff, feeling overwhelmed by conflicting advice. Yeah, I get it. I just don't think that's as convincing versus DeepSeek's output right here. And then I really like this bit. So here's the truth. Most SEO courses waste your time. Mine won't. And it's all personalized to me and what I sell, and it's already selling me from paragraph 1. So I would say the output from DeepSeek version 3 actually wins in terms of writing, content, humanization. I would say both are not as good as the typical content that I get back from Gemini 2.5 Pro, but you get the point. So in terms of coding, and this makes sense. So in terms of coding and building stuff out, Gemini 2.5 Pro definitely seems a lot better, right? In terms of writing content and humanizing it, DeepSeek version 3 is outperforming both, all right? So let's come on to another example. And this time, I'm going to say there's a tree on the other side of the river, and I need to pick its apples in winter. Okay, and then we'll say, but the river is frozen. What do you recommend? All right, and what we're looking for here is it's like a reasoning challenge. So we're trying to figure out, okay, can it come up with solutions? Can it figure out that the trees actually don't have apples in winter and that sort of thing? But we'll see what it comes back with and see which one. Now, honestly, Google Gemini 2.5 Pro should smash this, all right? So you see here how the first thing the Gemini 2.5 Pro recommends is like assess the apples first, mate. Are they like even worth it? Because most apples ripen in late summer and winter. Apples still on the tree in winter are likely frozen, rotten, overripe, or damaged. All right, so first things first, like why would you even be picking apples in winter, mate? That's what it's saying. Whereas, for example, if we go over to DeepSeek version 3, it just doesn't figure out. So it's like, let's check the ice thickness. Let's get over the river. It doesn't really recognize that actually in winter, there are no apples on the tree. So you can see the difference here. This is certainly a lot better for reasoning, a lot smarter. Also for speed here, it's a lot faster, right? It's a lot faster when we get the outputs. So let's keep going right now. So in terms of, just to recap here, in terms of coding, Gemini 2.5 Pro wins, right? For reasoning, Google wins. And for writing content, DeepSeek version 3 wins. So now what we're going to do is we are going to test this out for the API. All right. Now, the way that we're going to do this is I'm going to go over to OpenRouter keys, and I've created an API key from OpenRouter. All right. And then what we can do inside Visual Studio Code is we can say to root code inside the settings, use Gemini 2.5 Pro Experimental for now, and we'll say create the best possible SEO ROI calculator you can, both for UI and functionality. All right. And that's going to use the API key from Gemini 2.5 Pro, as you can see. And you can see here that actually the API request has failed. So even though this key is free to use inside OpenRouter, it's actually not working inside Klein when we test it out. Now, if we switch to the settings and we'll test if DeepSeek works. All right, so we'll switch over to DeepSeek, and then we're going to use v3.0324, which is the latest update. I'm going to give it exactly the same prompt. Start new chat. Same prompt, we're using DeepSeek here. We'll see if this works. Here's a moment of truth. Which API key works? Taking its sweet time. Yeah, so you can see here it's finally getting back to us. It's super slow, to be honest with you. If you're using the free version of DeepSeek, super slow. Look how slow that is to start creating stuff. Now, let's test it out versus Google, all right? So we're going to go over to select Google Gemini inside the API key section here. Just going to cancel this. So we'll cancel that task. We'll go over to the API key, and then what I'm going to do is select Google Gemini. I'll grab an API key and make sure that we can use 2.5 Pro Experimental. Is that available here? I actually can't see it. Yeah, we can't use 2.5. And let's have a look inside RuCode. Can we use 2.5 yet for Google Gemini? No, we cannot, my friends. All right, that settles it. So DeepSeek might be slow on the API key, but it actually responds, all right? It actually works. Whereas if you're using 2.5 via OpenRouter as an API key in Client or Visual Studio Code, you can't use it, right? If you're going to be coding with these tools, then I would recommend DeepSeek v3.0324, simply because it actually works. Whereas Google's API is not available inside Client or RuCode yet. And also with OpenRouter, the API call requests just don't work yet. So that gives you an idea. One thing I want to check as well is if we compare these side by side, it's not available yet, but I think that will come soon, which is DeepSeek v3.1, right? So for example, DeepSeek's models are open source, which means that you can host them locally. So for example, the last version of DeepSeek v3 is available to host locally with Ollama. You can't host v3.1 yet, but I think that is coming. So give it a bit of time and that'll be available, I reckon, to download and start using straight away as well. Now, again, just to be clear here, you can select Gemini 2.5 Pro on OpenRouter as the API key, but it's not working when you call it. So if we go into RuCode here, we'll select Gemini 2.5, all right? Hit save or hit done. We'll give it the same prompt, start a new chat. When I checked it, it was not working, all right? So let's just double check. It actually seems to be coming back and working now. Fair play to it. Oh yeah, so I suppose maybe it's a little bit temperamental, but that seems to work inside RuCode, to be fair. So actually, it seems like OpenRouter and RuCode work really well, but Client didn't seem to work right there. So if you're going to code, Gemini 2.5 Pro works, but use it inside RuCode, don't use it inside Client. And then you can get the API keys. And I think that'll be much better for creating content and coding. It seems to be a lot faster than DeepSeek version 3's API key as well. And again, it is free to use as well. So let's see what it comes back with now in a second. Wait for that code to load. But then it runs out. Look at that. It runs out right there. Yeah, look at that. So we actually just building a simple SEO ROI calculator. The API request gets exhausted. And also for some reason, it says it's using Gemini 2.0 Pro Experimental. But in the settings, we've selected 2.5 Pro Experimental. So that doesn't make sense either. Just something to be aware of. It seemed to get itself back on track there, but it seems super buggy. Quite slow, quite buggy. I would be careful using that for now. If you want something super reliable, just use the older versions of Google, and you'll probably get better outputs and better response rates. All right, so thanks so much for watching. If you want to get access to all the prompts, tips, workflows, my best agent workflows, etc., you can get that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. Link in the comments and description. Prices are going up at the end of the month, so make sure you sign up now. This is a community dedicated to making more money and saving time with AI. And also inside the community, you can post any questions that you have and ask 543 members for help. You can also jump on the weekly Q&As, ask any questions you have. And inside the classroom here, we have a crash course on all my best AI systems for saving time and making money, along with all of these SOPs, including, for example, a 3-hour course on DeepSeek, which you can see right here. All my best AI agents and DeepSeek automations. We've got all sorts of stuff inside here, including MCP agents, RuCode, computer use, etc. So if you want to get the latest cutting edge stuff, all of the best stuff is inside the AI Profit Boardroom. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session, then feel free to get that. We'll show you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visits this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales and multiplier on this free link building acceleration session. You'll get a custom tailored game plan. You'll be able to ask any questions you have one-to-one. You'll learn how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients, like you can see right here. Feel free to get that link in the comments and the description. Bold DIY with Gemini 2.0's new update is absolutely insane, and you can get access to both of them for free. Let me show you exactly how this works. Basically, what you're going to do is you're going to set up Bolt DIY. If you're not sure how to set it up, you can just follow the instructions at Bolt DIY's GitHub page. And if you want all the video notes on exactly how I set it up, get it in the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. And from here, once you've got that set up and running locally, then what you're going to do is once you land on the page, you're going to click on this drop down list and then click on Open Router. And you get access to all these different APIs. So you can switch between them and build whatever you want using AI. And you can build tools, websites, apps, whatever you want. It's pretty amazing. But also inside here, you can select all these new experimental AI models that have just come out from Google this week, right? For example, if we look at Google Gemini 2.0 Flash, that was created 5th of February. Now, this is a paid model, but you can actually get a free model. If you type in Google 2.0, you'll see all these updates that came out February 2025. For example, Google Gemini Pro 2 Experimental is free, and you can plug it into Bolt. So if you want to do that, all you do is you go down the list, and you're like, okay, let's go for Google Flash 2.0 Experimental completely for free, right? And then you get Bolt DIY for free, and you get Google Gemini 2.0 for free, and you can build whatever you want. So what I'm going to show you here now is a new way of prompting Bolt that works really well. As an example of this, let me show you this landing page that we just created in literally like a minute with one single prompt using the new method that I've created. So for example, you see here, let's create this brand new landing page. This links directly to my funnels, and it's even got a UTM so I can track if anyone landed on the page and submitted a response using my website built on Bolt. Additionally, what it's done is actually created images and inserted them into the content. It's customized all the content in one single prompt directly to me and my agency and who I am. And it's built out like a beautiful landing page that should convert really. So if you want to do the exact same thing, let me show you exactly how to do this. So I'm going to grab this prompt, like you can see right here. We've basically said, create a high converting modern and SEO optimized landing page for my SEO agency. Here's the brand colors. Here's some information to include. Here's the whole layout, right? There's a very detailed prompt. So if we actually select that prompt, this is 200. Now I'll show you how to create these prompts that work so well on Bolt in a minute. But if you want to generate the website using Google 2.0 Gemini Flash, you just hit enter. That's going to start coding out the project. And because we've been really specific on how to build it out, what to set up, how to build it all, etc., and because it's customized to me, we're going to get the best possible outputs that we can. And again, this is free, right? Imagine how much you used to pay for a website design agency to do this. It would take them weeks. It would take a lot back and forth. You'd have to brief them for hours and hours, sit in their office, drink their cups of tea. Instead, you can build out a website that's ready to go like this, and it links directly to our funnel pages. It's all personalized to us. Nice little landing page. Obviously, you would insert the images yourself, but pretty amazing stuff. You can also, for example, go onto Bolt New and use the same prompt, and you get a free amount of credits per month. So I'm actually on the free plan right here. As you can see, I'm on the free account. I'm not on the pro plan. And you can use the same prompt inside Bolt.new as well, complete for free, like you can see. And then it will even create the images for you. But if you want to use Google Gemini 2.0 as the API and build it locally, then this is how you do it using Bolt DIY. Pretty simple and easy. We can build out websites. That's just one example. I'm going to show you many different examples today. So let's move on to prompt number 2. So now we're going to create something more complex. This is going to be building out a 5-page AI agents website. So again, you can see the prompt here is very detailed, very complex. We've shown it exactly what to do, what colors to use for all the buttons, etc. We're going to head into, and this is probably one of my most complex prompts I've ever used directly for Bolt. That's a 700-word prompt to get the best possible outputs from Bolt DIY. Because if you can give it more complex instructions, then it's more likely to work first time round. And I'll show you how to automate these prompts in a second. So that's building out the pages. You've got the About Us, the case studies, the home, the services section, and the contact page. So one of the best things about Flash Experimental and using Google Gemini Flash 2.0 Experimental is not just that it's free, but also that you can build it locally and it's very fast to respond. Plus, if something's not working, then we could just screenshot the preview. And because Google Gemini Flash has vision, it can look at the situation and try and fix it. So if we say troubleshoot with the screenshot image attached, it's going to rebuild that out. And there we go, fixed it. So using the vision option, which is super powerful, we can screenshot the image, plug it back in, say troubleshoot, and it's like, the image shows not available. This means there's an error in the code or development server isn't running correctly. Let's ensure the development server is running and there are no other errors in the console. And then we've got this nice little design, sleek, modern page, like you can see right here. Again, you would insert your own images, so it's not going to create a logo for you or anything like that. And if we click through these pages, you can see it's all working nicely. Contact us page as well with the information for our agency. And we just automated that in one click. Pretty crazy stuff. It's even, for example, insert the case study section, and it's good to go. The cool thing is as well, using Open Router, you can switch between different APIs as well. So if you're like, oh, okay, I think the Gemini gets the basics down, and then I want to really develop it with, say, something more powerful like Claude 3.5 Sonnet, then we can select that over here. We can give it the same prompt and see what we get back from Claude versus Gemini 3.5 Sonnet. Bear in mind, Gemini 3.5 Sonnet is a paid API, so you probably will get better outputs, but it's not free. Either way, you can build them both locally, you can preview them, pretty simple and easy to do. Now, if you're wondering how did we come up with the prompts and that method right there, what I actually did was I just went on to ChatGPT 4.0. I was like, for Bolt, create a prompt that perfectly creates a landing page. Here's my brand colors, include personalized information about me, etc. And then it gives me a really detailed prompt, like you can see with all the details. I also said funnel traffic to this UTM, and then it created a really nice prompt, like you can see. Same for the AI agents website, pretty simple and easy to do. And if we go back to Bolt DIY using Claude 3.5 Sonnet, again, the outputs are paid using this method, but it does look slightly better. Either way, you get like good outputs from either. And that website was literally automated in what, a couple of seconds? In literally one click. Like, pretty amazing that you can do that. We're going to build a lot more out today, but I'm just showing you examples of like how you can create prompts, how you can use Bolt DIY, what sort of use cases you have for it, plus how to plug in and switch between APIs. Plus, if you're using the Google Gemini Flash thinking models or Flash 2.0 experimental models, then it is super, super powerful. Now, if you want a free tool to just automate all the prompts for you, I'll include that inside the AI Profit Boardroom so that when you click Get Started, you can tell it, okay, what tool are you prompted for? So we'll put Bolt. Then it's going to ask for the details. So we're going to say, okay, get clients for my AI agency, tone equals fun, and brand colors equals this. Then it's going to generate the prompt like you can see. And you can quickly generate a prompt that we can then plug back into Bolt. So let's go to Bolt DIY over here. We're going to select Gemini Pro Experimental. It's coding that out. I'll also show you how to build your own apps and tools as well. There's so much you can do with this. The possibilities are pretty much endless. It's just absolutely amazing what you can do. Now, if you want to simplify it even more, you can say, for example, okay, build a to-do list app. And let's say you want to build an app, then you can go for like those one-line prompts. And they do work quite often. The only problem is like you don't get the outputs as personalized as you would like them, right? So it requires a lot more back and forth inside the chat once you get the output. For example, we've got the to-do list back. Obviously, it's not in my brand colors. There's no content on the page, etc., which you would normally do in the pre-prompt, which is why you want to run it through chat. For example, if we say, okay, build an SEO site with Gemini 2.0, we'll click add, and that's working right there. And then you can click on delete or complete. So if I click on complete, it's going to cross it out. If we undo that and click on delete, you can see it's removed from the to-do list app. So really simple and easy and powerful to use Bolt DIY. And again, it's not a paid tool. Like it's not, for example, Lovable or Cursor, Windsurf. All these tools you eventually have to pay for because they're on a premium plan. But using Bolt DIY, hosting it locally, you also get access to the chats locally too. And you can see all your history inside the chats here as well. This goes back as far as November 2024, right? So you've got all this history that you build up over time. You can come back to it. You can get back to old projects. Really simple. And also inside the voice chat here, we can also instruct it to use different things. So if I say, okay, build an SEO cost calculator website that's optimized for Julian Goldie SEO's agency and talk about what we do, what we sell, etc., and include some information about our previous case studies. Then we'll hit enter, and you can see that's basically taken the instructions that we gave it, and now it's going to build out that website too. So you can even voice command it, and the AI will understand what you're saying like pretty much perfectly. Better than Alexa, to be fair, even if you've got an English accent like me, and it will code out the website like you can see. There seems to be quite a lot of terminal errors, but I think that's just part of the coding process. And if you just click fix this terminal error there, then it will just keep going through and fixing that and setting up. Now, I've shown you how to build tools. I've shown you how to build apps, and I've also shown you how to build websites. I'll also show you how to host them in a second as well. But let's say, for example, you want to create a video game as well. You can plug that into here, and we're going to test out Flash Thinking Experimental right here. So this should be more like a reasoning model for getting outputs. Probably going to be a little bit slower for generating the code, but if we get better outputs, then that's okay. You see here, we've said Bolt prompt for a self-playing snake game. Generate a self-playing snake game using JavaScript and the HTML Canvas API. And you can see it's just playing Snake perfectly on fast mode. Look how fast it's sped up right there. Again, I'm not touching this. I'm not that good at Snake, but you can see it's just played perfectly right there. And so even for generating your own games, you can build this out pretty quickly. And it's absolutely amazing what you can do. You can also create like really nice sales pages too. So for example, if we take the copy from my AI Profit Boardroom, and then we'll go inside the chat here and we'll say, okay, create prompt for the AI Profit Boardroom. It's going to generate the content for the landing page right here. Now we'll grab this prompt, we'll go back to Bolt and we'll ask it to generate that website. And in a minute, I'll show you once this is generated, how to host the files as well. So how you can actually get this website live on a custom domain. Just like you can see, for example, with this landing page, we built this with Bolt as well, and it came out really nicely. So look at that. So we've got the landing page ready to go. You could improve the font, but the landing page is pretty much there. I would say you just want to add some nice images and that sort of thing. So there's a couple of things you can do as well. Like you can click on this and you can test the responsive mode. You can actually open this in a pop-up, and that will allow you to preview the website on mobile as well, just see what it's like. It looks really nice. That would take you hours to design, honestly. I know what messing around with like responsive design and everything, it is a total nightmare. I'll tell you that for free. So if you go back to the code section here, and then we click on download code, we've got the folder for the project. Now if we go to Netlify, import an existing project, try Netlify drop, grab that folder that we just downloaded from Bolt DIY, drop it in there. That's going to upload. Wait for it. It might take a minute. It depends how big the project is as well. But we've got that ready to go. You can also publish this to a repository and then link the repository to GitHub as well. So if you look at Bolt DIY, you can click on push to GitHub, push that project to GitHub, and then link it to your repository that way. And then once your site is deployed, you can click on buy a new domain, and you can put in, for example, the custom domain you want to buy, and then it will give you a list of ideas, and you can just choose which one you want to buy. Plus, you get a breakdown of how much it's going to cost for the first year, plus a renewal. Additionally, you can see a bunch of different websites we've deployed here. So for example, this SEO investment calculator website, if we open that up, that is ready to go, and it will host it on a testing domain. So it's like a subdomain of Netlify, just if you want to test it out. And then once you get a custom domain bought for it, you can get that set up and host it. Pretty easy and simple to do. And from what I've so far, actually, I would say that Google Gemini 2.9 Flash Thinking Experimental seems to be the best API to build these tools on. And if you don't like the font, for example, like you saw before, the font wasn't that nice, to be honest. So I said, improve the font, did it instantly. Boom, look at that. Much nicer now. So thanks so much for watching. Like I said, I'll drop all the prompts from today inside the S&P section of the AI Profit Boardroom. You also get the custom GPT for building those Bolt prompts, plus the instructions on how to set this up locally, and loads of good prompts to build out websites like you can see. Additionally, this comes with a fast, quick AI automation crash course so that you can save hundreds of hours, and weekly coaching calls. Feel free to get that, plus an awesome community that you can ask for help. So feel free to get that link in the comments description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 visitors this month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales and autopilot, feel free to get that link in the comments description. You'll get a free SEO domination plan, so you'll get a custom tailored link building plan to generate more leads, sales, and profits from your website. You'll discover the secrets to SEO link building. We'll answer any questions you have one-to-one. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors in link building, and how to turn SEO traffic based on what's working for us. Feel free to get that link in the comments description. Appreciate you watching. Bye-bye. These one-click AI agents using Google's latest API, Google Gemini 2.0, along with NA10, are absolutely insane. You can see all the workflows that are built, for example, like video transcript creators, feedback loop methods, Gemini 2.0 agents, and today I'm going to show you exactly how to build out a new workflow completely from scratch based on whatever idea you have. And your only limitation is your creativity. For example, let's say I have an idea for a sales agent that can just follow up with leads, so just booking a call, and they create something super personalized for each member of my sales team. Let me show you exactly how we can build this out step by step. And this will show you how NA10 works, how to build your own workflows, how each module works, and how you can connect different apps together. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off with a new module here, and we're going to start with a webhook module. Now, the reason for this is because we're linking it to an app that doesn't have a direct integration inside NA10. And this is the cool thing about this, is you don't have to have, for example, a module. So even if NA10 doesn't have a direct module that you can call inside the workflow, that's okay, because with your AI agent, you can create a webhook and that will trigger the workflow instead. Let me show you exactly what I mean in case that sounds complicated to anyone watching. So we've got a webhook right here. We're going to say, okay, each time this webhook gets called, it's going to trigger the workflow. So we've got that set up right here. Then let's say you want to connect that to your CRM, right? So for example, when someone books in a new sales call through our CRM, Go High Level, then we're going to trigger this workflow. So what we can do from here is we're going to click on Start from Scratch inside Workflows of Go High Level. And then we're going to add a new trigger, which is basically said every time a customer books in an appointment, we can choose which calendar we want to select it from. And then we can say, okay, every time someone books in an appointment in this calendar right here, we shall trigger the webhook that we talked about, okay? So now it's going to take the webhook, and if we go over to NA10, grab the webhook, plug it in the URL section, save the action, we now have an automation that's going to trigger NA10 based on someone booking in a new appointment. So let's test this out now. We're going to click on test workflow and we can run this test right here. And you can see now that the workflow has executed successfully, which means that the webhook is connected to Go High Level and we're ready to get this rocking and rolling. Now what I'm going to do is, depending on who in the sales team actually has the sales call assigned to them, we can set up the automation so that the data feeds through, right? So for example, if Ellie gets a call booked into her workflow, then we'll draft an email in her inbox, right? So if that email is equal to Ellie's email, then we're good to go on this, all right? Now, depending on how many people you have in the sales team, you can have another filter here, which triggers the workflow for someone else in your team. So we can say, okay, if the email equals Anna's email address, then we'll send an email for her, and the same for anyone else in your team. So you can have multiple branches and connect multiple different email addresses and filter the webhook based on its existing data. You could also do this, for example, for budget, right? For example, let's say in your application form, this isn't just applicable for Go High Level, it's applicable for whatever form you're taking data from. But inside this section right here, if you had a question like, okay, how much are you willing to spend? And the spend was below how much you wanted to take in each month as a client, then you could have an automatic disqualification or sorry email personalized to them and their situation. All right. We've set up the webhook. We've connected this to Go High Level. We've set up the filter so that it goes to the right sales rep in the team. Then from here, what we're going to do is we are going to have an AI agent. So we'll click on AI agent over here. And if you're wondering how to set that up, you just click on plus sign, type in AI agent, and boom, you've got this here. Now, what we'll do inside the chat model is we'll set up a new section that says Google Gemini chat model. And I've already got my credentials plugged in, but if you ever want to edit yours or you change your API key, etc., you can just change it right here. The host is going to be this URL, and the API key you just get from AI Studio. And the best thing about AI agents built on Google's AI Studio is that these are free to use, plus you get access to the latest models, right? So if we create a new API key inside aistudio.google.com, then we're good to go on that. And inside the create a prompt section here, as you can see, we get access to all these different models, right? So it's absolutely amazing. You get the latest access to the best models from Google's API, one of the biggest companies in the world, and it doesn't cost you a penny. And then you can see you can select which model you want down here, all right, from the list. Now, you can also see if we have a look through the list that you get options between when they were last updated. So for example, experimental release, February the 5th, 2025. So we can grab the latest pro experimental model from Google and use that to fill in our workflow. Additionally, what we could do is inside the memory section here, we can have a window buffer that remembers the last few emails we have, right? So for example, if you've got multiple emails being drafted based on what you've previously sent, then you can add a window buffer memory section here. You don't need to set up any credentials. You can decide how many past interactions the model was based on, and it feeds in the latest information based on the workflow and what happened previously, right? So it's going to take the information from the webhook. It's going to filter it down to the relevant sales rep. Then we're going to say inside here, we're going to add a new message that says, you are our sales rep based on the application from our sales prospect, right? A very personalized email that checks the lead is attending the sales call, plus makes it easy for them to confirm, right? And then we're going to feed in the previous workflows from the node. So let's click on test step here. All right. And we just had to go back to Go High Level, test the workflow again with some dummy data. That's fed in the details. And then inside our AI agent, here we just want to define below the recent details, all right? Also, just make sure that you've linked these together. If they're not linked, then this AI agent won't receive the previous data. And each stage, you always want to be testing this step by step, right? Making sure that the data from the last module connects to the new module, like you can see right here. And now that we've got that data, we can fill out the system message a bit better, right? So the system message is like the information that's not going to change each time. And then the prompt is the information that's going to be dynamic and change each time you get an application, right? Because obviously other people's. So what we can do here is we can say, okay, full name equals, email equals, here's the details of the website. The more information you feed this AI agent, the more personalized the email that gets sent afterwards is going to be sent as well. So if we take this, we're like, okay, there's a website. Here's the email to fill in. Here's the name. And we'll grab the information on how I can help you, etc. You could take the monthly budget. I don't think that's going to be very important. And then also inside the system message, you want to add some like details on how you want this written, right? So for example, for me, it's okay, short, to the point, no fluff, conversational, polite, friendly, good vibes, right? Just some information on how we want this written. Now, also, you can see here how it says, okay, I need a little information to write a personalized email. Could you tell me this? That was before we plugged in all the personalized data, right? Now that we've got the personalized data inside this message between the text, which is the prompt, and the system message, which is basically how the AI agent is trained, we can create something much better. So let's test this step out now. And you can see this is much nicer, right? Much nicer. What we're also going to do here is inside the system message, and this is really good to test out because you can see, okay, what do you like? What don't you like? So you see here how it says best. I'm going to say no email signature / best, etc. I'm also going to say go easy on the exclamation marks. Use them sparingly. Things as well, like for email deliverability, if we just smash in loads of exclamation marks like here and here, that's not good, right? And then I'll say make it very personal, plus explain you're working on analyzing their website ASAP, all right? Then we can show we're more prepared in the email. Let's test it again, see what we get back. And we've got the information right there, which is perfect. Now, what we can also do is just reconfirm the actual time that it was booked for. So we can grab the time zone like so. Now inside here as well, inside the AI agent, if you don't want to use Google Gemini's model directly, you can actually delete that. And then you can add here open route. And using open router in your account here, we can go through the list and we can say, okay, Google, we'll just go with, for example, like Google Flashlight Preview using our open router account. Again, you can get a free account at openrouter.ai. And if you type in Google Gemini Flash 2.0 Lite Previewed, you can get access right here. And by the way, if you don't want to set this all up yourself, this whole AI agent workflow, then I'll leave the SOP inside the AI Profit boardroom so you can get access to that link in the comments description. But essentially, if you just go to OpenRouter, keys, get an API key, you can add that to an OpenRouter chat module and then select Google Gemini 2.0 Flashlight Preview right there. All right, and then we've got the input over here. So this is the data that's been fed into the system. And then this is the output, right? Great to meet you. Just wanted to quickly check in to see if you're still planning on attending our call. I'm already digging into your website and I'm excited to share my initial thoughts. What we could also do to make this even better is we could say, okay, Goldie Agency is an SEO link building agency. And this is an appointment about getting more leads, traffic, and sales with SEO. It's a custom SEO game plan. By the way, if you want to book this in, feel free to book a free SEO strategy session, link in the comments description. So we're just going to test this out now. And there you go. Hey, Julian, just wanted to quickly confirm we're still good to go for our call to discuss how you can get more leads, traffic, sales with SEO. I'm already digging into your website to get a game plan ready for you. Let me know if that time still works. See you then. Nice, it's easy. And what you can also do is inside here, inside the Google Calendar section, you can set up a new appointment and that can pull in the information from Google Calendar. So that's the other beautiful thing about this AI agent workflow. Not only can you link this to OpenRouter, not only can you filter the data to go to the right sales rep, but you can also have a look at the calendar, pull in the latest details of that session. And then finally, what we're going to do here inside the email module is we're going to select Gmail. We'll type in draft, get it. So we'll say create a draft email. You don't want to set, I think unless you're super, super confident in this, like you probably don't want to just fire this off like a maniac. but you can pull in the draft and then plug it into the message section over here. Now, just before we do that, what we also want is we want a subject line, right? We want a subject line for this email. And so what we can do over here is we can add a new AI agent. We can plug in the email that was drafted from the AI agent over here. And we can say, create a subject line for this email. And then we're just going to add OpenRouter again. OpenRouter's API actually for this whole workflow seems to be a lot more reliable than using Google's directly. Just something to bear in mind there from what I've tested so far in this workflow today. We're now going to rename these agents just so that it's super easy for us to understand it. You can always like drag and drop as well these modules just so that it's easier to figure out, okay, what's going on. I'm also going to delete this just to keep it simple for now, but you would create a branch off for every single member of your team. Inside the AI agent module over here, we'll rename this email body agent. And then inside this AI agent, we're going to rename this as email subject line agent. All right. And there we go. Also inside the calendar section over here, we're going to change this. We're going to say just get an event, right? And if we select get many, it can retrieve all the latest appointments inside this calendar. Right. So we've connected Google Calendar. We said get all the latest appointments from the calendar and boom, there we go. All right. Now what you can see from here inside the subject line agent is it's drafted loads. And obviously if you send that directly to Gmail, that's going to be a total mess, right? You don't want 5 headlines and your sales rep is just going to get annoyed with you. So we're going to hit test step now. And I've changed this. It says only give me one subject line. Make it relevant to the email above, make it very personalized and short. And then it said SEO strategy call confirmation. Julian, you could also say, okay, include their website in the email too. We'll test that right now. Boom, look at that. Julian, SEO call confirmation and preparation for their website. So this is personalized and also the subject line is relevant to the appointment name. All right. Now inside the Gmail section, we're going to draft an email, create it. We're going to take the subject line from the previous subject line agent, nice and easy. And then inside the message text here, we're going to delete that. And we're just going to take the output from the email body agent. Okay. If we test that out, what you also want to make sure when you're doing this is inside the create new credential section, you actually have this link to the relevant inbox, right? So if you just click on create new credential, we can sign in with Google and connect our inbox. And then once you've done that as well, you just want to rename it because otherwise it's going to get super confusing if you have Gmail 1, Gmail 2, etc. So instead we're going to name that as a person that it's related to. There we go. And now we can actually just test the steps. So let's test what happens. And if we go over to our drafts over here, you can see that it's got information on the name, the website, the email is nicely formatted. We can also add a to email. So the email address of the person that we're having a call with. There we go. Let's test it out. And look at that. Beautiful. We got the email address of the person we're emailing, the details in the subject line, and the details of the email inbox. Now, if you want to make this live, you just click on active over here and that's ready to go. And that was incredibly easy and simple to do. And we've just automated email follow-ups for our team. And if you have a sales team, the salespeople don't like admin, right? They like jumping on the calls. We want to automate as much of this as we can. Number one, so we can communicate better with the sales prospect. Number two, so we're super organized because this will draft it. And number three, so we can save our sales rep time and they get better results. We get better results and everyone's happy, right? And then you'd go back to go high level. So make sure that's saved and ready to go. And this workflow is just running beautifully now. And the craziest thing about this is like the API from OpenRouter using Google is free as well. So it's not going to cost you anything. This is all automated. And imagine how much time your sales team would take writing the emails, quality controlling, and making sure they actually send the emails. Even if that's only, say, 30 minutes a day to 5 different prospects, 5 different sales calls a day, then that's 100 minutes a week, which is 400 minutes a month on something that you can easily automate, right? So you save yourself nearly 7 hours a month just by setting up a workflow in 20 minutes. And let's be honest, there's no grammar mistakes. The emails don't get forgotten about. Every lead and prospect gets followed up with properly. And it's just a beautiful workflow. You can also, for example, set up an email feedback loop, right? So if we go over here, you can have a human in the loop and it can actually draft the email, send it to you for approval. You give that feedback, that gets sent back to the AI agent, and then you create this beautiful self-iterating process where the AI agent just gets better and better over time. If you want to see that and you want to see more stuff like that, feel free to ask me on the weekly calls inside the AI Profit Boardroom, or just comment below on this video and I'll try and get something sorted out for you. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take this workflow right here for NA10 sales agents, and that'll plug that inside the AI Profit Boardroom. We'll add that section right here, and we'll call that NA10 sales agents. All right. And then I'll upload the JSON file that you can import into NA10. So that's a workflow template, and you just personalize it to you and your business. The other thing that you could do as well is you could also send automated texts. So you can create a personalized text to the prospect as soon as they book in using Twilio, and you can even use WhatsApp as well. So you can connect this to WhatsApp as well. So pretty amazing what you can do. So much cool stuff in there. This workflow is going to be super useful for us anyway. And you can grab all the template plus my best SOPs, plus an AI crash course, and get weekly calls directly with me inside the AI Profit Boardroom, link in the comments description. And if you want to get a free one-to-one SEO strategy session that shows you how we take websites from 0 to 145,000 business a month and generate hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales and autopilot, feel free to put that in, link in the comments description. On this free link building acceleration session, you'll get a free SEO domination plan. So you'll get a custom tailored link building plan to generate more lead sales and profits from your website. You will discover the secrets of SEO link building. We'll answer any questions you have one-to-one. You'll learn the best link building strategy for your website, plus how to quickly outrank your competitors in link building, and how to 10x SEO traffic based on what's working for us and our happy clients, like you can see right here. Feel free to book that in. Appreciate you watching. See you on the next one. Bye-bye.